Good morning, Vilnius. This is the third and final day of Con Baltics. We had a whole weekend full of action, and on this stage, we'll focus on esports. My name is Heku, I'm one of your hosts, and I'm joined by Mark, the fact.
Thank you, Heku, for the introduction. Today, on our last day, we'll be starting off with a great game, League of Legends. Hopefully you're not raging too much. Continue on into another racing one, Trackmania, and to finish it off with a punch, literally, Street Fighter. Yeah, exactly. But Heku, today is all about League of Legends. What's the first team that we're going to be seeing here on the stage?
So the first team that we'll see on the stage is Team Wilderness, and there's a bit of lore when it comes to this team, because they already played last year, and they had to play all 5 maps, but unfortunately, they placed second. Since then, they decided to change their bot lane, and they've been pretty successful, because in the qualifier, they had no problems actually winning against the champions of last year, and they actually already won against the Lithuanians, so this is going to be a rematch. The question that I have on my mind is that if they can replicate their success online on the LAN. Everybody, please welcome Team Wilderness. Kritibu, Bloxy, Valiant, Nomi, Zoophobia, and their coach, Nikolai.
Well, interestingly enough, hopefully it wasn't just jungle diff. Now, continuing on, for our boys here from Lithuania, Team Kenti. Right, a little bit of backstory for them, right? So they first tried to go for the first qualifier. It didn't really work out in the first team, the first qualifier, sadly. Made it to the finals, not really good. Continue on to the second one, actually made it through. Continue on and actually got ourselves a chance here to participate on the LAN. Now, everybody, let's give a round of applause and welcome to the stage, Team Kenti! Smackler, Etskas, Rimtuolis, Yashiro, and Parain! All right, guys, the stage is set. Hope you're all ready, and we're gonna give our word back to the casters.
Hello everyone, nice to see you in Con Baltics 2026. I am together with my friend, my teammate, Saulius.
And I'm here with my wonderful colleague, Žygis. Today we will be casting this beautiful grand finals for you guys. Excited, hopefully, I'm hoping at least that it's going to go to 5 games and all of them are going to be bangers. We'll have to leave it to the players. What do you think, Žygis?
As host mentioned, it was 2-0 in the qualifier. It was close in one game, not so close in the other. There was a bit of a draft diff. I hope that the coach of Kenti, which is none, have prepared some better strategies for this draft. I really hope that we will get a lot of support from our Lithuanian audience for the Lithuanian team. I know it's always easier to play from home, but let's not be the douche audience and support the Norwegians as well, Team Wilderness. All I'm expecting is an exciting League of Legends. I hope it goes to 5 games. What are your expectations?
To be honest, at first I was quite skeptical because the Norwegian team, Team Wilderness, I believe they are probably the better team because they have so much experience in playing together. However, when you look at Kenti's side, they have a lot of, let's say, experienced players that have a bunch of experience on LANs, and I believe that that could really shine through today.
Yeah, playing together for a long time definitely helps, but to my knowledge, as I am Lithuania's coach for ENC, I potentially know that some of the players in Kenti are going to represent Lithuania in Esports Nations Cup. I can't say it's confirmed, but I think there are some players that will represent us internationally, so hopefully they're putting in the time and preparation, because the qualifier in the ENC is in June 19th, 21st. But I can't say it's confirmed, you know, I can't say it's confirmed. I just maybe know something. So I really expect those players who have been chosen to represent Lithuania are putting in the time and preparing for this Con Baltics final as much as we will prepare for ENC. At the same time, the prize pool is crazy. 5,000 euros, first place, 3.5, second place, 1.5k euros. This is insane amount of money for some. So I'm really curious what's going to happen.
It's definitely a bigger sum, but going a little bit back and speaking about preparation, a team that definitely has been preparing is Team Wilderness. They are already with the coach playing for quite some time, so I'm sure they will show up and will show that their practice meant a lot.
Okay, let's check some graphics from the previous winners of League of Legends Con Baltics. So in 2023, we had Lietuvos randomai with Lincas, Etskas, Rimtuolis, Yashiro, and Tofe. And surprise, surprise, it's a very similar roster that we have today with Kenti. In 2024, we had back to the game, Kozi, Shazq, Sisyph, Salami, and Accorder. I remember I was casting this one. In 2025, we had Lomix, Onios, Qualzi, Eustones, Eddies, and Bause. That's nice. I think some of these players might be representing Latvia in the ENC, but I can't say it's confirmed. But I think some of them. And to be determined in this year, Kenti or Team Wilderness, Lithuania versus Norwegia. Ooh, Norwegia, what am I saying?
And a little bit of backstory about the previous winners, Lietuvos randomai, like you've mentioned and the host previously did as well. Most of the roster is the same right now, just transformed under the name Kenti. And Team Wilderness as well. I believe they have lost the previous finals against Lietuvos randomai, and now they're looking to take revenge. So it's actually pretty interesting to see. The storyline is developed. It's not that these players are facing each other for the first time. I think there's going to be quite a few bloody games, and we're probably going to see some explosive drafts, at least if I had to guess.
And it's also Fearless Draft. For those who don't know, Fearless Draft means that champions that have been played already in first game or second game or in any game cannot be played again. So all of the players have to be very flexible, and none of the one-tricks can perform in this tournament. I'm really happy with the Fearless Draft introduction to esports in general. What are your feelings about Fearless Draft? Are you happy about it?
Personally, now that it's here, I'm thinking, oh, why didn't this come sooner?
Yeah.
But about the Fearless Draft, I think it's going to be one of the advantages that Team Wilderness have against Kenti, because as some of you might know who's been following the Kenti roster, they have some very active players and some a bit less active players. And they have a very traditional play style of usually tanks in the top lane and carries in the bot lane. And since it's Fearless, the Team Wilderness can really take advantage of it and ban out the weak side top lane champions.
Yeah, that can be an approach from Team Wilderness, but let's see who is the highest elo over here. Okay, we have Challenger 1.6k, Yashiro. And on the same team, Smakler is Diamond 3. I don't know if it's his main account or is the guy just not active. But on the other hand, he's playing Ornn, Sion, Shen. So I believe Diamond 3 is sufficient. I don't think that there's much difference, between low Master or Diamond 3 nowadays, especially. And Ploxy, I believe he's higher rank. He's Diamond 2 on this graphic, but I think he has played competitively for quite some time in many teams. And yeah, the highest elo on Team Wilderness is Valiant. And as hosts mentioned before, they have changed their bot lane as they have identified that their bot lane is was struggling last year. So Nomi and Zofobias are also quite high elo, but the elo inflation is real. So it's very hard to understand what rating, because we boomers were 29. Wait, how old are you?
29.
29, yeah. Back in our day, reaching Master was already an okay achievement. Or Grandmaster wasn't even a thing, no?
Yeah, well, nowadays they have 30,000 Master players, so it's not as impressive. However, we did see that Kenti has two challenges in the bot lane. It wasn't only Yashiro, but Parain as well. And like you've mentioned, Smakler is Diamond 3 in the top lane, so it's really
Hello, audience. Hey, hello, everyone.
Hello, guys. Thank you for joining us live. But back to the game plan. I am definitely expecting to see tanks in the top lane for Smakler, and then most likely hyper carries in the bot lane for Yashiro. And they will hopefully be facilitated by Etskas. That's the playstyle I'm expecting. Now, heading into draft, what are your expectations in the ban phase?
Expectations from Norway, I believe, whether to ban out Yashiro or ban out Smakler. I think Smakler doesn't have that many champions, but we can see that they're taking the approach of banning out Yashiro. Lucian and Caitlyn are already going out. Whereas for Team Kenti, I don't know what's their approach. It seems that they have identified some first picks that they are afraid of, but Smolder is still left out open. And 3 AD carry bans from Team Norway, Team Wilderness. It's quite a focused ban phase onto Yoshiro, as he is the highest rated player on Lithuania's Team Kenti. Let's see what's the third ban. I think Smolder is going to be left out open as Anivia goes as a third ban, and yeah, I'm curious what Team Wilderness is going to choose.
Kenti as well did some of their homework. As they banned Swain, they identified that Nome is a Swain player, and if I remember correctly, he even used to be a Swain one-trick in solo queue. I met him quite a few times. And now as well, when we did the research about these players, I have noticed that there's an interesting amount of games of Swain AD carry being played, way more than any other champion. So I'm glad to see it banned out. Maybe in the best of 5 series we'll see it at least one time. That would be definitely fun.
And it's such an annoying champion, to be fair. It just never goes down. And also requires you to buy anti-heal relatively early. Oh, and now we have Yashiro with the famous Yunara of his. So even though 3 bans were shooted to his face, he still has some good picks and a very safe and predictable pick for Rimtualis, Oriana, one of my favorite champions as well. It's a champion with relatively small amount of bad matchups. I think you can play against her with range, but I don't know if Valiant has any high range champions such as Xerath, and we don't even know if they want to play such mid lane in general. But Ezreal Karma seems to be a consideration from Team Wilderness, a very strong and proved bot lane, even in international competitions as well as major league competitions such as LEC. Ezreal Karma is one of the most famous bot lanes, always has the priority, and Victor is being considered as well for Team Wilderness. What do you think about this matchup?
In the bot lane, Ezreal Karma definitely has a lot of potential. It's going to be interesting to see how they approach it though, because some people pick Ezreal Karma to neutralize enemy bot lane, and some people pick it to stomp the enemy bot lane and push through the tower very early into the game. Personally, IF5 would have to bet. I would probably say that they will be on the more aggressive route, as they will probably identify that they need to shut down Yashiro, especially since he has a Lulu with such a strong hyper carry. It's gonna come down to Yashiro and Parain playing quite safe in the bot lane, in my opinion, as in terms of 2v2, I don't think they can do that much against Ezreal Karma.
I think after 6 they can start fighting the 2v2, but before that it's very hard to get the prior. What about the mid lane? As Oriana, I am quite happy into Victor myself. I think Victor has a bit of more tools to have the priority, especially in the early game with the laser. It's quite hard to survive that poke, but I think it's a skill matchup. Depends on how fast you are with Oriana.
I definitely agree. I believe this matchup is definitely skill-based. However, if one of their junglers is going to be AP, then it will change the matchup quite a lot, because whoever can build Null Magic Mantle or Mercury Threads in this game in the mid lane has a huge advantage. For example, if you can build Merc with Oriana and get away with it, you can win pretty much any matchup.
Hold on a minute. I'm very surprised that R4 was picked Scion Blind when Kenti has the R5 for top lane. Appears that they want to have a last pick for the jungle, and now a lot of counter picks are being considered from Team Wilderness. Both Gwen and Zahen are incredibly good into Scion, and even Vayne. I don't know if they're playing Vayne, but okay, they decide to go the safe route and match tank with tank. They realize that they don't only need to win the top lane or stomp the top lane, they also need some front line to have a good blind for jungle. And what are the jungles for you seems to be good, because Nocturne, Nafiri, Aatrox, Jarvan are already out.
Well, I would like to see some more damage dealers for Wilderness.
Lee Sin, maybe Lee Sin?
It's possible. I did see their jungler practicing Lee Sin in the practice tool. However, when I'm looking at Team Wilderness, I feel like they definitely lack CC and engage. That might be very tricky when you're going up against like Yunara with an Ardent support. It's going to be hard to lock her down. However, I'm not surprised at all about the Scion blind, as I do think the champion is quite OP nowadays, and I see it every day in LCK practically. So I'm pretty sure Kenti are happy with this trade in the top lane.
Oh, hell yeah! Kiana jungle for Etskas, and yeah, Etskas has been quite a promising player in LFL. Nowadays, he doesn't have a contract with an organization, but I'm very, very happy to see an aggressive jungle coming in from his side. I'm also quite sure it's a good matchup into Jax, as Jax wants to play into auto attackers, and it's only Yunara. I mean, it's Yashiro's Yunara, so it's a good one to have. But as you mentioned, I think Team Wilderness really lacks the tools to go for hard engage, and playing online is not the same as playing on stage. Everybody seems to play more safe, and it happens globally. It doesn't matter if it's Con Baltics or LEC or World Cup or MSI. Everyone, when they go on stage and the stakes get higher, seems to play a lot safer. So my prediction is that Team Kenti won the draft. What do you think?
Completely agree. I believe Team Wilderness fell into the classic trap of counter-picking their lanes and taking good matchups without seeing the bigger picture, and it happens quite often actually. Now, if they don't thoroughly dominate the lane when it comes to team fights and dragon setups, I really do not see them locking down Yashiro. And
exactly, and Yashiro is the guy to be aware of, because this guy is, as Fortnite players would say, cracked.
Completely agree. And we have Etskas on the Kiana, also a very fun pick, one of Etska's signature picks. I remember he used to play it quite a bit even when we were teammates and scrimmed with each other. Heading into the game, it's going to be interesting to see the approach of both of the teams. I would have to, if I were to guess, I would say that they will probably leave top lane on a complete island, massive tank against another massive tank, a wet noodle fight, and probably a lot of action in the bot lane with some jungle invades, if I had to guess.
I think it's quite obvious that Team Wilderness from Norway, they want to shut down Yashiro and not let him play, especially when they have drafted Ezreal Karma to have a permanent priority to play for both Scuttle Crabs and the Dragon. But at the same time, when the strategy is so telegraphed, sometimes you can play against the telegraphed strategy to make Mundo go ahead. And if there's one level 4 gank, if he paths to top lane and gets a kill onto Sion, I think the Sion can really struggle, because Mundo can do some serious damage in this matchup.
Yeah, I can definitely see the Mundo being big and Sion being on the receiving end of the punishment. However, when I look at tank killers, potentially, Ezreal, Victor, not really famous for killing tanks, whereas...
I mean, Victor is not so bad in the tanks. You can build Leandris.
But also, you don't really want to be focusing Sion when you're a Victor, when there's a Kiana or Iana and Yonara with an Ardent support. That's why I believe the team fights might be very hard for Team Wilderness, even if the Mundo's ahead. But we might see some creative invades from Ploxy, especially with the Ezreal Karma early game priority. If they invade bot side and make the map split, it could become a very interesting game.
Okay, while we're in the pause and the players are still setting up, some last things. As I said, stakes are high, €5,000 prize pool on the table. Can we make some noise for Team Wilderness from Norway? It's nice to see that audience also supports the opposing team, so to say. But let's say, who supports Team Kenti from Lithuania? Okay, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Well, we definitely got more Kenti supporters than Team Wilderness, but even so, that's more pressure onto Kenti, and Team Wilderness can really, you know, lay back if they're feeling like underdogs and play their game that they're used to playing online.
Yeah, I want to remind the audience that this matchup already happened in the qualifiers, and Team Kenti lost 2-0 versus Team Wilderness, so it's kind of a revenge game for Lithuania. But online is online and LAN is LAN. Playing on stage is always giving you more nerves, more things to think about. Everyone plays safer, more gathering storms, less scorches. So let's see what happens. I'm actually curious. I don't know if we can see from the production side what runes have the mid laners chose. I'm always a big fan of gathering storm on LAN, so I want to see what option did mid laners choose here.
I'm definitely not surprised, Zhigis, that you're a fan of the Gathering Storms. I believe they are a very strong rune choice, especially in the Diamond solo queue bracket.
Yeah.
However,
Emerald, I'm Emerald already.
However, in the Challenger bracket and in LCK, I'm seeing 99% of the time Scorch, and it does definitely feel good in lane. As I believe maybe a couple years ago it got buffed, and ever since, it's such a great rune in my opinion. Extra 20 damage already on early game, I don't think you can miss it.
Yeah, early game priority definitely helps. Depends on how you want to play. Maybe they want to give out the early pressure from Lithuania side. I think Valiant is Grandmaster, 1.2, 1.3k LP.
Yes.
Rimtoil is around 600 LP Master. So it really depends how they want to play. But as I said, the main advantage of Gathering Storm is that on LAN people play a lot safer, and having that early priority obviously is a strategy that you practice in scrims and you want to play for Crab or you want to play for Raptors. But yeah, on LAN some things seem to not work, and I've seen it multiple times.
Well, I'll definitely agree with you that most people tend to play more passive on stage. However, having watched a lot of Etska's gameplay, both in the LFL and actually having played with him or watched the qualifiers, Etskas is the type of person that goes aggressive all the way. Doesn't matter if it's a LAN or if it's online. So actually, I'm very excited to see what he cooks up with this Kiana in the jungle. I'm definitely expecting some unorthodox, risky ganks, if I'm honest. Wouldn't be surprised if we see something level 3, even though the meta right now is to full clear at the start.
Yeah, starting with Raptors, going to Golems, Red to all the way bot side camps. But I think that both junglers may go for path to bot lane. We still don't see where Jax is going. We're still in a game pause, but I'm very excited for the game to start. There are so many things we already have talked about. I'm excited for what to happen.
Do you think Team Wilderness is stronger on any certain power spikes this game? Where do you think they have the best odds of winning? 1 item spike, 2 item spike?
I think 2 item spike for Ezreal is kind of strong, whereas Yunara wants to get 3 items to start fighting. So that might be a situation where Lithuania's team want to give at least first 2 Drakes. I don't think that they're in a situation where they can get priority in bot lane. Karma, Ezreal is just the lane that you always want to play for, and yeah, it seems that both junglers want to play for pathing from top to bot. As for mid lane, I think both mid laners kind of want to get 3 items, so it's relatively equal, and I think jungle is also strong on first item, so Etskas is the player to look out for the early game. What do you think?
I definitely agree that a lot of things are in Etska's hands in the early game. However, we already see Team Wilderness starting great on every single lane. Winning top lane, early trades, mid lane we saw Victor getting prio and doing decent chunks, and bot lane has massive prio as well. So I'm very curious to see if the Jax will invade Kiana's bot side on level 2, level 3.
Oi, what is happening in the bot lane? Barrier has already been used from Yashiro, no heal from Parain, whereas Team Norway have only used 1 heal from Karma, but as you mentioned, all 3 lanes are struggling in 1 minute 30. Not the best start, but this is something that we've talked about before. I think it's Gathering Storm.
On who?
On Rimtoilis. I didn't see Scorch in the trade, or maybe it was on cooldown.
Could be on cooldown, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he took the Gathering Storm, because the thesis that players play more passive on stage is definitely correct most of the time, and if you're not planning to play around mid lane aggressively or against for the priority, it wouldn't make too much sense to take the Scorch.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, as we talked in draft, as we talked during the pause, Ezreal Karma is a bot lane that you have to watch out for, and now it's a difficult task for Yashiro to get as many CS under the tower as possible. Now it's 18-5, and Rimtoilis gets solo killed in a first blood for...
Oh my god, that
Valiant.
is huge for Victor, and the lane is actually pushing towards him. He will not lose anything on this recall, and he will get his upgrades way faster. And as a Victor player, I can tell you that these early stacks mean so much when it comes to laning phase later on. Wonderful play from Valiant.
Minute 2, solo kill in the mid lane. Both TPs are used from both of the mid laners, and there's only a refillable potion from Rimtoilis to match Sapphire Crystal with Darksteel and the refillable potion. So mid lane seems to be in not the best state right now. This is the Scorch difference.
It is. I just checked on the trade. Victor definitely has Scorch 100%.
Yeah.
And maybe that was what tipped the matchup into his favor. But Victor is known to bully early.
Yeah,
in
exactly.
cases. Oh, fight for the crab.
Oh.
Eskas gets it.
Oh, Eskas gets the crab. Gets away without using flash. That's a big one. There's still no Prio to be seen in the bot side, so Ploxy is very comfortably just going to the bot side crab. Would have been very happy to get both of them, but not in this case.
Would have been a huge tragedy for Team Kenty to lose double crab, given the fact that the early game is going so roughly for them. It's actually a very common mistake that players do in the mid lane. They see Victor, they think he's a late game champion, they start trading with him level 1, 2, 3, and that's actually his strongest point in the whole laning phase. So Valiant definitely taking advantage of that. We see a huge CS lead happening in mid lane already.
It might be a second solo kill looking at the HP and no refillable potion stacks left on both of the mid laners. Rimtol is already getting to the 40% of HP, 30% I would say.
Well,
mid lane seems to struggle big time.
Well, we see Eskas being around, so if they plan to dive Rimtolis, at least he can cover. But it's a very, very bad situation. And now, as a jungler, you can't even help the lane because the enemy mid is 100% HP while yours is a couple autos away from
no mana.
dying. Yeah. And cancel the recall.
Okay. He stays for some more experience, gets 2 more creeps.
He doesn't get the plate.
Oh, okay. Some mistakes from Valiant as well. We have hope in mid lane.
Eskas is really famous for these sort of plays. He always invades the respawning
But the
raptor.
issue is that there is no mid and no bot prio. So he can't really do much, whereas Ezreal is already there on the map. Well, at least he got some time and got some information from the opposing team. And now the first dragon is Hex 1. But as I mentioned, my prediction is that both first dragons are gonna go to Team Wilderness and only on free items when Yashiro spikes. They're gonna try to play for more aggressive route and lifesteal being bought from Yunara very early. What do you think of this? Is this a matchup specific? Because I don't see that often.
I definitely don't see it often, but I'm very open to the idea. The problem I have with the Vampiric Scepter is that he might not be able to auto-attack that much the minions.
And we just talked before the game about Orianna, and I said I really hate Oriannas that buy the tier on the first recall, and now I see them twice with tier. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Gigas, he just wants to be more defensive in this game.
Okay, yeah, fair.
But on the bright side, top lane matchup is going way better than expected. I thought that Mundo wins this matchup quite hard, but...
Yeah, I thought the same. But you also have to take into account that Mundo hasn't used his teleport yet. So in case Lithuania wanted to match the dragon, he was there to help, whereas Smuggler had no choice. And yeah, I mean, he already has recalled, so now he'll have to find a timer, and I think he's gonna get cancelled in top bush. Yep. He tried to look for a cheater recall in the pixel bush, but didn't work out, so now he's forced out to... Oh, and the first Drake goes to Team Norway, as expected. Second Drake goes Ocean, so which leaves us with either Chemtech or Infernal Soul. If it's an Infernal Soul, it's going to be a very snowbally game for Team Wilderness, as lanes seem not to get any better. Yashiro is 20 CS down. There is a way for him to catch, but it's a very difficult one. Oh, Rimtwalis gets cancelled again. Still no TP. It's going to be getting close to 2 levels advantage, I believe.
Yeah, mid lane is definitely getting punished. Bot lane, we also see a 20 CS lead ramping up for the Ezreal Karma. And Kenty actually got a bit lucky when the Wilderness team was doing Dragon. The crab spawned in the top side, so Eskas was able to take at least that together with the blue buff of the Jax. Had that crab not spawned on the top side, I think he would be a pretty sad Kiana right now.
Yeah, and Eskas already has one of the triple tonic benefits. So I believe that Eskas should be looking for some angles to already try to punish. My prediction would be that it's going to be bot lane. As I mentioned in draft, I think that level 6 is the first spike of Yunara Lulu where they can start matching Ezreal Karma. Both of the bot laners have, of both teams, they have all the summoners. So I'm expecting a repetition of ganks, although the recall is not properly matched with the path of Kiana. He might have to go for Gromp as well to start looking for some angles, but I don't believe there's going to be a kill on the first one. I think the first gank is going to be an attempt to take some summoners, and Rimtualis is forced to flash away. No flash in this matchup against Jax means that mid lane is going to be the focus for the next 5 minutes, and the next dragon that spawns in 3 minutes is not going to be contested by Team Kenty.
You just hate to be in this situation as the Orianna. Oh, big trades happening in bot lane. Yashiro going all in, committing his ultimate to the trade to the Ezreal. Will he get him?
Oh, very close. One auto left, and Yashiro starts to use his spike. Level 6. Oh, and Parain gets the kill!
Well, at least something going right for the Kenty team, as it was looking pretty grim when you look at the farm in the bot lane, farm in the mid lane, and even top lane right now. We see the Mundo coming out on top. I wanted to say that I wonder if the Kiana will have anyone to play around, because Karma Ezreal with all summoners up is so hard to lock down, but right now this opens up a lot of possibilities for Team Kenty to take back control of this game.
At the same time, we can't miss that Bloxy got the Grubbies as well, so it's both the Drake and the Grubbies, which happens rarely, but Team Kenty identifies that they're in no position, especially with how mid lane is going, to contest the Grubs, and decided to go for a cross-map play, which goes wonderfully. Yeah, as you mentioned, both sums goes down from Nomi, and now it's the timer for Lithuania to ramp up and get some lead onto Yashiro, because he's still about 15 CS behind when he catches this wave.
Well, he did get 2 plates, he got an assist, so he's probably pretty even with the Ezreal when it comes to gold right now.
No, he's 70 gold behind. After he catches this wave, it's going to be even, but yeah, the biggest lead in gold we see, it's the mid lane. Almost 1,000 gold behind. Boots are already finished for Valiant, so it's going to be harder and harder for him to punish. But he decides to go for Lucidity Boots, and I don't think we're gonna see any of Mercs in this game. Well, maybe Jax goes for Mercs, but other than that, I think Kiana is gonna have a wonderful game. It's gonna be quite easy to land a good stun. And we know it's Etzka, so it's if there's a guy to land some sick Kiana combos, it's definitely Etzka's.
Yeah, I'm liking the choice that players... Oh, fight in the jungle. Etzka finds Ploxy. It seems like Ploxy will be able to escape.
But Rimtual is gonna go and escape. Oh, yeah. He gets Victor ultimate. Drake spawns in 50 seconds. None of the ultimates were used from Kenty, Lithuania's team. And Victor, who has the most lead without an ult for Dragon, could identify or could mean that Lithuania has a chance to contest this Dragon. Although I still don't believe that it's the timer to go for it. Although Umbral Glaive is already finished on Kiana, so it all really depends on what are the calls and information that Etzkas is calling. From the pathing and his positioning on the map, it seems that Lithuania wants to contest the second Dragon. My prediction was the first 2 going to Team Norway.
My prediction was very similar. However, we do see that Etzkas has a completed jungle item, and he is... Oh my god! I couldn't even speak as that Ezreal ultimate flew right past Rimtualis' ears. Wow.
Yeah, now it's even better situation. Ezreal no ult, Victor no ult. I think Lithuania really wants to go for this Dragon. Yashiro gets a little chunk onto Ploxy, but I think Ploxy is gonna look for an angle, and it seems that Team Norway, they're not going for first. What an ult from Kiana!
Wow, and that's the type of plays that we are looking from Etzkas. Zero hesitation, completely knows when to pull the trigger, farm without ganking all 12 minutes of this game. As soon as an opportunity comes, snap just like that, back to reality. And and we see that Team Wilderness end up losing the second dragon, and Nami gets put right into the ground. And very good for Kenty as Yashiro collects the kill, gets more plates, and right now, if I would have to say, Kenty are definitely looking like the favorites when it comes to team fights, as even though Victor has such a massive lead, I'm not sure if he can carry the fights alone.
Yeah, I honestly don't really like Victor in competitive that much. I wonder what's the win rate of this champion, but whenever I'm watching competitive, whether it's LEC, LCK, Worlds, I always see Victor just refusing to spike, unless it's like BDD or Chovy or something. But it seems that Victor just takes so long to spike. But I mean, in this matchup, he's 50 CS ahead, so I guess it's not going to be the case for this game. But yeah, I'm very happy to see Yashiro getting a kill. Blade of the Rune King already finished. It's going to be tough, as well as, yeah, we have to mention that Varmogs is the first item for Mundo, so that Blade of the Rune King is going to give a lot of dividends when he goes into that matchup. And there's already a swap for Herald, which spawns in 1 minute 30. So
Actually,
Blade of the Rune King is quite an interesting purchase. It's not a regular one.
Such a smart decision, in my opinion. I've actually heard about AD carries building Blade of the Rune King when the enemy team has Mundo. It's good that you get lifesteal against the Ezreal Karma lane, action in the bot lane.
Yatskas has no flash, but still looks for an angle. Rimtolis goes in, level 9, has the ult, has the flash. Gets stunned immediately. Oh. Okay, okay. Yatskas goes down. Smakler still the one left. 2 kills going to Team Wilderness.
What a disaster for Team Kenty as they get completely wiped in the bot lane. I believe
stat dift.
I believe that they were probably calling to flash engage with the Orianna ult. However, Ploxy makes a wonderful decision and turns onto the Orianna before she's completely in range to flash ult. And they escape with everything, with all the gold in their pockets. The game is shifting quite a lot, quite frequently, and it definitely shows that the players want to play aggressive this series.
Yeah, but I'm not happy seeing the decision to go for a fight without having Yashiro and Parain, two of the strongest players, I believe, of Team Kenty. I think the strategy is quite clear. Just play around those two guys, especially when you send them top to prepare for Herald. Going for such play when Orianna is level 9 versus level 11 Victor is just not the thing you want to see.
Well, Gigas, you're a coach. You're never happy with the decisions the players make, so I bet that you'll be quite disappointed in this series, as everywhere you will probably see plays that shouldn't happen. However, I'm here just for the ride. And an aggressive jump from the Ezreal. Did he just completely troll and end this? Yashiro chasing Team Wilderness, backing up the Ezreal, and we see a full-blown team fight happening.
Sion is teleporting in, Smakler is there, has no ult for now, but Bahrain gets a good position over there. First person goes down, Ploxy is immediately taken out of the fight. It's a 4 versus 5, but Victor is the first one to join in. Rimtolis has the flash, is looking for the ult. Eskas in a bad situation, goes down. Nomi gets the kill, but immediately traded the kill on Team Lithuania. Now Lithuania gets the free 2 kills already. Nomi with 1 HP.
Oh.
And the Blade of the Rune King giving a lot of dividends, but eventually Yashiro goes down and 3 people survive, although Lithuania gets the top tower. Wow.
Wow, this whole...
The way it started with Ezreal jumping in, it was arcane shift of destiny, but somehow Nomi manages to survive and with the help of Karma and the barrier. What the hell?
And actually we see, I think we just saw the nerves coming in. This team fight went so poorly in so many different ways at different moments for both of the teams. If we would go back and were to watch this team fight, the Victor just went almost melee range, 1 into 4, died without doing much of anything. Then Yashiro gets overconfidence, tries to chase the Ezreal, who's 1 HP, and ends up dying as well, and just so many shifts happening in these team fights. But
there was a shutdown as well, right?
But definitely a lot of action, and I'm happy that this is our first game. It seemed like there might be a fight around Herald. Victor completely misses his ult. Jax finds a beautiful engage onto the Kiana and Lulu, and they're just completely wiped out in a second. The game is shifting so much, and right now, honestly, I couldn't tell you who's favorite.
Well, yeah, it seems that everyone is goal down except for Etskas on Team Lithuania, Team Kenty. The third Dragon definitely goes to Team Wilderness. 2K ahead, minute 17. It's not great, it's not terrible. Still playable, but it's a game to come back from. Definitely, as we talked before, Yashiro on free items, gonna be a huge problem for Team Wilderness. But yeah, by that time, we will probably see a Firdrake going to Team Wilderness and probably a Baron, as it's already minute 18, getting close to the spawn of Baron. And it's gonna be a tough one to defend. Although, there are some angles that Eskas can take. Whenever he has flash, go for a flank. With Umbral Glaive, it's a lot easier. Also with the pink ward in his pocket, he can look for some really unorthodox angles to go onto. Also, I think to mention that Eskas is one level up against Jax. Jax was prioritizing a lot of his time to get the objectives on the map, got both dragons and the grubbies. Whereas Eskas also playing with first strike, so it's a lot easier for him to get ahead into mid-game.
Yeah, but if we summarize the past 5 minutes, they definitely have not been good for Team Kinti. Ezreal at one point was 0-2 in this game. Now he's 3-2-4 up in gold again against the Yonara and actually hit his biggest power spike in the game. 2 items. We'll see that Wilderness takes the Herald without any contest from Team Kinti. And Team Kinti aren't even looking to cross-map. I see Etskas just farming, recalling. Rimtuol is getting zoned yet again from farming the top lane, and he's almost down 2,500 gold. He is actually, as I speak, and that is a huge amount of gold to be down this early into the game.
Yeah, I was expecting for Rimtolis to go for some really crazy play in the top lane fight. I was expecting him to just flash in and do the Orianna ult, but flash was not used, ult was suboptimal, and yeah, the first item, Archangels, SMH my head.
I believe that you might have some flashbacks about the Archangel.
No, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about Archangel first item Orianna. I just don't want to talk about it.
Well, there's this term that's going quite far right now in League of Legends community, and it's called a vegan build. And I believe that Rimtolis is being quite vegan this game with the choice of his items. However, we do see Kinti just not rolling over and giving full control to Wilderness, so they're still in the game, they're still looking for fights, and Eskas will soon have flash and can look to make a big play with his flash ult.
Yeah, I like that Team Kinti really prioritizes the vision before the team fight, even though they lose the mid prio, so it means that some of the wards are gonna go down, but the TP is up from Rimtolis and Smakler, and just look at the wards that are put down deep in the jungle of Team Wilderness. So whenever the Baron is gonna be a consideration, there are some really good angles for Rimtolis and Smakler to join in the fight from behind. Although I don't think it's the way they really want to fight this fight, so it's just the information they need to have in order to understand what's happening on the map. I think it's Eskas the one who really wants to look for an angle to get a flank.
Yeah, unfortunately for Team Kinti, they are not really playing a team fight where you want to flank the P on your solo laner. Orianna and Sion, they definitely want to be with the rest of the team. If they had the cannon, it could be definitely different. Will Eskas find Valiant? Oh, just small poke onto the Victor.
I was expecting a fall in. 2.5 items on Eskas. Does he have the damage? I think he does have the damage.
I think he might lack a little bit because Valiant is playing bone plating and he has a shield coming from his Q.
Yeah.
Eskas might lack 200-300 damage to finish him off. And
also, you don't really want to use the flash when Baron is up. I think you really want to keep your summoners for the most important objectives. But level 14, 2 levels up. Eskas is really showing up this game, whereas Floxy is just trying to get some space. Yashiro almost with 3 items, no Infinity Edge, decides to go for LDR for the 3rd item.
Well, when Yashiro finishes LDR, this Mundo all of a sudden will not be so tanky. They have Ardent and he will have 2 tank-killing items.
Yep.
However, for the time being, Team Wilderness definitely have an advantage when it comes to team fights. The amount of damage that Victor can dish out at this stage of the game is crazy. Fight might erupt. We see Jax going in onto the Sion, but the Sion will just walk away. Complete mid lane control when it comes from Team Wilderness. Dragon is not spawning anytime soon, so...
In my eyes, it's a bit of a macro int from Team Wilderness. This A-ramming definitely benefits Team Kinti. I don't think that they need all 5 members to get the prio in the mid lane. But this is the way they want to approach this dragon. and it's a third one for Team Wilderness. Let's see how Lithuania decides to respond, whether to go for Baron or try to fight for it. Rimtol is already half HP down, has the flash, has the shockwave.
Oh, and these cleavers are so good. They keep on connecting to the Orianna, and Archangel gets popped already without the fight even starting.
Not a good
Mackler
start.
getting caught. Engaged from Edskas, only fights Valiant, but misses the ult. He flashes out. We see the tanks losing HP. No one's as tanky as they see him. We see Edskas falls. What are KT going to do in this fight without their jungler?
Yashiro was putting in a lot of damage in this fight, and Rimtolis goes down with the flash up, just walks into the Ezreal ult, and now it's a free dragon for Team Wilderness.
I hate to break it to you, Knock One, but this game is not looking that pretty for Team Kenty. I wouldn't want to hear their comms right now, even though they're pretty chill guys. I imagine that they're not very optimistic about this game's outlook. However, maybe Yashiro was saying, guys, calm down, I can carry this. Just play front to back. What are you guys doing?
Yeah. I think Yashiro and Eskas are the guys to look out for, and they're the hope for this game one. Although I want to remind everyone, both here in LNKGO, Con Baltics, and watching online, it's a best of 5. But yeah, 2 Infernal Drakes, and the next Drake means that they must contest. If they give the next Infernal Drake to Team Wilderness, I believe there is no chance for this game to go in favor of Lithuania. So the next fight is going to be really explosive, although Edskas will not have flash for that fight. Or actually, it might be just coming up on time, so they need to buy some 10-20 seconds dancing around that next dragon. But now it seems that Baron is the objective that both teams want to focus on, but side lanes are already getting pushed, and I think Mundo already has the advantage to pressure in the Sion. Just a little bit of gold ahead, but Sion seems to just catch the waves and not create any pressure on the bot side, whereas Ploxy is feeling very comfortable going in. Rimtolis has the flash, decides to save it. TP coming in from Mundo. Rimtolis flashes out now. Eskas no flash in a difficult situation, goes for an ult, doesn't connect with anyone, and now it's Yashiro trying to do as much damage as he can, but it's not the position for him to be in. Ezreal ult does a lot of damage in this 3 versus 4, and now Yashiro with no stun.
God! The Mundo, he just goes where he pleases.
Smakler ults into nowhere. It's a difficult position to be in for Team Kenty. Almost 5k ahead for Team Wilderness from Norway, and now as Edskas and Yashiro, strongest members from Lithuania, down, it's gonna be a free Baron for Team Wilderness, and the Drake is spawning in 3 minutes, and we have no summoners except for Edskas for that dragon. So it's a miracle that needs to happen for Lithuania to win this game.
Honestly, despite Yashiro's best efforts, the Mundo might be too tanky right now. He's going to build Randium's Omen next, which means all the critical strikes will deal way less damage to him, and he would have to rely on his team's mid laner, which is Rimtolis, on the Orianna to kill the Mundo, but that's not gonna happen when there's 0-3-2.
Full item behind. 3k gold. Ugh.
A very interesting choice on the items for the Victor. We see this AP Black Cleaver coming in. I'm not sure what's the name of that item, since it's a relatively new item, but I've never seen it on Victor, actually.
Okay, yeah, Yashiro actually stings, even though Warden's Mail has been bought from Mundo, but Yashiro is still with Lulu. You gotta respect that Lulu Yashiro combo. Actually, that should be a thing. Lulu Yashiro.
Yeah, the problem right now is that so many members of Team Wilderness are so tanky that Yashiro just cannot focus them all. Even though I like the Kiana pick right now, from behind, she is quite useless in my opinion if you don't get a perfect flash ult engage. But we see a flank coming in the bot lane. Edskas.
Oh, whoa!
Oh! Huge ultimate from Edskas. He finds the flank just as I was calling the champion useless. Ezreal jumps in, Lulu goes down, the fight is turning around, Jax still looking for a fight, Mundo coming in, but the Victor is down, and they are still winning. I just wanted to say that Kenty is going to be on top, but they're still losing the fight, it seems.
Rimtual is still there. Yashiro pumping in the damage that all anti-tank items are now giving the dividends, and now Nomi is in very safe position. Gets away with Arcane Shift. Has no sums, and it's a good fight from Team Lithuania. Askas, even though he was 1-5 before this fight, finds an amazing angle to ult 3 people. I didn't see if Oriana also connected in time, but it was...
I think she might have connected in time, but what is really sad for me when watching this fight, it looked like the perfect opportunity for Kenty to come back, and they were still driven back 4 against 3. It's not a good sign. However, it does give me some confidence that a similar fight might happen again, that Kenty are actively looking for these flanks that can bring them back into the game.
I think the most important thing is that Edskas didn't even use his flash. He only used his invisibility, which was enough. 13-7, and from 5k gold lead, now we only see the 3k gold lead. And Eska's flash is the important catalyst to win this fight.
This might be the final fight of the game. If Kenty lose this fight, I believe they're just out of this game.
Smuggler getting very low HP. Victor already has used his ult, and now Yashiro goes in onto Valiant. Forced to flash away. Victor is on very low HP to join in the fight. Drake is alive. Victor has the TP. If there is a time for Team Kenty to approach this dragon, the time is now, because otherwise Victor is going to rejoin the fight with the teleport. Lithuania really wants and needs this Drake to come back into this game, but all of the ults have already been, a lot of ults have been already used. Smuggler ult coming in 5 seconds. Eska still has his flash. Eska's looking for an ult, gets one! Victor goes down, Kiana goes down.
Fight. Will Yashiro clean up? Will Mundo finally be taken down? It appears... I want to say yes!
Yashiro!
Oh my
Gets
god!
the kill! Hey, triple kill for Yashiro!
The fight is still not over. Will they chase down the Ezreal? He's a tricky champion to catch, but he misses the Q, so his cooldown on his jump will be longer. They are committing to the chase. They won that shutdown on the Ezreal, 700 extra gold. Huge for Yashiro, 1,000 in the pocket, and somehow, when I keep counting Kenty out, they just make me eat my words and find the fight. A huge ult by Edskas on the Kiana on the fight. I believe he caught 4 members. Wow, what a fight.
It's the most useful 1-6 Kiana I've seen in my life.
167.
Hey, no. I wanted to say that, I was like, no, it's dead. But Infinity Edge already on Yashiro. Even though this fight went really good for Lithuania's team, you gotta look at the scoreboard at the top. It's 3 Infernal Drakes. Oh!
Misses the ultimate, doesn't matter. That's just how Eskas rolls. Hits a perfect ultimate that's impossible to hit in a team fight, then misses a free one onto the support without backup. But
he knew he didn't need one. Baron spawns in 50 seconds, Zofobaya spawns in 30 seconds, but now it's Team Kenty in a good position to siege this tier 2 tower.
Oh, what is Eskas doing?
Aggressive. Oh, gets the kill. Yashiro is godlike.
Oh my god, look at this damage.
He mistimes his spells, but now it's Yashiro pumping in a lot of damage onto Kirtibo. Kirtibo is forced to flash away. Mundo pops the ult, will get some HP back, but now Smuggler is also a giant to be taken, and there's no one to do that damage. As you mentioned, again, in the early game and both in draft, Ezreal is not really good at killing the tanks, and now Smuggler is getting big enough after those fights to be a nuisance for Team Wilderness.
Definitely, and we might see the point also that was mentioned in the pre-game draft that they cannot lock down the Yanara anymore. She's going melee range under tier 2 towers, and she just cannot be stopped. The moment Jax jumps in, boom, Lulu ultimate, Jax knocked up, stun misses.
And Lithuania is ahead for the first time in this game, 32 minutes in. Now we see that Team Kenty is ahead, although, I'll repeat myself, 3 Infernal Drakes with a soul. this just helps so much. It's better than Gathering Storm, one would say.
This helps a lot, but they might have reached the tipping point. They got so much gold onto Yashiro in that last team fight, as we see.
I think he got like 3 massive shutdowns.
Yeah, we see Eskas without any kills, even though he's landing these ultimates. So that means they are all going to Yashiro. That's why he was able to pick up a full infinity in the team fight.
Eskas again finds Valiant, and Baron is left. Eskas, you monster!
You will call him a monster. I will say the jungle is broken because he was 2-7 one-shotting a 6-3 Victor who has an HP item and some armor from the Arm Seeker. God, I hate this game sometimes.
Okay, Rimtoris loses half of the HP. Ashiro doesn't care about this fact, just goes in forward. Yunara uses the ultimate, but it doesn't matter, just was trying to look for a chunk, and now Team Kenti wants to go for Baron as Valiant is still dead. Although Bloxy is looking for an angle to steal this one, Smakler has to get a good position to absorb some of the damage. 8k on the Baron. It seems that both teams feel hesitant about this one.
I'm surprised they didn't commit to the Baron. Maybe they didn't want to flip the smite, but I do believe the team fight would have went easily for Kenti, as without Victor, they're kind of lacking damage.
I think the problem was that Yunara didn't have the ult. She used that ult to look for a chunk in the mid lane, but that chunk didn't happen. It actually happened to the opposite side. He lost half of the HP. And also, he had around 2k gold in his pocket, as he had Vampiric Scepter in his inventory, and now has finished the Bloodthirster. And now Yunara, I think, is probably unkillable with the amount of support she has from herself and Lulu. And now the Baron is really going down super fast. The Yunara damage is just absolutely crazy.
But what? Can we talk about that Ezreal all damage more than half HP?
Eskas in a problematic situation, looks for a flash angle, but is forced to retreat.
Yashiro is an absolute monster in this fight. He has so much lifesteal that he can just tank everything. He's running face first into the Jax, even though he has Counter-Strike, he has Zon, he has everything. But this Yunara might have reached a point where he's completely unstoppable. 7 items. 7 items. The ADK request coming into play in this game. Full display, whereas Ezreal is still a full item behind. But given this fact, we do need to speak about Yashiro being full build, and he will not get any stronger. So they want to pull these triggers. And speaking about triggers, Elder Dragon is about to spawn.
Yeah, having 7 items on the Elder spawn is a situation you want to be in as Yunara Lulu. Watch out for that Ezreal ult because it's max hard.
Did they buff it or how?
No, it's the free Infernal Drakes. And now Smakler goes in.
We see Yashiro going into the fight, heals up everything in 2 auto attacks because he has so much lifesteal. Mundo will finally go down, maybe ult on the Ezreal, he's down, and I believe Kenti will take this Elder fight and will potentially close out the game. Rimtual is getting chased down by Victor, however, survives. Everyone is so spread out, but we see Team Wilderness backing out, and it will leave Kenti with the Elder. And how do you stop this team with an Elder buff?
They can't stop this team without one, but with Elder it's gonna be an incredible situation as well as look at the summoner spells. The situation is wonderful for Team Lithuania. Yashiro is an absolute demon in this game.
We're going to see the final push most likely from Team Kenti. We were speaking about the fact that Kenti need miracles to win fights. Well, now it's a Team Wilderness that need a miracle to win against Elder buffed Kenti team. Yashiro just going face first like a tank, diving under towers, has so much lifesteal, doesn't care.
Yashiro getting low HP, has to watch out, needs something to hit to get the HP back. But 2 lifesteal items really helps and goes into, almost goes down.
Okay,
Team Lithuania wants to go back, loses a lot of HP. Yashiro has no ult. Lulu still has 1.
Wonderful hold from Team Wilderness. Honestly, I was thinking this was going to be a game-ending push, but they might have been too trigger hungry with from the side of Kenti.
I think Yashiro went a little too ham. Had to wait for Smakler to go in first with the ultimate, but I think there was no ult up. It's only going up now.
I believe his plan was to go in quickly, one-shot someone with the Elder and flash out, as we did see him flash out quite soon after he went in. However,
yeah, the Zonias went in a really good time for Ploxy.
Yeah, Zonya's Jax is a very powerful thing, commonly billed in pro play as a third item, just like we see here. Ezreal has so much ability haste, he doesn't even need to auto-attack anymore, just QQ all the way.
And also Warden's mail, he really understands that Yashiro critical strikes smack hard.
He also doesn't want to get one shot by Etzkas again, and this will help immensely. I wonder if it's going to be a Randian Zoman or a Frozen Heart.
By the way, look at the items of Etzkas. He has
Zonya,
Seeker's Armor, yeah.
that is crazy. But if I trust anyone with the Zonyas on the Kayana, it's going to be Etzkas.
Yeah, I think both teams understand that the last fight, damn, this Ezreal ult, just crazy damage.
They have to have buffed Ezreal ult. I don't remember it dealing that much damage. Come on.
It's 3 Infernal Drakes, come on. 3 Infernal Drakes, Soul, makes sense. I think it's fair.
Might be fair, but it's still...
Oh, wait, maybe they increased the AP ratio, but he don't have any of the items of AP.
Yeah, well, they need all the buffs they can get when they're fighting against a full build Yunara. Even with the Infernal Soul, 3 Infernal Dragons, they're still struggling and are on the back. Toilet might get caught. No flash. Oh,
no flash.
Jax flash in 3 seconds. I believe if he had flash, he would have definitely went for it. Fight in the top lane.
And it's 1 minute 30 until Baron. I think both teams really want to get that one down. Let's see if Rimtolis has enough gold to buy an item from that Needlessly Rod. Rabadons would definitely be a huge amplifier, but decides to go for a Sark Potion. So both teams really looking at this next Baron as a game-ending one, investing anything they have to deal as much damage as they can. Whoa, the first game to open up. Production, can we see the runes of Rimtolis? If he has Gathering Storm, I'm really happy for this game.
Yeah, well, I've been saying this for the past 3 fights, but this might be the last team fight of the game. We'll see how it goes, but Kenty are in control. They're in the driver's seat. All the vision is in their favor. And since they can one-shot the Baron so fast, just like last time, they might just go for a taunt spawn, and the Wilderness, while trying to enter the jungle, might just be too late.
Also, important thing to mention that Valiant on Victor bought anti-heal, so that's not going to be as easy to heal up for Yashiro, because in the last fight, I think every single auto attack was healing him for like 350.
Yeah.
And it's definitely a problem, but Yashiro is playing very aggressively, so I hope that he has noticed that anti-heal from Victor.
Well, we also see that Kenty as well have some anti-heal on Lulu's side from Mondo. Actually, very comfortable that you can buy anti-heal on a support.
No.
With
hey, Ezreal ult doesn't hit, I'm so happy.
Yeah, but the cooldown must be so low on the ultimate. Oh, engage from Etzkas! Flash, engage onto Valiant! And he goes down, but he has a GA, blocks the Zonyas, goes out with the flash. Valiant is down. This is going to be a free Baron for Kenty. Etzkas, he just finds these plays. I don't even see him as a spectator commenting the game, and so how are they going to see him when they're so focused on clicking their mouse? It's crazy the flanks that this guy found.
And he didn't even use his Guardian Angel, did he? Oh, he did.
I was surprised when I saw him low. I was like, where is his Zonyas? But he sold it and bought the Guardian Angel.
Yeah.
Huge
But
fight.
a smart decision, to be fair.
However, last time we did see Kenty not being able to end the game with Baron and Elder. So now they just have the
Maybe
Baron
they just
alone.
want to get a top inhibitor and then create that pressure to get the Elder, because Elder spawns in 30 seconds. Ult for Yunara is up in 3. First tower.
Seems like the
down.
top inhibitor will not be contested. Honestly, without the Victor, they have no damage apart the Ezreal ultimate that missed again.
Okay, Victor is up. Now they really have to respect the situation. Getting close to a wall is not a perfect one to be in. Yashiro, getting very low HP. Forced to flash away from Rimtolis. Smakler goes in just to buy some time, but it's not the best timing as Elder is spawning in 5 seconds. Will Lithuania look for some good angles to come back into this fight, or will they leave the Elder?
Etzkas looking for a flank again. He is getting pinged by the Wilderness team, however. Will team... Oh, Etzkas getting caught! Will Bloxy kill him?
Nice ult, just to get away.
Ooh, Redemption barely misses, but I don't think it was...
No. Okay.
Wow! Yashiro almost taking out the Mondo in the background. However, he will heal up to full HP in less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's not that easy for the team from Norway to go for that Elder because they might just lose the game. And it seems to be the situation that Team Wilderness is a bit confused of what are we doing? Are we going for Elder or are we trying to defend our base? And Yashiro together with Lulu tries to chunk as much damage as possible, and now it's Jax going in, but Lulu ultimate is coming just in time. Nice auto attack from Yashiro to get one kill. 2 goes down. Yashiro is still up. The anti-heal hits a lot, and now Yashiro is out of the fight. Irmtolis with no mana tries to get away. Eskas is just close to hell, but doesn't want to show up just yet. Kuritibu is there, but he's just way too tanky to do anything. And Team Wilderness, will they go for Elder or will they try to end the game? It's only 3 of them alive.
I don't think they can end. They will definitely... Oh, actually, Jax is dead. Kiana's alive. They cannot take this Elder.
Oh, true.
They cannot take this Elder. But actually, beautiful macro play from Kenti. They realize that they cannot have a straight-up fight on the Elder Dragon and thus force a push onto the inhibitors and Wilderness. Or they cannot take the Dragon, even though they have a numbers advantage. We're forced back, and now I would still say it's in Kenti's favor. On the
Frozen Heart finished for Ezreal.
on the
Full
next,
Morello on Victor.
on the next team fight, it is very likely that Etskas will have his flash up, while on Team Wilderness side, we see that people are running low on summoner spells.
Yeah, I think there's going to be flash only up for Ezreal, whereas Victor, Jax, Mundo, Karma, all without a flash against the crazy Etskas Kiana. Now he has Zonias instead of Guardian Angel, and Team Norway, they go for Elder Dragon. Now Lithuania gets the information that is happening. Only 10k left. They want to go for a
Can they
full
make
end.
it in time?
It's already on 5k. It goes down. Oh, it's a bad situation
Oh.
for Etskas, and Etskas goes down as he gets the ultimate from Ezreal.
They need to run and push the creeps, so Team Wilderness cannot push and try to end the game.
Will we see Smakler TP bot lane or anything aggressive? No, it seems that Team Wilderness also plays it passively. They don't want to force it even further, but the Baron is gonna spawn just 5 seconds after Elder Drake is gonna disappear. And
Gigas,
it's only 2 minutes 30 with Elder.
what is this game? What is happening?
And it's a best of 5. It's just the first one. It's the best of 5.
45 minutes. The teams are going ping pong on who's leading the game. It's so difficult to predict. At least I'm excited that it's a very close match between the two, and we're probably going to have a banger of a series.
Yep, and all of the advantage that Victor has, all that 4k, it doesn't mean anything anymore. I mean, it means still a bit because Oriana hasn't bought the last item. But it's not as terrible as it was before. Now, I think late game is a lot better for Team Kenti from Lithuania. I'm in full support, but let's see what the audience supports. So who's supporting Team Wilderness from Norway? Hey, guys, come on, someone at least. Okay. And who's supporting Team Kenti from Lithuania?
Very one-sided, very one-sided. Okay, let's see how this next sequence plays out. It seems like Team Wilderness, despite having the Elder, without the Baron buff, they can't really push the lanes as Oriana can zone them so well with her positioned Shockwave.
Ezreal ultimate misses. Bloxy is looking for an angle. They are getting desperate. It's only 30 seconds left with the Elder buff. But now they want to use that Elder to get a little bit of vision onto Baron, which spawns in 35. And look at the top lane wave. Someone has to respond. And that Dragon just didn't give them anything. Not a single tower, just Raptor camp. And to be fair, not much vision onto the Baron as well. There is a deep ward on back of the red buff, but oh, now Eskas is looking for a deep angle. Bloxy gets ulted by Eskas. Still has the Zonias, he uses the Zonias early.
Shockwave misses from Remtoilis. Can they still finish off the Jax? Jax flashes. Can they catch him? I believe the answer is no. Remtoilis also
flashes
uses
in.
the flash.
Bakler uses the ult. The nerves are here. Yashiro can't really approach the fight, but now it's Mundo in the back of the fight. Kritibu 1 versus 4. Level 20 Mundo, almost full items. Doesn't matter to Yashiro. He just smacks down that Mundo down.
These fights are so crazy. These top laners are just up 1v4 against the respective teams. Smackler was 1 against 4, but he's almost full HP, whereas the Mondo was chopped down.
Baron Nashor gets the team Canteen. Now it's another approach of the fight. Yashiro is still there. Lulu ultimate is not up. Yashiro tries to do the damage, but the anti-heal is doing a lot. Valiant goes down, and now it's Nomi flashing over the wall. Rimtonis with the shockwave that doesn't connect. Double kill for Nomi. Now it's Afabias with 1 HP flashing over the wall. Goes down to Yashiro. Although Yashiro gets a double, and it's a clean ace with the Baron, and Team Canteen gets revenge in game 1.
Wow, what a fight. So many things went right and wrong in different moments. But Yashiro putting the team on his back together with Parain as support. If we look at the bot lane scoreboard, 15-3-5 on Yashiro, 1-4-20 on Parain. And
Let's
they
make
close
some
out.
noise for Team Canteen from Lithuania.
Close out game number 1.
Wow, wow, what a game 1. And we're gonna have a little small interview with the coach, national coach of Team Latvia. And I spoke to him just now. He said, you will not believe. He wants to talk to Yashiro. Yeah, of course, Yashiro. What a performance, what a performance. It was just, what a game 1.
Honestly,
I'm so excited for game 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. However many games we will have, I'm stoked. I was a bit sleepy before the series started. Now I'm full awakened, and I'm full awakened for Team KT.
I think the players will drink a lot of Monster energy drinks in this series. The nerves they had to endure during that game was actually...
It was going back and forth, back and forth. Elder Dragon going to Team 1, Elder Dragon going to another team. It's crazy. Okay, but let's have a word from Arlight and Yashiro. Let's get back in game 2 soon.
Good day from the analyst couch. My name is Artur Starlight Bogdanovic, and I am here with the Lithuanian last AD King, Yashiro.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Glad to have you here. Listen, so one of your last solo QIDs, from my memory, Lithuanian last AD King. Well, looking at this game, I am convinced it must be true. How do you feel after such a carry performance in the first game?
Always feels good to start strong, you know. I think it brings the momentum as well for the series. Coming back to the name, I hope someone proves me wrong so far. Not sure about that, so we'll see throughout the series though.
I see, I see. Well, this first game was 48 minutes, and it was a very, very nerve-wracking and a tough game for you on Yunara against these longer-range champions, right? That must have been difficult for you, and everyone else on the map wasn't doing too good. A lot of resources on you. Can you make it happen 2 more times today for Lithuania?
I really hope so. Only one way to find out, I guess, so we'll see in game 2 and game 3.
All right, we'll be rooting for you. Thank you, Yashiro, and we'll be back for the second game very soon. Stay tuned.
Padarykime, žaidžiam dėl fighto. Yellow yra žaidžiam dėl fighto tiesiog. Viktoras be tokų be flešų. Aš ateinu, žiūrėkit mane, okei?
Turim.
Žiūrėkit mane, aš tiesiog fightu.
Aš pusę hapą gavau čia. Ant karmos?
Žaiskit. Mėginkit užmušt.
Mundo.
Davai, Daliu, gaudyk, be flešų. Gaudykit. Kiek išeina kilų. Flešeriu. Esu čia be flešų. Erinė, tu paimi midą. Erinė. Bet fine. Džeks be flešų. Mėginkit užmušt.
Aš galiu čist.
Tai jo.
Čeisim. Aš to ulti turėsiu. Man šildą duok.
4 šildas.
Gerai, lauk.
Sargėda pusė.
Duokite, čia užpučiam botną.
Aš visas užkartu.
What an amazing first game that we had here. Hoping to have a great series on our hands, and the first game definitely delivered. For the second game, I will be joined by Arlight, who has just been on the analyst couch. For this game, we'll have Žygis moving to the analyst couch, and for next game, I'll be moving over. So we're doing a rotation here to keep things fresh and interesting. What are your thoughts about this game, Arlight?
Man, it was hard to sit silently in that couch, in that analyst couch from the first game, as we see the damage graph from Yashiro, who I had in the interview just a couple of minutes ago, man, both of these teams felt like they were really scared to lose this first game. Both of these teams. I think after first game, everything is going to change now. All of the nerves are gone. Everyone is much more confident. And, you know, we might see some more interesting things in draft as well because, you know, it was a very interesting draft from the Norway team. What do you think about this draft? Because there's a specific thing that I feel like was missing here for them.
Yeah, I even said it in the pre-game when talking about this draft is I feel like Team Wilderness fell into a trap that players often fall to. They focus too much on the counter picks and miss the bigger picture of the team fights. We saw Yashiro come online with Yonara and an Arden support, and simply Wilderness didn't have a way to shut him down. No engage apart from Jack's stun.
Exactly, exactly. That was what I was afraid of as well. But the other thing is, when you have something like a Victor, Ezreal, Karma, you have this Jackson and Mundo, especially with something like Karma, you have a lot of time, a lot of leniency to not sort of make mistakes. It's not like you're gonna, you know, press a shockwave and you're gonna miss it. When you're a Mundo, for example, I think Rimtol has had a couple of situations where Kenti tried to make an explosive engage. They did have the tools to do so, but many times it didn't work out well for them. And this is why it didn't feel like Wilderness had too much problems with, you know, the fact that they don't have this engage. You know what I mean? It was not that easy for them to make mistakes with a composition like this. That maybe that was the coach's idea by picking these simple front-to-back champions.
Yeah, and the idea, I believe, was great. We saw it working out in the first, honestly, 25 minutes of the game. If Team Wilderness had played a bit more conservatively in the fights without exposing themselves, moving forward too much, or using flashes when they don't have to offensively, it might have been a completely different game. Honestly, on minute 25 or 30 after they got the Baron and were pushing bottom tier 2 of Kenti, I said that Kenti needs a miracle fight to come back into the game, but they did find miracle after miracle after miracle until they finally won the game.
I think that was the draft situation, because you do remember these miracles when they happened. It was when Edskas really, you know, straightened out his back, moved in, got a great ultimate, and the shockwave on top of it as well here and there. These explosive tools are what I think are very much needed in this level of play to have confidence at finishing out the game.
Yeah, and moving on to the draft in game number 2. Arlight, as a coach yourself, what are you expecting?
You know, the first draft was kind of predictable, except for the fact that they picked this Jax Mundo combination. I don't know if you guys noticed, but they did like this double flex on B4, B5. I like the idea that they get rid of these AD carries in the first rotation. Now, you know, something like Yunaro is out. Kenti might ear towards something like Ashe Seraphine here this time. I think that might as well happen on R1, R2. But the other thing I'm thinking is the junglers are going to chill out a little bit and pull out their Jarvans and Zhaos. That's what I'm predicting right now.
Well, if I know Edskas, I don't see him as a player to chill out. We saw him on this Kiana. He was 1-6 at one point, the most useful 1-6 Kiana I've seen in my life. Even pulled off a Zonya's play at the end of the game.
That was crazy.
It was definitely crazy. Even if he picks a safer, more traditional champion, Jarvan, then I'm expecting him to do crazy plays.
Oh, and see, this is the Ashe. So they took it away.
Ashe comes in for Team Wilderness as they are on the blue side again. And reminding everyone watching this game, this is Fearless. It has been, well, I will still say recently introduced in the past year or two, and definitely a first time here in the Comic-Con. The champions that were played in Game 1 cannot be played for the rest of the series. So if we end up reaching Game 4, Game 5, we can see some pretty wild drafts coming out from the teams.
Oh, see, so they were a little bit scared for the Ashe Seraphine combo. I thought they maybe tried to answer with, look, this is what I said, Ashe Seraphine, yes. Jarvan is back. All right, so this is, you know, I was very, very scared after what you said about Edskas that he's not gonna pick this Jarvan after seeing this Ashe. But thank God they did, and I think it's the correct decision from their side. Personally, I feel like Jarvan is a bit hidden OP in this current meta, especially
in the lower echelons of play. When it comes to LCK, sure, people know how to play around it, but in these games, especially when the fights are so hectic, the Jarvan can take massive advantage of people that are overextending or don't have a flash or a mobile champion such as Ashe. What do you think about the Nafiri pick coming in from Plotsy?
I really like this idea, by the way. You know, Nikolai, I think the coach for Wilderness was his name. Last year I had to draft against him as well for 5 games in a row, and it was Fearless back then as well, by the way. And this sort of pivot, after picking Ashe, you can play a front-to-back conservative comp, but what you can do, you can also make an explosive composition using the Crystal Arrow proactively and picking Nafiri as a champion that can follow up easy on this kind of engage, you know? So these here, instead of front-to-back with the Ashe, they pivot, take an engage, support, and then Nafiri to follow up with the Crystal Arrows. Once Kenty have picked Seraphine themselves, I think this is a fantastic idea from them. They're just gonna go all in. It's a completely different Wilderness in the second game, draft-wise.
Looking into the bot lane, Yashiro locks in Sivir, and they have Sivir, Seraphine in the bot lane against Ashrel. I do believe that this matchup is probably going to be quite heavily favored towards the Sivir Seraphine. Ranged usually beats an engaged support, especially in laning phase, and Sivir can really take control of the lane priority and can also react quite well to Rel Flash engage with his own spell shield. So far, I'm personally liking Kenty draft a little bit more, but we'll see how Team Wilderness finish it off.
You made a fantastic point about the Sivir Seraphine. If you think about the bot lane from Wilderness a little bit, you play Ashe Rel, you have a Nafiri in jungle. That means you have the ability to make proactive dives with the Nafiri because she can cancel the turret aggro. But these dives are very, very hard to set up against something like Sivir Seraphine because they kill this wave so quickly. On the other hand, if you have Sivir Seraphine constantly crashing waves, Jarvan becomes a big threat against the Ashe Rel as well because the Ashe is a dashless AD carry, right? So I think this bot lane dynamic is certainly favored for Yashiro because he loves playing Sivir as well, as I remember.
Yeah, he's definitely great on the champions that are hyper carries. Yunara, Sivir, Lucian with a Yumi on his back, Korki-Nami combo. The guy just loves putting the game on his back. I don't remember him ever being very happy to play Jhin, and we're definitely seeing it on display here. I do believe that the game for Kenty is quite straightforward, most likely going to be going weak side top lane all of the games. But we do see a Zed lock-in from Team Wilderness while they already have on the Fury. Very interesting things coming out.
I'll have to talk to you about this Zed because I know, Solus, you dabble in some Zed as well sometimes in the mid lane, and now he's becoming a bit more prevalent in the meta, actually.
Yeah, well, when it comes down to Zed, I think he's an underrated champion. Obviously, maybe not that good, like I mentioned previously, in the highest echelons of play, but here, where teams have a bit less practice with each other, they come and rally for these tournaments a few months in advance, but not a year in advance. I believe that Zed can really do some wonders, and especially against Remtuolis, Valiant showed a really promising game 1, dominating the laning phase. And Zed is the type of champion that can also dominate very hard into the Talia. She has very little counterplay.
After seeing the first game, I am a little bit scared for him, honestly. But he has everything to prove right now after the first game when he's playing a Talia into Zed. You know, the order of the draft has changed already, but he was hovering on R4 instead of Talia on Ahri. I think Ahri could have been a much more safe pick. Maybe he wanted to pick the Talia because, oh, we have Sivir Seraphine bot, we just go, we dive, and we have Talia that can come with the ultimate. But honestly, if you have something like Ahri, it's also not that hard to roam into bot lane to maybe follow up on Jarvan pick potential with the Ahri, right? Because of her Spirit Rush and Charm. Talia can be a little bit more tricky, and after several nerfs that she received, playing against Valiant Zed, I would feel it a little bit on my skin, playing against Zed.
Definitely. I personally would never want to play this matchup on Talia's side. I think one of the ideas was to pick the Talia into the engage that Team Wilderness have, countering the Rel engage, countering the Nafiri jump, because you can get like an automatic stun with the Talia. However, the matchup is definitely going to be hard, and we have Ignite in the mid lane. Now, give it up for both teams heading into Game 2. We have Kenty yet again on the red side against Team Wilderness, picking blue side after a loss. If it's going to be anything like the game number 1, it's going to be a fantastic and interesting match that's back and forth all around.
Absolutely, and you know, interesting to see that at first when we saw the Sivir Seraphine, I thought that it's gonna be the other way around. That Kenti is gonna be the ones that's gonna take a little bit of a more passive role in the game, and seeing something like Ashe, Nefiri, and Rel, Wilderness are gonna stand up and try to make more explosive plays. But actually, looking at this draft now, it rounded out with like Jarvan and Anorn. I think both of these teams this time have the capacity to make an explosion on our screens today.
Definitely agree with that. However, what we do see heading into this game is a clear identity, yet again, from Kenti. I believe it's going to be the same sort of theory every single game. Weak side top, mid lane, more utility. We're probably not going to see him on champions like Zed, like Valiant just picked. And then a hyper carry bot lane with Edskas to support them. And Team Wilderness, when I look at them, yet again, I feel like they have pretty good lanes, apart from bot lane since they blind picked it. But how do the team fights look after the laning phase? Because it really looks like a solo queue composition to me.
You know, this is actually one of best of 5 or best of 3 strategies that sometimes coaches employ. I'm going to explain a little bit. So Wilderness, previously they take a conservative composition. It was a close and sweaty game. It ended in favor of Kenti. Now, it is like a do or die. We're going to pick favorable matchups in lanes for Wilderness. We're going to pick comfort champions, like, for example, Valiant says, get me Zed here. You know, Ploxy is like, just get me Nefiri. I don't want these passive champions. Kritibu has a lot of games on Gragas under his belt. By the way, we were always banning it in last year because we also like to play these tanks in top lane. And now they pick all of these comfortable champions for them that have the tools and have the ability to carry the game. If they lose this second game, my prediction is that third game is Kenti's as well. If Wilderness lose here, then it's probably going to be very difficult to get this confidence back because of the way that they have drafted for the individual prowess of the players.
Yeah, it would definitely be difficult heading into the third game if they end up losing it. But I'm a bit more hopeful for Wilderness. I believe that they should realize that the first game was in their pockets. Had they played a tiny bit better, they were dominating everything from start to like minute 30. And I think they shouldn't lose confidence. However, yet again, theorizing this draft and thinking about upcoming potential team fights, it's such a rare case that you want to have Zed and Nefiri on the same team, because I'm looking at the defensive items value. If Yashiro builds plated steel caps, Remtoilis builds Zonya's second item, has the Seraphs, Jarvan is also very hard to lock down when you're a Zed, and your other target is Ornn. The team fights might be very hard. They have to play quite a chaotic game, avoiding team fights, trying to get picks on the side lanes. And we have some posters from the crowd going for Team Lithuania. So on that note, can we hear some Kenti supporters in the crowd?
And how about our guests all the way from Norway, Team Wilderness?
Oh, we have some support.
It's an improvement. It's an improvement. We're getting more comfortable in the second game. By the way, when you were talking about this confidence, I think I am actually, on this note, a little bit scared for Kenti because I like their draft. I think they like their draft. I think they're comfortable after this first game. God forbid, in the second game, we see Valiant on 5-0 or something. I think that's gonna really take a deep cut if something like this happens. But I trust Remtoilis. He has Storm Raider Surge, he has Exhaust, he has plated steel caps on his mind and Azonius as well, and he's gonna figure it out. By the way, what do you think? We are mid laners, right?
Yep.
Rod of Ages maybe on Remtoilis?
I believe that it might make sense. However, the cooldown reduction aspect is so important on this champion that he might be doing a favor for himself going into team fights, but he might contribute too little for his team when it comes to the fights. Yeah, he needs the Zonias because imagine, you're building Rod of Ages, you're building Zonias, where are you getting your cooldown reduction from? The Lucidity boots aren't enough alone, I believe.
And I think you don't really want to get these Lucidity boots because the steel caps as well, right?
Very strong, but yeah, we're back in the game. Pause has finally finished. Seems like no invades are happening. Let's get this started. Rimtuolis going for a ward. Bloxy pokes him out, and yet again, Rimtuolis starts the game on the back foot. Just like previous game, he went toward enemy Raptors, lost a bunch of HP doing so, and now he's almost at half HP before the minions even meet.
You can make a lot of comments probably about how this Zed-Talia matchup plays out, but I believe that Rimtuolis, all he needs to do is make sure to not get hit by these Razor Shurikens in the first couple of levels until Zed gets his W. He has to be very careful with his health pool playing into this.
Yeah, but once Zed hits level 3, he can just jump onto the Talia anytime he wants. Since Talia is playing Storm Surge, the rune that previously used to be, Phase Rush, correct? He's gonna lack quite a bit of damage trading back into the Zed.
Absolutely, and Storm Raider Surge is a little bit harder to proc compared to Phase Rush as well. Because if he does go and build defensive items on this Talia, it means it's gonna be harder to do this 25% damage to proc this Storm Raider Surge, right? So let's just hope for the best for Rimtuolis, who is playing on the back foot in his lane. He did try to play for the wave 3 bounce, but it looks like he already, losing a lot of health, doing a W on him, maybe trading back quite nicely against Valiant as well, but his wave situation is not favorable for him. Can Valiant hold it? Oh no, actually it's going to be neutralized and it's going to bounce back into him, so it should be okay.
Actually, laning phase early-wise going way better than I expected for the Talia. Zed did manage to lose way more HP than I think he should early game. As Zed, you sort of play early game similar to a Fizz. You sacrifice some early creeps just so you could look for these repeated
Sudden exhaust a little bit late from Rimtuolis and Valiant First Blood. Just what we were afraid of.
Wow, back-to-back First Bloods on Valiant before the 3-minute mark, just like the previous game. Now that is utter domination in the mid lane.
Yeah, right as you jinxed it actually, Solius. Here you said it could have been better for Valiant, but no, right as we take a look at the top side in mid lane, Rimtuolis has fallen. Look, he built a tier here, so he's probably gonna go for Seraphs into Zhonya's, I believe, which probably is the most optimal scenario, right?
Might be the case, for sure. He might even go skip the Zhonya's as a second item and get it as a third, which I also wouldn't dislike. However, this game, bot lane, looking way better for Kinti. Last game, they were, I believe, at some point, 40 creeps on the Ezreal against like 30 or 25 on the Yonara. Huge domination early laning phase previous game. Now it's completely shifted and we see Yashiro and Parain on the giving end.
Yeah, as you mentioned in the previous game, it was a bit more difficult for Kenty in the bot lane, a lot easier now, but I think one of the reasons was they did go for the B1 Ezreal and didn't take the karma away from the Ezreal, which made it a little bit more difficult for the bot lane, for Kenty's bot lane, but now, playing something like Silver Seraphine, it's a textbook lane, it's very simple to execute, and Yashiro and Parain are showing themselves off right now. Look, like 2 waves ahead already in the bot lane. Feeling quite good, but in top lane, at the same time, Smackler has generated the lead on Kritibu, which I am a little bit surprised about, honestly. But Smackler, it's Smackler Ornn. I remember this 10 years ago.
I'm honestly very surprised that we did not see an Ornn ban. The Sion already cannot be picked. His second most picked champion is Ornn, afterwards is the Poppy. I feel like for the rest of the series you could have just kept banning Ornn, but maybe Kritibu on this Gragas was very confident heading into this matchup, but Smackler was holding up great.
Okay, Parain face checking the Tribush, Bloxy not doing too much damage, but Yashiro is in trouble now, the Stealth Shield not blocking anything, but no ability is thrown out at him as well, and you know, that's a flashing barrier. That's gone from Yashiro. They can do a second movement into bot lane as well. But right now, as well, once Sivir is losing her summoner spells, what happens when this Zed decides to start, you know, walking towards bot lane after a couple of minutes when he gets 6? That could be a problem.
We see Eskas trying to counter jungle, steals away the Grom.
Oh, nice
Kritibu
from Smackler! Okay, that's an ultimate coming out. Will it hit Smackler? Do it, man! Then it misses this time. But I think Etskas didn't have abilities to try to follow up, and now level 6, there's a problem. Etskas, nice preemptive flash. Will he leave Smackler for dead? No, he has flash and E. Valiant throws out his death mark on Smackler, it's ticking down, Ignite! Is it enough? And Valiant flashes in for his second kill in the
in this game.
Ignite might have been a bit wasted. I loved the idea that Kenty had. Quick play onto Gromp. We see Gragas misplayed, overextend, tried to kill him. However, when they tried to dive, it was a little bit too much. I believe even if that Ornn ultimate hit, Etzkas might die trying to finish off the Gragas under tower, and he also doesn't know when will the Gragas hit level 6, thus making it very risky. Definitely overstayed their welcome in the top, and Valiant gets rewarded for it. Great rotation from Team Wilderness.
That's true, and these are the split-second decisions. You know, Wilderness very quick to react to this nonsense that's happening in their top side jungle. A quick rotation, then another kill pocketed for Valiant. And this is going to cause more problems for Rimtolis and potentially, in the future, more problems for Kenty's bot lane. But let's see if they hold off strong. So the first Drake has spawned. I believe it's still Kenty's to take if they play their cards right with the bot lane.
Well, considering that Zed has no ultimate and no ignite, this might be their best shot at taking the first dragon. I believe that if they don't take it now, they will probably end up losing it in the next couple of minutes. So I'm very glad to see Kenty start this dragon and utilize their lead in terms of cooldowns at least.
Yeah, and any potential for a reactive collapse from Wilderness is not going to go through, and it's first Drake secured for Kenty.
I wonder how will this affect mid lane. This free kill that Valiant collected in the top lane, will it translate into something more? Because even though Valiant is 2-0, so far we see that Rimtolis is keeping up with the farm, and you could even argue that this game is looking way better for him than the last game, as previously he did not only get solo killed as the Orianna, but he was also getting zoned from minions and XP repeatedly.
He was bleeding out very much so. Like, remember him canceling his recall like 2-3 times with 150 health against this Victor. He lost so many minutes. But look, Critibu, interesting moment, an explosive cast on Rimtolis, and right now, as we're speaking for him, oh wait, look at Bloxy going back to Dracos. The turret had ramped up already,
oh
but
my God.
Smackler, go! Nice ultimate from him, and an ultimate onto Bloxy as well from Etzkas. Can they finish off Bloxy? He has no flash, and another kill on Critical from Smackler, maybe to follow up. Let's see, Kenty, another kill. Smackler, you can do it. Does he have E? Does he have Q? Can he reach him? An emote thrown out from Critical. Come on, Smackler. You can do it. He's going. Q, Q. Nice.
Oh, and he gets the kill, and Etzkas also gets the top side jungle of Ploxy. I liked the idea to dive Rimtolis, but with Ploxy jumping over the wall, it really set up his team for disaster as others tried to stay around and help him, but they probably should have just left him to die and cut their losses.
Yeah, turret had already ramped up. Once Ploxy went in, he already took half health from just a single turret shot, and he didn't even dodge it. He mistimed his W on the Nafiri and still got hit with the damage from the turret, which caused the disaster in this proactive play from Wilderness. But it evened out a little bit. We have Valiant still snowballing. He's 3-0 on the Zed. He has a Brutalizer, a couple of long swords. There's no armor from Rimtolis yet. What I'm afraid of is, wait, Rimtolis, you're in trouble again, Zoof. Obviously, it's a nice Q jumping in from the realm, but he had the flash to react, maybe a little bit too early. Ignite from Valiant, now he might pay with his life. Deathmar goes out on Rimtolis. So much damage, Valiant! One auto attack spells. It's a 1-for-1, better than they could have asked for, I believe. Good job from Kenty to try to hold off these proactive plays so far in the early game.
At first, it looked like it will be a tragedy for Rimtolis, and then it ended up looking like it will be a tragedy for Valiant. Honestly, nerves are definitely coming into play. I believe both of the players misplayed. However, it is a neutralizing sort of play. However, I would still favor, yes, speaking about the wave, I would definitely favor Kenty in this exchange. The fact that this Zed gets stopped and loses farm, even though he's 4-1, he's not going to be as accelerated in terms of XP. He's not going to be 3 or 4 or 5 levels ahead of the enemy AD carry, which is Yashiro. And Yashiro died somewhere. Did we miss it?
It was during the dive from Wilderness in mid lane. Yashiro paid for his life in bot side. Meanwhile, I noticed it as well. But look, I think at minute 10, this is not the position. Wait, Smackler casting his ultimate onto Critibu.
Well, we see a solo kill.
Nice, no body slam for him, no flash for him. Can he reach Critibu? Oh no, he had flash here.
Oh my God! Speaking about Smackler, he must be the bane of top lane existence.
It is.
The guy barely plays solo queue, yet he's still so unstoppable on his tanks that despite being Diamond 3, he constantly gives a run for his money to every top laner that he meets. Doesn't matter if they're Master, Grandmaster, or Challenger, he's just so good on these tanks.
Absolutely, it's Smackler. As I told you, I remember him from 10 years ago. I've seen his Ornn in Riga, I've seen his Ornn in Tallinn, I've seen it everywhere. This is Smackler in the top lane from Team Kenty.
Oh!
Rintolis, where's your health? And that's an auto-attack. Death mark onto Edskas. Can he get out? He's trying to fight back with damage, but not enough damage. Will he finish him? No, okay.
Now, these are the type of plays.
In bot lane, Yashiro's in trouble. He uses his flash proactively to try to trade a kill onto Nomi, but it does not work out. Bot lane collapsing a little bit from Kenty.
Absolute disaster in the past 2 minutes for Kenty. I was about to say that the game state is looking so favorable for Team Kenty, as I do believe that they scale way better and the team fights are more straightforward than anything. But the past few individual mistakes really put him on the back foot. I believe Yashiro is going to have a tough time carrying these team fights against a 5-1 Zed.
Yeah, and you know, I'm having flashbacks from the previous game. You know, the tides are shifting all the time during the second game as well. But the second Drake spawning now. Let's see who has a favorable position. Smackler is recalling now and has a teleport. And Rintolis has no flash. Q from Zoophobia hits a preemptive exhaust onto Valiant, but is it going to be enough? Not at all. Kritibu, they want to secure the kill this time. And this is probably second Drake for Wilderness. Unless you see Smackler walking away from top lane, actually. He started walking top. He changed his mind. Are they gonna do a Hail Mary on the second Drake? Kenty, let's see. Do they have to risk it? I don't think they should.
Valiant still has ultimate. Okay, they're giving up the dragon. They're not risking to blow up the game just yet. They still believe that they have a fair shot in the late game, and I do believe that they do. They were way more behind the previous game, and they managed to come back from that. So this game, it's not looking that bad so far.
Yeah, and thankfully they gave this Drake. I was a little bit scared that they're gonna try to maybe do an interesting contest, but they have time. They can take it easy. They can get Sivir until she gets a couple of items. Talia needs to finish her Seraphs and maybe try to get a Seekers at least until we try to make some explosive, decisive, you know, all-ins regarding teamfights in this game. Just have to take it slow. Smackler is doing fine in the top lane on this Ornn. And if they play their cards right, they can hold off this almost 3,000 gold lead from Wilderness right now in the second game.
The lane I'm looking at the most right now is mid lane. I believe the Zed right now can just 100-0 the Talia the moment she walks up. I wonder if he realizes it. The fact that she doesn't have flash, she doesn't have exhaust, I believe they're counting it.
Oh, it's in the top lane, going on to Kritibu. Rimtobles dies meanwhile, but are they going to trade the kill onto Kritibu? Yashiro died in the bot lane as well. But now, ultimate coming out from Smackler. Is it going to go on to Kritibu? It misses. And now, Edskas is just standing still and waiting to see and not pulling the trigger himself. And, you know, a bit of a disaster for Kenty, because we were looking at this top lane, nothing really happened, but mid lane falls, bot lane falls, 0-4-0. Lithuanian AD King not having the best time of his life this time.
Okay, remember when I said a few minutes ago that the game isn't looking that bad for Kenty still? I take it all back. Yashiro, I played with him a lot. He's a fantastic player when he's ahead. He knows how to play when he's behind. But you don't often see him 0-4-0 in the bot lane without his tower. I would imagine he's pretty tilted. I know I would be. So heading into the late game, he might not be that hopeful.
I see, I see. Well, good to have some more insight on him as a player. Let's just hope for his sake that he can keep his nerves strong and try to figure a way to plow back into this game, because a 4-0 Ashe is gonna cause problems as well. If she builds correctly, she's gonna have an easy time getting through this Ornn, who, by the way, started with a Canik Rookern, so that's gonna take some time for him to get some armor, you know, in his item slots as well, so he can take on these teamfights against the Fed Zed and the Fed Ashe. Right?
Can they shut down the Zed right here? Looks like Wilderness have sniffed it out and are coming to counter gang.
Okay, Parain tried to hit his ultimate, but Valiant dodges it masterfully. One kill for him, the second almost. Nice combo from Rimtolis, but is it gonna be enough? Not at all. That's a double kill and a triple kill for Valiant. Team Wilderness have taken this game into their hands.
Disaster of a play happening for Kenty, and if anyone missed it, Ashe Arrow from the middle of the river ends up hitting Yashiro on the Sivir, so he literally could not move the whole exchange.
That's an absolute disaster for them. But if we had to think, you know, from the underdog side right now in this game, how can KNT claw back their way into this game? What are your options? What are your ideas, Solius?
Well, if they're gonna come back from this game, it has to be on the back of Etskas. He's the only person that's not massively behind, together with the Ornn in the top lane. Honestly, he's the only playmaker that I see doing something in this game, at least up until late game. So if I had to guess, the best bet is to make some plays either while sneaking into the jungle, jumping walls as Jarvan, or trying to make picks on the side lane. The problem with the side lane is that Rimtuolis is definitely too weak to play around in this current state of the game. And Smackler, while he is tanky, he does do a lot. He is an Ornn. You know, and you're going to gank a Gragas, most likely, that also has a million survivability skills, a lot of dashes, a lot of HP. It's going to be very difficult for him to find picks.
You know what I believe is side lane is completely doomed for KNT, I believe, because there's a 9-1 Z running around. What I would do in their stead is I would try to put Talia into a side, fish out Zed's position, and try to pull the trigger with Ornn, Jarvan, and Sivir completely as far away from the Zed as possible and try to make an explosive play where Zed isn't. But Etskas jumping in to try to contest this Herald. Do they really need to have to? Ornn ultimate goes wide. Yashiro goes over the wall and tries to finish off Critibu, but he flashes out, but everyone is still alive. Rimtuolis, nice flash! Super Seraphine ultimate hits Nomi as well. That's 2 kills for KNT!
How the hell do they keep finding these fights? Last game already I said they need miracle after miracle to come back. This game I thought they will just get clean ace on this Herald, but I suppose Valiant does not play the teleport, was not able to join this fight, and KNT just thought that this is their best bet to take this fight. The 9-1 Z is away, and honestly, even though they had such a man advantage on the Herald, they still needed to play very well to pull it off, and they did. We saw an amazing Seraphine ult. We saw a great Jarvan ult, amazing flash from Rimtuolis to survive. Everything went their way on this Herald fight. Did they end up getting the Herald?
I do. Wait, did no one pick up the Herald? Or did it spawn already? I think they just made the Herald play off the back of that play in top lane, maybe, because you see 3 plates on the tier 2. I don't think they got rid of those before that. So probably Herald went out from KNT's side as well. But you know, I predicted exactly what happened. They saw Zed on tier 2 in bot lane, and they saw Wilderness try to contest this Herald, and everyone was like, guys, let's roll, let's 5-man this team fight, and it worked out in their favor. But now they're losing the second Drake of the game. Thankfully, they got the first one, so they're going to delay the soul possibility for Wilderness.
But yet again, the game is looking very similar to game number 1. Everything going perfect for Team Wilderness early game, but then they do plays that they do not have to and end up throwing some of their leads. They're still in the driver's seat, they're still ahead. KNT still need to come back quite a bit to be even in this game. However, the cracks are starting to see in the armor. I don't know if it's nerves, I don't know if it's a lack of macro, but the mistakes are definitely happening and KNT are fully capitalizing on them.
Yeah, you know, Wilderness needs to do their best to not drop their confidence in this second game if they want to close this out fully. Baron spawning in 40 seconds, everyone is in position. Now we have Zed on the side of the objective in the top lane, so that's going to cause problems for Lithuania. If a team fight were to break out, Zed's going to be here this time, and let's see how it works out. Oh, proactive jump from Bloxy, that's a crystal arrow, but Mikael's onto Rimtuolis, keeps him alive just for a little bit. Seraphs, this is going to be enough. Ignite ticking, and Rimtuolis falls first, but can they pick off Valiant here as an answer? I don't think so. His W is back now.
He still has flash up as well, so I believe he's very hard to lock down. Rimtuolis does end up going down in the exchange. Not much else happening apart from that. Etskas will be able to catch the top lane wave for free, so it's not that they're losing a lot of resources from this play.
Yeah, and Baron only just now spawned, so Wilderness was also not comfortable to try to force it after just picking off the currently weakest member probably on the side of KNT, gold-wise at least. So they're going to try to make a better fight for themselves before they try to contest this. And Yashiro taking a bunch of damage trying to do this anti-siege situation, but you know, they get a chance to recall now. We have 2 items on Yashiro at least now, finally.
Yeah, but even though, just like we've seen previously before, even though Kenty is quite behind, you can never count them out because they always pick wonderful team fight teams. We already seen on the Herald play that if they find a Wombo combo, it doesn't matter how much gold Team Wilderness is ahead.
Zoophobia, did he just fat finger his ultimate?
Well, it appears to have been a misclick, or it was an aura farming ultimate. Maybe he
probably.
feels like he does not need ultimate to win the next team fight, but if I would have to guess, it was probably a misclick.
All right, Zoophobius, we're watching you. Maybe it actually is the nerves you were talking about. Let's see. And now can he have an opportunity to take back some control from this topside river? Let's see what happens. All 5 Lithuanian members are here to try to hold this position. Valiant doesn't have W. Everything up. We even have priority in mid lane as well. Kritibu in bot lane, but he does have a teleport. Let's see what Kenty try to figure out. I think they just need to pick a fight because they cannot start this Nasher. If they do, then it spells a disaster for them.
Yeah, the Nasher is a bit too tanky at this stage of the game. Yashiro is lacking items to be able to burst it down for his team. Talia as well, more on the defensive side with her item choice. We see a stable lead growing for Wilderness, but also not explosive enough to really open up the game too much.
Yeah, they're just bleeding bot lane here, Kenty. Dropping 3 whole plates on this turret and a lot of minions sitting under this tower. But now the Baron is started by Wilderness. They are taking a bunch of damage from it. But let's see if Kenty can capitalize on it. Smackler still has his teleport. Baron cancelled from Wilderness. So it's going to be a little bit of a... You know, just like previous game, I think people are just a little bit afraid to lose. Everyone is so conservative and slow.
But personally, I think it was the correct choice to stop the Baron. I don't think they need to force a 5v5 Baron flip in order to end the game. They can take their time, they can take the dragon, set up the vision, keep chipping away at these towers. Stealing camps so far has been working out great for them. They need to play not conservatively, but smart. And I think flipping a 5v5 Baron fight just because you're stronger is not the best choice.
I think the only thing that I could pick on there with the Baron contest is the fact that they didn't even try to bait out Smackler's TP. You know, I thought that they're going to be a bit more confident to try to get his TP out because Rogus was missing. But no, Valiant jumps onto Smackler. We can see like a full combo on him. How much damage does it do? But Etskas get hit by a Rel Q. Nothing much happening on the back of that. And Drake is coming online in 20 seconds. Just the 3rd Drake. It's not going to be a soul. So what do Kenty really do? Do they try to contest? Do they try to face check here? It's a little bit difficult.
Well, right now, heading into the next team fight, Team Wilderness is definitely stronger. If we look, Ashe has 3 items. Yashiro really wants to finish the Infinity Edge. Are they going to bait the Baron while Team Wilderness take the Dragon?
Let's see. So they have the Scuttler on their side, thankfully. That's going to help out a little bit. They can clean out this vision. And now Loxy is doing the Drake, right? And they're trying to look for an engage, Kenty. They don't want to give this 3rd Drake, but their position is not fantastic. Valiant is off on the side, and now an engage onto Nomi, but that's 2 ultimates. Cataclysm and Seraphine ultimate not going to be enough. Ekas is the first to fall. Let's see if they can follow up. Rim to Olis. Nice genius from him. Smackler does not hit the ultimate onto Valiant to try to disengage him, and that's 3 kills already for Wilderness. Is it going to be 4? It is. Bloxy trying to hunt down Yashiro as well. The last man standing, trying to survive. Dodges the Q1. But that is it for him. No Baron buff. Is it going to be enough?
They're trying to end.
They are trying to end. Let's look. They can try to do it through bot lane. Zed can scale walls and get there quickly. But how many seconds? 50 seconds. It's impossible.
Okay, they changed their mind. I also don't think that they could have ended.
Yeah,
it would have been extremely risky. But wow, a clean ace coming in from Team Wilderness. To be honest, Kenty got a bit overexcited seeing the Ashe. Let's jump on the Ashe, force her summoners, but what happens when Ashe flashes out and she slows you down with all her spells, with her ultimate, stuns you, you just can't leave. You can't leave, you must take that fight, and you're never winning a fair fight.
And this is a classic, like I would even say a bit of a rookie, like a nerve mistake. Maybe they didn't have information on the Ashe flash, but using the Cataclysm and using the Seraphine ultimate on top of the Ashe before she has used her flash, right, is one of the textbook mistakes for teamfight play, and they had to wait it out. Maybe they didn't have the information.
Also, also have to say, wonderful nerves from Name. When he got Jarvan ulted, he didn't rush to use his flash.
Yes.
He waited for the Seraphine ult to come out. And very great nerves of steel, I would say.
I agree. And look now, Kenti have control of a single bush, and they're trying to use it. But now, they get spotted out, and they can get collapsed by Zoophobius with the Rel. Let's see, is it gonna be a big Rel ultimate? No, he rimmed tallest. Fantastic knockback onto Zoophobius. He's gonna fall just in a second. Smackler, he's looking for more. Ultimate hits onto 2, but they're looking for Nomi in the top side. They know he has no flash. Cataclysm goes down on him. That's a shutdown for Rimtolis. Fantastic team fight from Kenti, but Valiant is jumping in. Death mark onto Parain. He's the first to fall from Kenti. Explosive cast onto Rimtolis. He's gonna fall in just a second. Is he? Yes, he is. But now they're trying to finish off Critibu. Yashiro still full health. Shonius comes out from him. Valiant sitting carefully and silently on the side as his teammate falls. Kenti, they cashed in so many shutdowns here. Shonius finished off for Rimtolis and Infinity probably for Yashiro as well.
What the hell was this fight and why does it keep happening? I don't get it. The moment I mentally count out Kenti and think that they cannot do anything, they just end up winning a fight.
Smackler. He's gonna fall, right? Wait. Okay.
Oh.
But it's not gonna matter too much. The objectives are only coming back in a couple of minutes, and I don't think they can squeeze in a good Baron engage while Smackler is dead. But you know, they just get a wave crash in this top lane. It's gonna be fine. Nothing burned.
Well, Zed is 4.5 thousand gold ahead. He has to carry. He's there. He and Nome on the Ashe are the main 2 players that can carry this game. But Ashe can only do so if she has flash. We just saw right now, if Ashe does not have flash into Jarvan Seraphine, she just cannot play the game, literally.
But it's very interesting how Nomi found himself in such an interesting position above these Krugs, right? While his team was trying to collapse the Tribush, but very decisive maneuvers from Kenti to try to pull off that team fight, which they did so successfully. Next objective, minute 20 until Drake. Baron power play is -2k for Wilderness, by the way.
Yeah, that's not the type of Baron play you want to do when you're ahead, but even they lost already quite a few fights and through quite a few times, yet they're still on top so much that they could probably lose the next 2 team fights and the game would just be even. That's how far ahead Team Wilderness is.
And you know, at this point, Zed is not really getting stronger, I believe, right? I mean, he has reached his potential, now he just has to fulfill it.
Yeah, on level 16 on Zed, you're just as strong as you're going to be for the rest of the game. Doesn't matter what items you have. Play onto the Critibu.
Getting collapsed. No one is there to try to help him, and his Cataclysm used, by the way. Wait, Critibu's walking out. Or ultimate will have to be used as well,
Nice,
really.
Anya.
So many things burned out by Kenti to try to finish him off, but they do so successfully. But now in the base, Yashiro is trying to hold the rest off. He uses his flash. Zoophobia is not in a great spot. He's gonna take a lot of damage, and he's trying to stun Yashiro, but throws it out on Parain. Teleport from Smackler, and the base defense works out successfully. But meanwhile, Etzkas dies to Bloxy.
Bloxy was going to help top lane to try and salvage the play onto the Critibu. And also at the same time, Team Wilderness, who were looking very aggressively in the mid lane, unfortunately for them, that didn't work out, but they will still end up getting the Dragon. And a back-to-back game where they get Soul. Can it make a difference this time? Because last game, it did not.
Let's see. I mean, everything is in their hands right now. You know, interestingly, it's still 6,000 gold lead for Wilderness, even though all of these shutdowns, even though the dead inhibitors, which are making Wilderness bleed resources, obviously, because of the minions going into the base, somehow they are still keeping a strong lead, but the way the game gets longer and longer, this gold difference is going to matter less and less as champions get their, you know, full builds and core items.
Especially with the Ornn upgrades. They are coming in full throttle right now. I believe everyone has had an Ornn upgraded item so far. Yeah, I'm looking at the items everyone did. So I would say in terms of gold, it's practically even.
Let's see. Critical body slam onto Etzkas. Is there going to be follow-up? No, nothing yet. Okay, everyone, nerves of steel.
False alarm. False alarm. Engage
Steal,
onto
but
Askas.
look, Nomi, nice Crystal Arrow, Cataclysm in response, explosive cast to disengage Smackler with his ultimate, hits Nomi, not a lot to follow, fantastic Seraphine ultimate, but Valiant coming around, is it gonna be enough? Can he get 2 kills? Now they're looking onto Valiant, Guardian Angel keeps Yashura alive, now he just has to click down this Zophobius, that's another kill, 3 versus 2 left for Kenty, let's see if they can chase down Bloxy or Valiant, they're in trouble, Hetzkas hits his combo, that's a pizza thrown at Bloxy for good measure, but it's not gonna be enough. Flash from Hetzkas. Only a Valiant alive. What are they looking to do? Tier 1 turret still alive, but Kenty once again make a miracle happen.
How do they keep finding these ults? And I was actually looking at Nomi this whole fight, the way, where would he use his flash, and I was so happy for him, thinking, wow, again, great trigger discipline, not flashing out the Jarvan ultimate. But then, when a full Seraphine ult is coming to your face, he did not react with the flash and ended up falling after Etzkas comboed him on top of the Seraphine ult. Had he flashed...
Valiant, is he gonna try to cheese here? Let's see, he does have his ultimate. Not looking for much, actually, they're engaging onto him. Death mark onto Yashiro, he doesn't have anything to keep him alive, I think. But that's a 1-for-1, Kritibu teleported in, body slam onto Etzkas, but I don't think nothing's gonna come of this. Maybe Kritibu is actually going too deep here, he's still trying to finish Etzkas off. But they're trying to stay conservative. Flash, actually, from Kritibu to try to finish off Etzkas. Let's see. Rimtolis, I think Wilderness is in trouble if they can turn this around. Nice combo onto Kritibu and the Seraphine ultimate on both of them. They turn it around. Wilderness get greedy. Wilderness get greedy into Kenty's base to try to punish this Baron take, and they lose 3 members.
And just like that, Kenty are on the offensive. Starting from now, I believe they will be the ones doing the pushing, and just like we said before the game, the Zed and the Nefiri, what targets do they have left? Etzkas is tanky, Ornn is unkillable, Rimtoiles has a Zanya, a Seraphs, and the Rylai's.
His GA is back up, I think, Yashiro, right? This time. He did die to Deathmark this time, but now he has GA back for this next team fight. I'm not sure. Maybe they have to, you know, Parain is surprisingly dying rarely so far. I think he's an easy target to try to pick off, but, you know, Jarvan and Ornn, it's going to be difficult to get rid of these targets, surely, for this assassin lineup for Wilderness. As you said, the longer the game goes, the more issues for Wilderness will arise because of their 2 assassin champions, right?
Yes, and honestly, right now, I'm not really seeing the Gragas value. Etzkas going over the wall, maybe getting caught a little bit. Engage from the Ash Arrow.
Okay,
Etzkas.
we see Rimtolis jumping into the thick of it. Nice stun onto Bloxy and combo onto Zophobius. Can they turn it around? Etzkas very low, but he's not falling. Everyone is there from Kenty, and that's a 1-0.
Wow, these fights just are going so south for Team Wilderness.
Are they gonna try to make a siege happen in the bot side? There's Elder in a couple of minutes. They still have Baron and the Cannon Wave moving in. Do they have tools? They burned Cataclysm, but they have Ornn ultimate still and Seraphine ultimate online. So they do have them if they try to, you know, overstep and try to make a miracle happen here. But I think they want to keep it conservative, keep it slow. They get a tier 2, they're gonna reset. Baron is sticking out, only 30 seconds. Just don't get cheesed here by resetting like rookies, but seems like Kenty get the memo, stand the score, and channel a good recall. Anything can happen still in this game.
Yeah, anytime I count a team out, both in this game and the previous one, some crazy fight happens, so I'm not gonna jinx it this time. However, it is looking definitely dire for Team Wilderness, and now we're starting to see the cracks of the team composition. Nefiri kind of lost her identity right now. Gragas is doing 10 times less than the Ornn, and I'm not even speaking about the extra items that the Ornn provides. And it just feels like this whole game is sort of like, in terms of useful champions, like 3 versus 5, because I'm not counting Nefiri and Gragas as useful champions anymore.
Yeah, this 5v5 composition we already identified, but Valiant in a fantastic position, looking to execute Rimtolis. He has Zhonya's, right? Is he gonna press it? Valiant does not finish off Rimtolis. How is it possible in this later stages of the game? Kritibu still has no flash. Rimtolis cuts them off with his ultimate, but Zophobius tries to look for an engage. Ekas keeping Bloxy away. Crystal Arrow goes on to Smackler. So many Zhonya's going on, but Yashiro is gliding! Double kill for him! They're looking on to Bloxy now, and no one has dropped from Kenti, still 5 members strong. Smackler just, you know, dancing on Valiant and Nomi as Bloxy falls as well. This is certainly going to be Elder for Kenti.
Wow. What can they even do at this point? It's crazy.
This is the team composition, right?
The team composition just plays itself from Kenti now, and when you're 17-2Z and you cannot even kill a 4-11, I would say semi-useless Talia, if I dare to say so, it's looking very grim. It's looking very grim. Ashe still doesn't have flash. She cannot walk up on any of the team fights, and now they're going to have to somehow make it work against Elder.
And Kenti, 3,000 ahead now at the 35th minute of the game. Trying to wait, they are going to delay this Elder a little bit, just, you know, to be absolutely ready. Look, they're going to channel their resets, exit the base as Etskas finishes off this Elder. They're trying to maybe pull. Look, this is fantastic. Kenti is trying to pull people into the bot side because Wilderness didn't have information on if Elder is finished yet, right? And now they're already setting up for a proactive play on top side while Wilderness gets pulled down into the bot side.
This was so incredibly smart. I actually have never seen anyone do this in pro play. Sure, delay it for 10 seconds until your teammates respawn, but to delay it for around 30 seconds when everyone is alive, honestly, wonderful play.
This is incredible, you know, regarding Esports Nations Cup, I'm a little bit scared of Lithuania now after they're pulling off these kind of moves in the CC Baltics this year. Very interesting how they keep making these miracles happen, and it seems like their nerves are still strong making these interesting type of plays. But now they're moving into the mid lane. Elder still for minute 50. Now it's Kenti's turn to make their play. But, you know, on bot side, Wilderness is trying to cook something. Maybe they're going to put Kenti under pressure.
You know, I'm surprised we're not seeing plated steel caps come on from Yashiro right now. I feel like they would make quite a bit of a difference, and the attack speed that he gets from these boots isn't as relevant anymore as his full build.
I agree. Grimtolis also opted for Lucidity boots. But, you know, for Yashiro, I mean, he has so much attack speed already. Does he really need Berserkers? But let's see. So far, he has provided enough for Kenti as the AD carry of the team, but now Baron started.
It seems like this Baron will go uncontested. However, I'm not digging too much the setup from Kenti, as they will take this Baron. They have the Elder. They don't have a single wave to play with, and now by the time they reach Team Wilderness base, I believe their Elder might be out.
Actually, this is a mistake from Kenti, because look, Ashe's flash coming up in 3 seconds, while they have, at this point of the game, while they still had the Elder, I think that was the time to make a proactive play. People do underestimate how much power it really gives, and now it's only 30 seconds, and now you're playing without Elder, but with a Baron. Is it correct from Kenti's side, when they could make a proactive play onto flashless targets on Wilderness side? I'm not sure, but they're trying to err on the safe side now, which hopefully doesn't cost them anything.
Yeah, very interesting decision to sort of, I would say, semi-waste the Elder. It's ending in 10 seconds, so they will definitely not find anything in that short time frame. And let's see, what can they get with the Baron? We see Talia pushing top, so it's not like they're forcing this tier 2 tower in mid lane down very hard.
Yeah, we do have a couple of cannon minions, but Wilderness have enough range, enough abilities to get rid of this wave. I'm actually not a big fan of them giving away 3 cannon minions during their siege, especially when they, you know, were okay with letting the Elder run out and play with this Baron. It's not the most perfect setup, but in top lane, Rimtolis slowly and carefully crafted himself a wave, and Etskas took a bit of damage here, but they're not protecting this top wave as well, Kenti. Are they just trying to bait out and wait for Wilderness to try to make a preemptive play? I'm not so sure right now. Is there going to be an engage? Zuphobius is looking for something. Crystal Arrow, ultimate, hits a lot of people here, but Rimtolis, nice Zhonyas, first to fall. Yashiro, no, he has a GA. They can turn it around. Etskas still so far. Smackler, nice ultimate onto the front line of Wilderness. One falls, and Bloxy falls as well. And 2 Zhonyas and the GA. Critibu, Cataclysm. Valiant, last man standing. Valiant, my friend, you are in elo hell here. And last to fall, Kenti 5-0 team fight in the second game today in Con Baltics.
Wow, and just like you said, how will Wilderness come back from this being down 0-2 into the series. We'll see next game.
that's
Congratulations for Game 2. Kenti 2-0 leading the series in the finals. Happy faces on the side of Kenti, obviously after such a dominating late game performance when being down so much. Give it up for Kenti on Game 2. We will have an interview coming up shortly. I'm excited for Game 3. Hopefully, Team Wilderness does not break down. That's going to be a difficult task.
Although I am expecting something very interesting from Wilderness in Game 3. Surely, after losing the first 2 games, they're going to whip out something spicy for us, so I'm excited for it. But good job, Kenti. 2 times in a row. These gold grabs for them must have looked fantastic after, you know, getting behind so much in the earlier stages of the game, but still making miracles happen here in Con Baltics.
Okay, now giving up to the analyst couch, let's hear from Parain in the bot lane and Žygas.
Hello, 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 everyone. I am flabbergasted. This is absolutely insane. 2 games in a row, winning against Seoul. What are your emotions, Parain?
Well, to be honest, the souls really feel useless. Like the Infernal Soul, like the first game, you would think they would do damage, but not really. And Ocean Soul, this game really doesn't matter because the fights are just all in, and that's it. So that's that.
How do you rate the laning phase of Norwegian team? It seemed that game 1 they drafted Ezreal Karma, really wanted to get that prio to play for early Drakes, which kind of worked for them. This game, again, you were a bit on the back foot in the beginning of the game, I think even more so than the game 1. How do you guys find the angles? Like, it seems impossible to come back from these games, and what is happening? What are the voice comms in the game? Just tell me more about it.
Well, I think the main guy is our jungler Edskas. He has really insane game knowledge, and he's a really good shot caller, and he can call for covers and all that. And mainly you find comebacks in rotations, and that's how we end vision, of course. So that's the main key to come back.
Okay, and I've seen you on Lulu, I've seen you on Seraphine. Will we gonna see some engaged supports this series?
You're saying my Seraphine R is not engaged?
Okay, that's fair, that's fair.
Well, but anyway, it all depends on the draft, because this draft, they picked Ashe, banned Nami, it seems they wanted it, so I just took it away, and that's that.
Makes sense. Okay, I'm not gonna hold you any longer. Good luck in game 3, potentially the last game. I hope the nerves are not gonna catch too. And for the audience, we're gonna have a short little game, so don't run away, as you will get the opportunity to win some goodie bags as well as some snacks from our partners. So we're going into a little short break of 2 minutes maybe, and then I'm gonna come to you and ask you some questions. So please don't run away. Hello everyone, I'm back in the audience. While we're waiting for our teams to get ready for game 3, we have a small little game which is gonna be guess the role. So I'm gonna ask my first guest, what's your name?
Velus.
How was this game? How did you like it?
It was a crazy comeback.
I agree. The comebacks are just insane. Winning 2 games back to back against Seoul is just unimaginable once, but twice is just incredible. So what role do you play? Actually, wait, 1 second. It's the first time I'm doing this. You can't say this to the microphone because the next person is gonna have to guess the role, and if they guess it right, they will get a goodie bag from Comic-Con. Or if you guess it wrong, then you will still get some snacks. So it's still nice. So I'm gonna ask you what role you're gonna play. You're not gonna tell it to the mic, and I'm gonna ask the next person to guess it. So what role do you play? Shh. Okay, I got it. Let's go. Start with the audience. Who wants to answer? Okay, I see. 2 people. I'm gonna go to a young League of Legends fan. What is your name? Okay, so which role does this guy play, do you think?
I don't know the roles in the game.
Okay, but take a guess.
What are the roles in the game?
There's top lane, jungle, mid lane, AD carry, support.
I guess mid lane.
What the hell? He guessed it right. Gives a round of applause to this young fella. And he wins a goodie bag. Sadly, without our beloved sponsor, Monster. Still need to get some years in your ID. It's all fine. Well, I can't ask, but I can ask you which role you would like to play. Have you ever played League of Legends?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you which role you would like to play if you would play League, and then tell me, not the microphone, okay? So, shh, let's try. Okay, I got it. It's gonna be very difficult for the next person. Who wants to answer? Okay, I think you were the first one last time, so let's give it. What's your name?
Karolis.
Hello, Karolis. So what role do you think this young fella wants to play if he starts playing League?
Let's say maybe support.
That's not right. So still give him some snacks. But I want to ask you, which role do you play? Do you play League?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's gonna be easier. So. Okay. I got it. So who's the next person? Oh, so many. You guys do the Vaskichi. I'm gonna choose the winner. Oh wow, it's an equal game. So we got you. What's your name?
Gabriel.
Do you play League of Legends?
No.
Do you know the roles in League of Legends?
I guess.
Okay. So, which role do you think Karolis plays?
Support.
No, I'm sorry, but still some snacks. So, since you don't play League of Legends, if you were to play, which role would you play? Okay, got it. I hope no one heard. Let's go back to the front row. Who wants to answer? You two. Okay, let's do the Waskichi again. Hey, okay. What's your name?
Rapolos.
Sorry again?
Rapolos.
Rapolos, okay. Do you play League of Legends?
No.
Okay. So if you were to play, what's the role of the previous person that I talked to? What do you think?
Mid lane?
No, not the one. But still get the snacks, consolidation prize. We still have 4 goodie bags left, so there's still some time for us. Which role would you like to play? But don't tell this to the mic. Okay, I got it. A lot of these roles today. So who wants to guess Rapala's role? Okay. What's your name?
Ruta.
Okay. So what role do you think Rapalas wants to play in League of Legends?
Top lane.
Top lane. Nope, that was mid lane. Close guess. Do you play League yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So tell me your role, not to the mic. So shh. Okay. That's gonna be hard to guess. Who wants to answer? Okay, let's go. Oh, Navi supporter. Maybe all 3 of you want to answer, right? Go Vaskichi again. Oh, Navi on top today. Okay, so which role do you think that lady plays?
I think she plays jungle.
Some snacks. Do you play League of Legends?
I used to, but very little.
Okay, which role did you play when you played League? Okay, I see. So who wants to answer? Maybe your friends? That would be not fair. Okay, let's go here. Hello, what is your name?
My name is Julia.
Julia, what role do you think that guy with Navi t-shirt plays?
To be honest, I don't really play League of Legends, so I don't know any roles.
Oh, but you have to take a guess.
Maybe support.
No, not the one. Still get the chips, but do you know a little bit about League? At least some roles?
No.
Okay. But if you were to play League, which role do you think you would play? And tell this not to the mic. Gotcha. Who wants to answer? Oh, let's go here. What is this? What is this team?
Team? It's not a team. It's from Twilight.
Okay. I thought it's a baseball team. Very nice shirt. What is your name?
My name is Benedetta.
Okay, so what role do you think that young girl would play if she was playing League of Legends?
I would say she would play support.
Hey, we got a Comic-Con goodie bag. Hell yeah. Do you play League of Legends yourself?
I watch mostly. I played a bit, but I watch nowadays.
Okay, tell me your role. Okay. This guy over there. Let's go here. This is gonna be a tough job for operator today. Or maybe come here. What's your name?
Matas.
Hello, Matas. Which role do you think previous girl plays in League?
Maybe mid.
Hey, yo, we got a back-to-back Comic-Con goodie bag. And which role do you play? But don't tell this to the mic. Gotcha. Who wants to answer? Okay, let's go over here. Hello, what's your name?
Daniel.
Hello, Daniel. Oh, let's go Lithuania. Nice one. I like it. So, which role do you think the previous guys plays?
I think top.
Nah, that's a miss. Sorry, that's a miss. But you can still get some snacks for our partners. But what role do you play? Gotcha. Let's go further into the back lane. And who wants to answer? Oh, hello. What is your name?
Gentare.
Hello, Gentare. So which role do you think Daniel plays?
Jungle?
Nah, sorry. Still some chips? Do you play League? Hell yeah. Okay, tell me your role. Understood. No one heard. Hello, what's your name?
Marius.
Hello, Myers. How are you doing today?
Good.
Nice. Which role do you think that girl plays?
Middle.
That's a miss. I'm very sorry. But which role do you play? Okay. Gotcha. Who wants to answer? Let's go here. Okay. Oh, what a nice shirt. What a lad. What's your name?
Albert.
Okay. Which role do you think the previous guys plays?
Support.
That's a miss. I'm sorry. Still get some snacks. Do you play League yourself? Do you know the roles?
Dota.
Oh, you played Dota. Okay. So it's League of Legends today. So which role would you play in League of Legends? Gotcha. Understood. Let's go over here. Hello. Nice hair and incredible glasses. How are you doing today?
Pretty good. Thank you.
Nice. What's your name?
Jokubas.
Which role do you think he would like to play?
Mid.
That's a hit. That's a Comic-Con bag. And how old are you?
I'm 16.
Oh, sorry. No monster. And do you play League?
Yeah, I guess.
And the other person will have to guess your role, so let me know. Gotcha. Let's go further. Hello, Timo. Okay, so which role do you think the previous guy plays with incredible hair?
I'm gonna go for top lane.
That's a miss, very sorry. And which role do you play? I think it's gonna be easier because of your hat, but that champion can be played both in both lanes, so let me know. Oh, wow, okay, that's not gonna be that easy to guess. Who wants to answer? Hello. Wonderful costume, how are you doing?
Good.
What's your name?
Nada.
All right. So what role do you think this guy with Timo hat plays?
Support.
Sadly, that's a miss. Still getting some snacks. And we're gonna call today. We gave away 4 out of 5 Comic-Con goodie bags. We're getting back into the draft shortly. I think teams are both ready. Thank you for this short little game. Give it up for both teams as we're going to Game 3 of Comic-Con League of Legends Finals.
Nu vienas žmogus tiesiog eina pakorinti. Bet mid vievą reikia irgi. Kraka, čia, žiūrėk.
Justenis.
Gerai, pateik.
Mes ieškom jo?
Ieškom.
Čia. Afirina. Be flash'o. Būtent.
Netyčia. Su to patį paspaudžiau. Einam, Elvira.
Patau Zedas aš.
Jo, tai kart.
Kažkur čia Zedas, be ulčiais yra. Man atrodo, ne?
Darykit, Elvira. Jie šio robotumą gal paimk.
Hello everyone, welcome back to League of Legends Comic-Con Baltics Finals. Now I'm not with Solus, with Arlight. Now we have both coaches of Lithuania and Latvia on the caster desk. Well, we're not enemies for now. We're gonna have a good time. How are you doing? How is Comic-Con for you?
Comic-Con, fantastic as always. I was here last year as a coach on one of the teams, and I had the chance to face Wilderness as well, who we beat in a 3-2 fashion. But you know, I am predicting that this might be a 3-0 today from the Lithuanians, honestly.
Yeah, the early game seems to go to Team Wilderness. Zed was 17-2. Look, oh my God, I cannot believe the game seemed so over. I even went to take a short break. I was like, okay, Team Wilderness is definitely gonna win this, but they somehow managed to come back after getting us. After the enemy team gets sold, Team KT is just doing some miracle game on macro. I'm just flabbergasted. It's insane.
It was 10,000 on the side of Wilderness. They were 10,000 ahead, as we see in the gold difference. But look at the clawback from KT. It took them 32 minutes to get an advantage, but with a composition like this, like me and Solius talked already, you know, as the game goes longer, it's spelled a disaster for Wilderness. So let's see what they can do in Game 3.
As a coach, well, I have definitely experienced tilt, not only in solo queue, but in competitive matches. Do you think the mental is affected for Team Wilderness after losing 2 games in a row where they were in a very good spot to close out those games?
I think this is where the coach difference might come in handy. I believe in these kind of circumstances, it is absolutely crucial for the coach or maybe a leader of the team to take it into his hands to try to, you know, get this morale up, make them realize that this is just another best of one. We are here to do a job and one job only, and it is to come out victorious. Wilderness needs to get pumped up. So they are on the back foot, but sometimes this kind of like injection of morale, if you really pull up this energy, can make a huge difference and swing the series completely. So that's exactly what Wilderness is probably going to try to do.
Although it's not only about the mentality, but I think the drafts were also heavily favored for Kenti in the late game. I think it was relatively easy for them to have the tools to play the late game, especially with Yashiro playing hyper carry, AD carries. Do you think there should be any adaptation for Team Wilderness in the draft?
Yes, I believe Team Wilderness, just to get their confidence back, they need a very clear and simple composition, such as Kenti were doing in the previous game. Everyone needs to understand what their role is and how they need to realize it on the Rift. If they can draft something simple, I am expecting, like Solius said as well, between the games, I'm expecting they might go for like a Smolder type of composition, maybe.
I'm so surprised Smolder hasn't been picked yet.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. But, you know, some people, you know, Smolder kind of does put a bit of a target on your back, and it is a little bit careful. But if you do these kind of bans, like getting rid of this Lucian Yumi that Yashiro and Bahrain like to do, and if you get rid of these kind of tools, then I think Smolder B1, and they are blue side again, is probably going to be my bet for the side of Wilderness.
All right, Lucian getting banged again. I think Svein not going to be changed as well. I think Nomi really used to be a one-trick in solo queue of that champion. And, well, the hyper carries are kind of getting already played, so it's not that many left, especially with 3 AD carry bans. What do you think? I think it's fair to say that Team Kenti really plays around the AD carry. What do you think Yashiro wants to play for potentially a final game?
I think it's going to be an early Varus pick, honestly. I think it could be an early Varus pick. It's one of the safer champions that you can take. Another thing, last year when we were against Wilderness and we went to Game 5. Oh, look, Bard is out.
Bard out, okay.
So, maybe they're looking for a Jinx composition. We were talking about the Smolder. Maybe they just, you know, pivot. The Jarvan is out, for example, right now. A couple of these assassins are out. Maybe they try to build a simple Jinx composition, and that's why Bard could be going out. Let's see what happens.
There's still quite a lot of enchanters left. I had the honor to interview Bahrain, and I was asking, are we going to see some engaged support? And he just answered, do you think my Seraphine is not any engaged support? Yep, that's a good guess. That's a good guess.
Last year, we let it through, by the way. In Game 5, we knew Wilderness are gonna look to build a Jinx composition. I predicted it. They did it, but we were ready for it. We let it through and grabbed ourselves a Talon Akali combo. Maybe you remember last year, we did this Talon Akali, and good luck for the Jinx to play. And this, Ari pick, Kaisa, so early. So engage, support.
Yeah. Maybe we're gonna see Nautilus. I mean, they have R5, so it's. It seems that Kenti don't really care about top lane that much. They like to pick top lane as R4, and maybe it's gonna be one of those cases where they just go full, all eggs in one basket for the Bahrain. And by far, from what I have seen from him, he's the support that really makes the difference in the series.
And this Sylas pick for Valiant in mid lane is also predictable because last year we are for the Kali and the Valiant was comfortable answering with the Sylas pick. Do you think they should take this Nautilus away from Kenti now on B3?
Yeah, I don't think you want to pair Kaisa with a Braum, so could be the case. Oh, actually, they go for going for Milio.
Early Milio. I mean, you can't cleanse the knockup.
And Charm as well. So.
The Charm, you think?
Yeah, you can. I didn't hear that you said can't.
Yeah. But this knockup, yeah, that's good. That's gonna be. I think they should just go for something like Nautilus. I mean, is there something better really to pick? Because Ari
they can match with Enchanter as well. I don't think you really want to play Nautilus into Milio because also it gives a good ultimate for Sylas as well. So that early rotation Sylas Gives a lot of room.
Just an early Nocturne here, which is a little bit interesting because they have the opportunity to pick the support answer here, but now they're.
I think Parain is comfortable picking R5. He has a lot of champions. He is one of the highest rated players in Lithuania right now. And locking in Nocturne also really helps to target that Jinx and not let her breathe. And by far, I would say Nomi hasn't had that really good team fighting in these two games, and Yashiro was just taking over the game as soon as he finishes 3 items. So maybe getting that Jinx out is not going to be as difficult, at least telling from the first 2 games and how they went.
I mean, in the first game, his Ezreal looked really good, his positioning was fine, but Jinx does not have an arcane shift. But now I'm interested what Smackler picks. I think Smackler is still going to have the R5. I think the support is going to be R4 here from Kenti, and I still think that it's gonna be Nautilus, because the better enchanters are out. The Seraphine, Karma, Lulu, 3 champions are out already, and you know, just Nautilus just makes sense because you have a Nocturne, you have an Ahri, everyone can follow each other up.
As well as setup for Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is gonna have a wonderful game already. We're just seeing these 3 champions on their team. I mean, Nautilus not locked in yet. And as I say this, Nautilus gets picked, predictable one. And now it's going to be the top lane that's going to be very interesting, at least for me, because Smackler, I asked him before the game, or Solus asked him before the game, and he said, he asked Smackler, how many games in solo queue did you play before this final? And he was like, I played 2. And he's just comfortably chilling in Diamond 3 and still...
You saw his Ornn?
I mean, yeah, there were some ultimates that he missed, so maybe those 2 games played really show up. But in general, I'm quite surprised that laning phase is going quite okay in top lane. I mean, he's even the CS, and in the team fights, he's as long as you scale. And with Ornn, you upgrade the items, and it works.
You know, I'm not really the biggest fan of the composition of Wilderness. I do like this Skarner pick, but this preemptive Yorick, I think this Yorick is very easily collapsed in the side lane by the Nocturne, by the follow-up from Ahri or Kai'Sa. It's going to be a bit difficult. Like, if you want to play side lane with the Yorick, then at least you need someone that can hold their ground, the other 4 champions, right? But you have a Sylas who is melee, you have a Skarner who is melee as well. Like, Skarner at least is beefy, but Sylas, if he gets hit by a hook, it's practically a death sentence for him when he's trying to play.
I think Yorick is okay blind, but as you said, you need a jungler that can shadow, and when you have Kai'Sa Nocturne, Yorick can't really fulfill his mission because he doesn't really want to join the team fights, he just wants to be permanently on the side. And with this team comp, I agree, they're all short range into Kai'Sa, which Kai'Sa loves, and you have 4 melees basically. I mean, Milio, not a melee, but quite easy to get into.
And for Ahri, it's also quite comfortable playing against these melee type of champions. She can hold her distance, she can try to, you know, tether them around, get these charms off very easy. But very soon we are getting into the 3rd game of Con Baltics 2026 between the Wilderness from Norway and Kenti in Lithuania. Kenti, 2-0 up. Can they make the 3rd game happen?
Can we make some noise for Team Wilderness from Norway? Hey guys, come on, some claps for our guests.
One more time, Wilderness. Okay.
And can we make some noise for Team Kenti from Lithuania? I love the energy, let's get into the game.
All right. First couple of levels, I'm very interested to see if Edskas is gonna try something nasty with the Nocturne. Considering there is a Skarner on the opposite side, doesn't seem so. They're just gonna feel conservative about this. I think regarding their team composition from Kenti, I think they feel comfortable. But level 1, something interesting might happen. Let's see.
All right, already zoning away. I think Emilio lost the XP of the melee creep. Jinx definitely got it.
Hook.
Oh, nice hook.
Let's see, so just... Yashiro actually taking a bunch of damage. Nomi, lethal tempo, speaking on to him, he lost so much health already. And mismanagement by Kenti's side, trying to think that they can get rid of this level 1, doesn't seem so. And in the mid lane, nice chain from Valiant onto Rim to Olis, but he doesn't have level 2 yet. He gets it now. Trade Dancer. Very volatile so far in both mid and bot lane.
Yeah, I think it was a mistake from Parain not to put an early ignite because the heal just came in on the first trade. As soon as the hook landed, there was no ignite and the heal immediately turned everything around as it gives you also the movement speed for Jinx to stack up the lethal tempo. So it didn't go their way, but I mean, it's the third time we see the bot lane go exactly the same every game. Laning phase gets pushed in, no prior. Oh, and that's
level 3.
easy gank from
He's
Metskas.
on top, flash onto Kritibu. He's gonna get feared, and Q follow-up from Smackler hits as well. First blood, Etskas! But he is going to get a wave burned down under this turret.
Smackler saves his flash, so it's going to be easier, but I think not using the flash causes the Etskas to die as he just heals up, getting level 3. And Kritibu, even though gets taken out, has no TP, so he's going to lose a massive wave. But now it's on Team KNT to protect their bottom side jungle. But surprise, surprise, it's not the pathing that Smackler...
Grimtol is showing some prowess in the mid lane, gets a trade back onto him. And very volatile in the mid lane. Grimtol is trying to make something happen, trying to get some revenge.
If Grimtol goes for a recall here, it's perfect for him. He still wants to get one creep.
He's gonna stay.
Hey, he's staying. Oh, I think it's a mistake. I think it's a mistake.
Yeah, it's a great teleport here from him, and he gets the lane control now, Valiant.
Maybe he's saving for something specific. I don't see his goal. 24 creeps. I think he should get the Amplifying Tome and Seal. I don't know if he can get a refillable potion, though.
I think he can. And Zoophobia taking so much damage. He just disappeared off my screen.
Oh, yo!
That's a kill in bot lane from KNT. Wow, so much damage. Did you saw that? I think Zoophobius was full health.
Yeah, and mid lane, now we understand why that was a decision for him to stay. He wanted to get a refillable potion. Even though Valiant gets Dark Steel and the pink ward, we see Ari with Amplifying Tome. Seeing how first 2 games went, I don't think Dark Steel is a good decision. I no flip.
Yeah, I mean, for Valiant, you know, he was like 16-1 or something last game, but Chain misses. You see, supports roaming into mid lane as well. The difference maker is going to be the fact that Nomi is here. Bloxy, nice combo onto Rintolis. He's losing a lot of health. He's forced to flash out. Hook hits onto Valiant. He's dropping low, but he's still going forward. They have Nomi on their side. Can they finish off Rintolis? Valiant forced to flash out. Zoophobius trying to fish for something.
It's amazing. It's amazing for KNT because Kai'Sa didn't join. He's freezing the wave in bot lane, and they didn't die in a 4v5 and almost actually got themselves a good opportunity to kill, but they got 2 flashes, which are going to be super important for the Dragon that's spawning in 30 seconds.
Absolutely, but Nomi is still staying in this mid lane, trying to fish for something. Hook hits onto him. He has a barrier. Bloxy trying to survive. Etskas falls for the second time in this game. And now Chomper's onto Parain. He does not have a flash. It's going to be enough. This Jinx is getting a kill. First kill of the game for Nomi. Good job, Wilderness.
It was a really good... the first half of the fight was really good for Team KNT as Yashiro got a lot, but now all that gold is evened out. And 1v2, Yashiro showing some aggression. Probably has the information that Bloxy is on the golems, 1 versus 3, but none of them of Team Wilderness really have the HP to survive that, especially when Nocturne is going to be pathing to bot. So it seems that Team KNT gonna get that crab as the Drake as well.
Yeah, the bad part for Wilderness was because they prolonged this play, they didn't have a chance to reset in time, but KNT died, so they respawn and they're on the front foot to try to get this Drake under control, and it seems like it's going to be first Drake for KNT, non-contested.
Yeah, a little bit of over-aggression from Team KNT going in there. I think they should have been happy with the way the first half went. But now both Jinx and Silas, who was with Darksteel already before the fight, is gonna get some noticeable advantage in this 1v1. As you see, Ari's items are nothing close to what Valiant has, and Silas is definitely one of the champions that can influence the way bot lane can work, especially if he gets the Nocturne ultimate. So even though you have a global ultimate for yourself, it can come back to you. Oh, doesn't hit.
Oh, nice charm from Rimtolis. Okay, he's winning this trade this time. Hugh goes wide, but you see, Bloxy, second time he's going for these Raptors and taking them away from Etskas. He's doing a good job trying to control this jungle. His Raptors are spawning soon, and I think he's gonna make it in time to defend those.
But Etskas is still far away from level 6, I believe. He still needs 1 or 2 camps. Even if he finishes Gromp, I don't think he's level 6.
I think Gromp is enough for Etskas.
No. Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, it was. So now he has level 6, and the flashes. What flashes don't we have for Wilderness? Where is he gonna try to look for something? I think just because the Drake is in 4 minutes, this is a chance for Etskas to look for a paranoia play onto bot lane, maybe get rid of Nomi's flash or Zoophobia's flash preemptively, and it's not going to be up for the second Drake of the game. That's what I would be betting on. And the pings are coming out from the bot side. Bloxy knows he's shadowing this bot lane. They have vision under control. And they're going in onto Parain preemptively. He's losing a bunch of health. He does not have his flash. A nice corner ultimate from Bloxy, but the answer from Paranoia. Parain doesn't even die. He does in the end. Nomi flashes, but Yashra follows up. 1 kill for him. Is it gonna be 2? Doesn't seem so. But it is a decent trade for Kenty just because Jinx dies and uses both. The bot lane doesn't have any summoners left on the side of Wilderness, and that's going to cause problems in 3 minutes when Drake comes up. Nice steal for Etskas. But yeah, I would be shaking in my boots a little bit because of these summoners in bot lane. Bloxy is going to be forced.
I'm very happy that Etskas decided to go for bot lane play, even though Valiant didn't have the flash. I think you are totally correct, because even if Valiant has no flash, he can just steal the Ahri's ultimate and run away.
Exactly.
So the play, I think, went heavily in favor for Team Kenty, and look at the CS of the AD carries, 48 to 70. It's already quite a gold gap, 600 gold, even though Jinx got a free kill from a misplay from Etskas and Parain in the jungle, but now it's minute 8, and it seems that both teams really want to get onto those grubs. Might be a greedy decision from Team Kenty.
Let's see. So it's gonna be for Rimtol. Starts with the Spirit Rush onto Bloxy. Charm goes wide, unfortunately. Only 1 ultimate stack left for this Ahri. He uses it defensively, but now he's forced to flash the wall away. And Jinx ultimate doesn't do much, but Parain probably falls, even though he flashes Dredge line, actually. Pulls him out in time, and the only thing that happens is they have to give the rest of these grubs. They did get 1, but you know, a passive play on this top set, which I think is the correct decision from Kenty. They just need to focus on what's going to be happening on the bot side while this bot lane has no summoners yet.
No flashes were used from Team Wilderness, but the most important part is that Jinx Milio, no sums, next Drake, 2 minutes. This is where our eyes are at.
Yes, they need to wait for a Spirit Rush from Ahri because she doesn't have flash. Parain used his flash as well defensively on these grubs. So once we get Ahri ultimate back and Nautilus finally gets level 6, then we can make a proactive play on the bot side from the side of Kenty. And Wilderness needs to be ready for it when this timer comes. Bloxy needs to get rid of his top side comps and go down to hover in time before this Drake spawns if they want to have any chances at a proper contest.
The Spirit Rush is definitely gonna be up for the next fight, and I wanted to mention that it's not only the CS advantage that Yashiro has, he's also almost 1.5 levels up on the AD carry, because Parain is always rotating together with Etskas, and it's beautiful to watch how they're having the synergy to move around the map together, which is, I think, one of the greatest synergies in League of Legends in general. Jungle and support can influence the map, especially in the first 10 minutes, a lot, and it's being used correctly from Team Kenty, and I think it's the first game where in 10 minutes we don't have a massive lead for Team Wilderness. So I think it's a worrying trend for Kenty.
Worrying trend for Kenty.
Because when I was talking to Parain, I said, how do you guys come back from these games when they get the soul? And he said that it's our comfort zone when enemy team gets soul. So this time it's worrying because it seems that they're gonna get Drake too as well.
Let's see if Wilderness figure it out and maybe don't try to contest these Drakes. Maybe give the soul for Kenty and maybe then they have a chance to win. You know, you never know. Parain, Hex Flash onto Nomi. He has no flash yet. That's gonna be a free kill for him. Uncontested man. If you're a Jinx and you misstep a little bit against Nautilus, it's so problematic. Bloxy is gonna try to burn Spirit Rush from Rimtolis, not quite. He's just gonna take it slow, trying to get some advantage, but it's very hard for Wilderness to make a proactive play themselves against these kind of champions. Valiant trying to look for a chain onto Rimtolis. Spirit Rush goes out. Nice stun from Bloxy! Wow!
No ultimate.
He's a fantastic driver, Bloxy, on this corner.
Yeah, I was just surprised that there was no ultimate from Bloxy because it seemed like it was similar to cross-map play. They don't seem to want to help the bot lane to get the push out or contest the Drake. So I was expecting after the second Spirit Rush and no flash Ahri to use the ultimate, but didn't work out.
Yeah, interesting that he decided to keep it on himself, but now you have 2 agents coming to help out Nomi even reach his lane, but the second Drake probably going for Kenty. But if Bloxy is here, Maybe he wants to look for a contest. Parain has his ultimate. We have a Paranoia online. Zoophobius has this flash up now. But now, a great hook onto Zoophobius. But Drake is taken out. They're just trying to get out. They're just trying to get out. Let's see if they can make it happen. We have a Nautilus ultimate onto Silas. Can Valiant use it proactively? Nice ultimate from Floxy. Pulls out in Rimtolis. Do they finish him off? Okay, at least Wilderness trade a couple of kills for this Drake.
But for what price? They lost the Drake and also Smuggler with the Demolish. Gonna get an additional plate on top lane. Get some extra stacks, as we see that he already has used the ult. So even though the teleport was used, but a lot of CS and experience was lost in top lane.
Yeah, and they're playing, actually making a play onto this rotating Kritibu. Paranoia goes out, Fear hits, Smackler trying to hit his Q, but I think he was body blocked a little bit. Flash from him to try to silence, and Daetskas secures his second kill of the game onto Kritibu, and Kritibu is just gonna keep bleeding this top lane. It's gonna be another wave that he loses up there. He did build a bit of a lead for himself, but now everything is gone. Wait, Daetskas dies.
Oh, Valiant with a great play on the golems.
Yeah, this is like a cheese roam from the mid lane. Valiant trying to fish for something, and so far it's successful. He's 1,400 ahead in these 13 minutes of the game from Rimtolis.
And his 7 stacks on Darksteel, 3-0-1 again. Superb early game from Valiant.
Yeah, if someone has confidence, it's Valiant so far, it seems.
At least in last game, I think I lacked the confidence in later on stages. In mid-late game, when I was watching his Zed, I feel like he could have played more aggressively, so maybe it's the nerves playing on stage later on, but his early games are just incredible. He's again 1.4k ahead. Just this time, I think it's one of the most difficult games for him to do something in the late game, because you have Nocturne Fear, you have all the crowd control from Nautilus and the execute from Cho'Gath.
Even the silence from Cho'Gath, because it's easy to hit the Silas, right?
And Silas is one of those champions that has very low cooldowns and want to spam his abilities to use that Conqueror to himself.
Yeah,
and now he goes for Mercs, which I think is super value to get rid of all that crowd control and also some magic damage from the carry from Ishiro as well.
Yeah, it's gonna take exceptional skills from Valiant to try to pull his team through this game against KNT. Let's see if he can make this happen. Now, Rimtol is together with Etskas trying to look for a proactive play onto the bot side jungle. Looks like they're gonna secure this red, and are they gonna walk together towards this Tribush? Doesn't seem so, they're just taking it slow. But I am looking and thinking that soon KNT are gonna try to force the summoners from this bot lane of Wilderness at any moment now. I think they have to make a proactive play there.
And for Team Wilderness, I'm surprised that Ploxy's corner seems to work. In the draft, it looked like a champion that doesn't really have what to play for, but so far is giving its dividends a lot.
Yeah, that's the idea. Once you pick something like Milio, you have a Jinx on your team. You need to have beef somewhere. Oh, actually, an ultimate coming out from Nautilus onto Nomi. Nice Milio ultimate to try to keep him alive. Actually, surprisingly close this fight against this Yashiro, but a double kill for him. KNT come out on top.
2v2 kills. No flashes were used from Team Wilderness. Surprisingly, it was a very close fight, and Yashiro missed one auto attack as he accidentally targeted Milio, but still worked out. I thought that one auto attack is gonna screw up the whole fight, and now it's Valiant stealing the ultimate of Ahri. Yet no mana to do anything here.
Oh, he has no mana. He just leveled up in Lost Chapter, gave him some mana, but you know, it must be nerve-wracking, and the morale must have been hit by from Wilderness' side, seeing their bot lane die in this isolated 2v2 with the Jinx Milio against Kais and Nautilus. You never really want to take that kind of fight, I believe. But
and it's not gonna get any easier.
Not at all. But 50 seconds until Drake. We can already see people trying to look for these resets. And Paranoia goes on to the splashless bot lane, but no follow-up for Etskas. Maybe a little bit too preemptive. Valiant, where did he find himself? In the river. Uses Spirit Rush that he stole from Rimpolis to try to get out of that pickle. And
I think that was the idea, just to get the teleport out, and now Rimpolis is sitting comfortably.
Yeah, this was a little bit awkward, I think, from both teams. Etskas trying to do a preemptive Paranoia, and
I think they didn't have a cooldown timer on Kaiser's ultimate. They expected the Kaiser to follow up on the Paranoia, and that was probably the idea to use a teleport, but It concludes and Rimtual is getting back into the lane a little bit, getting extra 2 waves from this.
But this is great for Wilderness, I believe, because right now, Kenti, the Drake has spawned and they can't make a proactive play as easily because paranoia doesn't exist for them for now. And as we can see, Wilderness find the timer to try to take away this Cloud Drake. Are they going to try to make something happen on the exit? Let's see. Eskas is moving in. Smackler, meanwhile, getting through this top lane tier 2 turret slowly. But Yashiro playing on the Phobia's word.
Oh, lo.
Find himself, but they're going further. Are they going to try to siege down this turret and maybe swap to mid? And let's see, Parain is face checking. Nice ultimate from Bloxy. That is a kill onto Nomi. No Nautilus ultimate for the side of Kenti now, and they're on the back foot. Jinx's ultimate does not result in a kill onto Rimtualis, but I think this went a little bit better for Wilderness than they could have, honestly. At least Nomi has like 3 kills under his belt right now. Is it going to be enough to stay on par with Yashiro? I don't think so.
Eskas loses the Raptor camp again. But somehow he manages to be 1 level up again, even though he got 2 Raptor camps stolen in the early game. And now it's the Raptor camp going again to Bloxy.
Yeah, maybe it's all those kills, but yeah, Bloxy, very stable game from him so far. 1-0-5 on the Skarner, doing his best to support his team and drag them through to the later stages of the game where the Jinx and this Yorick side lane pressure is going to cause a little bit more problems for Kenti.
In game 1 and 2, the Soul really meant something. Either the stats, okay, never mind, let's look at the fight.
Right line onto Valiant, Yashiro quick to follow. Now he's trying to flash away, but the charm from Rimtualis results in 6th kill in 18 minutes for Yashiro. 6-0, game 3. Wilderness is in trouble, 4.3 thousand, and we have a pause.
It's minute 18, and he has a 700 euro shutdown. It's crazy. What I want to talk about the Soul, in game 1 and game 2, the Infernal Soul and Ocean Soul, they really give the stats that can be measured. Although the Ocean Soul wasn't as profitable for them because the fights were just super explosive. But in game 3, I think if they get the Wind Soul, it's going to be even more useless because Yorick ult doesn't really benefit, Jinx ult, melee ult. It's not the ultimates that you really benefit. Only maybe
Skarner.
But even Skarner, I mean, yeah, you can run away further.
Yeah. I mean, you know, that could work out. But yeah, Cloud Soul is probably not the one that they were looking for. Cloud Soul really benefits Kenti, actually, this time because of all their, you know, proactive ultimates. Imagine Kaisa flying in, he has more movement speed than Nautilus as well. So let's just hope that for the sake of Wilderness, that Kenti do not get their hands on this Cloud Soul. It's going to take 2 more Drakes, so they have a bunch of time. We can see Nomi hitting 2 items already in this game. He's going to work up to the 3rd item, and I think it's on Kenti to try to figure out how to stop Wilderness proactively prolonging this game.
It's going to be a difficult task for Nomi to get a shutdown. I think they don't really have that much burst. They want to play the sustained fights, and Ari has the Spirit Rush. All 3 top jungle and support are quite tanky and have the mobility and HP to survive for long enough. As well as Kaisa, she's just going to join in whenever the right moment comes in, and that right moment with such a gold lead, 2k gold lead, is going to be crucial. I don't think it's an easy game for Nomi to do anything this game, because getting a reset, I don't really see how Team Wilderness gets that first kill immediately. It has to be a super play from Bloxy to go for a flank and get that ultimate down. Maybe in that way, but again, Spirit Rush.
It's very difficult for Wilderness, even in the later stages of the game where Jinx wants to play, right? Because if Wilderness had something like maybe a Xin Zhao, maybe a Braum, maybe a control mage at least that can, you know, control the pace of the team fight, if they had more tools to receive this all-in engage from Kenti, then Kenti would be forced to like make it a little bit more elaborate, a little bit more detailed with how they approach these team fights. You know, sometimes when you have a lot of engage, you have to do this 1-2. For example, we engage with 1 tool, Xin Zhao or something burns his ultimate, or Braum tries to disengage, or Victor puts down a gravity field or something, we can pull back and then use the rest of our tools to go back again once those, you know, those disengage tools are used. But here, looking at the champions between Wilderness and Kenti, I think Kenti can just, you know, hold hands, head first, everyone presses their buttons and do an all-in engage, and it's probably going to work if they play it right.
But I think on LAN, at least as I was coaching teams, I like to build team compositions that are just very easy to play and pull the trigger and equip the players with tools. When you start drafting teams, that's super hard to play, and you have to improvise some theoretical ideal scenarios for them to work. Usually it just gets too complex for players. Anyhow, we're getting back into the game with Herald going for Team Kenty. And it's the first early mid-game where Kenty gets a lead, and I'm really worried because their comfort zone is playing from 10k gold deficit.
Let's see what happens in that regard. By the way, Valiant died. Did I miss that? Valiant died somewhere. He doesn't have his flash. Paranoia onto Critical. Let's see if they get a kill onto him. That's a flash. Smackler preemptive Q from him before Critical used his flash, so it's not gonna result into a kill. But now another Paranoia from Valiant onto the bot lane, trying to reach Rimtolis. It's not gonna be enough. Spirit Rush is enough. And now Yashiro. Oh my gosh! Thank God he flashed there, or else it would have been game over for him there. But how did he even find himself in such a position? Thankfully, he got his flash off, but you know, Kenty on the back foot a little bit in these couple of instances that we saw on the map. But nothing decisive. Still, but flash from Smackler on Critical. Critical has no flash, but Smackler, your cage. Edskas has a bunch of movement speed. Can he reach Critical? No one is here to follow. Nice rupture from Smackler, hits onto Critical, and that's gonna result into the first kill for Smackler in the top side. Good job by him.
Whenever I watch players like Yashiro and like the positions they get in, sometimes I get confused of like, I go from what the hell to very quickly, you know? when I saw that flash, I was like, wait, oh, okay, that was an angle. I didn't even see that. So it's beautiful to watch. These AD carries are
if someone is good, if someone is good at using flashes, then it's AD carries. You know, you have all these things coming out. How can I survive? You know, and they see these angles that maybe some other roles don't.
And before that play in the top lane, I wanted to say that so far I've seen Yashiro using the aggressive flash the most, but now I saw Smackler going in as well. So we see that Kenty's confidence is really back up in this game.
Smackler trying to pull his own weight from the top lane, playing a bit more proactive, and it is working out so far. 21 minutes into the game, Drake in 1 minute, 5,000 lead for Kenty.
The next Drake in 1 minute, and we talked about what are the benefits for Soul, for Team Wilderness, but we haven't talked about the things they get. Okay,
Paranoia onto bot lane. Yeah, Critical has no flash. He has no flash, and that's another kill. This is gonna spell a disaster for Wilderness. If Kenty can keep it up, it's -1 member, 50 seconds onto Drake, and Baron still up as well. Bloxy trying to make proactive play onto Yashiro. He has no flash, but he dodges it! Yashiro! What a sidestep from him! He's gliding onto Wilderness right now. Right clicks onto Valiant. No one dropping yet. Are they gonna keep playing? Hook misses from Bloxy. Bloxy has the moves as well. He can sidestep just as well as Yashiro can. And man, three games, and it still feels so close, the way these guys are playing.
It's just insane. Yashiro's movement is just beautiful to watch. I could watch him play day in, day out. I'm becoming a fanboy at this point. Getting slowed, still no flash, and walking out of the Skarner ultimate, this guy is just nuts.
Yeah, and so many years Yashiro has been dominant in Baltics, I believe, and then he still has it. He still has it on this big stage here in Con Baltics. Let's see if he can pull this off until the finish line.
We talked about Yashiro with Solus while we were out on the break outside, and we were talking that it takes really passionate player to play League of Legends after work, you know, in a high level. Okay, Rimtolis has to use the Spirit Watch.
Yeah, that's minus Spirit Rush, half health lost as well. Smackler low from the Baron. Maybe this is the chance for
Rimtolis, what are you doing?
Yeah, he dashes in, tries to get a charm, it doesn't work out, it's just Bloxy in their face. But if Wilderness gets this Baron, this is gonna be a disaster. Smackler falls as well, shut down onto Bloxy. And I think that's it. That's Baron for them, right? Only if Edskas gets a miracle steal. Parain actually on the flank here. Are they gonna try to 3 versus 5 this Baron? They don't have a lot of damage. They don't have a lot of damage onto this Baron. They're in position. They're waiting for them to whittle down their health bars a little bit. Let's see. Paranoia goes out. Flash from Parain. He goes in. Who's going to be the first to fall? Let's see. Yashiro still alive here. Double kill for Edskas. but the Baron didn't get reset, and Etskas has to move out, and they just traded 2 for 2. Baron still goes to Team Wilderness. Good job for them.
Now Ari is there with the TP, wants to cancel the recalls, didn't cancel any of those. Eska still has some time to try to take this dragon, but Ari with 2 items has the Cosmic Drive together with the Torch. So it may be just enough, but also Valiant teleports back into the bot lane.
Yeah, a lot of
they're
courage.
getting surrounded on this Drake. 5k on the Drake. Valiant goes in, helps a little bit with the dragon.
Paranoia goes in with the Paranoia, but has to flash out. Spirit Rush from Rimtolis has run out as well. Can they reach him? Bloxy doesn't have his ultimate yet, so that's not going to result in kill.
Yashiro spawns.
Yeah, Kenty actually playing very courageous, and I don't think that they are doing it where they need to. Contesting this Baron there to trade 2 shutdowns, and now they're trying to sneak this Drake in. I think they just need to take a step back, wait for their cooldowns, get a favorable position, and just strike. But now it seems like they're trying to squeeze something out of situations that Wilderness have some level of control of, if you know what I mean. So let's see if Kenty straighten out their backs, take a deep breath, and realize their lead. But good job by Wilderness. I'm happy to see that they are relentless. Their tenacity is strong, and they're still showing fantastic game here while being 0-2 in this series.
I agree, 100% agree. As well as I would say that Kenty is getting a little bit too confident going into 3v5. I think the idea was okay for the Baron to reset, but it just didn't work out in the execution. Although 700 gold shutdown from Yashiro went to Silas, I believe. So, Silas is getting a bit out of hand, and we still have 1 minute for this Baron to go in, and they're definitely getting this tier 1 tower.
Okay, Nautilus ult goes on to Parain. He gets a taste of his own medicine, but Etskas goes in. It wasn't too aggressive. He just goes 1 versus 4 with the Paranoia, no follow-up at all. And flash ult from Bloxy that casts Yashiro flash out of the game for the next 5 minutes. But the side lane, we see Rimtolis, he's trying to bleed something out from his from Wilderness in the top side. Smackler falls! 1 versus 1 against Critibu, and the later stages of the game are hitting slowly. And the siege continues from Wilderness. This is very scary for Kenty. Dredgeline hits onto Bloxy, ultimate out onto Nomi. Is there any follow-up? No, he's still very much healthy. No, he lost a lot of health from Ari's Q in the end, but is it gonna mean anything in the end? I think they'll just reset Drake in 3 minutes. Baron power play ends in 10 seconds, and it's plus 5,000 from Wilderness. It's gonna be even more. It's gonna be even more. Yeah, this turret goes down. It's 5.3 for Team Wilderness. Gigantic comeback by them. And now they're ahead.
That's what I said. That's what I said. When I saw Kenty 5k ahead in the early game, I was like, okay, this is a worrying trend. This is a worrying trend.
Yeah, we can't even like reverse caster jinx it, you know. We talk about it, it still happens. But let's see if Wilderness can keep this interesting proactive play on these side lanes. If they can just receive, if they receive this Paranoia so well from this Etskas, if they just stay together, then oh look, very early Paranoia for Etskas, and again. It wasn't the angle they were looking for there. I think Kenty's nerves are, you know, tingling a little bit. They're just pressing their buttons a bit uncoordinated and burning these important ultimates preemptively. Let's see what happens in 2 minutes once the objectives come up.
Level 15 versus level 15 in the mid lane, but the crucial item difference is the Seeker's Arm Guard on Valiant. He is providing a lot of damage in those team fights, and now with those Merc Freds as well as Seekers, it's going to be extremely difficult task for Team Kenty to finish them off.
Coming off, nice Q from Smackler here. Let's see if something happens. Nothing yet, a lot of damage out onto him. No follow-up onto Nomi once he hit his Q, but is something gonna happen here? There's no objectives, it's just a siege for a tier 1 turret, and Kenty decide that they're gonna give this one away this time. Just to be conservative, we have no Paranoia, it's still 8 seconds, we burned Spirit Rush, maybe we can wait just a little bit. Wait, she's onto Critibu? Oh, they just got their recalls cancelled, but the siege continues. Smackler, nice Q! No, the dredge line doesn't hit from Nomi, but a charm onto Bloxy. There's not a lot of, like, this range difference matters a lot here. I think if Kenty don't do the explosive engage, then they are really on the back foot because you have this Floxy bag of meat standing in the front. Jinx is outranging everyone. She has a Milio as well. So either Kenty get their act straight and make a confident, coordinated collapse onto Wilderness, or they will keep bleeding out into these later stages of the game.
And I think the time is very limited. I think the point of no return is when Jinx gets Guardian Angel after the LDR. It's going to be a point where your Nocturne, Ahri, Kai'Sa whole composition just collapses because you're not going to be able to make your team composition mission successfully, as well as, obviously, Syla is going to be unkillable as later on the game goes.
Oh,
okay,
it's
nice
far
charm.
from the Floxy. That's like third of his health gone very quickly, but Floxy is still moving forwards. Rimtolis loses a bunch of health, but preemptive teleport from Kritibu. And are they just going to try to get this Drake before Baron spawns? Actually, team fight starting from Valiant. Nice chain onto Edskas, and he's gonna fall. No, he's not, and they're playing further against Parain now. Fantastic CC onto him. Yashiro, 1 versus 4 in the face of everyone. Smackler trying to save him now. Does Smackler have his feast onto Kritibu? No, he doesn't. Rimtolis running away from Valiant. It's a disaster for Kenty as Smackler is going to fall as well, together with Parain. Team Wilderness.
Team Wilderness coming back in strong. I think the comfort zone of this Con Baltics 2026 tournament is get behind in the early game.
It's the meta. It's the meta now. But you see, this is the first time I think the Wilderness were the ones to, you know, walk up and, yeah, we're taking this fight. We are engaging here. What are you going to do about it? We're still here. We're still fighting and kicking, and our Jinx is only getting stronger. Let's see what can he do about it. They start this Drake again. I have a flashback from last time that they tried to sneak away this Drake, but no, Wilderness is here. Wilderness, by the way, they really need to get a recall. They got a bunch of gold from the Baron. They got gold from these couple of kills they need to get back and try to make a siege happen. Let's see. Previous Baron power play for Wilderness was really successful. Now it's try number 2.
Well, the tier 2 towers are already down, except for top lane. It's not going to be as easy to accumulate that much gold from this Baron play. But we see that the focus is to get that tier 2 tower, the last one standing for Team Kenty, as we see all of the members from Team Wilderness.
Valiant face checking! Valiant, what are you doing? Let's see if he falls in time. Shut down! Edskas gets a pick, and yeah, they are just chasing a little bit, and it's working out really well from the side of Kenty.
I don't think it was even a cheese, because I was saying right before that play that they are focusing on the tier 2 tower in the top lane, and the play was just to focus on the top lane as 5. You have the Baron, you will have the auto push in the mid lane anyway, and Valiant just got greedy to push out one wave so that they can rotate to the inhibitor later on, but it was perfectly punished from Edskas and Parain.
Now paranoia from Edskas onto Nomi. Let's see what's going on. Floxy hits an ultimate. Yashiro's still alive, but he falls in the end. It's over. Commit. Nomi is still alive. Wilderness are in this game, and they're moving forwards. They have Baron, 3 members down, 4 members down. Team Wilderness.
It could be the end.
Minutes. This must be the first victory from Wilderness. The death timers are quite long. Can Smackler do something about this?
I saw the question mark pings on the choker.
Look, he's TPing back. Let's say Smackler. Everyone needs Smackler's support right now if we want to keep Kenty back into this game.
20 seconds, I think it's mission impossible.
Yeah,
1 versus 4.
Smackler
You can't really
taunt.
clear the wave.
He needs to taunt everyone somehow with this chokeout. Let's see. He's looking for Nomi, but he's getting melted down. And Wilderness in game 3, looking to reverse sweep Kenty in this series. 1-2.
Finally, some smiles on the Team Wilderness. What a comeback. Again, I'll repeat myself. This LAN seems to be a comfort zone to come back from 5K gold. And yeah, this one seemed that Team KT got a little bit too confident in some fights, disrespecting the fundamentals of League of Legends. And eventually, that lead that they have got themselves in the early game was just thrown out in just 2 fights. And it's nice to see that Team KT from Lithuania, they're reviewing the fights and trying to improve something for Game 4. They still have some games to lose. 1 game to lose if they want to still win the Con Baltics. It's 2-1, and we're gonna have an interview soon enough with Solus. I don't know who he chose to interview, but that's gonna be the first analyst interview with a Team Wilderness player.
I'm excited to hear. I'm excited to hear from them because this might be a deep cut. This might be a deep cut actually for KT side. Let's see if they can bounce back. But now let's hear from Team Wilderness on the analyst couch in a second.
Hello, hello, guys. I'm joined here with Team Norway's mid laner, Valiant. Honestly, quite a crazy series so far. You have been doing personally amazing. 2 solo kills in the first 2 games up until minute 3. Third game looked probably least confident, but yet you guys managed to come back. Walk me through the game plan heading into game 3.
So basically, we went into game 3 thinking that they didn't kind of win. It's that we lost because we should have won game 1 and 2. And we should have just kept on doing what we did early in game 1 and 2 and just make it more clean in game 3. But lane went worse in game 3. But I think we played a lot cleaner in fights, which is where we struggled in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, definitely agree about the fights part. Surprisingly enough, I do agree with you on the game 1 and 2 that it was your game to lose and you ended up throwing. However, heading into game 3, considering that you are used to playing from ahead, this time you were playing from behind. You were struggling in the bot lane. Top lane was getting ganked by the Nocturne a lot of the time. How did it feel in-game to start from the back foot this time?
It was kind of suffocating, honestly, because it's our last game if we lose. And our Rincon is Jinx this game. And when he fell behind, we kind of just had to hope that they would make mistakes. And our plan was basically just to keep him alive, and we did that. So.
Well, it definitely worked out. Honestly, great performance from the whole team. I think the fact that you guys could keep Jinx alive against the Fed Kai'Sa and the Fed Nocturne is amazing. And that last fight as well, they blew everything on towards the Jinx that had no flash. She managed to live with your guys' peel and assistance, and you ended up ending the game. Congratulations on the game 3. I'm very interested in what sort of drafts you guys will cook up in game 4 and potentially 5. Personally, huge fan of the Zed, as a Zed main myself. It was great to see. Best of luck to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Hello, hello, guys. Welcome back. We're going to be heading into game number 4 between Kenti and Team Wilderness. I'm excited to see how the draft will look like. I will remember everyone watching this live and from the streams that we are playing on Fearless mode, which means a bunch of champions right now are unavailable. Žygis, what do you think? Oh, having some problems with the microphone. I will tell you what I think, that we will most likely see some very interesting drafts coming into this game. A lot of enchanters aren't available, a lot of engaged supports. The main top lane tanks from Smackler as well, the Ornn, the Scion, they cannot be picked. Mundo as well is taken out already. We're probably going to have very interesting picks. And actually, I do have some insight on the first Wilderness pick, Caitlyn. I have heard from Kenti that they are not afraid of Caitlyn at all, as Nome is not a Caitlyn player and they refuse to play it. However, now in game 4, when the stakes are high, he first picks that champion.
It could be Caitlyn top. By the way, hello everyone. Now I can talk. Welcome back to Con Baltics League of Legends 2026 finals versus Kenti versus Team Wilderness, Team Lithuania versus Team Norway. Caitlyn, yeah, interesting pick, I believe. It's interesting insight. I haven't checked his OPGG that far, so I don't know how small amount of games he has on Caitlyn. But as I said, Caitlyn in some cases could be played top lane, and as there is quite a huge gap in elo, you know, in top lane, could be a case that they want to abuse early game. But one thing I wanted to mention: it seems that this LAN, as I talked with Arlight before, this LAN seems to be comfort zone and winning for those who are getting 5k behind. So maybe getting Caitlyn is not that bad, because usually Caitlyn gets the early lead. So I'm happy with Caitlyn being on Norway's team.
Well, that is definitely an interesting take, and the fact that you think that Caitlyn can go top lane, well, I'm excited to see Lithuania and ENC if you're gonna cook up some Caitlyn top lane drafts. However, heading into this game, still, Caitlyn is definitely not a priority pick for Nome usually. I believe they felt somewhat forced to pick that champion as they don't want to run out of bans. And it will be interesting to see how Nome picks it up and plays it. When it comes to Kenti's side, we see some unorthodox champions. Usually Yashiro is known to playing hyper carries with Ardent support, but now he's on the Senna. I'm wondering if he's going to be playing the fasting Senna without any farm, or will he be taking farm and playing a traditional support on Parain's side?
Oh, Syndra for Rimtualis. That's a statement. Stronger, free, good blind. I think that Jay's probably gonna go top lane, so not Caitlyn top, sad. But I think, yeah, it's Kritibu who plays Jace the most. Definitely, in neutral case, it's a flex pick for both mid and top. Could be jungle as well, but we already see Maokai. I mean, a lot of flex picks, so I really like the draft. I think I like the first half of the draft from Team Wilderness the most out of all 4 games. This seems to be the best approach to have that many flex picks, because that's what blue side is for. And yeah, now we're getting into the second ban phase. Shen gets taken out, as Smackler is known for his Shen. Nico as well, taken out from Team Wilderness as the last ban goes in. What do you think it indicates? Which champion does R4 looks like?
It's definitely hard to say, but Nico is a very strong pairing with the Caitlyn, so it makes sense to take it away. Honestly, on draft, these teams, they could pull out anything. We have a Swainy to carry semi one trick, and he's pulling out the Caitlyn, so honestly, it's hard to rule anything out. But I'm very interested, actually, where this Makai will be going, because it can go in the jungle, it can even go into top lane against the tank into tank matchup, and it can be support, so keep an eye out for that.
Side eye, after side eye. Leona being hovered and locked in immediately. Works great with Senna.
Leona is one of these champions that you don't really get to see unless it's very deep into the Fearless draft, and that's
It's just worse Rel. When Rel is out, Leona becomes a higher priority.
You know, historically in Lithuania, we did have some pretty good Leona players, so I'm excited to see Parain on it. Even though, if I would have to say, Parain is probably better on Enchanter supports than he is on Engages. He does play these Enchanters quite often together with Yashiro in solo queue, as they duo a lot. But we do have an answer already coming into the for the Leona, which is the Thresh. Honestly, Thresh is a great lane into Leona, as you can always cancel her jump, but the problem with Thresh is that he doesn't really provide anything apart from his Lantern in the later stages of the game, so...
I mean, they have Maokai, they have Volibear now as well, so there are champions to Lantern into the lane, and Senna is one of the champions with no mobility, basically, so it's kind of easy to punish, so that Lantern can definitely be utilized in the bot lane, and I mean, without saying, it goes pretty obvious that Caitlyn always has the priority just because of this range in the early game. We'll see how this lane is going to go, because some unorthodox plays have been made in the previous games. All I'm hoping for is a 5k deficit for Team Lithuania so that they can come back again.
And we see an Orgot in the top lane. Now, this is what Fearless Draft is about. We have a Volibear in the top lane, Maokai in the jungle, Jace in the mid lane, even a Thresh that I haven't seen in years in pro play, if I'm honest. And we have Urgot from the side of Kenti. We have a Leona, we have a Senna that's an unusual pick for Yashiro, even though I remember him playing that champion a lot a few years ago. It's going to be a hell of a game.
And we're getting into that game in just 30 seconds. Which draft do you like the most?
Honestly, I'm a huge fan of the Volibear. I think Volibear is such a fun champion. I might have watched a bit too many of the Boss FFF streams. The things that he did on Volibear really could give people nightmares, and considering the fact that he's matched up against Remtoilis was quite a passive player, this Volibear can scale quite a bit and do some damage.
I think both top laners could be going Ignite in this matchup. I think I saw the preview. I think there was a teleport from Urgot. Hey, when is Perker playing?
I'm casting, bro, sorry.
Okay, we're getting into game shortly. Again, as a tradition, can we make some noise for Team Wilderness from Norway? I see, guys. Biased as hell. And can we make some noise for Team Kenti from Lithuania?
I feel like you're a bit biased as well.
Hey, not at all.
Okay, level 1, no crazy invades happening. So far, haven't seen too many invades in this patch where minions spawn way sooner, starting this year. And we're probably going to see what has been happening for the past few games, which is Team Wilderness having priority from level 1. But we'll see how do they use it. In mid lane, though, we do have a Jace against the Syndra, which is an uncommon matchup. In the perfect world, where everyone is top 10 Korean challenger, the Jace has absolutely no chance against the Syndra. However, in between Master and low challenger, less coordinated games, the Jace can really do some crazy sidesteps and win these trades.
Yeah, as well with Electrocute. And from what we've seen in the first 3 games, I think it's safe to say that there might be some pressure onto this Syndra. And again, Critable with Ignite in the top lane against Teleport, so Smuggler has to really respect the level 2, level 3 power spike that Volibear has. As soon as he loses the flash, Maokai can just sit on that top lane and punish one after another.
Well,
Remtoilis seems to scale well. Like the first few games, the more games we get, the more CS he gets in the first 2 waves, and I'm happy to see it.
I was speaking with Remtoilis between the games, and I actually asked him some questions about these early deaths that he's experiencing, and he said that there's a pattern. Whenever he dies early game, they win the game. Whenever he doesn't, they lose it. So it might be on his agenda to do some good deaths in the mid lane. Top lane, I'm quite surprised to see Volibear with Ignite. I would suspect that Teleport or Ghost or Exhaust is... Oh, great trap from Nami. Bot lane, we do see Team Wilderness playing with more confidence than the past few games. Happy to see that. More competitive matches. And we see Remtoilis getting some pretty good trades onto the Jace and showing why this matchup is Syndra favored. But as I like to say, these trades until the first recall are usually kind of pointless because both mid laners end up using TP into the mid lane, and the creep score is more important early game than the trading.
Unless junglers are matching the same crab, but as we've seen in most of the games, they're doing the opposite side. So Wukong is getting his bottom side crab, whereas Maokai getting top side crab. Smuggler still has his flash and goes even in the CS and top lane, but I think I would love to see the top lane wave state, because that really would show, yeah, we see that it's pushing in slowly into Kritibu, and that flash ignite from Volibear can go into his hand, because we see how aggressively Maokai goes in, puts a ward onto the Raptors and close to red. And now Smuggler is in not the best position to push in this wave, but Maokai decides to go for a recall, no gank from behind. With the Phaelite added to the game, I think it's so hard to gank the top lane nowadays, but it's Urgot after all, and Volibear just can flash insta point and click stun, so it's something to look out for definitely.
Very missed opportunity from Valiant in the mid lane. He could have frozen the wave after he TP'd and then pulled it closer to his tower, as his Maokai was actually on Kenty's Wraith. They could have definitely burned the flash, if not killed the Syndra. Trade in the top lane. Actually, you don't get to see this matchup very often. Volibear into Urgot. Zhigas, maybe you know who has the upper hand.
From what it seems like Urgot is winning it hard, and now Kritibu might be forced to flash, as knockback from Urgot is coming soon. Now he decides to go back, and now Kritibu is forced to go for a recall, and I think Smuggler had the opportunity to freeze that wave, as there were some minions left still to push into him. He decides to do it in the slower manner, still has a DP, but in this case he might just save it, as it's a good situation. The stun in mid lane from Rimtolis goes wide, but Jace is already suffering in this matchup. As you said, it's Syndra favored, and he shows how it works.
Yeah, so far this is the best laning phase we're seeing from Rimtolis in the first 5 minutes. Glad to see some improvement on that part. Great farming in bot lane as well by
I
Team
can't wait
Wilderness.
for Archangel first item.
No, he's not gonna do it. He's not gonna.
Okay, we're seeing Ploxing approaching mid lane. Rimtolis still has a flash, doesn't flash early. Now Valiant gets knocked back from Rimtolis. Rimtolis seems to be in the trouble, flashes in, but Valiant has a flash as well, and that's a first blood going for Valiant yet again.
Wonderful punish from Team Wilderness on Rimtolis in mid lane. It's so hard to play Syndra into Maokai when you don't have any wards around. If you get rooted, you're just dead. The amount of burst that the Jace can provide as a follow-up is crazy, especially when you're playing Electrocute. Will be interesting to see if this turns into something more, if Jace can now start playing more aggressive in this matchup.
I think the problem was that Syndra didn't proc the Storm Raider surge. I think he could have run away, but there was just not enough damage onto Jace when he pulled him away. And that movement speed, lack of movement speed, so to say, got him an early death. But to be fair, it's a good sign for Team Kenty, as they're getting the first dragon. So I'm happy that Rimtolis did the traditional death on mid lane to keep the spirits up of the Kenty.
He did the necessary death to ensure victory, and you gotta respect him for it. However, I will say I'm not a big fan of the rune choice. Is Storm Surge on mid lane worth it?
Look at top lane, Smuggler is in trouble. Wukong is very far away. Volibear's ultimate turn off the tower, and that's a kill for Ploxy.
Damn, he had so much counterplay here after the Volibear ulted the tower. Very funny situation to find yourself in. Eskas fails to jump over the wall. Will these few seconds cost him this red buff? As I imagine the Wilderness team will contest them. Nice Q by the Caitlyn. The red buff is denied.
Oi, Eskas, that's a dangerous situation. 200 HP left, now can't take that red. And I think failing that jump over the wall was the crucial mistake to begin with.
Yeah, and now we see Team Wilderness catapulting in front in terms of gold.
This is disaster. Ploxy gets golems, red and raptors before Wukong gets into his jungle, and there's nothing for him to take. Now he goes there to check what's up, but he's only gonna see empty spots in the jungle and get a
gank in the mid lane.
Ooh la la
There's
la
just
la.
no counterplay for the Syndra left without the flash. And this is the first game. This is the first game out of the past 3 games that we see Ploxy with a CS lead in the jungle, as Eskas has been always so efficient with his farming, with his invades, but this time it's going to be a tricky situation for Team Kenty. I feel like I've said this already so many times.
You should watch out. You should watch out.
But it does definitely feel like it will be a very hard situation for Kenty.
I mean, it's Wukong after all, so it's not going to be as easy for Caitlyn or Jace to survive that engage later on into this game goes in. As well as Smuggler's ultimate. Additional slow and execute damage, so they still have a lot of tools. And as we talked with Arlight before in the previous game, I think it's super important, on LAN especially, to equip your teams with tools to just go point and click. If someone hits, just follow up. It's a lot easier than playing poke compositions or anything. Well, in this game they have Maokai, so it's also, for Team Wilderness, it's not that difficult to find an execution as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm also a huge fan of picking simple compositions and let them play out themselves, because the players are so good at playing the game, you might as well make the job easier by picking the champions and then excelling with your mechanics on a good team fight composition. However, this game, when I'm looking, I do believe that Team Wilderness might have an easier draft than Team Kenti. I'm finding it hard to picture Caitlyn getting assassinated in the backline. Fight for grubs.
Ultimate from Leona doesn't land. Now Valiant is in big trouble. Has the flash, but doesn't have the flash and goes for a shutdown for Eskas. That's a good sign for him. Ultimate from Trash goes in, but now Parain is landing a stun on Kritibu, who's forced to use his ultimate away. A good stun from Syndra lands onto Trash. Now Parain gets very low HP, gets ignited and it's executed. Now Kritibu gets one kill, another one on Smakler and Ploxy already with 3 kills in the game. Seems that grubs are not going to be the case for Team Kenti. Got the first Drake, but that's going to be it. And now Ploxy has the ultimate up already. Rimtualis has no flash, in big trouble. Does he have the stun? It doesn't matter as he goes down as well. And Ploxy with the 4-0 early game.
Wow, this fight was so crazy. It looked like it's going to go so bad for Team Wilderness as the Jays got caught out without doing pretty much anything in the fight. But as we've seen many times in the series already, the greed very often times does really cost you a lot in these fights.
Yeah, and greed was definitely a keyword in the previous game, as we saw Team Kenti being 5k ahead and then going for fight after fight when they couldn't and just going in too deep. And now mid lane again. Rimtual is 23 CS down.
However, when I look at the scoreboard right now with the farm, the gold, everything, it looks very scarily familiar to Game 1 and Game 2, and we both know how those went.
I don't know if scary, I don't know if scary is the right word, because I'm feeling more and more confident. I think they should give at least 2,000 gold more to Team Wilderness for Kenti to come back. It's still not the comfort zone.
I feel like you don't usually hear these sort of comments on tournaments, but here on Con Baltics 2026, it's very funny that this is the case indeed. But I'm glad we get to cast exciting games, see a bunch of back and forth, and we really can't count any team out until the Nexus actually explodes.
Shiv already purchased by Senna. Yeah, I think he feels a lot more comfortable sitting in that lane alone and getting that solo XP. Trash also joins the map together with Leona, and we potentially could see a 4 versus 4 on the Drake. Loxy already puts his saplings, gets the vision onto Parain. No more surprise of where Leona is. Etskas takes the aggro from the Dragon, 5k already. Yashiro joins in. Caitlyn still had to catch that wave, so she's a little bit late, but it's very difficult for Caitlyn to join as 3 of the members from Team Wilderness are on the mid lane side of the Dragon, and it seems that the Drake 2 is going to Team Kenti. Hey, good stuff.
Fight on the top lane, will we see a solo kill? I believe Volibear might have an angle while ulting the tower.
Smuckler, very low HP, level 9, misses the Q. And the shock blast goes in, but... Wait, what?
Whoa!
Wait, what? Wait, what?
That was crazy, actually.
I think he pressed S. He stopped for a second, no?
You think he was trying to aura farm?
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway, crazy turn of events. It did look like he will die for free as the Urgot in the top lane, but trading 1-for-1 and getting a shutdown from the Volibear, Smackler is going to be very happy about that.
Gets a page for himself, with additional HP as well with the Ruby Crystal. Still has the teleport in case he wants to use one for the next Drake fight in the bot lane. Doesn't use one now.
In the bot lane, though, how do you feel about the Caitlyn Senna being at the same farm? What do you feel about their power levels heading into team fights?
I think Senna definitely, with the Fire Torch, scales a lot better. I think the reason why you want to pick Caitlyn is to get that first tower as fast as possible and then swap the mid lane with bot lane. Around minute 12 and 14, but for now, I don't see how many plays. They only took 1 plate. With Caitlyn, which definitely is a bit irregular, but as you mentioned, probably not the most comfortable champion for for Nomi to play, and now we see a lane gank from Edskas, and a 2v2 in the bot lane. Parain goes in, no more cleanse for Nomi.
Ooh, the hook onto the minion might have been a kill if that lands.
And
Top
we get
lane.
a kill onto Kritibu. Still, Floxy is there to try to save the play, but the only save is the minions as a consolation prize for him.
Valiant is doing pretty good in mid lane, 30 CS up despite being in a losing matchup. Now him having the Mercury Treads makes it very difficult for the Syndra to actually do something against him, as the tenacity and magic resist do come in handy.
But at the same time, there's so much physical damage that goes from Wukong, Urgot and Senna later on, so those Merc Freds, not cooldown boots, cooldown Freds, it's not gonna be that helpful surviving those fights, as there's a lot of damage gonna be physical going on to him.
Yeah, but when you're playing these losing matchups, it is very important to prioritize for your lane, and if he can get a big enough lead, it might not matter that he's running a non-optimal boot setup. He just tanked a combo to his face and took 100 damage only. That's the value of the Mercury boots.
That's the problem. Edskas doesn't get hit by the shock blast, so it seems like a free camp for him. Oi, 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 2v2, 2v3 actually fighting there, but going in a little bit too deep, as Floxy is there to help Caitlyn collect the 2 kills, and Nomi is now feeling a lot more comfortable than before.
But despite the fact that Team Wilderness are making these plays happen and are ahead in gold, ahead in kills, I feel like the past few minutes the game has been a bit slipping from their hands, as we see Kenti being the proactive ones. They do have the 2 dragons in the back, and they're also even on farm against the Caitlyn now. Luckily, she did get 2 kills now, so she will be probably happy with the item advantage, but I'm not so sure this lead suddenly doesn't look that big to me.
It doesn't, and plays are definitely being made by Kenti more than their opponents, but I see a tendency in League, in competitive League, that the team that gets first 2 Drakes and invests a lot of time to get those, and obviously ultimates and summoner spells, sometimes they struggle to close out the soul because they invest a lot of time, have to drop the waves, loses some plates on the tower, and yeah, given that it's Infernal Soul, on Caitlyn and Jace it would be terrifying.
Caitlyn with a headshot ready and a rapid fire cannon in the late game.
As well as Jace, you know, throwing a shock blast into Syndra is not going to be that difficult.
With Infernal Soul, keep in mind, if this would be Infernal Soul, it would be a 4th dragon Infernal Soul. That would be crazy.
And we were amazed by Ezreal ult damage last time, but this time with Jace and Caitlyn, it's going to be just 1 click.
Well, luckily for Kenti, they do have a...
Look at the position of Bloxy. Team Kenti are not aware of where is Maokai.
Jace
They want to make a play, but now the ultimate connects only onto Leona, as well as Senna over there. Syndra is a bit late into the fight. Nice knockup from Edskas. Yashiro tries to pump in the damage and gets Bloxy out the shutdown. Now it's a 3 versus 4, but Team Wilderness decides to come back. Nice fight from Team Lithuania. What an amazing flank that was. Oh, yo. Good shot from the sniper of Norway.
Great shot, but how did this fight go so poorly for Team Wilderness?
Yeah, the flank position was incredible from Bloxy, but now he gives a shutdown to Senna, and Senna is now being caught, and now 1 HP, and now Nomi uses that Caitlyn to the full extent, gets the plays that we just talked before, and now it seems that minute 16, the tower and bot lane is gonna go down, even though the fight seemed pretty good, but that 1 hook from Thresh turned everything around. Nice stun. Edskas wants to join in, jumps onto the tower, gets knocked back from Valiant. Great play. And those Merc Freds, they're really paying off.
The value, I can definitely see it. However, I want to comment a little bit about the Team Wilderness bot lane. The Caitlyn and the Thresh, even though at least I was doubting them, they're really putting in the work, and now they're looking like the shining stars of the team this match.
Team Kenti, they don't have much time to finish off this Drake. Bloxy comes in, who is the better smiter? Edskas it is. Now Bloxy in a difficult station again, no ultimate from Syndra, it's hard to deal some more damage. Senna is here to take 1 more kill, and now Edskas in problem, but 3 dragons for Team Kenti. Can they run away and play for Soul?
Well, if you're Kenti, you're very happy about this, even though you did lose a couple of kills. imagine, even if they end up losing every other dragon, how much time do they buy? By the time Team Wilderness get to Seoul, Senna will have infinity amount of stacks and will outrange even the Caitlyn.
Ooh, nice snare. Some more damage might come from Yashiro. Wants to play for 2v2. The flay doesn't land from Thresh, but nice hook from Zophias and the Lantern to get that Yashiro down. Smakler trades one kill onto the Caitlyn. I think he gets a shutdown over there. Tries to get one more kill onto the Thresh, but damage is just not there. Smakler tries to run away. Nice shield, but the Jace joins in first and gets him oneself.
Very interesting fight. It felt like the teams were fighting for air in the mid lane, but Team Wilderness come out on top. Great rotation from the Jace. Good snipe. And exciting stuff so far. I wonder who will prioritize the Herald, or both of the teams will contest it.
I believe that in this case, getting almost 5k behind at minute 18, I don't think Kenti is in a position to contest that Herald. They're very happy with 3 dragons in their pocket for now. They definitely want to play for Seoul. I don't know if the next dragon is going to be the one. I think they need to invest some time into clearing camps and just catching waves to get back up on gold, because now they're 5k behind. And that Herald is going to even extend it further.
Well, in the second game, Kenti were in a very similar position, and they actually made one of their comebacks on the Herald fight, despite being so far behind. But this time, it seems like Team Wilderness will not give them a chance to fight for the Herald, as in the previous time that they have thrown around the Herald, the 17-2Z was pushing in the bot lane.
What do you think about 2 Black Cleavers? I mean, Urgot definitely needs one, and Senna obviously needs one, but there is a discussion, you know, in competitive league that 2 Black Cleavers is a bit of int. What do you think?
I believe 2 Black Cleavers is definitely int, but if we see a third one on Wukong, then it's gonna be okay again.
Okay, I see. No, Wukong is definitely not gonna get one. Now we see Maokai charging with the Herald, gonna lead them to get that first Drake tower.
Massive stun from Remtorles, but sadly no follow-up. Peloxy might have gotten caught, flashes away. Senna ult finishes him off. Caitlyn, can she survive? No, she's dead as well. Is it a dream fight from Kenti that they needed? Chasing down Critical, Volibear flashes out, he's safe, Jace is safe.
And now the Baron is on the radar, Floxy is dead, both bot lane members of Team Wilderness down. And again, we just needed to get the 5k deficit for Team Kenti to start playing this video game.
What the hell is happening in these games? I'm just so confused. Definitely Team Wilderness were feeling way too ahead. They didn't need all members to hit the tower. You can leave 1 or 2 person hitting it, other 2 standing in the back safely. But now they get punished for their greed, and Baron, just like that, goes over to Kenti.
And important thing to mention, both Syndra and Senna didn't use the summoners. I mean, Jace and Caitlyn will have their summoners as well. And having that Baron this early before Seoul, gonna be not that easy to get those lane priors for Team Wilderness, especially with Shiv on Senna, just 2 autos and basically the whole wave is dead.
But they definitely have to fight the Infernal Soul, I do believe. Senna with Infernal, with a bunch of stacks, you don't want to face it. And Team Wilderness, I do believe that they do get outscaled. If they go to 6, 7 items, then they definitely get outscaled. So this is a fight they want to take. So far, setup looking in favor of Team Wilderness. They are in the Dragon area, putting traps down, throwing saplings around.
A bit too early, I believe.
Well,
they need to clear that mid-wave, but against Baron, it's not so easy, as it's just 2.5 items on Caitlyn, where it's 3 items on Sen already. That's buying in some space, jumping in forward. Jace tries to clear. Oh, Nomi is forced to flash away just before the Dragon. That spawns in 30 seconds, all 5 members from both teams in the mid lane. Nice hook from Zophias, doesn't turn into anything, as it was on Wukong. Ay, those shock blasts are already...
Yeah, they definitely need some more shock blasts if they want to fight this dragon, but...
The thing is that Senna has some sustain. She can heal herself up relatively quickly, especially with Shiv. Shock blast number 2 misses, no hook as well, and now it's 6 seconds until the dragon. And now it's Team Kenti who has a better position. Wilderness still have to clear that ward. Now Eskas with no W, no flash, gonna be a hard task for him to get deep into this team fight. But Parain holds a really good position. Now the ultimate comes in from Loxy. Nice stun from Rimtualis. Parain does as much as he can but goes down. Senna tries to deal as much damage as he can, but now Smuggler is going down. 3k onto the Dragon, 3 versus 5. Can T get that soul? 2.6. Zofia splashes in forward and blocks, he steals the Dragon.
What a fight! What is happening these games? They got a 5-man Senna ult, they got Wukong, they got Syndra 4-man stun, and yet they still lost the fight. Honestly, Gigas, I'm starting to really doubt my understanding of the game because
Same.
everything that I think can't happen does happen. And I don't know, how could this fight go any better for Team Kenty?
I think
the
issue was that Leona went down too fast. She didn't even use the Solari. And just those 2 seconds that she could have bought, or 1 second that she could have bought, could have resulted into a better fight. But again, Etskas had no flash, so it's very difficult for him to get the deep position, especially when he used the W to get into the Dragon from the backside.
Yeah, but it's still very crazy. 4-man Syndra stun, 5-man Senna ultimate. But yeah, moving on. So far, it's a good sign for Team Wilderness. They managed to steal the Dragon. That was the most important part. Now, I believe the game is somewhat even, if I had to say. Just the teams with better setup and better fighting execution will win, most likely. It's not so much about the composition at this point, which I'm very happy about. We see Team Wilderness probably going to play for top lane tower as Maokai and Thresh are rotating upwards. Rimtuolis has to respect it and probably give the tower away as Wukong is on the bot side looking for Volibear.
Yeah, definitely not the tower you can defend at minute 24. Critical also understands that he is no position and is aware of the cross-map play. No golems for Etskas to be found, goes for a recall, and now the next timer that we have to put our eyes on is the Baron in 2 minutes. And Smuggler is in a bit too deep of a position. Now we see the teleport from Jace as well. Smuggler is in not the best position, but seems that Kenty really want to fight that again. And now Valiant gets caught. Smuggler doesn't die, gets the kill. Ploxley now is in terrible position himself. Rimtuolis gets a kill, and what a turnaround of the fight.
I'm really liking this Urgot pick so far. The Volibear was just trying to run down the Urgot, but couldn't reach him in time at all. And Urgot still has the Sterax gauge that wasn't procced, so he wasn't even close to dying.
It seemed that Smuggler was way too deep for that, but Valiant didn't take into account how close Kenty was to follow up to help him out and got caught on the rotation.
Well, the game is still left wide open. Some nice extra gold for Kenty in their pockets. However, they don't secure any tower or any objective from it. Just
I mean, they got the first bot lane tower, so that's some gold to Smuggler.
Yeah, heading into the next fight, so I'm very curious to see how these teams will play. Will Kenty go the standard approach of front to back, or will they look for crazy flanks from Etskas? And how will the Volibear be useful in fights? That's also a thing I'm curious to see. So far, dive in the top lane. Volibear will just get one shot and taken out.
Now the rest of Team Wilderness comes back, but they realize this tower is gone and they can't really fight for it. Stun goes wild from Rimtuolis. Baron spawns in 30 seconds. Does Team Kenty go for reset? It seems that is the case. There is some deep vision. You have to give props to Parain. Just before that fight, he threw a really good ward next to the blue buff, so it gives a lot of information for Team Kenty to realize what's happening on the map. Also, a pink ward put onto the Baron. So all the information they need about Baron and the rotations of Team Wilderness is already there set up as Baron spawns in just 5 seconds.
-1 cannon in the mid lane from Rimtuolis. You hate to see it.
-1, rest in peace.
However, it does seem like Kenty are taking a more relaxed approach and making less plays, but more of them as a team.
Ooh. Caitlyn starts to hurt.
Yeah, Caitlyn definitely deals a lot of damage right now. The next dragon is coming up in less than a minute. Again, we see Team Wilderness first to the setup, and it makes me doubt Kenty very much that they will contest this dragon. If I was a betting man, I would bet that they will not contest it, because face-checking Maokai saplings and Caitlyn traps at this stage of the game seems like a mission impossible to me, but Caitlyn flash forward was happening.
Oh, Parain goes down. Rimtuolis lands a good stun. Smuggler goes back for a teleport, doesn't decide to push the tier 2 tower. Tier 2 otherwise goes down in the mid lane from Team Kenty. And now definitely the Drake is going to be denied, but can that pressure and all that time be used to make some space onto the Baron? Etskas gets the mid priority, gets hooked by a nice hook from Zof. Zofo bias, forced to flash away. Another hook doesn't land. But I like what Zofo bias is doing. Zufo bias.
Yeah, in general, Team Wilderness is playing so aggressive right now. I thought that they will be more conservative, but we just saw half a minute ago Caitlyn flashing forward, almost one-shotting Yashiro. He lived with 100 health, and now they're going to get a dragon from the back of it. Great stuff.
Everyone is up. Decides to get some space and vision onto the Baron. There's a pink ward to be cleared. Rimtolis just behind the wall without any vision. There is a mid ward that kind of indicates that Rimtolis could be close. Now again, fight for mid prio. No flash on Caitlyn. The stun from Parain doesn't land. Now Rimtolis flashes in, wants to use the ultimate, but does not connect, and that's a 5v4 just before the Baron.
You hate to see it. And actually, Nome gets saved by the fact that after using Cleanse, you get a bunch of tenacity for the next 2 seconds. Engage happening.
That's because no flash this time. Parain uses the locket just to get more time for Yashiro to deal some damage, but it's Team Wilderness that gets deep vision onto the jungle. Can they go for Baron? They decide to reset, and I think it's a good decision to get those waves pushed back, to set up yourself for the next Baron play. And all eyes on Baron this time. 4 items on Senna, 4 items on Caitlyn. These are the champions you want to get out of the team fight as soon as possible. But you have to mention, no flash, no cleanse on Caitlyn.
But if I had to say purely power-wise, I believe Caitlyn does more damage at this stage of the game. She has reached all her core items, 100% crit chance, whereas Senna is still a bit more utility, and we will see her doing more once she reaches Infinity Edge and other items if she does decide to build those. So far, it looks like Team Wilderness is in the driver's seat, and a common theme that I saw in these fights is the team that's chasing ends up losing. So I hope the guys know that they shouldn't overchase and take it slow, play for the control of the areas, and not for kills.
Eskas is sitting on a ward for a minute, doesn't have the info that's warded. But 3 pink wards still in the pockets of Team Kenty. They want to get that vision back to understand what's happening in the fog of war. But I totally agree with you, Solus. 4 items Caitlyn is definitely a peak one. 100% crit chance. Every shot hits like a truck.
Hey, we see Team Kenty contesting the vision. I'm surprised that Team Wilderness is giving it to them. However, Volibear is undecided, taking the crab. Will he split or will he join the team fight? Also going to be a huge factor. Personally, I would be a fan if Volibear splits and forces the Urgot away from the team fight, as I believe Urgot is a bit more useful in the fights right now.
I'm not very familiar with the matchup of Volibear-Urgot at this stage of the game. Which one do you think wins on side?
Well, if I'm looking at the items, definitely Urgot wins. 1.7k lead, and Kritibu has half of his items being support-ish, tanky-ish.
Healing, yeah.
Yeah, but the healing, he's gonna run into the heal reduction of Urgot. Fight in the mid lane.
Smuggler gets a big hook, forced to flash away. Yashiro tries to heal his teammate up. No hook from Zofi bias.
Zophobius hit the minion. Hit the minion as the Volibear was TPing in. Huge loss actually for Team Wilderness. They get the flash from Smackler, which is big, but losing the TP on the Volibear hurts just as much.
Yeah, now the side lane pressure can definitely be thrown from Urgot onto the bot lane tower. Has the TP up, as well as quest done, so he will get the shield in the team fight if he decides to do so, and we're seeing that he goes for a side split, whether it's just a pushback or go for tier 2. I would say that's a push for tier 2.
Well, they can still send Jace to match the Urgot, but Jace also as well definitely loses against the Urgot.
Especially with Mercs in the pocket.
With Mercs and no Serpents against the Urgot shields and the Sterax, it's going to be a hard time.
But we see that's the decision that they make. Drake is spawning in 1 minute. 2 Infernal Dragons on Team Wilderness. They definitely want to stack those up. And can T get Urgot to top lane? It seems that they don't want the TP play to be done. They want to be all 5 ready to fight the fight. All that poke damage kind of gets null versus Yashiro shields.
Yeah, I think when you're playing Senna, you're kind of happy playing into poke because poke champions lose a lot of value late game. We'll see what happens right now. Team Wilderness somehow gave away control. of the river. How can they enter and contest the soul point? We see Edskas on a massive flank, but somehow gets spotted because Team Wilderness pings him on the brace.
They are aware that Wukong is far away behind. Flash is up for almost everyone in this fight, so it's all or nothing. There's only no flash for Smakler, but at this stage of the game, he can just go full tank with Sterak's. So much pressure. Potentially the last game. Bloxley goes in with the ultimate. Now it's Bahrain who catches most of it. Survives the initial engage from Team Wilderness, and now it seems that they want to start the fight. A huge shock blast from Jace. Starts the Dragon. 6k HP. Team Wilderness, they have to fight for it, but there's no Maokai ult anymore. A lot of poke going in, but Senna tries to heal his teammates up. They really want to fight. Team KT, they don't want to get another Drake stolen. A nice engage from Eskas, gets right into the trap, but gets his ultimate onto 3 people, but doesn't look good at all. Eskas decides to ignore the fight and try to go for Dragon. 2k HP, but he goes down for... Oh my god! Kritibu gets the smite while Guardian Angel was channeling. A nice catch onto Yashiro. Now Yashiro 1 versus 2, but there's no teammate for him to help out. Huge ultimate from Caitlyn, and that's an ace, clean ace.
Well, they end the game, they're going mid, they're not going for Baron. They are lacking creeps. Never mind the creeps, and the bad boys are here. The damage that Jace can do to towers and Caitlyn with the headshots as well, I think we are going to game 5.
Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. We're gonna get that song, I hope. I really hope. Production, get that team.
Look at the flashes. KT lost this game with all flashes
What
up.
the hell? No one flashed in this fight. Team Wilderness get a game 2. And that's looking like a reverse sweep from team from Norway.
Wow, what a game. What a game. Excited for game 5 already. What will they cook in the drafts? No champions are left to play.
Nice comeback from team from Norway, Team Wilderness showing up. Cold nerves. Oh, and we see some G2 scrims on the screen.
C9 Thanatos as well, preparing his champions.
Yeah. What a game. What a game. Wow. And it's a fearless draft. I want to remind the audience, it's a fearless draft. So 40 champions cannot be picked in Con Baltics finals.
That's a lot of champions when you think about it. And these players will have to dig deep into the champion pockets and find some comfort picks that they are willing to take on game 5, the most important game of the whole series. Winner takes it all.
Okay, we're going to a small interview with our analyst Arlight. Let's see what's up with Team Wilderness.
After an exciting Game 4 finish from Team Wilderness, I am joined by none other than Bloxley. Bloxley, just so you know, when I think about Norwegian League of Legends, I think of you. From many years ago, he's a veteran player, and he is going to bring out a Game 5 for us today. If you think back, a year ago, I was coaching the team you were facing. It was also 5 games. How do you think the morale of the team, the confidence you feel, has changed compared to last year? How do you feel right now?
I mean, we have different players, right? So, like our AD carry, he is really cold, and then he's calling a lot. And for some reason, whenever I play a file, it always goes to 5 games, no matter what. I don't know why.
You have blessed us with your curse of 5 games because we love to see it. Do you think you're going to pull off this Game 5? How confident do you feel?
100%.
100%. You heard it here first. Wilderness are back to take revenge onto the Baltics. Very soon, we're going to hear the Silver Scrapes. And in Game 5, Bloxley is going to bring out a banger for everyone here. Thank you very much. And I wish you all the luck for this next game.
Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome back for the Game 5 Silver Scrapes. Will Team Wilderness do a reverse sweep against all odds? I'm not sure, but I'm here to see it. What are your thoughts about these games, Arlight?
Man, Solus, I'm getting flashbacks. It's been a year, and it's another Wilderness Game 5 here in Con Baltics and Expo. I mean, some people say history repeats itself. Some people say, you know, with enough enthusiasm, things can change. And, you know, off the back of the fact that Wilderness won this past game, which I was quite shocked about regarding, you know, this interesting draft, you know, they might actually pull it out, I think, in this Game 5. I'm actually starting to ear towards Wilderness' side. And by the way, there is actually context behind it. I saw you, Solus, in the back, standing with the Lithuanian squad, speaking together. So
yes.
What if we put emphasis on this bias? What if, you know, I stand on the side of Wilderness and you stand on the side of Kenty for this Game 5 to make it a bit more interesting?
Yeah, let's make this deal. Heading into Game 5, though, I will remind everyone watching that we are in fearless draft mode. So right now, 40 champions are not available. 4 games have been played, and we might see some crazy picks. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some Heimerdingers, some Timo, some Graves, some, I don't know, some crazy picks. Maybe a Zillion, maybe a Swain if it's left open. I'm here for this draft. It's going to be very exciting, to say the least.
Yeah, Swain is probably going to be still banned out as it was the previous 4 games, and it seems like, if I got the information correctly, Wilderness are still on blue side 5 times in a row. And I think that on the blue side, the B1 might be, I mean, it was almost always an AD carry. What, like, maybe it's a Zinja this time? Maybe, that's my bet.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure. Since these games are so centered around bot lane, it's either Yashiro carrying a lot of the times or Nomi stepping up and doing wonderful things on the Caitlyn like he did last game. And even on the Ashe game that they lost, he was still doing quite well. I would guess that it's probably going to be an AD carry or even a support first pick, just to secure some comfort picks, as now the matchups become less relevant with so many champions being out of the pool.
I think, if I remember the champion pool correctly, I could also make a bet that Varus could be a good B1.
Ooh.
What do you think Yashiro would answer that with?
Well, Yashiro, knowing him, I would bet that he would answer with some sort of hyper carry. Still, I would put money for him to pick either a Lucian with supports like a Yumi or a Nami if those are available.
Banned all the time, the Lucian.
Yeah, but you know, things can happen, things can shift. We could see him on a champion like, actually so many champions are out right now, but maybe a Zaya, maybe a Zeri, champions like that.
Corki could be a decent answer as well.
Corki could definitely be an answer. However, I do like seeing Yashiro more on these higher range sort of champions, that their auto attack range is higher, and with the Corki it might be a bit more difficult for him to go in and out as freely as he does with some other champions that don't have to commit as hard. We saw him play the Kai'Sa, he did play it wonderfully, however they did end up losing that sort of game. So,
does he play Samira, do you know?
From my recollection, he's not a Samira player, although in the previous games I said that Nomi is not a Caitlyn player, and he pulled off a phenomenal performance. First pick Caitlyn, hitting the traps on the trash hooks. It didn't seem like this guy is unfamiliar with the Caitlyn, and he pulled it out in just the right time.
Not at all, not at all. I think he did fantastic as well. And thinking more about the AD carry picks, if Kenty is forced to blind pick themselves, I could see Wilderness maybe looking for an AP carry down in the bot lane. That could be something. That could be up for grabs.
Well, that will be very interesting. But in terms of AP carries, what's left? You can go with Ziggs AD carry or Cassiopeia. Syndra's banned. Victor's been played.
Heimerdinger, you know, you talked about this. Maybe we get a Heimer in bot lane.
Heimerdinger would be very funny.
He's getting a buff next patch, by the way. Did you notice?
I did not know this, but thank you for telling me. You're like a Mr. Encyclopedia of League of Legends.
Yes, sir.
However, I will remind you, 2 games ago you told me if Team Wilderness lose the first and second game, especially with the drafts they went for, they are likely to get 3-0'd. And now they're one game away of sweeping Kenti in the grand finals. What are your comments about that?
Yeah, you know, it was such a long time ago when I said this. I don't really remember. It must be fake news. But honestly, yeah, Wilderness in Game 3 and Game 4, it's gradual. Game 3, they clutched it out. Game 4 was even more convincing, I believe, even though it was like all 4 games are really messy so far. And I hope the Game 5 is going to be explosive as well. But as I said, I'm going to try to err on the side of Wilderness. I do believe them. In the interview, maybe you didn't hear, I was talking to Ploxy. He said, 100% we got this covered. 100% they're winning this Game 5. And I looked him in the eyes, and I kind of believed him for a second.
Well, that's the sort of confidence you want to have heading into the finals. Now we're in the draft already for this final game of the finals. Wow!
Zillion B1! Man, it's from Lomic's book, you know. We took Zillion Game 5 as well last year, by the way, but it wasn't B1 for sure.
But that's a crazy statement pick. It reminds me of the Caitlyn pick last game, because actually Parein is known as the Zillion guy in Lithuania. He makes it work in the situations that you would believe it would be useless, but actually Zillion is his by far the most played champion throughout all of the years in solo queue. So a little bit of backstory for those of you that didn't know, and we see a Smolder answer into the Zillion.
We see a Smolder. We know that Nautilus, Leona, and Thresh, and even Rel are out, so trying to figure out if there are any more engaged supports on the table. Nico could be fine as well. Together with the Smolder, they can be quite oppressive even in the earlier stages of the game. But together with Zillion, like, what's going to be the pairing? There's Jhin open, for example. It could be something like a Jhin, right?
Jhin, Zillion doesn't sound too appealing to me, honestly. Kind of lacking firepower in those early to mid team fights around the Dragons. However, when we look at Kenti's side, I don't really know Yashiro as like a very prominent Smolder player. I don't know Parein as a very prominent Nico player. So these teams, both of them, are going outside of their own comfort zone to mess with the enemy's draft. So very interested to see how that goes.
Oh, you see them going for the Xayah this time, probably because Kenti so far have shown that they want to go for these all-in team fight-oriented compositions, and Xayah certainly, the Featherstorm, is going to help her get through some troubling times if she does get collapsed. Not like Nomi didn't do a good job trying to dodge these things so far in the series, but the Featherstorm really is going to help. Wait, Shyvana?
That would be an interesting pick.
A blind Shyvana?
Okay, that makes more sense. Shyvana, I still see it as kind of a solo queue champion. You just don't get enough resources in these competitive games to pull out like a hard carry Kindred, hard carry Shyvana, etc. These types of champions. However, so far I am favoring the draft of Kenti a little bit, because even though you said that they play engages, actually the 2 times they played hyper carries with enchanters, they won, and the 2 times they played engaged supports with Nautilus and Leona, they lost. Right now with the Smolder and Nico, even though Nico is traditionally an engaged support, they're positioned to kite back quite well, and they have the decent range with Smolder rapid fire cannon if he ends up finishing it.
I see what you mean, but interesting, you know, this draft from Wilderness, so far I'm not too surprised except for the Zillion pick, but the sort of ideology of the composition still fits them as usual. It's very conservative. You have a Zillion, you have a front to back, you have a Sejuani. Ploxy, you know, a veteran player, he's like, yeah, just whip out the Sejuani, I'm gonna figure it out. He doesn't need something too crazy. No, I'm very interested to see what Edskas picks into this Sejuani. Is it just going to be the Poppy for him? I think it's probably for Smackler. Do you think they're going to hold it for R5?
It's definitely going to be for Smackler. I would be surprised if it's any other way. However, before the game, we were speaking about potential scenarios for Kenti, and we might end up seeing a Graves in the jungle. Honestly, I think Graves in the jungle from Edskas would be wonderful, as he's one of the best Graves players in Europe, I believe. Definitely the best one in Lithuania. However,
I'm not sure about Graves here when you have to like deal with the Zillion and Sejuani against you. I mean, it could work out. Like Wilderness can still go either way with the last 2 picks, because they still have a mid laner and a top laner to pick. They see that they're up against a Poppy. What is going to be this R5? I think the R5 is going to be the jungle, right, from Eskas. And I have a blank mind right now. What could he go for, if not the Graves?
I would like them to last pick mid lane instead of jungle, even though Etskas is the carry and not Remtuolis. However, this Zillion really... Oh!
Okay, okay, okay.
Will it be the Graves?
Yep.
Please be the Graves.
Nah, no way it's game.
Please be the Graves.
No way.
He's got 5 seconds to make up his mind.
Oh, they just pick a mid lane, no way. Oh, Twisted Fate. It's Remtuolis' Twisted Fate, maybe. Veigar kind of makes sense, no?
Well, that is definitely a pick I did not expect in a million years from Remtuolis. I don't think I've ever seen this guy on Veigar, and to pull it out on the most important game, honestly, respect.
I mean, I've seen this from Remtuolis many times. Not the Veigar, but the fact that he's like, yeah, you know, if I can just drop a cage here, I'm gonna do good. You know, this Veigar pick is going to actually be quite crucial for these type of teamfights. Now it's Valiant's turn to answer with something proactive, and it's the Yone into Veigar.
It could still be the Yone top lane, but honestly, I'm not a big fan of this champion.
Yone?
Not into this draft. Yone, I like him as a champion, but just not into the opposing draft. So far, I think Kenti is doing a great job of playing a kite-back team composition. They can stop the engage with the Nico, with the Poppy ultimate, now with the Veigar cage, so I think they're quite happy right now, whereas right now, Wilderness or very hard commit. They don't have range. The only range they have is the Xayah.
It is very scrappy, and playing against like a Nico ultimate, a Poppy knockout, a you know, a Veigar cage, it might cause issues for them in this draft, and it is the Graves in the R5 as you predicted beforehand. But I don't know, if Wilderness just play around the cooldowns correctly, they might pull this draft off, but I think it's it's going to be very important how much gold Etskas can generate until these serious teamfights break out.
Yeah, but if you had to choose a winning draft, who would you say won this draft without knowing the players?
Listen, I think it's kind of close. For me, it's kind of close at this level of play. It's hard to stand on one or the other side. I think Wilderness, it's a little bit easier for them to realize their ideology as a composition. I think they have like clearer objectives. I think Kenti, if they are not playing at their 100%, their draft is worse, I think.
Well, I have a completely opposite view, as I feel like it's way easier to have a composition where you have infinitely scaling Veigar, infinitely scaling Smolder, and your whole plan is, guys, they're low range. Anytime a fight breaks out, we kite back, focus the first target. That seems very simple. However, Wilderness have to take into account like the Poppy W, the Veigar cage, the Graves smokescreen, and kiting out. But that being said, we're in Game 5, already in the Rift, and as it is the final game of this tournament, could we give a round of applause for Team Wilderness? Some fans, at least, it seems like throughout the series they're gaining more fans. And can we see who's cheering for Team Lithuania on red side, Kenti?
All right.
Definitely the crowd favorite here.
I love that we are already like committing to this bias split, even regarding the draft. You know, we are embodying this ideology. I'm going to be here for the underdogs to Wilderness, and you know, if they win, it's a complete reverse sweep, by the way.
Yeah, it would be crazy. I'm not sure if there have ever been reverse sweeps in Comic-Con Grand Finals.
No, I'm not sure as well. Last year it was all over the place. We were just trading games with Wilderness. But this time, you know, it's just 2-0 and 2-2.
Already we're seeing Etskas do unorthodox things, missing his
nice
Q just for aura. This guy does not miss a chance to aura farm. I mean, that's how it is when you're a young gun, you know. And Graves, if he ends up stealing the top side of Floxy, Floxy might run into some huge problems if he's not aware of it.
They do have information of the fact, I mean, they have a really, really solid guess that this Graves is in their top side because the Raptor camp was warded and Graves is not there yet. So I believe, yeah, you see pings going out.
It's a red ping, though.
It's a red ping. So wait. Bloxy is actually just walking into his side, which makes me think that he didn't read the situation properly, right? The Raptors are still up. I mean, he's certain now because he's on Wolves and he didn't see Etskas on Raptors. He's certain now, but
they just saw Etskas leaving the jungle now, so that throws out the idea that he started in the Sejuani's top side, so they can sort of predict what sort of pathing he's going to take. And considering the fact that Wilderness have bot lane priority, Sejuani might just run straight into the bot side of Etskas jungle.
can they do that? Yeah, there's a wave going into Rimtolis. Rimtolis is going to be quite weak for the first couple of levels. Kritibu showing dominance in the top lane. He has an abusive pick, being this Rumble. He's playing with Ignite and Deathfire Torch as well. And now it's on Kenti to defend. Rimtolis flash forced from him already. Now the play going on to Bloxy. Etskas looking for his first kill. But, they are defending quite well so far. Valiant losing a lot of health. He just pressed E proactively into Etskas. That's not going to be a kill on him. And now when he returns, he's in trouble. Parain taking a lot of damage. Valiant going very low. Etskas, look how confident he is. Forced to flash to dodge the Zillion bomb. And very 50-50 so far.
I feel like Kenti should have been happy with just forcing them away from the blue buff, but that chase forces them to use an extra flash, which is definitely not good for the Graves. Wonderful bombs from the Zillion on top of the Smolder, poking him out and slowing him down, but it seems like Etskas will get all of his jungle. He did lose a bot side crab, but I'm pretty sure Kenti are happy with this exchange.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of overzealousness from Kenti, as you said. They should be happy defending the jungle. They need this Graves to be farming as much as he can and not wasting too much time. But this skirmish cost him a flash from Rimtolis as well. But yeah, bot lane, there's trouble in paradise for Kenti, as Zoophobia thankfully is running out of mana now to try to keep up this pressure.
I'm interested to see how this top lane matchup goes. I would expect Rumble to get quite a bit of a CS lead, considering he's a bully and Poppy is not that good into Rumble. And he also has Ignite, but so far, Smackler is holding up just right.
Yeah, he's doing fine. I mean, Smackler, it's his comfort zone, I think, playing these losing type of matchups. It usually is the case for top laners who used to play the, how I call it, SOS. Shenor and Sion combination. Yeah,
that's a first.
It's an SOS in the top lane from Smackler. So he's a comfort zone playing these losing matchups, and I think he's going to hold out just fine. Unless Bloxy tries to force several dives in a row, then, you know, things could change.
Very interesting to see that despite Etskas stealing away some of Sejuani's camps, he's actually just even on farm.
I don't know how Bloxy does it.
Sure, even though he's like a bit ahead in tempo, like 20-30 seconds, Bloxy is going to be the same farm as Graves, and you love to be in this situation as a Sejuani.
Even in previous game, remember, it was Maokai against Wukong, and Maokai was doing a lot of proactive ganks, right? While Wukong was just farming, and even then, Bloxy was ahead, or at least even, with the Wukong in jungle regarding farm, so that's an interesting thing. Maybe, you know, experience shining through for Bloxy's side.
Yeah, Bloxy is definitely picking up the slack in the game 3 and 4. First two, I would say Etskas was quite dominating. Despite even being a 1-6 on the Kiana, at one point he was always ahead, very much so in terms of farm. This game, though, it's looking different. On a champion like Graves, you definitely want to be ahead. We see mid lane, though, going quite well for him, Tolis.
Yeah. I noticed it as well. He's holding his ground quite well, even of the fact that he had to burn his flash quite early, but you know, now that they're level 6, things might change, and it's the Drake started from Team Wilderness. Let's see if they can get it.
This dragon is actually quite huge, considering it's the 6th minute of the game. This would help Team Wilderness a lot in the laning phase, but it seems like Kenti might be looking to contest.
I think it's completely fine because Yashiro is stuck in his lane right now, but maybe it's a late collapse. Let's see what the cage can do. Bloxy. Oh, it's not yet. It's a steal from Etskas in game 5. First blood for him as well. Now Valiant try to answer. One kill goes on to Parain. Can they get more? Yashiro in trouble. He uses his flash, but survives. Etskas now looking for another kill, chasing down Nomi. He doesn't have flash to follow that up, but this is huge for Kenti.
Yeah, Kenti will walk out of that fight happy. They get a kill onto Smolder, they get a kill onto Graves, and they also steal the dragon. Now, this is the sort of lead that they're looking to get, but in the meantime, Kritibu is getting quite a decent lead for himself, as we see Smackler going from a weird way from the jungle, that means perhaps he was running all the way down to join this dragon fight.
Yeah, he did use teleport into the river, I noticed. That's why he's dropped so many minions. That's the only downside that Kenty have from that fight. Maybe they're bleeding a bit top lane. But now Valiant in trouble? No, he's actually going out fine. This Diona is a very slippery champion.
He's definitely slippery, but I'm feeling that Dion should get a bit more value into this lane phase. They picked it into the Veigar, but so far Veigar has been, I would say, chilling.
Yeah, Rinto was just holding up fine. Now he's a bit in trouble. There's a couple of bombs onto him. A Sejuani ult as well. How do you survive this, mister? And that's a kill for a Valiant. Team Wilderness get an upper hand.
When I saw them show up in mid lane, I did not think that Veigar is dead on my screen, but honestly they have way more damage than I expected, and a lot of CC as well. And unfortunately for Rimtoles, when he died, his flash was 5 seconds on cooldown.
And now, is there a fight breaking out in bot lane? Oh, just supports trading a little bit of their health pools. And now Ploxy on to trying to get these grubs. Let's see if Etskas keeps it up and steals not only the Drake, but maybe a couple of the grubbies.
Well, I would doubt that he will steal the grubs, as the fight would happen around top lane where...
Oh, Bahrain died. Bot lane?
What happened?
What's going on? Wait, Yashiro is mad. Oh, and he gets a return kill.
It looked like the Xayah will survive. However, the new rune, if you know...
Deathfire Torch, yeah.
Deathfire Torch coming in handy and finishing off Nomi on the last slivers of health. And even though Parain died, again, Kenty is so happy with this trade.
They are, because, you know, Nomi has to be bleeding the wave. Yashiro stayed alive, we got this kill, and, you know, it was an AD carry support trade. And that's going to spell... that's going to give a lot of options for Kenty to play for if this bot lane gets the upper hand. But Kenty really, regarding their composition, they just have to take it slow. As you said, they have Veigar scaling, they have Smolder scaling, they have Graves scaling as well. They just want to chill out a little bit. And the fact that they took this Drake away from Wilderness hands is going to help the agenda as well, to just try to pull this game a little bit longer until the scaling comes into effect.
Well, I'm sure Kenty are happy so far. Veigar has flash in the mid lane, so he's quite safe. I feel like a lot of this game will go on the shoulders of Team Wilderness solo laners. The difference makers in team fights are them, for sure. If Rumble lands a great equalizer, if Yon lands a great ultimate as well, it could be a devastating combo. But they will have to prove they can pull it off, as actually in the first Dragon fight, Yon played quite suboptimally and missed his ultimate onto no one. But
that's true, and you can see Etskas trying to fish for something. Thankfully, Etskas, with this matchup, Graves against Sejuani, is slowly building a lead. And Nico is so annoying, but the ultimate still lands onto Yashiro, who has no flash. Fantastically read by Ploxy. He didn't use his ultimate preemptively, because the Nico clone standing in front, he just waits it out, knows that Smolder has no flash, throws it out in time, and the Drake is in 1 minute.
Honestly, amazing lane game from Ploxy, and it's been a bit of an, what do you say, his preferred playstyle of choice in this series. The amount of times he did a lane gank bot lane, whereas I believe Etskas didn't do a single lane gank bot lane throughout the whole series, really shows the difference in playstyle in the junglers. And the fact that these teams are 2-2 shows that both of these styles can work.
Yeah, that's very much true. I mean, Etskas is more of like a carry-oriented player, from my point of view at least, and Ploxy is more like team-oriented, and even the draft tells the same story. We saw Maokai, we have Sejuani here. Even if, you know, the meta is maybe earing away from those type of champions, Ploxy still finds opportunities to make them work, and it does bring in results. 1,000 lead for Wilderness at the 11th minute of the game.
Yeah, the lead so far, I feel like this has been the least explosive game out of all 5 games. So even though we were saying that the players will play more passive when it comes to stage games at the start of the series, they actually played way more aggressive in the first 4 games. And now on the 5th game, everyone's okay. Let's not do something crazy. Let's not throw. And both teams are taking it slower.
You know, there's a difference in wanting to win and really not wanting to lose. I hoped I'd see more wanting to win this game. You know, maybe a little bit of calculated zealousness and maybe a bit more aggression. but everyone is just taking it step by step. Everyone feels in control and everyone is fine with it. Now, the second Drake setup coming out for Wilderness. Let's see how Kenty responds.
Well, Yashiro has an item advantage over Zaya, but Smolder isn't really known to be an early game champion, so they might just give up this dragon.
Yeah, it's hard to approach. We have Zillion bombs sitting in the tri-bush, right? And that's just a mountain Drake for them. They love a mountain Drake. They do have a Sejuani themselves. Meanwhile, Smackler not using his teleport to try to do something tricky at this Drake, just trying to get a couple of plates. And now there's an engage onto Rimduolis. He's forced to use his flash. Sejuani and Yone use their ultimates in return.
Smackler forced to use his ultimate to survive in top lane and not have to burn flash. In terms of dragons, in terms of everything, game is looking pretty dead even so far. It will definitely come down all to execution, at least in the next coming fights before the compositions really kick in.
This is going to be a Chemtech Soul, by the way.
Chemtech Soul, not really great for either team. None of the teams have enchanters really or huge amounts of shields that they can benefit from. I guess the Rumble and the Yone could slightly benefit from the increased shielding, but it's not going to be a difference maker most likely.
Yeah, we'll have to just wait and live until Soul becomes available, then it's going to be a bit more interesting. But now Smackler trying to bait the Kritibu into a gank, and it seems like it's just going to be a good kill from him, and he throws the equalizer to get rid of the wave, which is a good call, but good job by Kenty finding this pick in top side.
I'm very surprised that they didn't choose to give over the kill to the Graves, because a kill onto the Poppy will never change this matchup, at least this late into this stage, because Rummel's already 140 CS up. I would much rather see this kill onto Etskas, but a kill is good nonetheless, doesn't matter who it's on. The bot lane, however, I'm surprised to see such a CS discrepancy.
Yeah, the Zillion seems to be very pressed. I mean, you said Parain plays a lot of Zillion, right? And he must know what Zillion does to a lane and how he functions, but still, the upper hand for Nomi and Zoophobia in the bot lane. But like 30 minions? Wait, it's 25 right now. That's quite a lot, honestly.
Yeah, and considering the fact that he has 3 kills as well, giving to him 5 blocks with amazing ganks, they can really snowball.
Oh, Rimduolis, he's moving into bot lane. Flash from Zoophobius.
Actually, great engage attempt from Parain.
Let's see how much. They only missed a minion, maybe 2, I think, under the turret. Let's see if Wilderness want to answer in any way or form. In the river, Etskas taking an interesting position. Maybe they collapse Rimduolis. They know he doesn't have flash. He flashes over the wall to get a stun, and that's a Yone ultimate on top of it. But now Valiant is forced to return to his shadow. Parain tried to reach him, but he does not succeed. Let's see what's happening next. Bloxy trying to get a stun onto Parain. It's going to be successful, but he does have a flash that he uses. In response, nothing more. Just a kill onto Rimduolis from Wilderness.
Yeah, Rimduolis getting caught out of position is not a theme that's new in this series.
That's true.
However, he is playing a champion that doesn't get punished too much about dying early. As long as you get some farm, you're still going to be fine as Veigar. You're going to be dealing tons of damage, providing a lot of utility to the team. So it really is just some extra gold on top of Valiant, but other than that, nothing else.
Yeah, Rimduolis, he is 1,000 gold behind, but it's not like he doesn't have resources himself this time. He's not as bled out as, for example, we saw in the first game, but now Smackler taking a lot of damage. He as well throwing his Q in the opposite direction. Maybe learned that from Etskas in the first levels, just horror farming in the top lane. And now Herald started by Etskas. Do they have a favorable position? No, they're just messing around.
I do believe that Kenty should avoid some fights, at least until Smolder gets a second item, but they're not going to listen to me as they're looking quite aggressively into the top river.
Yeah, you see, Nomi is in bot lane, so Wilderness do have to make the decision to just give away this Herald this time, but I do get the first turret, which builds up the gold lead over Yashiro for Nomi even more. 1.2 thousand already for him and 2.3 total. I think Wilderness are feeling quite comfortable.
Well, heading into the next potential fight, 20 seconds on the Chemtech Dragon. We'll see if Kenti chooses to contest it, because I'm definitely sure that Wilderness will.
And Nomi barely not having enough gold to finish up the Infinity Edge that he seems to be building before this Drake fight. But at the same time, I think Yashiro, also doesn't finish his second item. And it's interesting how Kritibu, by the way, doesn't have a teleport. He's not going to be here at all. Rimtolis doesn't have a TP as well, so they're just matching top lane, and another Drake just given away. Do you think it's correct from Kenti to give these away?
I think that they're just a bit too weak at this stage of the game. Veigar needs to scale. He's not doing that much damage yet. His build is semi-utility. Smolder does not have enough stacks.
Bloxy looking for a play onto Yashiro. Yashiro still has flash, but did get hit by an ultimate. Now he's forced to use it. Not too much damage returned onto Bloxy, so they feel fine. And this is a textbook 1-2, you know, we get this Smolder slash out, we're gonna go and live to see another day and throw out the Sejuani ultimate in a minute or two, maybe when it's back and Smolder is still flashless.
However, when you look at the items, do you see something strange, something that you really don't like?
Okay, let's see. So Protoplasm there's a Liangris for Kritibu.
Look at Yon's boots. I think this is a completely
those are
waste.
boots, right. Sorry, the new boots.
Yes, these are lifesteal boots that usually are a bait item, and considering the fact that Kenti have such an insane amount of CC, like, I would much rather him go either the normal attack speed boots or just get the Mercury Treads, because their value is quite big this game. Realistically, I'm not sure how much lifesteal can you get from these boots in this type of team composition.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky for Valiant to, like, fight prolonged team fights in this game, I think, because the Graves can somewhat kite you. There's a Poppy who's going to be a nuisance for him as well. You have to dance around the Nico ulti, the Veigar cage, all the things that you talked about before. So maybe having something like Mercury Treads that are going to free you up a little bit in these team fights could have been better. But let's see if Valiant proves us wrong.
Yeah, well, so far, a lot of players definitely proved me wrong. For example, I was thinking that Kritibu will be stomping Smackler most of the series around, but Smackler is actually winning quite a bit. Oh, engage onto the Smolder as there's no flash.
Yeah, Parain tries to answer now with his ultimate, doesn't hit anyone. And yeah, just as I said, they get the Sejuani ultimate back and try to use it onto Yashiro, but not enough juice. And Kenti looking to answer into bot lane with the Herald play into Kritibu now. At least Graves got some gold off the back of this Herald play, because some of the plates, you know, went to him. But what else? There's Yashiro against Valiant in top lane. What are they looking to contest here still? Are they trying to finish off the tower? No, it's just trying to push people away. Smackler just, you know, high-fiving Bloxy one time. And there's not much to contest right now. I think we should just call it a day from Team Wilderness and Kenti and just get our resets in while we still can, because Drake is up in 2 minutes and there's still a Baron threat on the table.
Well, Wilderness is pushing their lead quite steadily this game, I would say. Both of the side lane towers are down. Mid lane tower is barely standing. A lot of constraints seen from their side of the Rift, and honestly, I like to see it, as the past few games, the theme has been a team starts off winning a team fight, but then overchase out of greed and end up throwing the advantage. Seeing a lot more constraint coming out this game.
Yeah, that's very much true. And the one worrying factor here is that Wilderness have absolute and perfect control over the top side river vision control for the past like couple of minutes already. I think like, they feel very comfortable playing proactively in this top side wave. And Kenti are scared to try to answer. Now Edskas is rolling up and Parain is next to him. And Bloxy, proactive play, equalizer onto Yashiro as well. He's gonna burn down any second now, will he? Yes, that's the first one to drop. Smackler joining in to try to save his team. And collateral damage goes on to Nomi to try to answer. Fantastic cage follow-up from Rimtolis. That's a shutdown for Parain. Now Edskas goes down to Kritibu as well. Smackler trying to pull some revenge for his team, but Kritibu does a lot of damage in there. Again, back and forth. Smackler going in. Bloxy moves out just in time. But while this is happening, Solus, you see what's going on the map.
I did not even see Yon pushing in top lane. I felt like everyone was in mid lane 5v5 because the fight was so close. But Team Wilderness just win this fight, 4v5. Beautiful to see. And actually, both teams played this fight amazing. If you managed to catch it, Rimtuolis proto-belted forward, did a beautiful cage on top of the respawning Xayah, and they were able to finish her off. Unfortunately, Etskas did die in the back from, I believe, Critibus Ignite, but the trade was somewhat even, if I had to say. In mid lane, of course, when we look at top lane, the Yone is getting pretty scary.
You know, it's actually very interesting looking at this game because it feels like these are completely different teams. If we compare the last 4 games, right now Valiant tries to play proactive, uses CC, there's no cage on Veigar. Maybe this is an opportunity for Wilderness to make a proactive play. While Veigar is cageless, Smackler on the side, they're trying to fight for this next Drake that is spawned already. Now Ploxy holding the line, Rimtolis uses cage again, doesn't have it now to control the position. Etskas trying to leash away this Drake now, they're giving up the position so far. Rimtolis, Protobolt cage, doesn't hit much, but now they immediately engage. Ploxy goes in, fantastic! Yone ultimate, Parain tries to survive, but he just goes down. It's one down on the side of Kenty, and I think that's a third Drake.
It seems like Wilderness will be on soul point, they just cannot get into the range of Team Wilderness, and Team Wilderness is playing a bunch of melee champions, which is crazy to say.
Look, Critibus just flashing in onto Rimtolis. Can he finish him off? No, that's a shutdown for Rimtolis.
Arlight, what have I said previously about a team being ahead and over-chasing?
Over-chasing, exactly. That's the same thing I thought here, but Wilderness, they don't have enough. They want to get more. They're going on to Etskas. A fantastic W from Smackler. Just bashes away the Norwegians and saves his jungler this time.
Wow, I can see already that the game is going to be crazy, and since this soul is, while it's nice to have, it's definitely not a very massively game-changing soul, so even if Kenty lose the soul, just like in game 1 and 2, they still have a bunch of opportunities to play it out for late game, and Yashiro, he might already have his execute complete on his stacks.
Yeah, you know, as much Drakes as Kenty can take away, they prolong the game by every minute, you know. If the Elder is up and Kenty still don't feel confident enough to win these fights, and that's going to cause issues. If Wilderness do get their hands on Elder, it's going to be very, very nasty with these explosive fights, especially with something like the Equalizer burning down the backline of Kenty. But, you know, we have to live until that. It's 4 more minutes until Soul. And the next focus point is going to be Baron in the top side.
Yeah, but if I'm right now on Kenty's side, I'm thinking, how do I deal with Rumble ult on top of me, Yone ult on top of me, dodging Sejuani ult. But then again, I thought a lot of many similar things, but for Kenty's side on game 1 and 2, and they proved me wrong. So what I've noticed is that caster curse definitely exists in Con Baltics, and I might have just caster cursed Team Wilderness.
Let's see if that's true. A small play going on onto Smackler. Now they're pulling away because they know Kenty is joining up. A disengaged ultimate coming out from Ploxy, and they just walk away safely.
Yeah, unfortunately, Smackler was not able to press his ultimate in time, got stunned by the Sejuani first. I believe if he had that ultimate onto the Rumble, they might have been able to catch him as he's no flash from the previous overextension.
Very true. Didn't even notice that myself. But meanwhile, while this whole play was happening, Kenty was actually rotating to try to answer a potential proactive play from Wilderness in top lane. Meanwhile, Valiant and Nomi were like happily farming mid lane and bot lane waves. And now, Nashor has been started by Wilderness, the first one in this game 5 in Con Baltics.
Very interesting Baron.
Look, they even dropped the Equalizer just to get enough damage here. 5,000, wait! Hoppy ultimate! Smackler sends Ploxy flying! They tried to cancel this Baron, and yes, okay, they do reset in the end, but that could have been so bad.
For a second, I thought that they will push away the Sejuani and continue the Baron themselves. Since Rumble, without his ultimate, loses more than half of his team fighting power, it would have been a crazy twist. But still, good enough for Kenty stopping that Baron.
Yeah, they're still fishing for something. They see Ploxy in the jungle. Smackler is out for blood. Let's see if he can find something. Etskas throws down the smoke screen, and they're just trying to fight for the Wolf Camp, maybe. Smite comes out from him. But now Bloxy and Zoophobia is looking to answer. The bomb goes wide. Valiant has casted his E, going on to Etskas. Burned him down a little bit. Now Sejuani ultimate hits Yashiro, but there's no follow-up. Parade! Fantastic ultimate onto Zoophobia. Shot down for Rimptolis. Now they're trying to chase off Critibu, but the blast cone gets him out. There's no equalizer yet, but it's gonna come up soon, and it's gonna be critical to try to cancel this Baron for Wilderness.
They will get the equalizer in time. However, Zillion has no ultimate. What will this Baron fight entail?
This is going to be very tricky because Nomi still has ultimate, Critibu still has ulti. Let's see if they can... Equalizer goes wide, not the best placement maybe. Now Critibu's trying to steal maybe. Etskas gets the smite down. That's Baron Nashor secured by Kenti in game 5.
What a crazy turn of events, but Kenti come out on top, securing the Baron with such a late game team composition right before Soul Point spawns for Team Wilderness. I think they might have just turned this game around, and a minute ago we were saying, how do they win these fights? The caster curse is real.
This whole series is absolutely ridiculous. I'm holding my head in my hands trying to figure out what's going on, but it's Kenti making another miracle on this Baron, and now looking to make a siege down mid lane. And
honestly, I'm pretty speechless about the last sequence of events, but we see Etskas in the jungle, maybe looking for some picks. Maybe he will catch Critibu on the rumble near the crowds.
He's trying to see if someone rotates for that bot side wave. He finds Bloxy, just takes a small chunk out of him. They drop the mid lane wave, don't siege further. Now they have to make a decision here. Are they just going to play for this Drake while they have the Baron power play? I usually don't like this type of gameplay. They could just keep the Drake open and play it for exit, but I guess it's Soul Point for Wilderness, so this time it just makes a lot of sense for them to try to get it. But Bloxy is in the pit. Is he gonna look for a steal? It's still 3,000. Great equalizer onto Yashiro, cutting away the team. Rimtolis in Jonius right now, and Drake taken by Etskas, so no soul for them. Parade! Fantastic ultimate is their follow-up. Smackler trying to get some gold. And now Yashiro and Etskas is still alive. Can they get some damage onto Critibu and Valiant? Bloxy goes down. Zoophobia's next targeting Yashiro's eyes. Valiant, you're in trouble. That's another kill for Kenti. They're looking for more. Yashiro moving up, moving up. Everyone is so low. They need to cancel these resets, I think. Etskas moving in. Smackler flanking Critibu. Let's see if he can get the kill. That's a flash. Etskas, can he do it? And he does. Critibu goes down. Yashiro getting another kill and the ace.
Absolute disaster for Team Wilderness. And honestly, it felt like this fight could go either way. It was so close, so close. However, I am lacking a little bit of impact from the Sion. I feel like every time a fight starts, he snaps his E back way too soon when he could keep dishing out damage. He might have been able to kill both Etskas and Yashiro actually in the Dragon Pit, but now we'll just have to keep wondering as Kenti push this huge lead that they have now for extra towers.
Yeah, Valiant just now finished off an Immortal Shield Bow. Maybe that's going to give him the confidence he needs to make these teamfights a little bit more explosive, maybe be a little bit more proactive and aggressive in these teamfights and don't snap back too soon. And now he's just looking to defend this top lane tier 2. It's 4 versus 5 so far, but there's no wave yet, and now it's up to Kenti to figure out what they can do without the objectives up. So there's nothing to bait these players into a proactive action. So you have to be creative now. How do we set up a siege without Baron? What are we trying to achieve? Maybe we can even make a dive happen. Do we need that? Are we in a comfortable position to make a fight? It looks like Kenti are just gonna try to slowly chip away. Oh, look at the Grave Soul damage, actually. It's not as crazy as the Ezreal Wolf that you talked about in the game 1.
Yeah, but Graves is definitely online right now. Over 30 Huber stacks as well. Smolder, after this reset, will as well finish off Rapid Fire Cannon. So 2 minutes ago I was saying, how do Kenti win fights? Now I'm going to say, how will Team Wilderness win these fights? Because I'm not seeing it.
I'm not sure as well. Rimtolis is actually making so much pressure with this Veigar pick so far. It feels like he's baiting people in. He has a Seraph, he has a bunch of health in the Proto Belt as well. He has a Jonius to answer these snap engages that come out from Bloxy or Valiant. And it's really hard to lock one certain player down from the side of Wilderness if they do engage, because you have Etskas with a QSS here as well. You have Rimtolis with the Jonius, with the Seraphs. maybe if they can cheese out and get Yashiro with a Sejuani ultimate equalizer combo, that could mean something.
Well, Ploxy was just looking for Yashiro. Unfortunately, he couldn't get him, but both of them walk away with their lives, so that's good. It seems like the teams will be in a bit of a lull state, waiting for the next two big objectives. Soul Point for Team Wilderness and Baron spawning almost at the exact same time. If I was Team Wilderness, I would maybe try to give away the Dragon and try to rush the Baron, but I'm definitely sure that Kenti is aware of this and they do not want to give this trade.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, but you know, in their place, I would be, in Wilderness place, I would be looking for a fight as soon as possible. While Smolder is still flashless, while Rimpolis is still flashless, and Etskas as well, if they can land these equalizers in Sejuani ults and Yone ultimates on them while they're still flashless, I think that's the best chances they have as we are entering in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, well, so far it feels like Team Wilderness are winning in this standoff. They are getting more priority than Team Kenti. So they will be first to whichever objective they choose.
Maybe they're just looking to bait Wilderness in, give them false confidence, but so much damage from Kritibu. Did you see that?
Yeah, Kritibu, wonderful poke onto Etskas and Parain. However, they do heal up from the plant, so it's a bit mitigated. And now it shifted again. Now Kenti are the ones with the priority, and they're going to protect the river.
5 seconds until Baron, but it seems like Kenti have made their choice. They're standing on the side of Drake, but no, now they're trying to answer Wilderness that are moving up towards the top side of the map, and a great engage onto Etskas, but he has a QSS, so Yone ultimate goes wide. Smackler throws out 2 people. Now the next target is Ploxy. Can they do something about it? They're waiting for Valiant. Valiant goes down very quick, and the chase continues now onto Ploxy. Ploxy still has flash. I think he's gonna get out, no problems here, so Kenti shouldn't be wasting their time maybe and just keep their eyes on these objectives. But no, they're just going forwards. I think it's, you know, they're losing time here. There's 2 objectives, but there's a fight actually from Nomi! Flashes on to Yashiro, tries to get a kill. Is not successful. Parain successfully defends him, but now Rimtol is trying to finish him off, and he's dodging left and right, but that's a kill from Parain, but the fight is still going on. Kritibo in trouble. He presses Zhonyas, his flash is up in 1 second, but the cage is so strong against Zhonyas, and Kenti come out on top.
It was so close. It felt like Zaya barely didn't have enough range to finish off Parain, finish off Yashiro, and I do see that the Zillion has not used his Shirelius. That might have been the difference maker. So many close calls in this game, but it seems like this is probably the first game in the series that I see and can confidently say that Rimtolis is doing way more for his team.
Yeah, he's doing a great job on this Veigar. But you know, it was a horrible misjudgment by Wilderness there, I think, because they threw out the Sejuani ultimate onto Etskas, who had QSS. Maybe they didn't check, maybe they didn't know, but Valiant ultimate went wide because of that. And, you know, the fight shifted in Kenti's favor really quick once Valiant went down.
And now it's going to be... Now the game is going to be delayed even more, and they can scale as much as they want to from Kenti's side. It seemed like it's going to be so hard to lock down the Graves, who has a Mercurial Scimitar. Yashiro, I would hope that he would build something similar, but...
But now it's Kenti trying to be proactive onto Ploxy. Ploxy very low, has his ultimate forced out, and now Valiant looking for something. But Valiant has no ult, by the way. A couple of seconds ago, he had to use it defensively to get away from Kenti. But now, what are they going to do with the fact that Ploxy is quite low and doesn't have ultimate himself? We still have the equalizer. Maybe we can make something happen, but Rimwall is protobelt in. Look, a fantastic key onto Kritibu, and now a cage to follow up. Flash is going out from Wilderness. Kritibu in critical state. Now Nomi tries to answer some way, and Smackler spinning his hammer.
He just spins it menacingly and walks away. It might be a free Dragon, free Baron, I mean, for Team Kenti, and these fights are just not looking like they will go in the way of Team Wilderness. They really need to pull out a miracle engage from not even Ploxy anymore, because Graves has QSS, but I do believe Valiant needs to step up if they want to win this fight. Maybe Flash Q, the backline, following up with an ultimate and then Rumble ult on top. They really need to do something crazy as these simple front-to-backs just aren't working anymore.
Yeah, they need to start timing cooldowns very, very carefully. Now there's a Q assist coming out from Yashiro as well. It's so hard to get in on their head once they have these defensive items. And now Rimtolis has made enough money to get himself a beautiful Rabadon's death cap. And that completely cements the fact that we are in the very late stages of the game. He's gonna be crazy strong.
Yeah, it might be that we're looking in the final minutes of this grand final of 2026 Con Baltics.
Very much true, very much true. I think this is going to be the decider now. This siege, this Baron power play from Kenty. Can they do it? Can they deny? Can they deny the reverse sweep? Let's see how they set up this siege.
Good damage on the mid lane tower by Ramtolis on the Vigard. Now they're rotating towards bot lane as the tower is also very low and quite free.
Okay, engage on Etskas. Oh, they're just fighting for the bush.
Etskas is just so safe with both Flash and Mercurial Scimitar up.
And now the siege continues through the bot side. Let's see if they can make something happen with the wave.
Oh.
Valiant loses so much.
The Smolder hurts so much at this stage of the game, and you're trying to defend minions, but you get the AoE hit from the minions.
Yashiro just hurts so much. Now they're gonna shift back into mid lane maybe. At least Rimtolis is there. Tower almost down, and there's an ultimate coming out from Ploxy. Rimtolis presses his Zhonyas. Let's see if he can survive. He uses his flash as well, but goes really low. The turret falls though. They don't have Seju, they don't have Yone. They didn't get much in return, only a summoner and the Zhonyas. But now Smackler in trouble. Nomi tries to get a kill for himself. Ploxy defending from Etskas in the mid lane. He's in a little bit of trouble, but now his team showed up as well, and you know, a teleport coming out from Smackler. They're gonna continue the siege.
I like this from Kente. Honestly, great play so far, and a beautiful Zhonyas in the mid lane from Rantolis at the perfect timing. Seems like they will get both of these inhibitors.
And Nomi is doing his best. He's playing so confidently. He's walking up, trying to get the damage onto Kente, which is so hard for Kritibu or Valiant to do because of what you said, the short range. You can't walk up to this Veigar cage. You can't walk up to this Nico ultimate. And Etskas found Kritibu here. He just disappears. That's one down. Let's see if Kenti can keep going, and that's an engage onto Nomi. Smackler throws Valiant away, but he's gonna snap back any second. Smackler losing all of his health. He flashes out, but is it gonna be enough? Valiant in trouble. Yashiro's trying to finish him off. He dodges fantastically. The Yone ultimate now. Ploxy in trouble. Let's see if Valiant can get a kill. Parade flashes in, but Nomi gets caught. Rimtolis with the cage. Picks him off. Zoophobia is going down.
What the fight. Just like that, Kente turn it around and they will close out this final game, denying a reverse sweep from Team Norway Wilderness. What an amazing series it has been to cast and watch. And another huge congratulations to our new 2026 Comic-Con champions, Team Kente. Give it up for Team Lithuania. Wow, I'm speechless, Arlight. The games have been insane. You could not predict who will win. How do you feel?
Phenomenal. I mean, thank you, Kente, for bringing us, 2 extra games today and putting on such a beautiful show. Really, really well done.
Honestly, both of these teams have had a lot of moments that they should be proud of, and also a lot of moments that maybe were a bit shameful, but at the end of the day, playing on this huge stage for 5,000 euros prize pool, you will definitely feel some nerves, especially in the final games, so not surprised in this part.
Very true, and I'm just very glad that these games were so close. Everyone got a chance to shine, everyone had their downfalls, but, Kente, they really had it out for them, losing the last couple of games.
Okay, moving to the host. Give it up, another round of applause, please.
Mark, once again, 2 years in a row, the grand finals of the League of Legends tournament just delivers. Every time we get 5 maps, but this time we have a new champion.
Yes, exactly. It's our homeboys from Lithuania, Team Kenti. But first, of course, I have to congratulate the other team, right?
Exactly, because when it comes to our Norwegian friends, this is not their first Con Baltics. They actually were here with us last time, and unfortunately, once again, they are going
Second
home
place.
with a second place.
I mean, it's sad that they couldn't break the curse, honestly, really.
No, but yeah, sometimes they say third time the charm. So Wilderness, guys, may we have you here real quick? Because the good news is you still get the medals, you still get a part of the prize pool, and you also get like a little bit of spotlight because the show that you managed to give us once again, come here in the front. Once again, 5 maps. Obviously, it's never fun to give this kind of interview. What do you think happened? Because it was like a really slow start, you know, like you get away to maps, and then it kind of felt like, you know, there's a chance. What was like maybe that one thing that was missing?
Good question. I think we just got exhausted at the end, and we just didn't focus enough, I think. Yeah.
I guess I also have a question. So now, the curse unfortunately still continues. I mean, third time's the charm. Are you gonna come back, try to break it over, right?
Probably, yeah.
Well, I guess thanks, guys. You heard it here from them. Give a round of applause for our second placers. And now, all right.
Yes, guys, thank you very much. Now you can take your seats. But now this is the moment we've been waiting for because we have a new champion. And most importantly, probably for you, as someone who is
a Lithuanian,
being in the heart of Lithuania, this is probably the moment for you.
Okay. Now everybody, give a round of applause and welcome on the stage the first place winners, Team Kenti! Come on over, guys. First place, well deserved, beating out the guests and still letting them have their remaining curse.
You did not manage to qualify to this tournament right away. You had like, you know, like a bit of a bumpy ride. And also, you had a great start, but then it kind of went down. Was it because, you know, maybe the champion pool kind of like became like really like, unstable?
No, I think we just wanted to give more games for the fans, you know.
It's all for the show.
Really? Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Is there a specific moment in this best of 5 where you felt like, okay, we locked it down, now we have it in our hands? Any specific moment for you guys?
I think, I mean, we never take the wins for granted. We're always like after the game saying, okay, guys, stay focused, you know, next game, anything can happen. As we see, the series went into like 5 games after we went 2-0, so we kind of thought maybe a little bit game was won in the game 3, but overall, I would say we are kind of respecting the enemy, so not really.
All right, thank you for that perfect, yeah.
But for example, like playing in front of the home crowd, do you feel like maybe that gave you a bit of extra energy?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we heard the applause and yeah, thankful for everyone.
That's thank yous for you guys.
All right, thanks everybody here for being for League of Legends. You can now take your places backwards. Thank you guys for being here. A trophy, yes. I almost forgot, yes. Now, it is time to lift it up. Can we get a drum roll here coming through? And, whoa, 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 whoa!
All right, guys, we are finally done with League of Legends. Maybe that's like bad news for all of you League fans, but for those who have been waiting for Trackmania, the good news is we're going on a short break and we'll be just jumping into games.
Chill.
Hello, hello, guys. Join with me here on the analyst couch. We have the winning team, Team Kenti, Smackler from the top lane, Rimtolis from the mid lane, and Eskas from the jungle. Firstly, I have to ask, how do you guys feel after a full 5-game series, over 5 hours of League of Legends played, counting the pauses?
I guess happy that we won, but also tired.
Yeah, and when you were up 2-0, and the games that you won were kind of criminal, both of these first 2 games you came back from a massive deficit, you must have felt that game 3 surely will be in the bag for you guys, right?
The game 3, we should have won game 3, but we got overhyped and trolled. That's pretty much all the series. We are winning game 1 and 2, then they trolled, and in the game 3, we did the same. Game 4 was, I think we trolled again, and in game 5, we just won.
So basically what you're saying is there was a lot of trolling in the series.
I'm saying the early game doesn't matter.
Well, looking at the first 3 games at Rimtolis, I think a lot of people could come to the conclusion that early game doesn't matter. I wonder if your team would agree, but maybe we'll see on the next years. And going into game like 3, 4, 5, considering it's fearless, how did you guys feel about the drafts? And were you confident the fact that your champion pool is deeper than the enemies? Maybe Askas, you could answer that one.
I think I was confident in champion pools. Maybe I was a bit scared of Smackler because I didn't know what to draft for him, you know. First 3 games, I think I had a clear idea on what I want to play and what I want to draft for the team, so it was fine. But like going into game 5, like I was a bit lost on what to draft, and in the end we cooked with draft, I think.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think the game 5 draft was good because you have a very clear identity, enemy short-ranged, and you just executed it beautifully. Honestly, amazing series. But an interesting fact, not sure if you guys noticed, since you were in-game focused, but every single time a team was ahead in the first 15 minutes, they ended up losing the whole game. So we even had a joke with Rimtolis for people who don't know that if you give a kill over to the enemy mid laner in the first few minutes, that's a good omen because that means you'll end up winning the series. However, with the Veigar, you actually played very impressively. Great tech with the Proto Belt, beautiful cages. But still, even in the last final and 5th game, at some point it felt like the game was slipping out of your hands. Maybe Smackler, you could comment on how was the voice comms in the game. Were you calm, composed?
Yeah, I think we have a lot of experience in Eskas, and he was great at shot calling, micromanagement, and everyone. So, yeah, we were just confident in our gameplay.
And how did you guys react? Any of you could answer this. When they first picked the Zillion, did you expect it at all from the enemy team?
I was thinking that they will pick like Zaya or some other champ, but like Zillion, I was not expecting it. Maybe they thought we will play it because Parin is like big Zillion player, so they probably wanted to just deny it.
Yeah, and it did work out in game 4 as they denied you the Caitlyn. I believe no one expected Nomad to pull out the Caitlyn, but he did phenomenal on it. Anyways, this finals did not come easy for you guys in terms of the fact that in the first qualifier you actually met Team Wilderness in the finals and you ended up getting swept 0-2, I believe. Were you confident that you can beat them on the stage?
In the first qualifiers, the first game we played against them, they actually had an early game lead. But that at a minute 22, I think, I just trolled the mid lane, and we lost our lead. So early game doesn't matter.
Early game doesn't matter, guys. You heard it here first. You should always take Gathering Storm and all the scaling runes you can get. Anyways, a round of applause, please, for Team Kenti, as they are the champions of this Comic-Con. Thank you, guys, for amazing series, and hoping to see you guys playing also in the next tournaments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Con Baltics 2025 Trackmania Finals!
And we are getting in for some Trackmania action for Con Baltics 2025, and I hope you are just as excited as I am.
Lights flash from purple to teal. The field is let loose, and we are racing on stage here in Vilnius. Serve up on the final corner, on board with Elkon. He clips at the entry to the Dorito chip. Tweed versus Elkon once again. Down to the wire, down to the line for map one, and it will be a draw secured by Tweed. The head of the field. Lester trying to go on the chart on the inside. Tweed trying to go for the bit of an overcorrection. Lester and Elkon moving by Tweed, but Tweed retaliates to the final corner and takes the win.
Elkon risking so much here and is able to survive it. Lester also holding the gear, and Elkon with a new world record of 54.738. What a time!
The writing has been on the wall all along in this matchup. Tweed may win on the road, but it will not matter. Elkon and Lester are the first team through to the grand final of the Con Baltics. Before the drop down, but Banks immediately retaliates, but Mime with a much better exit. Sniped him at the line, no! Crashes into the finish ring.
They need the ace here. If it stays like this, Boca will be taking it. But look at that speed from Biggs. He's waiting neck and neck here. If this jump goes badly for Mime, it's big so perfect. He goes around as well, and he takes over both of these members, and that means Mime single-handedly takes the lead.
It is going to be an 11-1 scoreline on Huma and a 3-1 overall in the series. Con Baltics race band, are you ready?
It could be the ace from last, could be the equalizer, but Elkon over the good line. What is Parker doing here in the ending? Was he able to overtake Lester? To the line we go! And Nemesis draws out the run. No! They get the victory! Mime with the overtake as well!
The front Mime is pushing for Elkon, carrying speed. He's looking to maybe snipe the win away down the front. Mime with the mistake! Well, Elkon and Lester are through! And that is it! An ace in the final round! Your champions for Con Baltics 2025!
Welcome back, Con Baltics, and hello there, Trackmania community. Long time no see. I hope you got to enjoy a little bit of League of Legends, but luckily for you, we are finally ready for the Trackmania playoffs. And this time, you know, like, I learned on my mistakes and I am ready to interview your players. But considering that this is an expo, Mark, what is Trackmania?
Well, in essence, Trackmania is basically a map, a car, and a time attack. The fastest car gets the prize, basically, Heku. But you know, there were a lot of playoffs, right? What happened there?
Yes, we had 30 players from around Europe, but only top 6 managed to get to the playoffs. Mark, who are our top 6?
Well, I got an interesting list here for you. The man who puts the capital T, Tween! Come on, come take your seat. There's my man. There we go. All right, next. I hope you guys like me, because we're bringing out Elcon! You know, there are people who can lock it all down. But for those to beat them, we need a player such as Key! Come on over here. Next up on the roster, a man faster than a GTR. We got Nismo! Oh, there we go. You know Rolex? Well, we got our own version. Rodrex! Where you at? There's my man, there's my man. And of course, the last man, I mean, funnier than a meme, but not exactly that. We got Mime! Where you at?
Mime, can I have you here in the front? All memes aside, I gotta talk to you because you already got to play, you know, like, and on this stage last year, and you placed second. But last year, it was a 2-on-2. This time, it is all up to you. Does that add any kind of extra pressure for you?
Not really. I actually prefer to play 2v2 over one-on-ones, especially when it's a high pace, high skill tournament like that. But it doesn't matter. I like to play cup mode, the 1v1s, and I'm just happy to be here.
You're happy to be here. Are you happy that now you get to compete again against Elmer?
I hope so. I mean, last year, yeah, I mean, it will be tough for sure.
It's going to be tough, all right? I'm not going to delay you any longer. You may take your seat. Thank you very much. Mark, our players are ready.
Yep. The stage is set. Word to the casters.
And the casters are also ready. Thank you very much for that warm introduction. I'm Luckers Turbo, aka Kai Ludwig, and I'm joined in by the one and only Thomas Mengozi, aka G-Geek. How are you doing on this beautiful Sunday?
I'm doing wonderful, and honestly, it's been such an action-packed 2 days of competition. We've seen 30 players from around Europe compete. They were down to 16 at the start of the day, and now we're down to the last 6. They are locked into the prize money, which we'll get to in a little bit later on, and we'll show you the bracket as well. But for those of you who might be tuning in for the first time, you might be wondering, how is a Trackmania match played? What is it all about? Well, why don't you take us for a spin about what Trackmania is all about?
So we have you guys covered for the format. So here we have a small explanation about that. And we play the tournament, of course, in cup mode. But before that, we have a pick phase where players assign a map to the rotation. So player 1 can pick a map, and whether it's then picked seed 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 on the rotation, that's what they're going to decide. And after that, after the maps have been picked, they play in cup mode. Cup mode means that players collect points throughout the rounds. There's 10, 6, 4, and 3 points per round, and players collect points up to 120 points. And in order to win a match, you need to reach 120 points and then close out the match with finalist mode.
Yeah.
That means you have to win 1 round to make it into the next round.
Indeed, and in the final, that points barrier moves from 120 to 140 points, and also, we do not play until 2 players have completed the finalist rounds, but until 3 for the final classification, and the top 6 will get a share of the 5,000 euro prize pool, with the winner coming away with 2,000 euros and being crowned the 2026 Con Baltics champion.
And then 1,200 goes to second place, 800 for third, 500 to fourth position, and then fifth and sixth place will go home
with €250 each. So everybody who has made it thus far is already a winner. Not only can they play one match on stage, but they also are in the money.
They are indeed in the money, and we're going to be showing you the way that everything has been kind of developing over the course of the tournament. Here is an overview of the playoff bracket from the start of the day. You could see Elcon and Tween winning their matchups, but Tween and Rotrex, that was a battle for the ages. And in the end, Tween pipping Rotrex for second place by a matter of just 11 milliseconds. That's absolutely nothing, even faster than the blink of an eye.
Yeah, definitely. And both players were in finalist mode there, so it all came down to the wire there. And Nismo also played a great match. The 18-year-old from Germany attending a second LAN event, also collecting 100 points in this match, and he was still in the tournament. So I'm very much looking forward to see what he will be doing. But in the other semifinal, Mime closed out the match so fast. And then it was also a hard contested battle for second position where Key claimed the last spot in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, and that was despite a late resurgence from Auris, the local of the tournament, the player from Evolupa GG, who would finish on finalist status but just didn't quite make it there. The motivator down on 109. And in the lower bracket, we've had a lot of different things shuffling about as well. We've seen the likes of Karluki advancing through the quarters, along with Bit, as well as Semifying and Yeva. And then they picked up a bit of stumbling blocks in the lower bracket semis, especially Rotrex, who completely flew over the field in his own match, including a clean sweep, 4 round straight wins on one map alone, Amber Arena.
Yeah, Rotrex was very, very strong. Already in the match that he got demoted to, he played an exceptional match and then lost by just a couple of thousands against Tween. And you can see it there as well. Nismo has made it as well, knocking out Auris as well as Semifying, who missed out on 10 points by not finishing 3 rounds. So that was a bit gutting. It felt like he really lost the momentum, but he fought his way back. And then at the end, Nismo sniped Semifying in the last second. It was a great clip, and Nismo made it eventually into the lower bracket final. But we're not going to play this match. We will be playing the upper bracket final first. Both matches are played after each other, and it will be Elcon, Mime, Key, and then also Tween playing in this match.
Yeah, indeed. And you were mentioning something about Semifying not scoring a point for one round. And this is something that we could probably tell you. It's important to go from A to B and take the checkered flag every single time. Because if you do not reach the checkered flag in the allotted 10 seconds after the first driver reaches the finish line, you will not get to score any points. Early on in the game, maybe round 1, round 2, you can afford, with bigger quotes, to do that and catch back up. If it happens in the mid-game, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, you indeed are, and 10 seconds seems like a lot, but if you have to respawn and maybe even multiple times throughout the run, well, you will not see the finish line. So it is very important to just finish every round, even though it feels a bit, of course, yeah, just gutting if you just fail and you have to play this round. But anyway, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the draft phase here, because we have Elcon picking the first map, which is Amber Arena. Mime, who's the second seed, picked Gamebreaker as map number 2.
Yeah, and so far we're sticking to players picking map 1 and map 2. We have seen a couple of players doing off-ball picks with picking a map going into map 5 as they're feeling confident that they conclude on that rotation. Key is such a case, picking Festival as map number 5, which leaves only Tween to choose between Galve and Throwback as map either 3 or 4, and he's going to be pondering his choices a little bit because there's not that much left. Galve is auto-picked, and Tween puts Throwback as map number 4. Amber Arena, Gamebreaker, Galve, Throwback, and Festival, your map order for this winter bracket final. And with that, everybody is going to be all settled in. We see Key tappity tap on the keyboard, basically trying to get his bearings in. We also see Elcon, another fellow keyboard warrior, right next to him. And we are just about ready to go, Kai. What's going to be your prediction here? How close do you think it's going to be? Or is it going to be a washout for someone in particular? Who do you have in mind?
So the dark horse in this match is Key. He has been making it into this match. Yeah, not like by just a slim margin, but he has still made it. I think it will be a 3-horse battle between Mime, Elcon, and Tween. But Mime and Elcon, they both just looked so strong. So I think they're gonna make it into the final right immediately. But of course, the stage is something else. The pressure could be creeping in for the one another player. So everything can happen. And you know, maybe also Key takes momentum with him and just has an attitude where he doesn't care and then just survives rounds.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right in pointing out that even within the same LAN event, there are two different stages. You've got the booth stage, which most of the players have been playing throughout the entirety of the weekend, which has its own vibe, it's its own environment that you have to kind of fit in and kind of thrive in. But then, if you make it to the top 6, you have to go to the stage mode, which is a completely different ballgame with potentially added pressure for certain players, and that could potentially either throw a spanner in the works or galvanize the player enough to make it on a miracle run as we go onto our first map, which is Link's Amber Arena.
Yeah, very, very cool map. This one is also using an underwater part, which is quite unusual in Trackmania. And there's different lines on there as well. But Amber Arena being picked by LCON in this particular order. And this one is quite interesting to see because map number 1 can be seen again, since we have 4 rounds on each map, so that leaves us with 20 rounds in total. A match cannot be closed out after 20 rounds, so we could circle all the way back to map number 1 again.
Yeah, indeed, and there's a very high likelihood we'll circle back to map number 1. Ember Arena, as picked by Elcon early on, and yeah, he's by far the fastest player. We do have some statistics for you. Median times of a 100.148, and earlier this morning, during his winner bracket match, he dropped regular sub-60-second rounds, a personal best in match of a 59.845. Out of 19 rounds that he's played on this map, he has won 15 of them. He's an absolute menace.
That is more than 75% win rate here.
78.9%.
Yeah, that is okay. Quick maths, right? And so very, very impressive win rate from Elcon, but now he plays the best against the best out of the best. He's been playing against one player so far in the upper bracket semifinal, but now he plays against players who haven't lost a single match so far. So this will be very interesting to see of what he can do. And again, only 2 players will directly qualify to the final from this match, and the other players will get demoted into the lower bracket, into the loser bracket final.
And indeed, it is now time to go racing as the lights go to teal. It's time to go racing for the first time on stage here in Vilnius. The winner bracket final of Con Baltics 2026 is go, following along with Key right now, and we see everybody nicely grouped together. We've seen plenty of people kind of trip up in the first couple of sectors, but at this late stage of the game, it's going to be a very rare occurrence indeed.
And no one sliding out here as well. If you have too much speed or a worse angle, you will make a mistake, but it is Mime who crashes the wall there, so he will be out. And also Key with a severe mistake, so the Polish players are down to 3rd and 4th position, and we have a good fight here between Elcon and Tween. Tween trying to up to more speed here, but he's falling a bit further behind. But we already said Elcon is so fast on this map, but Tween is fighting back. But now the underwater part comes into play.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to be seeing the alternative lines. Oh, actually, we do see Elcon going for the no-slide strat, whereas Tween went for the more conventional slide midway through the corner. And in the longer run, it is the no-slide strat that is going to be the faster one. And Elcon continues to go side by side with Tween as we go into the final corner. The drop down, it's going to be extra speed for Elcon, who might be sniping Tween at the line. It's a no for 7 milliseconds, a 0.148 versus a 0.155, and already getting close to dropping into the 0.0s.
Yeah, what a great time there. ×2 from both Tween and Elcon. Elcon had a little bit more speed there out of this underwater section, but of course he traveled more distance. That's why it wasn't enough for him to overtake Tween in that regard. Mime and Key both with a mistake at the start, so they only collected 3 and 4 points, but we still have 3 more rounds on this map. And look at that start from Key.
Oh, and also Elcon with a very uncharacteristic mistake, turning in too early before the plastic sausage block section and thus hitting the picks, and Key has slid out midway through that sort of footbath section, that very shallow water, and thus clobbered over the guardrail, and that will be dropping the Polish player from Onyx down in 4th, and that leaves Mime in the lead, looking to make amends from the previous round, but Tween right on his tail.
Yeah, Tween again with a very, very good round. The veteran from Trackmania, he played his first World Cup, the ESWC, back in the days in 2011 with an age of 15 years, so he's been active for so long. Now he doesn't get a lot of speed out of that part, so he will not play a significant role for the first place battle, and Mime is just going to cruise it into the ending, but he still needs to survive the ending, but that looks very much controlled. He jumps quite safe, loses a bit, but 0.2 is enough, and Mime wins his first round. Elcon on 3rd, and Key, will he finish? The finish time is 10 seconds.
He will be getting it because the trigger of the finish is right at the rim of the basket. So he can go in with a very shallow jump and still make it. Mime getting his first round win of the match. And Mime, also someone you should never sleep on, because even though he hasn't, even though he's been pipped in the grand finals in the last few years. He is the 2022 winner. He won the original edition of Trackmania here at the Con Baltics, and he might have just another opening as Elcon takes to the barrier.
Yeah, the 2 times Con Baltics champion and the reigning champion as well, alongside Letzler, who has sadly not participated in this event, now crashing a bit behind. Not the best start from Elcon. Only 6 and 4 points for him after the first 2 rounds. And keep in mind, that was his pick. We said he's very fast, and we have seen his consistency as well. Now he's not showing that one, and it is Tween who's right now leading by points, and also in this round.
Yeah, but this is looking like a very contested round right now in the top 3 at the very least. Tween looking to make a breakaway one for Freedom, and Mime going for the no-slide strat, and we slide on the part of Key, so it will be Mime. Look at the speed he carries compared to Tween. Over the course of that underwater section, Tween still very much hanging right on his tail as we go up the quarter pipe and back down. Can we try to get a more speed? No, it's roughly similar, and Mime will get his 2nd consecutive round win and drop a .808 in the round as well. Great time to kick things off.
Just 700ths away from the fastest time we have seen in the tournament. So very, very fast time there from Mime, claiming the lead there. 2 rounds in a row for the Polish player, and that is very fast. And what a start, like very good to see that for the newest Navi signing, Mime and Key. 9 points, but what a start again.
What were you saying?
Oops.
Well, it's about to happen. I'm going to be getting the karma hit very soon, guys. Don't worry about it. In the meantime, it's going to be Elcon leading by about a 1/10.5 of a second compared to Mime, and Tween a bit further away compared to where he would like to be. Currently 3/10 down on Elcon, who continues to hold the lead in a somewhat convincing fashion. Mime not able to get any kind of speed advantage for now, but we're heading into the final part, and a great trip from Mime sees him right back within the ghost of Elcon.
Now the nose side comes into play. Who's getting it the best? Elcon not going for it, and he slides out, and also Tween not with the low speed. Mime got it so good there, but Elcon, well, it's not playing around. Also floats there. That happens if you're too inside there. The car is just not gripping. Even though you have the reactor boost down attached, it kind of glues or drags your car downwards. But it is Elcon who has failed it, and Mime with another great time at 59.8. That is a very, very good start for Mime. 34 out of 40 possible points. Well done. He has been crashing the first round, but he made that not count after the next 3 rounds.
Yeah, he really nicely erased that gap, and that's about the 3rd best scenario that you could have. 34 points. The best, of course, is to do 3 first places and 1 second place, and then, of course, all first places at 40 points. As we now go onto probably one of the more out there maps in terms of build, in terms of scenery, but probably one of the most enjoyable ones to watch as well. Game Breaker from Satel.
Yeah, what a map. It has so many elements in there. The more you see this map, the more things you see. You see the pickaxe in the end. You see the Sonic rings, and so much more. The Sims
diamond at the top,
well,
yeah.
And the tickets, so many details here. And Satel as a mapper has improved so much in the last couple of years. This is a masterpiece.
This is an absolute masterpiece indeed from Satel, the meme man himself, as we like to call him. Elcon there has a median of a 102.221. He has the best median out of everyone so far. Tween is right there as well with a .471. Mime, .632 in median, but he is also the current world record holder, and it's a record that has been lowered ever since the start of the day. It used to be on a .708 before. Now it is a .618, which is right in the ballpark of where it was the last time I checked some of the offline times.
Yeah, wow, that is a great time. Maybe we're going to see a new tournament record here as well. I could really see that because the gap is 0.27 of a second, so players can still push it here on this particular map. You can see them warming up as well. Key, not of course with the best start here, got all rounds he finished in last position, so only 12 points. Elcon also not the start that he anticipated to have with only 18 points, currently on 3rd position. We have Tween on 2nd with 28, and then Mime leading after the wins. But here we go. Map number 2 comes into play, round number 5, and it is Tween who's already a bit further behind at the start.
Well, not that further behind, but he did take a little bit of it inside of the dirt chicane there, which caused his car to pop a wheelie. He's still very much in contention, though. You can see only a 10 separate first from last. At the present moment, it will be Elcon looking to try and break away from the bottom 2, along with Mime, who's trying to tandem this quote-unquote together, even though it's not 2v2 anymore, as we now go through the Sonic rings. We've seen a couple of people go a bit too low or go a bit too far far to the right and clip with the rear axle, which can be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, the former teammates playing together for Into the Breach and also for Nemesis are hand in hand in the lead, but look who's accompanying them. Someone who is in dire need of a good round here. This Key with a very good line there. There's only 600 of a second between them, so let's follow the Polish player for Team Onyx here. He is losing a bit of speed, but it is Mime clipping on the inside, falling behind, and look at the speed from Key here. Will he be able to overtake? That is a good line, but he has to oversteer, but it could still be enough if Elcon misses up the ending, but it is Elcon who gets it very clean and finally wins the round. Key, however, with a new PB and a very good effort.
And straight away into the 101s, 0.948 as well from Elcon. This is a really respectable time, and Key was in it to win it potentially. At the 2 tickets, he had, I'd say, 5 or 6 km/h of an advantage, but then as soon as you go into the drop down into that sort of weird cambered plastic turn, he was forced to kind of go sideways a little bit more, which completely nullified that speed advantage, thus prompting Elcon to retain the lead, despite Key going for a bit more of a beeline towards the finish line.
But finally, Key finds himself another position, or just a... He always got last on map number 1, and now he finally got a second position on the board, and he's on second again here in this second round on Game Breaker, and that is a good approach here as well. He has maybe more speed than Elcon, but no, he does miss the apex of the turn, so he gets demoted, and you can see one small mistake that sets himself all the way back to last position.
Yeah, but I gotta say, like, the speed advantage, even though it was marginal for Mime, carried all the way through the Tetris blocks. It was very much a snowball, but you can see this round is now very hotly contested. All 4 regroup within less than half a tenth of each other at the split of checkpoint number 9, sector number 3, starting now with a jump on the 2 tickets. It's still a 3-way fight for the lead. Elcon currently leads marginally as Mime tries to catch him back up. Is it gonna be enough? Elcon jumps wide. It's not enough, and a new tournament record of a .865 for Elcon, who finishes a 10th ahead of Mime.
And it feels like there's still more potential up for grabs here for the players, but they're pushing it so hard. But Elcon with back-to-back wins, only 5 points behind Mime with that. Keep in mind, the point is 120, so we still have a long way to go, and there was already an early mistake by the current leader in points, Mime.
Well, what happened there was, you know, there's a sort of double transition from the ramp, then back into the road. He had a little bit of a clip there, which prompted him to lose a lot of speed, and thus he will be leaving. He'll be left on his own and let all the cool kids play in the playground over there, so that's a little bit of an unfortunate setback for Mime at this stage of the game.
So really, he won 3 out of the 4 rounds on map number 1, and he cannot really find an opener. And also Tween is a bit struggling here. I'll drop all the way down to 3rd position. It was just an Elcon show in the first 2 rounds, and it looks to be that this will continue, but it is Key who's right now ahead since Elcon made a small mistake, and also Tween is fighting back for that 2nd position, but this will be such an important 10-pointer here for Key.
Yeah, Key looking very solid right now as we go into the 3rd and final sector of this map, and continuing to hold an advantage of around 0.2 of a second, leading very convincingly so far, but can he hold that lead all the way through to the end? We're about to find out as Elcon goes for a direct line over the plastic. He's going to be losing a lot of speed on the jump into the secondary ticket. It will be Key with a very needed 10-pointer on the 102.022, a 10th and a half ahead of Tween, Elcon 3rd, and Mime in 4th with another setback. He will reach the finish line with 1 second left on the buzzer.
But still a great time from Key as well here, low 102, so you love to see that, only 0.4 away from the current world record held by Mime, of course. And it is now looking not so bad anymore, but Key needs to find more rounds like that to keep somewhat a closer gap, or just to shrink that gap back to preferably 0 points, or even go into the lead. And I think he can do it, but it seems like he has to go out of his comfort zone a bit too much.
Yeah, he does have to kind of continue pushing and pushing 101, 103, 105%, but that, by pushing a bit beyond your capacity, you're more prone to make mistakes that may not have cropped up if you were just in your lane and playing your own match. And here Key kind of paid the price of trying to keep pace with the top 3, with that, unfortunately, that sends him a second back.
And also Mime would definitely need that 10 points. He only 12 points secured on this map so far in those 3 rounds. But right now he's leading, but Tween is not too far behind, 0.2 of a second. If you fail the ending, well, you have to respawn, but it seems like Mime has a good approach, a lot of speed, and a good angle for that as well. That was very low, minimizing airtime a lot, so he will have so much speed, and it's another tournament record, only 0.2 away from the world record here from Mime, and that was a well-needed 10-pointer to pick up some momentum again.
And I gotta say, credit where credit's due. Like, he managed to do a 0.2 flat, not even like a couple of milliseconds off. It was like right on the dot, 200 milliseconds away from the current world record here on Game Breaker, as we're about to go onto our 3rd map, already getting into rounds 9 through 12 here on this winner bracket final. It is going to be on Galve from Clear Vision and Tune with a couple of very tricky ice slides that can very much be make or break.
Yeah, this is a very, very hard map indeed. We have seen indeed players like just kind of getting this particular approach wrong, where the Apex is just so important, the exit as well, where you just can get so much speed out of it. One player that I'm really looking forward to is in the next match. It is Nismo, who had it very, very well done here. And then also the ending, where you need to turn around and then slingshot yourself into the risky ending. So great addition to the map pool and has a unique taste in comparison to the other maps.
A quick look at the stats, and it is Mime who might be the one to be a little bit of a damage dealer here on this map. A median time of a 56.179, an average finishing position of 75%. 75% of the time he finishes in the top positions, and a best time in match of a .905, which is still the tournament record, and he has the highest ratings in terms of both performance and pace.
And also, he never got last on this map. That is also impressive to see. So that means that he hardly crashes on this map as well, which is very impressive, because if you over tap the brake on the ice, well, you just slide out and you're prone to respawn. So Mime with a very good performance, yet to see a last position on this map, and already he gets a very good start. And Elcon, with a slight mistake, they lose a lot of speed.
Went a bit low in this clip with the front axle off of the ice platform, and then after that hits the wall with the right rear, or the left rear rather, of his car, and will be completely out of contention for the big points. It will be Tweed and Mime scampering away into the distance, while Ski scrambles to try to find some semblance of pace.
Yeah, but look at that. He's not too far behind. One mistake at all that it takes, and then he will get promoted up into second place. But he didn't get a lot of speed out of that one. But Tween, that wasn't a good line. He will lose that gear, and Key comes closer, has maybe a bit more exit speed. This will be so close up until the ending. It's only a couple of thousands between them. Key or Tween, who's going to get 6 points? It will be Tween still staying ahead. And Mime almost didn't make the finish by the looks of it, but actually you will trigger it regardless.
Well, I gotta say, Tween kind of gave us, and probably himself, a bit of a heart flutter. That was an interesting approach to that inside left before, that long climb into the dirt, which I like to call a sprint car style turn, where you kind of have to put your car sideways and also go all the way close, hug the wall almost without even touching it, of course, to be able to navigate it cleanly. Mime is past the halfway threshold already. He's at 66 points, whereas Tween, his closest contender, is 13 points back at 53.
But the battle for second place is really picking up the pace here, and Elcon again with a mistake, so Tween can extend this gap here to at least 5, 6, 7 points, 8 points, something like that. So this will be a huge round for Tween to even pick up a round win, but he has Mime as a serious contender who could go up to 76 points already.
Seems like Elcon is not really feeling it right now in this rotation of the map. At least he finds himself in last place, 1.4 seconds down. Mime and Tween still very much going at it between each other. Tween with a little bit less speed, maybe midway through the corner, but a little bit more exit speed compared to Mime before the final turnaround, and it will be the Slovak driver taking a 10-pointer, and Mime crashes before the finish, hits the trigger with the bottom of his car, but loses second place, allowing Key to take 6 points.
I thought you cannot miss the ending like that, but
and also
Mime
0.9 from Tween as well.
Well, Mime was on a very good time, but also Sammy's reaction there was really something else. Wow, so great time there from Mime, just that he didn't finish it, sadly, since he was hitting the outside of the hole there. So he's still in the lead though, but it is Tween who severely capitalizes from that.
Here we go then onto the third round on Galve here. Key getting a solid start for now, and Elcon for once is not getting left behind significantly at the very start, so we might have a bit of a contested round here. Oski tries to get out of the discussion very early, tries to scamper away into the distance as early as he can, but he just can't seem to shake off the bottom 3 of this round here.
But also Key really being the glass cannon of this match. Every now and then he just gets an absolutely incredible start, but then he cannot hold it together. There was only one round where he dropped an absolute banger over time, but now Elcon makes a mistake there, so it will be Mime in the lead. Will he fail the ending this time again? It is Tween who's not too far behind, and Mime this time makes it, but he clipped again. Mime, come on, don't play with our feelings like that.
I think this time he learned a lesson and maybe let the car dive a little bit lower if he was going to be hitting the lip of the hole, so that it actually forces the car downward into the finish trigger. Maybe there's a little bit of physics play in that as we go into round number 4. Mime is 2/3 of the way towards finalists. He's on 80 points. Tween still a little bit back, but with the nicest score he can get.
But also the favorite that I kind of thought would go into the grand final, Elcon, is struggling right now. He's on 3rd position, 13 points behind Tween. I wasn't expecting that, since he also looked very solid in the previous match that he has played.
He's looking very, very much on the shakier side, Elcon, indeed, and it's Tween really who's kind of sprung up to life in a bit of a better manner than what we've expected, I think, coming into this match.
But Tween is also so good when it comes to just play the format correct. He's so consistent. He punishes every mistake that a player does and hardly just crashes. And you can also see the average, just 2.11 as an average finish position. That looks great, but here he will not play a role. Will be Mime who's in the lead again. Will he do it again? Will he clip the hole again? This time he will finish, but I think he clipped it again, or maybe that was Elcon who gets second position though.
That was a straight shot into the finish, I can confirm that. And I had a little bit of a look on the lower right, on the right corner of the screen when we were on Tween. I feel like I'm also kind of that kind of same guy who does a little bit faces there when I was trying to focus there. We saw some of the mannerisms there from Tween as we are now getting ready for a little bit of a trip down memory lane. For those of you who have been following the Con Baltics Trackmania tournament since their inception in 2022, it's time for a throwback by Spec.
Yeah, what a great map. We have old parts being incorporated into this map, and then one brand new section coming into that. So Spec really delivered a nice map here. And then there's also a different line on this particular map where we have different approaches just before the quarter pipe jump on this map. It's very unique. You're gonna see it very soon, but it's just such a nice map and brings back nice memories from the previous editions.
Now, looking at the stats, Elcon has the highest pace. He has a best time on match of a 59.378, but Tween has a better consistency rating, and it has the best median of the 4 that are on the server, a 100.045, and he has won 7 out of the 15 rounds he played on this map. Elcon, of course, 10 out of 15 rounds played, he has won them, but overall, Tween could really continue to kind of ruin the day of Elcon there here in this winner bracket final.
But it's not over for Elcon if he doesn't make the top 2 on this particular match. He will then drop into the lower bracket and then has another opportunity of making it into the final. But here we go. Map number 4 comes into play. Mime leads with 90 points, so he could theoretically close it out if he wins all 4 rounds on this map.
Yeah, this is going to be a very theoretical scenario at this point in time. We're going to have to see how the dynamic of the map unfolds and how everything develops here on Throwback. Currently, Mime a little bit on the back foot at the start of 10th back, but he still has visual and close contact with the top 3, currently led by Elcon as we go through the middle heat section from 2024. Going a little bit further behind here throughout this entire map, we go along with Trackmania, which is another section from a past map that was from last year, 2025, with that sort of vert tap jump into the transfer and then try to get the landing correctly to get the proper speed in there. Then the sausage rolled plastic part, which is going to be performing pretty nicely for Key, and let's see if Mime is able to get some time back up. He will be able to get back to the back bumper of Tween. Key still holding the lead, takes a little bit of a bump in there. Elcon, Tween, and Key and Mime as well to the line. It's Elcon taking the overall win with a 0.542, 700ths of a second ahead of Tween. Key in 3rd, Mime down in 4th, and he continued to pay for that start pretty dearly.
Yeah, what a great time there from Elcon indeed, and now he's only 7 points behind Tween here, so maybe that's the map where he can really pick up some momentum again, and we could have a 2-horse battle for that second position. But Mime also only with 3 points in that round, so that didn't look too good for him there. But wow, what a great start here in this round for Tween. He really wants to deny the equity that Elcon has acquired in the previous round.
Going on to round number 2 here on Throwback. It is Tween leading with Key and Mime, the 2 Polish players going side by side. Elcon currently closing out the field in 4th. We go a bit wide there for Tween and also lose a bit of speed in the process. So everything is still very much all bunched up as we go through the Trackmania section, and we go too wide before that section for Key, who's going to be hitting the wall and thus dropping out of the lead.
And we have Tween still in the lead. Elcon and Mime trying to push it, but Tween, the only opponent that he's playing against right now is himself, so it's his round to lose, and he gets it very nicely. Mime and Elcon with good speed as well, but it's still ending enough to be cleared for the Slovakian player. It is Elcon who's slowing down, but Mime with a great ending, and he will snipe it by 200ths of a second.
That is one great finish indeed, and Mime managing to kind of get a bit of a tidier line, it seemed like, through the grass roadblocks before going onto the statue and then jumping into the finish. We've seen a couple of people full stopping into the set finish as well, but a bit on the oh, come on. I wasn't going to do any name drops. Come on, Kai. We're better than this. But yeah, that sort of convex statue kind of shifts you over to the left. And if you're not careful, you just full stop into the side of the gate, don't take the trigger, and that's where you lose big time points and positions.
Yeah, you do, because you have to respawn and then also pray that someone else has respawned. We have seen that beforehand, of course, already, but it's quite unlikely. I think there was a scenario where Siren and also Semifying both failed the ending. So that was, yeah, one of the rounds. But also Tween has an insane start here again. But look at the approach from Mime. Look how much speed he will have here in this quarter pipe. He will just overtake Tween here. No, he has failed the jump, so he didn't make it quite.
Yeah, that was a bit of a two-timer. Key going a little bit too wide, trying to overcorrect maybe the entry into Trackmania and hitting the edge of the wall before the jump, and then Mime not having enough speed and thus clipping the edge of the landing block at the jump from the Trackmania section. And with that, Tween gets completely undisturbed to the finish line and will take the 10-pointer with a 0.678, all orders of numbers. Mime will be still, well, he was in the triple digits already. Tween is getting close to triple digits on 95.
Yeah, 14 points behind Mime, who is at 109 points. So that means if Mime wins this round, well, he will not be there quite yet. He will not activate the finalist mode, which means that you have to win one more round in order to advance into the grand final. He still needs to play at least 2 more rounds, but has to get at least 11 points out of them. But look at the start here from Mime, looking great. No one has been making a mistake. Let's go ahead and follow Key here in this round and see what he can do, because he is only at 58 points so far, but still plays a role in this round. But here, the approach actually was not that bad. I thought that he's going to lose more speed.
It's always on the third sector where really everything starts to unravel for Key, but this time he's in the right group, as we did see Tween kind of fall and fade away very quickly on the entry into the Trackmania section. It's still Mime, though, currently holding the lead by 42 milliseconds. Key still very much right on his tail as we go into the final sector. Mime still, oh, he's very shaky, very slow at the exit of the Key of the grass part, and Key moves up into the lead of the race, and will thus take the very needed 10-pointer to move it to 68 points on a 59.532. Elcon and Mime second and third.
And also a new personal best for Key here, so he's really trying his best. He tries to keep up with Mime, Tween, and Elcon, but, well, it's hard. But he gets a new PB, so great to see that. I think it's the second or third personal best that he set during this winner bracket final.
It might be. I haven't really been keeping track of all of this, but we now go on to Festival. Another map that I really enjoyed watching, but also this is one of the maps where Tween was feeling very vulnerable to against Rotrex in the winner bracket semis. This is where he kind of like took a big hit, especially when it was at the start of the rotation, which allowed Rotrex to build the gap, and eventually it was on the other side of the rotation that Tween was able to snowball back. So I'm really curious to see if Tween was able to kind of like iron out the kinks from that very first match of the day to really perform when it's needed on Festival.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to see that. And also there's a line that I think only Demotivator has utilized here, where you clip the inside of the hole at the start. It looked consistent when he did it, but I think it's quite hard to pick it up. But it's 0.2 faster if done correctly, since you get a better setup for the NASCAR turn before after that. So I wonder if players are going for that, or if it's maybe too risky, but it's a nice map. It's like pace reliant, and also the ending is not too difficult on this map. There's not really a risky finish that you need to clear.
That's true. It's more of like a regular finish, and and the jump into the finish is not even what we call a speed check. You don't need a certain speed to clear it. You can still make it, but of course, if you don't have the speed to clear it, you have to crest the hill, which is going to be costing you time. Of course, there we are going to be going into the finish just before the end of the warm-up, and with that, it is time to go racing on map number 5. Quick score recap. You can see it on the top left of the screen. Mime needs to win the round at all costs if he wants to get finalist at the end of this round. Tween on 98, 86 for Elcon, 68 for Key, and already Mime will not get to finalist.
Well, that was a mistake if I've ever seen one. So Mime is 5 seconds behind, and he will only collect 3, maybe 4 points if he overtakes Key, who has also severely crashed here. So both are 4 and 5 seconds behind. Is that Elite Cup all over again, or what?
As one would say, that's a lot of damage, and even more damage being dealt as Elcon barely brushed the wall on the exit of the dirt at the end of sector number 1. Tween thus enjoying an advantage of over 0.7 of a second going into the transfer before the start of sector number 3. It's very much Tween's round to lose, and his 108 points waiting to be thrown in the bin, really.
Yeah, he is looking really strong. But again, he capitalizes from 3 individual mistakes we might not really expect on that one. And didn't you say that Tween felt vulnerable on this map? Well, he wins this round now.
He wins the round. A bit of an attrition late in round, it has to be said, but as a player, you take any opportunity you can get, and this is really where the experience of someone like Tween really pays off. Tween, of course, who has been a Trackmania veteran, and has been, of course, participating in worldwide competitions for the best part of a decade and a half, as you've alluded to. His first World Cup in 2011 has participated in many more tournaments ever since, including World Cups, the NES TM, the Con Baltics, of course, a couple of years ago, as well as the Gamers Assembly, which he won twice, once in 2014 and once in 2024, 10 years on. A pretty poetic way to actually close that chapter as well. As we go into the next round, it will be Key on the back foot and Tween still in the lead.
And he got 4 times second place in the World Cup, which is also so impressive. And he's just a force to be reckoned with. And also in this round, he picked up the momentum, and look at that. He is in the lead, but Elkon is chasing him down. Didn't get the best of lines there, but trying his best to come back. A very aggressive quarter pipe jump from Elkon, but is it enough to overtake Tween? I don't think so. It's 0.1 of a second, but if someone can overtake by sheer pace, it's the likes of Elkon.
Well, we do see that he manages to reel Tween back in as Tween goes a bit wide before the plastic part in. Tween will still be a little bit shaky. Midway through that plastic part, they're going to be going side by side to the line. Elkon will fail at the line. They're all tied up, but by virtue of Tween being ahead of Elkon at the last checkpoint, it will be the victory going the way of the Slovak driver, and he will take the 10-pointer to move on to 118. But most importantly, Mime finishes where he needs to be in 3rd place, collects 4 points, and thus has 1 uninterrupted finalist attempt.
Yeah, so he has to win 1 more round to make it into the grand final. So Mime, with 4 points from the previous round, will activate that. But yeah, I think the second tie that I've seen during Con Baltics 2026 so far, maybe more to come, who knows, but also Tween only needs to finish this round in order to activate finalist mode, but firstly he wants to deny Mime the entry for that, but also Key with a rare great start here, because he has been crashing in some of those rounds beforehand.
Yeah, Key hasn't been a factor in this map so far, so it's nice to see him get some signs of life again here on this round of Festival. Currently still trailing ahead of Mime, and Tween also in there looking to make it a 2-way deny, a sort of 2-pronged attack against Mime for Tween and Key, but Key is already going to be falling by the wayside after clipping on the landing of the transfer, and Mime will be taking over the lead, and he has a bit of a gap to buffer compared to Tween. Tween does not have as much speed going into the plastic compared to Mime, so it might just be all she wrote here in this match, and the man from Navi is confirmed into the top 4 in the grand final of Con Baltics with a 101.304, and Tween might just join him at the end of the next round.
Yeah, Tween is also in finals, but congratulations to Mime as well, who plays exceptional into the entire weekend, and he is the first player who's confirmed in the grand final. We have 3 more spots up for grabs, and 1 will be decided maybe even in this round if Tween finishes in first position. Elkon at 102 points. That means he needs 2 first positions in order to reach finalist mode as well, but he of course needs to then, if he doesn't get first, will rely on Key, who hasn't really been a key in this match for that first position. This will be hard, so it might be only his task, but look at the start here from Key again.
The first sector is well, nice and dandy for Key and for Elkon, but remember, there are still a handful of checkpoints to go, and do not do the victory dance until the fat lady sings. It has not sung just yet. It will be Key still leading by a 10.5 from Elkon. Tween going into the transfer on the back foot, a quarter of a second down. Look at the transfer, it's a little bit conservative on the part of Tween, going a little bit further compared to the rest of the field. It's still Key and Elkon. Elkon going full inside, that is not going to be paying off, as we see now Tween going back to the back bumper of the man from Nemesis, but he still very much will hold second place for his own accord, and Key will take a much needed 10-pointer to move on to 88 points on a 101.364.
So Key not out just yet. I mean, a spark of hope maybe, who knows, I mean, it is 32 points, and then he will be finalist as well. So let's see if he can make it. It will be quite unlikely, but we have seen comebacks like that happening already in Trackmania, but they're like 1 in a million.
Yeah, they're 1 in a million, as we're going to be circling back all the way to the very first map of the rotation, which is going to be Amber Arena, a map where we saw some stumblings for some of the players, including mine, for instance. But Tween was one of those players which has done some pretty good performances in Elcon as well. This might be the opportunity that Elcon has to seize with both hands if he wants to make it a double finalist situation here.
Yeah, he really needs to use that opportunity. And also he's at 108 points. I mean, like one additional round, he has to play 2 more rounds at least. If he was at 110, well, this would be do or die situation. Even for Tween, he would feel more pressure. But do you think someone who's like that experienced like Tween, that he like feels pressure, or he just goes round by round and just does his thing? I would really love to know that answer. I'm gonna ask him after that, but I think I already know the answer. He's just laser focused in those kind of situations.
Yeah, he's just absolutely in his own bubble, in his own moment. And also a key thing to note here, pardon the pun, is being able to bounce back. Sometimes you can have setbacks on your own map. Sometimes you can have a round which you throw away a bit more inadvertently compared to what you really wanted to do. It's all about being able to put that behind and being eyes forward, because in the words of one great TM Scotsman, it's a 50 to 60 second blitz in every round, and you only get a few seconds of pause before you're right back in it.
Yeah, it's action just right after each other, and just trying to reset in those very, very short breaks is so hard to do. And that really just distinguishes the good from the best players in this game. And Elcon, he has been the fastest on this map, but he hasn't really shown it on the first rotation. But now he gets a great start and is ahead by 500s over Tween.
Right now, Tween very much playing the role of the chaser, as we see Elcon getting a little bit more airtime on that transition from banks to flat dirt. He's still going to be holding onto the lead right now as we're going onto sector number 3 with that long right-hander before the drop down on the plastic, and then, of course, the underwater section. Tween going for the conventional strat, whereas it is going to be probably the no-slide line for Elcon. Yes, he manages to pull it off nicely, gets a little bit more exit speed compared to Tween. Will he be able to parlay that into the win? Tween is right back at him, though.
Yeah, he is, and Elcon is still trying to deny Tween one mistake at all that it takes here, but it's looking like a good approach, almost too far on the right here, but he makes it, and a new PB as well from Elcon here, 0.1 behind the tournament record, and Tween gets second place, will not collect, of course, any points since he's already in finalists, but Elcon is 2 points away, but still, the finalist mode is just not there quite yet.
Yeah, for the second round in a row, Tween gets denied, and now it's either Elcon wins the round, or he can maybe tries to rely on Key to deny Tween one more time in order to get to finalist status. If he can maybe just tank a little bit of an error somewhere here in this round, as it's the case right now at the start, although Tween is a little bit sideways on that plastic sausage road. It's Key taking the lead and playing the spoiler role that we were kind of expecting until he slides out, fades off the track, and we're back to square one for Elcon. He has to win this one, lest he would be demoted to consolidation finalist.
Oh, and that is a great round here for the players. Key, the only one falling behind, and Elcon with a wide approach will have more speed and a better setup for that reactor boost penalty sector there. And it is Tween who doesn't go for the nose. That will bleed a bit of time here, and Elcon finds himself in the lead. Will we see a double final situation in the next round?
This is looking very likely, as Tween was forced to kind of lift a little bit more in that second half of the underwater part to avoid hitting the wall at the apex of the chicane on the right-hand side. Elcon slowing down a little bit, as we do see Tween going for the safe way, and it will be Key actually taking the win, because Elcon actually had a clip before the start of the jumps on the discus, and that voided him any chance of taking the 10-pointer. He will still reach the finish line and get the 4 points he needs. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on stage here in 2026, it is double finalist time. 2 players, 1 spot for the grand final.
Tween versus Elcon, and Key, I mean, he's not too far behind either. 2 first positions would also grant him the finalist mode, but he already crashes the start, and that is a very aggressive line. Tween versus Elcon, volume number 3 on this map. Who's gonna make it into the grand final here already? We will have a winner here. Key is completely out.
Key completely out of it, and thus it will be the last round of this upper bracket final here at the Con Baltics. Elcon currently having the advantage of a 10th.5 going into the wood, and he will continue to extend that advantage to over 0.2 of a second there or thereabouts. Whilst we go into sector number 3, Elcon still very much leading. Tween in second place. Elcon will be pulling the no-slide line. Here he comes, sets him very high, but he goes too wide, and full stomp picks into the side, handing the lead to Tween. Now, all Tween needs to do is bring the car home. He has a ½ a second buffer to work with as we go into the jump into the fence, over the discs, and into the basket, and Tween is confirmed into the Con Baltics 2026 Grand Final, and it will be his first time in the Grand Finals here in Vilnius.
Yeah, last year he got third, fourth position where we played in duo format alongside Demotivator. So great performance there from Tween.
And in 2024, he went all the way to the Consolidation Finals, only to be bumped out by Mime and Epos.
Oh yeah, true that. The tournament in 2024 was absolutely stacked. It was a homologated tournament back in the days, part of the Trackmania World Tour. But we have our first two grand finalists, Mime and Tween, but also somewhat of a comeback from Elcon, but it really felt like he could not really pick up the momentum in this match.
Yeah, it felt like he had a very early setback, especially looks like Galve was very much the nerf pick that happened to him, and he was able to get some momentum back in, but it was too little too late. It seemed like it would have looked too little too late if it were not for some key rounds, pardon the pun, from, of course, the man from Team Onyx to kind of tighten the group a little bit and make it a little bit more interesting. It's just a shame that we saw that finalist round, that double finalist attempt just be kind of killed in itself in game with that wide line and unfortunately not able to get back in there.
Yeah, it was his round to lose there at this point. And, well, he failed that no slide. It's a riskier line than the full steer or just slowing down into no slide. And, guys, we will be back here with the next match, which will be the lower bracket final. So we still have two more matches to come. It will be Nismo, Road Tracks, and then we also have Elcon and Key playing in there. But before that, we have some highlights ready for you.
Hello and welcome to Con Baltics 2026. We are back for the lower bracket final. We have whittled it down to just 6 players left in this Trackmania competition, a €5,000 prize pool on the line.
Yeah.
Are you excited for this one?
I'm looking forward to it. I think a lot of people may be a bit surprised about how things went down in the winners final. Everybody has their ideas, their thoughts, but for what we know now, Mime and Tween are very much in the running to get the title this year, but they're not done quite yet. We have these 4 players right now in the Consolidation Finals waiting, wanting to get another spot, another shot at glory. Perhaps Key and Alcon will be able to make their way back up, but there's 2 other players that we saw coming through the lower bracket and perhaps make their way up here.
Indeed, we have Nismo and Rotrex as the other 2 players in here. Rotrex, another player to have been pushed down into the lower bracket in a double finalist situation with Tween, shares that in common with Elcon, who's going to be in this match. And then Nismo, I think perhaps exceeding some expectations, managing to beat out Aris and Samifying in a very, very tight lower bracket final in order to book the last spot in the top 6 and to get to play on the big stage. So I think it's going to be a really interesting match, and we can't avoid talking about the elephant in the room. We have Elcon in the consolidation final.
We do. The reigning champion down here in the dumps, it seems, wanting to make his return up to the top. But that does mean having to win the match. Again, 120 points is what we want to gain. Once we hit that finalist mode, it can be a lot of pressure, right? You gotta win those rounds, and as long as it takes, as long as you don't make that, your opponents get closer and closer and closer. Before you know it, they're right there. I mean, in that situation, Tween was the one with that finalist position as Alcon started creeping up, and it wasn't until that underwater no slide didn't go the way it usually does for him that Tween was finally able to escape in that regard. And I mean, that has been, I feel, the case for these last couple of matches, not just here on stage, but also during the earlier matches. The Nismo-Audis matchup, I want to say. Audis won twice against Nismo in the matches, and when it mattered most in an elimination match is when Nismo finally reigned supreme and has been able to get into the position that he finds himself in now. Very curious to see how that'll go in Rotrex, or in his own regards, right? A hundredth of a second is all it took between him and Tween to get into winners final, and now he finds himself here in consolidations.
Yep, and we are going to be getting into the pick and ban Amber Arena, picked by Elcon21. This is not a surprise at all. It is such a tricky map. It is a bit of a love it or hate it case. So having it first and having it very likely that at least second place will be decided on it, that is going to be Spicy Festival, picked by Key. Definitely Key's best map, so not surprised to see that coming in second. I wonder what we're going to see from all the other players. Rotrex going for Game Breaker and sticking it at the end. So I think most of the time with 120 points limit, we have seen the finalist mode happen on map 5 or map 6, where it cycles back to map 1. So I think Game Breaker and Amber Arena are the important picks here. Throwback, the auto pick on 4 as Nismo. We know Nismo likes Galv. Picks it into third. So there you have it. Amber Arena, Festival, Galva, Throwback, and Game Breaker.
I think one thing to worry about in the case of Key is that Amber Arena first pick. Already spoke to him off stream as well as during one of the matches where he was able to get quite the lead. The moment Amber Arena popped up, he wasn't that confident, wasn't feeling too good about it. We saw it on stage as well, right? The water sectors in particular, not up to what Key wants, what Key needs. Definitely not the case when it comes to Elcon, who has done phenomenal jobs getting that no slide line down, but hasn't been looking too strong on the track as we have seen throughout the weekend, is why as well we find him in the position that he is in now.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I think through a lot of the weekend, he did look kind of untouchable on Amber Arena, and then he made quite a lot of mistakes, it has to be said, over the course of the map in the match that just happened. So, and again, it was one of those mistakes in the underwater section, trying to go for that really tight no-slide line, which ended up actually costing Elcon that position straight into the grand final and forcing him to try and go the long way round a little bit. So, hope that he's feeling a little more confident as we are going to be heading into Amber Arena. Elcon's map pick, the reigning champion of Con Baltics, finds themselves in the consolidation final. They're going to have it all to do here. They have to go the long way around if they want to have a shot at, you know, holding on to their crown.
I mean, not only that, I mean, Nismo, Roadtrex, they want that shot at Gloria as well. They don't care about Elcon being reigning champion. That's not the point for them. The point for them, the goal for them, is to get into grand finals and to potentially give themselves an opportunity to become Con Baltics 2026 Trackmania champions. And I mean, that is the name of the game, right? Pick up the trophy, hold that big, massive check, and let the people know that you are the best here.
Yeah, for sure. That is what all the players are going to be aiming for. I think they all may have had slightly different levels of expectations coming into this tournament, and so such a variety of experience. You know, Elcon, despite still being such a young player, has been at the top level of Trackmania for years and years now. On the flip side, Nismo, this is their second LAN event ever. It's amazing the variety we've got here, and I'm hoping for a tight match between all of them. Just a few seconds left on the warm-up, and we will be getting underway on our first map on Amber Arena.
Yeah, Amber Arena. This is the venue we expect Elcon to perform, to thrive. Initially on the first way through during Winners Final, it was a bit of an up and down. We really saw him come into his own during those last couple of rounds. Unfortunately, you can only keep that consistency going as long as you can. But we are off. It is round number 1 here. Consolidation Finals. Elcon, Key, Roadtrex, and Nismo to take the stage. 2 players only able to make their way through the grand finals.
It's been a strong start from Key, actually, so far. A player who we have said multiple times, this is a bogey track for them, but in second currently, as Elcon is kind of sprinting off into the lead. We'll have to see how Key manages to negotiate this underwater section. I think this is the defining part of the track, and you see a lot of different lines there as Key actually gets a good nose slide there, manages to find themselves in second, and his Roadtrex going flying. That is going to lose him a whole load of time. Nismo hasn't quite looked on the pace this round, so it is looking to be Elcon first, but I think slightly surprisingly, Key in second, and a 59.8. That is a quick time.
Yeah, clean time coming out. Key, I can imagine being quite happy about getting those points in. For Roadtrex, quite unfortunate. We haven't seen that happen too often, lifting the wheels up in the underwater sector. Went a little bit too far on the inside, allowing himself to catch a little bit of air of sorts, if you will. No need whatsoever. These cars have no need for oxygen in any way, shape, or form. Just keep swimming, driving, whatever it may be these cars are doing as we do kick things off here for round number 2.
Yep, Elcon with an early lead to head into this plastic section. Roadtrex, I think, a player who's going to be disappointed by that first round and going to be disappointed by the second round. Nismo also behind as well, so it is going to be 2 players rocking the Nemesis skin, even if Key isn't actually one of them. I think doing some kind of cosplays forever, as, you know, got to get into the spirit of Comic-Con, has to be said. So Elcon leading the way. Key, I think, will gladly take second places in this map, considering how much of an issue it's caused so far. Key, I think, taking a lot slower line, going for the nose slide, but knows they aren't going to be able to catch up to Elcon. They just need to make sure to not lose over a second down to Nismo.
I mean, it's recognizing the situation, seeing the gap between your opponents. You already are playing on a track that isn't your best. May as well take as many points as you can, making use of your opponent's mistakes. Roadtrex needs to get to the finish. And unfortunately, with that clip, decides, you know what, that is a DNF. There is not enough time to make his way across the finish line. Will mean 0 points going the way of Roadtrex. Roadtrex, who in his previous match was quite dominant on first place, was able to build up a gap of about 30 to 35 points at one point in the match, and was able to get out of it first place. But this start isn't looking too good for him just yet. Elcon, a Key, 2 players dropping down here in the Consolidation Finals, are at the moment the ones able to take the reins as Elcon leads the charge once again. Key falling just a little bit behind, but Roadtrex this time around a lot closer than he was. No major errors happening just yet. Elcon falling a bit behind. Key getting first into the drift, drop down onto the penalty grass, but that underwater sector is where Elcon is able to shine and build up a lot of speed. Roadtrex goes for the slide. Elcon no slide, makes his way forward once again. Roadtrex wants to get by, looking for any and all way to make it through. Nismo now overtaking Key as well as we go up to the wall, down into the finish. Risky lines being taken from all players, but Elcon keeps it going, keeps it fast, and so fast that he builds up another track record. 59.7 from Elcon to make it a perfect 3 for 3.
Yeah, it has been a perfect start for Elcon so far, and that was, yeah, the best one we've seen so far. 0.7, that is an absolutely ludicrous time to be driving in rounds. And it's good to see Rotrex get a better result in that round. Has had a bit of a struggle at the start of this match so far, and they're a player who I would expect to be in, you know, in with a very real chance of going through in the top 2. So it's good to see them start to get some points on the board. And I think what we're going to see this match perhaps is Elcon potentially running away with it, and then a proper scrap for that second place between Rotrex, Key, and Elcon.
Yeah,
not Elcon, Nismo.
At the moment, though, a lot of infighting happening. Nismo, unfortunately, losing a little bit of pace right there, exiting out of the wood sector. And Elcon, once again, looking to set up for that nose slide, as we have seen quite a few times. Key, this time around, taking a bit of a different line to try and make that nose slide happen. And thus far is helping him in the early parts, but unfortunately unable to get the exit out of the water as clean as he does. So with the distances being as they are, Rotrex a little bit slow. Does he make the jump? Should be fine. Still, Elcon in no danger whatsoever there. Clean sweep on his map pick. Amber Arena, 4 for 4, 40 points for Elcon. Look, you only need 120. He may do it in 3 maps if he keeps it up.
Okay, I think that may be a little optimistic, but you know, he is very, very talented on Amber Arena in particular, and I think every single time was sub 1 minute, which is absolutely ludicrous to see. As we do now head on to Key's pick, this is Festival. And I'd say this is probably the complete opposite style of map to Amber Arena. Amber Arena, it really uses a bit of everything. It loves its slidey surfaces. It really, I wouldn't say it follows a lot of conventional competitive mapping rules, whereas this is, and I mean this in a very polite way, as standard as you can get, which can be a really, really good thing because it makes them very close rounds. The ending is a little different because you do have that quarter pipe and you have kind of a forced NASCAR section with some no brakes, so it does get a little less conventional as it goes on, but I would expect incredibly tight rounds here. And it is a map where Key has performed really well in the past.
Yeah, and during our previous match, we did see him go for some very aggressive lines on the start. Unfortunately, not always paying off in the way necessarily would, but it is definitely something to keep your eye on. I can imagine with the match unfolding as it is, in this position that he finds himself in now, he is not falling behind, right? He was in 4th place by the time we got to Festival in our previous match, and he needed to make risk. He needed to make something happen. This time around, there is some room to breathe. 19 points for Key, as Rotrex and Nismo are currently tied for 15. So yes, Key may be second. It is only a 4-point gap, but it's a lot better to deal with versus being behind by 20 points. All of a sudden, a lot less pressure is on your shoulders, and you know you're on your map pick. You know it's the second map for that matter as well. So I do expect them to do a lot better this time around.
Yeah, I think honestly, if you told Key ahead of this match that they would, you know, be in 2nd place coming out of Amber Arena, even if it's only on 19 points, they most definitely would have taken it. Although I did feel like Key wasn't playing at their best on this map in the last match. They seemed to just be going a little too risky, and I think we've already seen that clipping on the inside there and letting Rotrex and Elcon have the better start. They're still not too far behind, but yeah, still in contention as R doesn't manage to get the outside dirt, so it is going to be Elcon versus Rotrex for this round, and I think this is actually the biggest competition we've seen Elcon in for a round so far. Rotrex really, really pushing the Czech player as we head downhill through this CP. Only a couple more checkpoints to go here as we head into the no slide. Well, not no slide, no brakes. Could slide if you wanted to. We head onto the plastic. Elcon still leading the way from Rotrex. Looks like they're just going to hold on to their perfect start. Oh, just about. Just about. Very scruffy end from both players, you'd have to say, but they do cross the line 1st and 2nd, and Key on their 1st round of their own map pick actually in last place.
Yeah, Rotrex there, unfortunately, having to release just a bit before exiting out of that no-break sector, allowing Elcon to get in a far more advantageous position. If not for that, I think the result would have been the other way around. Really, it came down to that little difference, little change in how to approach that turn to make something happen. Key taking a bit of a safer line there, but still part of the action. Even though this is his map pick, he does find himself currently in P4. Nismo, though, hasn't really been able to play a part in this match, but is in the mix right now as we see a massive crash come out from Key. Alcon, though, in a much comfortable position. Beautiful outside line coming out from all three players. A little bit of hop skip and a jump there from Alcon before we set ourselves up for that quarter pipe jump. How risky do you take this? How low can you go? That is the name of the game. Spending time in the air is super slow. Nobody wants to do that, so get on the floor as quickly as possible. Roadtrex this time around not as close as he was to Alcon on our previous round, but is able to keep the pace going through that no break sector. But Alcon once again the first to get the snap down into the finish line he goes, and no contest whatsoever this time. No one challenging Alcon's first place. That is 6 for 6. Alcon running away with it right now. He's halfway through.
I mean, halfway to a perfect match at this stage. I'm not going to say that a perfect match in this level of competition would be absolutely ludicrous, but you can be a little nervous for players when they lose out on a double finalist. Like, is that going to hurt their mental? Are they going to be able to reset before the next game? Elcon hasn't seemed to have any issues so far, as they are just putting in incredibly dominant performance so far. We're only 6 rounds in and 60 points. It's been perfect for him.
Yeah, he's been looking very comfortable in that regard as well, right? I mean, Alcon is a bit of a machine of sorts. I've seen him at many lands as well, where he may initially have a bit of a weaker start, not looking too good, but the moment you give him some breathing room, the moment he is comfortable in the race, you see him turned on, and consistency is at 100%. He is at max efficiency, able to drive as well as he is. This time around, the rest of the pack is very much keeping up with Alcon, but again, you can see him just getting ahead of it. Beautiful low jump there, coming out of the quarter pipe as we head into the final sector here on Festival.
Yeah, Key kind of threw away a lead there, had a very high quarter pipe, took it incredibly safe and went from first down into third, so we now get Roadtrex versus Elcon. I feel like we've seen this every round so far. This time Elcon once again comes out on top. Roadtrex, certainly the biggest scare to Elcon's perfect start that we've seen, but still, it's still 70 points. 70 points in 7 rounds. By the time Elcon gets out of this, everyone else might only be on like 60, 70 points at this stage. It's an incredible performance.
I mean, if anyone was questioning why Alcon became champion in the first place, I feel like this is the statement. I feel like this is him showing like, hey, by the way, what I showed off just now, that was just a fluke. That was an accident. All right, someone glued down my brake key. I don't know what it was. Whatever it may be, he's taking care of the issues. He's made sure that he is on pace and is once again finding himself in the lead. Unfortunate mistake coming out from Roadtrex. We're left with 3 players here at the front, and because of Elcon doing as well as he is, that fight for second place is still raging on as much as we're not really noticing it on the field.
Yeah, I mean, it is super tight between them. I think Elcon denying so many points means that there aren't many major point swings to be gained by the players battling for second place with Elcon. And once again, going to be running away with it. Looks to be on a very quick time as well, looking at that split. I wonder what it's going to be. It'll be a 101.1 PB from Elcon. Certainly within the tournament and barely a 1/10 of a second off the world record, so...
He didn't need to do that.
He
didn't need to do that, but he did anyway.
But he wanted to. He wanted to do that. He wanted to just remind us how good he is at the game and how it's just, yeah, he's just on a completely different skill level compared to everyone else in this match at this exact point in time.
Yeah, this is a statement, as I mentioned, in so far 2 maps. I already gave it away, right? Mathematically, Alcon could get finalist in 3 maps. And at the moment, he's 2 for 2 in terms of maps, 8 for 8 in terms of rounds. A lot more maps thrown your way. He just needs 40 points. 40 points, that's it. Yeah. And I think for someone like Elcon, no problem.
That should be fine.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to suggest we stop glazing Elcon for a few seconds and talk about the other 3 players in here as we head on to Galva. This is Nismo's map pick. And Nismo, I think, is a...
Oh, what?
Oh, what?
Ain't no
the
way.
reveal! Kevin's come to fix it.
Twin has come true.
Well, Nismo, who I don't think we've really mentioned at all in this match. They've been incredibly anonymous so far, but they are still only 3 points off second place with how tight everything has been. I think there's been so many crashes from Roadtrex and Key. They've just almost been banging in these consistent third places. Now we head on to Nismo's map pick, and they have looked good on Galva so far. So I think they've done well to keep themselves in contention, considering that pace-wise, you'd think they're a little bit behind the other players here.
Yeah, I think another thing that you mentioned earlier on, right, for Nismo, this is his second LAN, actually playing, finding himself on the main stage, lights, cameras are on, you've got the people in the crowd cheering for you, also in chat as well. I already see the claps coming in, so I'm happy to see that that support is very much going towards each and every one of these players, but it is very cool to see someone like Nismo, right, make it as far as he is. And as Alcon actually mentioned during an interview earlier on in regards to advice to Nismo was, you know, really to build up that experience and just keep going, keep playing, and eventually, you know, if you put in the effort, results will come. And Nismo right now has an opportune moment to not only build out that experience, but also put himself in a position where he potentially could get into the grand finals thus far on his own map pick. Has been able to follow along with Rotrex and Alcon, making our way through this tight slalom section. 180, no grip, slide your way through into the hole we go. Who's gonna do it? It is going to be Alcon with the win once again. I feel like I'm on repeat here. Rotrex on second, Nismo on third, he coming in fourth place.
I feel like there's a bit of plot armor going on now. We've had multiple that have come down to less than half the 10th of a second of Alcon beating out Rotrex. Rotrex must be getting a little frustrated to not manage to break that streak so far, but Alcon continues on the third map here, heading up to 90 points after 9 rounds. It's, yeah, it's going to be a long old battle for second once he is out of this match, assuming that that is, you know, kind of what happens, assuming that he keeps up this level of dominance, and I don't have anything to suggest that wouldn't be the case. This round, though, actually finds himself into last place, has to get past everyone. Nismo third, Rotrex and Key battling for the lead here as we head onto this no-grip ice section. I think the flick out of this can be quite decisive because if you end up pointing in the wrong direction, you can have a very poor line heading through the next checkpoint. But we go into the dirt. Elcon's made it past 1, made it past 2, made it past 3. The plot armor continues a little bit, although Rotrex is going to challenge right until the end. Who is going to get better turnaround? It is Rotrex. There you have it. Rotrex has to PB to do it, but Alcon finally loses a round, gets a second place after 9 successive wins.
He can bleed. That is the first time we see one of these players make it to the line. And I think the main thing that has been, well, I mean, helping Alcon has been his consistency. And the other players just not really finding their own consistency for that matter as well. I'm not hard-pressed to say that Alcon most likely is the fastest player on paper in this lobby. That is not a weird thing to say, but that doesn't mean that none of these players can't bang out a great round if they put their minds to it. And it's really been that consistency that has been hurting the other players in this lobby, as we do see Nismo earlier on with the crash. It's going to be Alcon taking the lead for this round. Key and Rotrex following behind by about a 10th of a second. We'll see how the snap is out of this no-grip ice onto the plastic, and just like that, these cars are aligned straight towards the next sector, uphill dirt. Make sure you keep those wheels on the ground. Again, airtime is a bad thing in these sectors, and this time, Alcon looking to make it through first place. No Rotrex to get in the way, but a fight for second place is unfolding. It is going to be Key bringing it home, and Alcon with the 55.9, so close to that track record.
Yeah, that was an incredibly quick round. I was having a look at the splits going. Alcon is on a good time here. So back to winning ways after one single round.
It was a filler episode.
Yeah, it was a filler episode in Alcon's incredible match so far. As we have found our other players, the ones battling for second place, starting to spread out a little bit. Nismo, despite being on his own map pick, has actually fallen further behind Rotrex and Key here. Hasn't really been able to get the results they would have wanted. I think Rotrex has looked particularly good on Galva in this match so far. 2 more rounds to go, and this time there is nothing to separate all players. All within 1/10 of a second. We'll see how they manage to negotiate this ice. Nismo looking to get the worst of it, carries very little speed compared to the other players. So it is going to be Key, Rotrex and Alcon heading into this downhill. Pace slightly slower than last round, and we are going to get a tight finish. Alcon. Oh, Alcon goes missing. Alcon goes absolutely missing.
Someone mod check right now.
And yeah, Rotrex gets very much gifted a first place there. Key just 19 thousandths behind. But it is a pretty notable point swing opening up at this point. 11 points between Rotrex and Key as we now do head on to Throwback, this beautiful combination of previous CCB maps. And I believe it was actually the random, well, not random, the autofill pick.
Yes.
In the pick and bans.
Yeah, that's right. After this, we have Rotrex's pick coming up. For now, Throwback is going to be the place where, looking at the points total, Alcon is looking to become finalist. Has that awkward 109 points for those not in the know. You're not going to get 11 points in a round. You're going to have to play 2 rounds at least. Those 11 points have to be gained to get into finalist, and once they do, they need to win 1 more round. The points in general, oh, that's a statement right there. That's a statement right there. I'll throw my hat in for reverse cup mode, but I don't want to, confuse the people here. But the points in general for that second place fight that we saw happening are starting to get a little bit more spacious. Rotrex on 63, Key on 52. Nismo on 46. So Rotrex has been able to somewhat pull away despite Alcon's dominance and hold over those 10 pointers that keep getting going his way.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard to call what happens, I think, in this match, especially once Elcon is out of it, because so many rounds have gone the way of Elcon, but it has kind of blocked other players, aside from Rotrex on 2 occasions, actually getting that big 10 point, which has the bigger swing. So Elcon could well be out of it here on map 4 on Throwback. And we are underway. Round number 13 of this competition. And for now, it is actually Key with a good start. We see occasionally a few different drift lines coming out here. It doesn't look like it works out particularly well for Nismo and Key as well, going into the inside barrier. So we're left with Rotrex and Elcon at the front. I feel like we saw this combo at the front quite a few times during Galva, and it seems to be repeating itself here on Throwback.
Yeah. No break sector coming up. Rotrex going a little bit for a higher jump versus Elcon. We saw mine earlier on take a beautiful line through that. Doesn't look like these players are looking to replicate that, but Elcon with an unfortunate slowdown there through the reactor sector. We'll see how the final sector is with Rotrex taking the lead. What was that snap onto the sausage block? I don't know what it is, but the speed going up to the risky finish is a bit lower, but the distance is too large for Alcon to make that up. It's going to be Rotrex picking up those 10 pointers, and especially with a big boss like Alcon in here picking up all these points, that is a massive lead to be gained here.
Yeah, I mean, opening up to 18 points over Key, and considering Rotrex had such a poor start to the match.
2 DNFs.
Yeah, 2 DNFs, had an absolute torrid time on Amber Arena. And that seems to have actually been undone here before Elcon is even done with the match. Although Elcon
there he is
actually going to have to wait yet another round in order to get onto finalists, because they're not going to be able to make it into the top 2. Of course, 120 points to get onto finalists. Once you're on finalists, 1 more win from that point, and you will be through into the grand final. It's Key leading this way, but he desperately needs to start getting the points over Rotrex, especially knowing that Amber Arena is coming back around, even if Rotrex didn't fare well on it either. Just a few corners left in this track. There's tight grass corner. A corner that looks a lot easier than actually is to drive a Key, getting a lot of speed out of it. Isn't going to be put under too much threat by Rotrex. Nismo in a bit of no man's land in third in this round. Key makes it through. PBs, 0.5, quick time from the Polish player.
And he kept Rotrex Ray pretty much every one of those turns. Even if Rotrex were to take any risk along the way, that still would have not allowed him to get past Key. That was great driving coming out, making sure to get those 10 points in. Alcon, as you already mentioned, not on finalist, 119 points, but the buffer has been built up. He's been able to put himself in a beautiful spot as Rotrex with a very early touch there is going to have to play from behind. In general, if you do make a mistake, you do want those to be earlier on to make sure there's a lot of track remaining so that, I don't know, maybe an Elcon, maybe a Key makes a mistake. You can take advantage of that situation. But as long as these 3 players at the front are driving the way that they are, no situation will occur. But you know what? Hey, reaping you shall sow. There's Rotrex proving me right. Thank you so very much for that. As Alcon and Nismo are the first to tackle the quarter pipe jump. Nismo also looking to gain some points here. Has been dropping behind in 4th place, but with Alcon right in front of him, he's looking to take those 10 points, but he only needs the 1. Makes his way towards the final part into the risky finish. finish needs to be set up. Coming out of the grass, has the speed, has the pace, and with the distance between each and every one of these players, no change in the status quo. Alcon will be finalist for this round. It's only took him, what, 10, 12, 14, 16, not even.
Yeah,
Like
15 rounds.
15, yeah.
Could well actually get it done on map 4, which would be pretty insane considering that we have the second last match of the entire tournament.
Yes.
He's whittled down from 29 players to just 6, and he's still in a position where he's able to close out by map 4, potentially. Of course, still has to actually do it, so eyes will be on Elcon this round. Hasn't actually had a brilliant start, dropping about a 10th behind the leaders in this round, but we know Elcon has more than enough pace to try and make that up. Oh, very lucky to get away with that. It's one of the few places where you can actually get away with a crash on the inside, because it loses you a bit of speed, but kind of points you in the right direction, so you get away with it somewhat. Elcon just hunting down Key to try and move into first place. Key trying to carry a bit more speed, try and pick up that 10-pointer for his own second place ambitions to try and get, get back into the upper bracket, into the grand final. And it's going to be a tight fight here through this grass section. Who's going to carry more speed out of it? It looks like Key by tiniest of margins. Oh, he goes onto the inside. Oh, it's a big mistake from Key. Throws away a 10-pointer and gives Elcon away into the grand final of Con Baltics 2026. 3 of your finalists have been decided. Mime and Tween, we already saw make it through. Elcon has made it through in fairly dominant fashion. Now there's just one more spot. Rotrex, Key, and Nismo ready to battle it out.
Those eyes. Oh, sorry, I got distracted there. I'm sure you guys on stream did too there. But that does mean that we are left with 3 players as we head into the final track of this series. It's Game Breaker, and we have seen how many hearts have been broken by the risky finish on this track. It's been an absolute nail-biter each and every time we make our way across those tickets. And with these 3 players left on the stage, we only have room for 1 in the grand finals. And Key, who came down from the winners final into consolidation, currently not in the best of positions to reclaim that spot back up. And Rotrex, on the other hand, wanting to make his way up there.
Yeah, I mean, 17-point gap, it can definitely be made up, but it is going to be, it's going to be an uphill battle for Key, especially knowing some of the maps, the map order isn't in a position that favors him. Although Rotrex seems to have dialed into this match, was struggling at the start, seems to have got far more into the rhythm of it. You wonder whether, as we approach finalists, whether could those nerves, being on the big stage, really try and kind of get back to Rotrex, a player who, although I think quite experienced with lands for how relatively new they are to the scene, they are still a newer player. They still don't quite have the amount of competition experience of a player like Key.
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting.
I mean, Key in that regard, not just involved from a player point of view with competitions, also from an organizational point of view, has been around for quite some time in the Trackmania community. But that does mean a lot of things happening, and maybe not as much practice as someone like Rotrex is putting in these days. We're all busy in that regard, but obviously all these players have put out a lot of time to get ready to make their way through as far as they possibly can. But Game Breaker, with 3 players left standing, it is a question of whether or not Rotrex is going to be the one to move on, or maybe Key is going to make that comeback happen.
Indeed, indeed. For now, it is Key leading the way in front of Rotrex. Have to see if this can stand, though. It's such tiny margins that we head onto this plastic reactor section. This can cause issues. It's very easy to drop a gear here and lose so much speed if you do. Rotrex getting a better line, gets past briefly the outside dirt lines. Look fairly comparable between the 2 players. Key maybe a little bit offline there. The gap staying fairly stationary. I think it's going to be decided by this ending section, this critical drift setup to make sure you can even make it across the speed check of the ending as we drive across the diamond pickaxe, across the tickets, and Key has made it past. No, they haven't.
They have not.
They haven't. They hit the left side of the finish. Lucky to ping into it at all and not get beaten by Nismo, to be honest. But yeah, PB from Rotrex, and only gets the win because Key crashed in a very strange way.
It is one of those situations where the finish, especially on this one, I already mentioned the risky finish is a tricky one. I would argue the trickiest of the bunch in the map pool that we have. And it is that sideways finish that does allow for not just snipes, but also for these errors to occur, for these crashes that in this case are dealing quite a lot of damage to Key. as Rotrex currently is on 99 points. Need 21 points to make it happen. This ain't no blackjack. We don't have double or nothings to be offered here, and instead, at the moment, it's Key right now, who initially was in the deadlock between himself and Rotrex throughout most of the round, has been able to carve out a little bit of distance between himself and Rotrex, but any minor mistake may prove to undo his first place spot.
I mean, we saw that last time. It was a minor mistake at the ending, and it did undo the spot. I think Key is on a very quick run here. We'll see how this checkpoint goes. 0.6, it's pretty fast. Could well be a sub 102-minute time. We'll lose some speed here. Now it's to contend with whether or not they make the speed check, and Rotrex again!
Not again! He can't keep getting away with this!
Oh, what is that? That was a poor ending from Key. He just seemed to lose speed, and it really snowballs because you carry that speed for so long in that section. And it ends up being 3 thousandths of a second, giving that round to Rotrex. I imagine Key is probably quite frustrated right now, having lost those 2 rounds, which would have really tried to close up the gap, but instead it's extended up to 25 points now. That's going to be an enormous job to try and overhaul.
Yeah, I think in the case of Rotrex, he must be, well, obviously ecstatic about this. Not just because this is on his map pick, but also because Amber Arena wasn't going too well for him. And he is aware that that is going to be coming up. Dude, we only have 2 rounds remaining on the track. Rotrex will have to play 2 rounds to get into finalists at minimum. At the moment, doing a phenomenal job of it as well, taking the lead, heading into the 3rd sector. And with Key crashing right before the checkpoint as well, it's going to give a lot of room for the Frenchman to make up some more ground, to put himself in a much more advantageous position, especially with Nismo coming into it. Unfortunately, hasn't really been able to be part of the conversation for this match. Is still doing everything that he can to get some traction, to get some points, but the gap is growing quite large as we make our way across those checkpoints. Across the tickets, Rotrex driving another PB to himself, a 102.0. Great driving on his end. 119, 1 more round left on his map pick. So far, he's 3 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, these players were all so close together. You know, and you've got to say, that map pick is looking very good for Rotrex. They're not going to be able to clean it up here. They are going to have to play at least 1 round on Amber Arena to do it. But I think when you're looking at the opponents left in the match, Nismo and Key, I'd say for all 3 of these players, Amber Arena has looked like a bit of a bogey map. So when everyone else is going to struggle as much as you are, you might actually find yourself in a better position than if you did have like a tween or a mime in here who really can perform on that map.
Yeah.
Rotrex running away with it again. Mistakes from Nismo and Key. Maybe pressure getting a few much. Oh, Rotrex into barrier. It isn't going to matter from a point of view, as long as Rotrex is able to finish to just get about 1 point to make it up in finalists. But hey, it looks like 10 points will be going the way of Key here. Not much to really look over on this round. It's a bit of a waiting game to see how Rotrex performs in finalist.
Yeah, it's a bit of a time to mentally reset as well for each and every one of these players, right? It's not going to be a hard-fought battle in terms of points necessarily. We know what is about to happen, the inevitable with Rotrex picking up that singular point, getting into finalist, putting himself in a phenomenal spot, and giving himself, 3 rounds to have a shot at getting that winner in. Again, finalist means get first place in 1 round, just 1 round, and you, my friends, will secure yourself a ticket in the Con Baltics Grand Finals for this Trackmania. Well, it's a spectacle, honestly. I'm really looking forward to what's coming out for the Grand Finals, but we're not quite there yet. We need to decide who that last person is to make their way in.
Yeah, and Key on 98 points. That's quite an unpleasant number to be on. You know, if they'd made it to 100 or over 100, then they, would only need 2 rounds to get on finalists. But Key is going to be looking for 3, or I guess 4 actually, finalist denials onto Rotrex. Has to stop Rotrex winning at all on this map. Maybe hoping that Nismo can, call it a couple of favors. We've seen that before from a player who, kind of finds himself in 4th, but it is going to be, it's a big gap
Guys,
to make up.
Share? Come on.
Yeah, where's my snacks?
Yeah, where's my I'm hungry.
I can't believe they don't want us eating food while casting.
We're shackled down. We should. Oh, I shouldn't tell them. No. We are totally fine. We are free to move and go wherever we want. Definitely no one looking over our shoulders at any point in time. Please ignore the man behind the curtain.
It's jarring for me because I can occasionally see actual Kem in my line of sight as well. I've got Kem behind me and Kem in front of me. It's all over places. We are underway here on Amber Arena. We have Rotrex in finalists. This could well be the last round of the consolidation final to decide who reaches the grand final. Rotrex will be sat here praying for mistakes, I'm sure, from Key and Nismo, as Rotrex themselves had a pretty poor performance last time. Key slides out. Key immediately goes on the first bit of water. Where is Nismo? Nismo is still close enough to at least be forcing Rotrex to push. Rotrex can't quite full safe at this point to just navigate the track. They are still having to push, but the gap to Nismo is increasing. Nismo just hasn't really had the pace to be a factor in a lot of his rounds, unfortunately. So Rotrex, potentially just a few more corners to go. This is the last tricky section, possibly of the entire match for the Frenchman. Manages to make it round, is carrying a little bit more speed than Nismo. Nismo is really close gap down to just 1/10 of a second, but Rotrex is looking good to book a spot into the grand final. No one to deny him this time. The Frenchman makes it. Has performed so well in this tournament. I think it's been a really, real standout player in my eyes. And there we have it, a slot in the grand final confirmed.
Yeah, had a bit of a tough start to the match from his own end in terms of consistency, but at the same time having to deal with someone like Alcon constantly taking away those 10 points over and over and over again. Once we hit maps 3 and 4 is when we did see the potential and the pace that Rotrex is able to show off, and in that regard, he was able to really carve out room for his own, put himself in a position where he was able to secure that second place spot, and with that, join the likes of mine, of Tween, to fight for that title.
Indeed, that is going to be an absolute... Oh, I know, he stopped looking at us. That is going to be an absolute belter of a grand final. So if you're here in the arena, don't go anywhere. That's going to be incredible. If you're watching at home, also don't go anywhere, because it's going to be incredible. I'm sure that it won't be too long until we get into that. But I think this is our last cast together here at Con Baltics. We'll be passing it on to Turbo and Geek. And how have you found it? This will be my first one I've ever attended, and I have loved it.
Yeah, likewise. It's been great being here, seeing each and every one of the people who not have only visited the booth, who have played in the tournament, but just in general, the crowd here at Con Baltics has been phenomenal, has been incredible, and it's been an absolute joy. But that's going to do it from us. But for now, we're going to send it over to our host, Heku. Take it away.
Now that we know our grand finalists, Mark, luckily when it comes to Con Baltics, no one leaves the tournament empty-handed.
Exactly.
That is including our 5th and 6th place.
That's right, and we're inviting to the stage Key and Nismo for 5th and 6th place.
Let's get like a few words about like the tournament, because in comparison like to other tournaments that we had at this, like at this event, most of them the qualifiers happen online. Here, you actually had to play throughout all the days. What is your impression, and did you get to enjoy the process?
I definitely gathered a lot of experience in this tournament because it's one of my first LAN tournaments ever. So it was really fun. I got really far, way further than I imagined. So yeah, what can I say?
And a really valuable experience.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I just realized that these have to be switched up. Nismo got 6th place, Key's 5th. Sorry for that. That was interesting. Actually, I do have a question for Key specifically, my man. What was the lock that you couldn't unlock in this game here? Were there places where you felt that you could actually improve overall?
I mean, I don't want to put it on a specific mapper, so I'll just say that once the match starts the wrong way, then it's really hard to come back sometimes. And I just couldn't find it in me.
Understood. Thank you for that question.
But overall, the experience that you had at this tournament, did you enjoy it?
Oh yeah, of course. I love coming here. I try to be here every year. Last year I couldn't really make it. But yeah, I love this stage, I love the crowd here, and it's always fun to play.
Amazing. Can we hear a round of applause?
We don't even have to cue them. They already know.
They already know. All right, guys, thank you very much for being here with us at the tournament. I guess now you can join the audience and watch the grand finals with us. All right, we're gonna go on a short break, but we'll be back with the grand final. Mark, the Trackmania community has been waiting for this moment for the whole weekend. It is time for us to start the grand final and to find out who will take the trophy. Considering that, you know, we are in Lithuania and these are your people.
Yes.
Can you hype them up?
Guys, are you ready for Tweed, Elcon, Rodwex, and Mob? We're locking it down here.
And before we go into the grand final, let's check out a special video.
How exciting of an announcement is that 2027 we'll be back, baby!
For the 6th consecutive time, Trackmania will be part of the Con Baltics. I'm very much looking forward to that.
It will be a great one, and also a very different time of year, of course, with the events that year being held into September, but let's hope that doesn't dampen the spirit of everybody from competitors and fans. How are you feeling over there for the grand final, by the way? That's what you love to hear.
That's what you love to hear, indeed. We have 4 players who are fighting it out for a top prize pool of 2,000 euro, but everyone who has made it to the grand final is already going home with 500 euro.
Indeed, and yeah, we've already attributed 250 euros apiece for 5th and 6th, and now it's basically the lion's share that needs to be split. Of course, we've got 2,000 for the winner, 1,200 for 2nd, 800 for 3rd, then 500 for 4th, and of course, the nice trophy that kind of took us back by surprise when we unveiled it, of course, in 2025, which was, of course, lifted by Team Blah. And here is the final part of the bracket. You saw Mime and Tweem managing to get their rounds in pretty nice and even. Elcon, a bit of an off match, it seemed like a bit of a fluke. He was able to use the lower bracket final to regroup, or consolation final to regroup, and Rotrex, very much the man of the moment, who was very much getting the upper hand in the latter stages once the Scarecrow went away.
He had a very deep run from the lower bracket onwards now into the grand final, but hopefully he can perform in there, because in the last match it was just an Elcon show. He was winning, I think, the first 9 rounds.
Straight rounds, indeed. 2 map clean sweeps, and he only dropped out of first place on round 10. He still came away with 6 points.
That was still such a great performance, and also Rotrex was able to pick up some momentum in the ending, because it was quite close between 2nd to 4th position, but he was able to prevail and make it across into the grand final.
Indeed, as we are soon getting ready to go with the draft phase, and just a key few moments here to note, and a key few changes to note, 2 changes in fact. First up, points limit. We were up to 120 in this particular day of action. Now for the grand final, it's 140, and of course, we play until 3 players have won their finalist stages as the track draft now begins.
So it is Mime who picks first, and the first pick will be Game Breaker.
Game Breaker put in as the second map, actually. We've always seen some people picking this map, picking the first map as the very first map of the rotation. It's not quite the case here for Mime, who opts to pick map 2. Tween will pick the first map, which will be Festival.
And then Amber Arena will be map number 5 by Elcon. So if it's his best map, he has picked this map as the first one. He looks to close it out, but with a point of 140, it's very hard to reach map number 5 with finalist mode attached to your name.
Yeah, indeed, unless you're really carbureting on all and firing on all cylinders and picking up as many points as you can in the early 4 maps. Rotrex will pick map 4, which will be Galve, leaving us with Throwback on map number 3. So Festival, Game Breaker, Throwback, Galve, and Amber Arena, the map order for the 2026 Con Baltics Grand Final.
Yeah, and Throwback has not been picked by the players. And Galve, also an interesting map. Rotrex was quite certainly good on that one, but who was really good on this map was the likes of Nismo, who had a very good run on his second LAN, and just kudos to him as well. Great interview on stage as well. I really enjoyed it. He was very happy just to be here and also perform. He's like up-and-coming German player. You love to see it.
Yeah, you absolutely love to see it, especially like talent from even established nations. Seeing some of the renewing of the guard, the changing of the old guard, slowly but surely kind of putting itself in place here on Trackmania. We see it, of course, across the entirety of the worldwide scene in Trackmania, not just, of course, in the European scene. It's always great to see new talent come up, and Nismo really made a solid impression, including on me here on this weekend.
One last dance, guys. One more time. We will start the game mode, and we have one final match here with a point of 140 points. Give it up for Mime, Tween, Elcon, and Roadtrax.
And with that, we are about to go racing. The warm-up is about to start. We'll be heading on to Festival.
Map number 1 it is, and we play also up until 3 winners. And wow, what a map that has been, and it might be playing a crucial role. We could see it up to 8 times, and certainly we will, because top 3 will also be decided.
And also, courtesy of the higher points limit, we are guaranteed to see the map crop up once again as the warm-up gets started now. Players have now a minute to kind of find their bearings, and I'm looking forward to see how Elcon does, fighting against Mime and Tween for the 2nd time here on stage.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Elcon looked so potent in his previous match. It was such a show, and especially on a map like Amber Arena, he was so good on. Like, it was such a great showing for him. And let's see if he can keep it up like that. But here we go. The players are ready. They're laser focused. And also, let's talk about input devices here, because you can see 2 players on screen right now, Tween and Mime, playing with keyboards.
And also Elcon, a keyboard player as well. It's very much a case of the keyboard warriors against the lone gamepad warrior that you see on the screen right now, Roadtrax. His first on-stage grand final at an international event, already a stout achievement. He set himself the goal of getting the round win overall, but only time will tell if he will be able to pull through that entire weekend. For one final time this weekend, Con Baltics race fans, are you ready? It is time to go racing for one final time here in Vilnius. The grand final is go.
And let's see who wins the first round here. And of course, the pressure is on. It's one more time, and here we really don't want to fall behind from the get-go, but we see that Tween has the best start here, but also Elcon, everybody's just not that far behind. No one going for the real clip here, but Elcon almost clipping there, but you can see that the players are ready.
It seems like the line that Demotivator showcased throughout the weekend might be a bit of a red herring for some of those per-tier players in Mime. Unfortunately, going a little bit too wide, going into the checkpoint, making it unsavable. So the man from Navi will be out of contention early, as Tween will be leading by a 10th and a half ahead of Elcon, whilst Roadtrax keeps right on the tail of the Czech driver from Nemesis. As we switch over to the POV of Tween and quickly Mime to see what the gaps are. 5 seconds between first and last. This is looking grim already.
Yeah, and Elcon, he is quite far behind. Tween is on a great time here by the looks of it, but different lines come into play here. Elcon will have a bit more exit speed, but of course travels more distance. But it looks like that Tween is gonna take this home. But look how close Elcon comes here. But it will not be enough, and Tween will find himself in the lead with a 1:1.3, so a bit of a conservative starting time, but enough to seal the deal. I mean, it's quarter of a second away from the tournament record.
I mean, you're talking conservative in terms of the top 4. This is still very stout indeed, less than 3/10 away from the current record. Of course, on this map, a 1:01.001 held by Tween himself, and the tournament record, you can see also Mime, a 1:01.088. As we go into round number 2, then Tween with the early lead, as we do see Mime going full inside on that long left-hander platform before the jump.
Yeah, Mime will be a bit further behind by 0.1 of a second, but this could already be the decider. Roadtrax gets away with it. He slightly clipped there on the inside and bumped a bit with his car, but he doesn't significantly slow down. Didn't even slow down at all, but also Elcon, not with the best of lines there, will have a very, very harsh entry into the outside dirt, but still gets it away with it. And also Mime not with the best line here. That's a 3-horse battle for first, and Roadtrax with a very good round here.
Mime having a bit of a bobble midway through the dirt, which is what prompted him to lose the time that he did, as we see Roadtrax and Tween going side by side in the transfer. And look at the low jump from Elcon, as we do see Tween fading at the landing from that transfer as well, which means it is a battle between the Frenchman and the Czech driver. It's advantage to Elcon going into the last few checkpoints, and it will be the man from Nemesis taking the 10-pointer with a time of, the stopwatch says, a 1:01.275.
Great time there from Elcon, and that is the start that he was looking for on Amber Arena in the winner bracket final. Well, it wasn't really a good start for him, and now he's in first, 16 points. It really felt like that he just wanted to play one more match on stage at this point. If he continues like that, of course, we still have plenty of Trackmania that will be played in this particular match. But right now, Mime the winner of the previous match with only 7 points from the first 2 rounds.
And with a very sluggish start as well. You saw him kind of fade towards the back of the screen from the perspective of the ones up front, as Mime seems to have taken a bit of a slowdown, or maybe did not have enough speed going over the bubble jump into the sausage road at the start of this map. So he finds himself mired back down in 3rd to 4th position, battling with Rotrex to get 1 extra point as we go so close to the wall on the part of Tween, but Mime with a much better speed compared to Elkon, who's somewhat bumped up the exit of the dirt there. Will fall back down to P4, Mime into 3rd, and still in with a shot for a 10-pointer.
Yeah, he's not really majorly falling behind as opposed to Elkon, but look at the fight here between Tween and Rotrex. Rotrex with a great line, but doesn't get a good low jump here, so he will get demoted to last position in that one. And look at that, Mime is really on the hunt here for that 10 points.
And Tween slows down dramatically after his car kind of shakes over in the plastic. Elkon versus Rotrex for 2nd place to the line. Rotrex snipes Elkon by 2 milliseconds. He went for a much more direct line to the finish, and he had also a few extra kilometers an hour, 2 or 3 kph on the transition from the banked road to the flat road. It might seem marginal at first glance, but that is enough to allow him to take those 6 points. And Mime also in 2nd, but you can see the gaps very much tightened, 4 points between 1st and last.
Yeah, that is as close as it gets here. That is very, very close here as we go into the last round here between Mime, Rotrex, Elkon, and Tween on the festival, but we will have this map being played again, and there's a mistake already happening here from Mime, so he will be out of the conversation after he picked up some momentum. He is now down, and it could be another new winner here, but Tween also crashing there, so he will not win his first round. It might be Rotrex or Elkon here taking home the victory.
Just a glancing blow from Tween was enough to do the damage with the acceleration penalty there on the part of the Slovak player, who falls back down to 4th after Mime moves back up into 3rd. But I want to see the battle for the top 2 because they're still locking horns side by side. Rotrex and Elkon right now going into the plastic. Let's get a little bit of a gander at what's happening up front because they're still very much side by side. 20 milliseconds between them. Advantage to Elkon, but for how long? Right up until the finish line to the line. Rotrex trying to go for the B line, but again, the 3rd tie in today's action, and Elkon is on the right side of the fence as he was ahead at the final checkpoint.
Yeah, what a tie that was. The 3rd time, and Elkon are up to 30 points here. What a great performance that has been. And yeah, definitely not something that we were seeing from him on the previous match.
The previous match indeed looked to be a little bit of a fluke, as we stated earlier on during the pre-show, as we now go on to Satel's Game Breaker, a vibrant map, perhaps even more vibrant than what we've seen during the rest of the tournaments here in the map pack of the Con Baltics, with various gaming references, the lasers kind of shown around as well, the sonic rings, the gems from the Sims, adorning the towers in the decorations, the jump on the tickets, the diamond pickaxe run. There is a lot to talk about here on this map, and we'll get to talk about those, of course, over the course of the next 4 rounds that are going to be coming up as you get one last good look at Satel's beautiful map, an absolute gem of a map. And oh, fancy seeing you there, Kim. Again, thank you very much for all that you do. In the meantime, we are about to get underway. Elkon currently leading with 30 points, 22 points for Rotrex, and 20 apiece for Mime and Tween, looking to try and continue keeping this fight a little bit interesting here in the early stages.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. You know, Cam, you have seen him creeping a bit behind us, but now, yeah, it's time to say goodbye to Cam, for now at least, for 2026. Maybe he will be behind us, creeping in. Who knows, but... Well, Elkon with a great performance, of course, but the others not too far behind either. 20 and 20 points, respectively. And now we go to Game Breaker. Let's see who makes it or breaks it on this map. A map that has a lot of transitions and just so good to watch as well. So much cool scenery on this map here.
A lot of cool scenery on this map, and also a lot of great snipes that we've seen towards the jump into the final 2 tickets and towards the finish line as well. If you go ever so slightly wide, it can compromise your direct line into the jump, into the multi-lap block that acts as the checkered flag here. And we've seen plenty of people get heartbroken by those around the back who are just within touching distance to actually put the daggers through the heart of the leading player.
Yeah, that can definitely happen, especially when you oversteer beforehand, because you really need to have a lot of speed here in order to make the successive jumps. There are 7 jumps in the 2 ending parts, and Rotrex will certainly not surpass those ones in first position. Mime is in the lead, Tween on 2nd, and then we have Elkon on 3rd position. So let's follow the Czech driver for Team Nemesis.
Currently, right now, Mime has a 10th and a half at an advantage over Tween right now, who himself has a 10th of a buffer to work with Elcon. As we go into the third and final sector of this map, it will still be the man from Navi leading quite handily. Make that gap now a quarter of a second. Going into the last few sequence of jumps over the tickets and into the plastic. We've seen a couple of people lose a little bit more speed, which might prompt an attack from Elcon behind compared to Tween. It's not going to be enough. And a new tournament record of a .795. The man from Navi is on a wire on this opening round.
I think you can see why Mime picked this particular map. This one is just a great map for him. He set the tournament record in the previous match that he played, just exactly 0.2 away from the world record, and now he improved it by another 200ths of a second. And Elcon gets away with this bumpy line there at the start, doesn't significantly slow down, and finds himself on the race.
Doesn't seem to be really hampering his progress at any point, as we do see Rotrek this time falling by the wayside, maybe with a bit of a wider line going into the crest from bank to flat, thus costing him a few hundreds here and there, but he will remain in contact with the leading trio as Tween goes way high on the way into the checkpoint before the jump through the Sonic rings, and it will be Elcon trying to catch up with his former teammate, and Rotrek has made the junction back to the lead back.
Mime on the hunt here to overtake Elcon, but they're currently, the former teammates are just not battling, or just battling it out and not moving away from each other here. Mime with a great line, but also Elcon had it very nicely. Look how, like, Tween is not even so far behind either. He could still get that first position, but it's so close. Look at Elcon going into first.
A small clip from the inside of the dirt for Mime allows Elcon to make a move through to the lead, but it's still not on just yet. It's not quite done. It might just be done with that spike bubble from the plastic. Elcon takes the 10-pointer with a .945, 40 milliseconds ahead of Mime, who himself is just 50 milliseconds ahead of Tween. Less than a 10th and a half between first and fourth.
Roadtrex drove PB and he got last. It's incredible. Roadtrex
driving a high .0 and you're last. That's crazy.
Welcome to the Con Baltics 2026 finals, guys. And we just kept things starting here, as it is Elcon leading with 44 points. That was Mime's chance here to get those 10 points across. But what a middle or like ending section from Elcon it was. Mime was leading by 0.1 of a second, but then had that pixel clip slowing him down just a little bit to open the door for Elcon, and look at that. Elcon in the lead, but having to readjust here, not too much speed, and it's a 3-horse battle for first.
This time it's Elcon pulling a Tween and going a little bit too high before the jump into the Sonic rings. It will be once again Mime and Elcon going side by side, and Roadtrex making the junction into jump in the third, and with Elcon going a bit sideways, it will be Roadtrex unfortunately trying to capitalize on that, not able to do so, with a huge clip from the right rear, and same right rear tire that clips the wall at the exit of the dirt, and Mime also in difficulty. Tween takes the lead.
Tween takes the lead. He's in need of some points. He could go up to 40 points here, and also Elcon would lose a lot of points in this particular round, and I think the positions are as is, even though Elcon, oh, will he make the jump? Yes, he will, but that was so close, and with that time, Tween, I think, would have been last in the previous round.
Previous round would have been the last place, yeah, indeed. See how it comes and goes so quickly in Trackmania. One round you can have the mother of all rounds, and then all of a sudden it becomes one of the rounds of all time, as we often refer to. As we go on to, I think it is our fourth and final round here on Game Breaker.
It is indeed our fourth and final round, as you can see in the top right corner as well. When I open the scoreboard, and well, Elcon and Mime go on a small adventure there, you know, and it will be one of the rounds this time.
In case in point, one of the rounds of all time that is just following up a couple of great rounds that we've seen. It will be Tween and Roadtrex. Roadtrex who's going to be in with a very, very solid opportunity to try and climb the gap back up and try to make the junction to at least third place, currently held by Tween on 40 points. And right now, speak of the devil, he's currently battling with the Slovak player. They're going side by side on the way into sector number 2.
Oh, and Roadtrex with a good line that gets a bit of airtime, but still doesn't significantly slow down, has a wonky gear after that. And this will be the round for the Slovakian veteran. And he is not throwing those ones away. He's 0.2 ahead. Roadtrex still trying to stay in close proximity, but Tween is not a player who like fails those rounds. He is just like, he's just such a like he will punish every mistake in those kind of situations, and he will win the round with another 0.10. So great time here from Tween. Elcon and Mime, after that small adventure there at the start, on third and fourth position.
Indeed, as they find themselves kind of caught back up, especially with Tween moving up to second ahead of Mime for 5 points, and Elcon still in the lead with 52, as we're going to be moving through the ages of the Con Baltics Trackmania tournament, as map number 3 is Throwback from Spec.
Let's go down memory lane one more time here, and I mean, we'll be here next year as well for another Trackmania tournament, and this one just keeps on growing and growing, and to be honest, it has been a blast this weekend.
It has been a true blast indeed over the course of the 2 days of competition and a little bit earlier as well for us as we came in on Friday.
Yeah, and also you had some delay, but also the League of Legends series that we have seen beforehand, the reverse sweep, was enjoyable to watch, but of course everything is now a bit later, and I think there's even one more tournament happening here after that. I'm not sure if it's cancelled or not, because the venue also closes very soon, right?
I'm thinking it will still be held, but it is true that you were right in pointing the League of Legends final. That was an absolute cinema to watch, and really the theme of the Con Baltics is where heroes meet. Well, here on Throwback, people have the chance to be a hero, especially these players right here. Elkon can become the only player to win 3 times the Con Baltics. Tween could take his first title. Mime could regain the title that he claimed in 2022. And Rotrex, if all the stars align, could very well pull an upset in his very first international event final.
Yeah, it could really happen here, so good luck, have fun to the players as we go now into the very first round here. And wow, I mean, Rotrex definitely not falling too far behind, right?
They're currently live indeed, as we are going to be seeing Mime as currently driving through the rounds. And now we go back into the game. It will be right now Elkon, Tween and Mime locking horns 1, 2, 3, and Rotrex with a bit of a slow start, 3-10 down in 4th.
Yeah, and it is Rotrex who has made a slight mistake. Elkon also catching airtime there, so it will not be a good, like he doesn't have a buffer to work with, but it is Mime who cannot capitalize fully from that mistake there, so he is still on 2nd position. Also Rotrex doesn't go for the risky line there.
Doesn't go for the risky line, opts to go for the conventional approach, but it will still be locking horns with Tween for 3rd. Meanwhile, Elkon and Mime, the 2 sparring partners, at it again. Mime with a bit more speed, and actually Elkon going over center, taking their time, promoting everybody behind him up into 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Tween still fending off the attack of Rotrex for 2nd place. Mime will take the win with a 0.522, 3/10 ahead of the squabble for 2nd place, in which Tween will emerge the victor.
Yeah, so Elkon's lead is really crumbling away here as it is now. Dead even between them. Mime, actually Tween goes into the lead with that. It's 1 point between 1st and 3rd. And then Rotrex is also in close proximity with 41 points. But we're not even like halfway through this grand final. The point was 140 here. And now we go into round number 10 of this grand final.
Going in right now from the perspective of Tween, who will be taking the lead at the end of sector number 1, the Roserate and Shadeshift sector. Now we're moving on to Melohi, one of the tracks from the 2024 edition with the grass road. It's a really tightly knit battle for the top 3 side by side as Rotrex now puts a little bit of pressure on Elkon as Mime fades away pretty quickly here. And now going on to Trakai, the 2025 map from the 2v2 edition. Rotrex and Elkon still side by side. Tween still making it an interesting 3-way fight.
Yeah, and Elkon with a great line there, but also Tween. But Elkon clipping there on the inside is completely out of this round here. So let's take a look where Rotrex is going to be. He's too far behind, I was saying. Also Tween not catching airtime there. The only thing that is left aside here is to clear that risky jump. And Tween is looking like a good approach. He drifts a little bit, but is still in control and wins the round up to 66 points, extending his lead. Tween is looking now to be the one who reaches finals first, but of course it's still way too early to tell that. It's a marathon of a match.
We're not even at the halfway mark. That's telling. 66 points out of the 140 that are required for the grand final. Remember, we are in for the longer haul here in this final match of the Con Baltics as we now go into round number 3 here on this map, and it's going to be a pretty clean start. Maybe Rotrex a bit of an awkward line for checkpoint number 2 and 3 as we go into Shadeshift.
Yeah, it's very hard to hold the gear there at the start, and Rotrex wanted to just hold it at all costs, but of course that comes with a sacrifice, so he's a bit further behind, make it 0.15 of a second, but Elkon again with a mistake there, and Mime with a commanding lead.
Slight touch of the pole there for Elkon, which sends him down the 4th, half a second down, but Rotrex now asserting a little bit of a more dominant figure, moving up into the lead provisionally before the jump into the transfer. It's still going to be Tween and Mime, though, at the end of the day, still side by side. Rotrex fades back to a 1/10.5 to 2/10 of a second of a deficit for the Frenchman as we go into the final sausage road and the final grass road section. Mime and Tween still going at it. Tween trying to go for the lead, managing to make the move stick. Can he parlay that into a win? The answer is a yes, with a 0.619, 23 milliseconds ahead of Mime. A great round there.
Yeah, what a great round there from Tween, staying calm and collected, and that is exactly what he was in need of. Now 11 points ahead of Mime, and then Rotrex also catching up here to Elkon only 10 points between them, so this hasn't really been the map for Elcon here all along, as he's just bleeding more and more points as we go to the last map. And of course, this map has not been picked by any of the players.
Yeah, this was the map that was kind of left to be auto-filled in the draft. And also, you're pointing out Elcon's lack of momentum going his way in the first 3 maps. This is not a good omen, because next up will be Galve, a map that he has notoriously been struggling with so far on stage.
But I think then we go to Amber Arena. Mime now with a mistake. Yeah, Amber Arena will be the next map, and I think that's a good map for Elcon, but also hit or miss. Either he performs like an absolute genius or he crumbles.
Indeed, as we go now towards the final few corners, it will be Tweed leading Elcon by about 1/10 of a second, and a further 2/10 back, we find Roadtrex, the man from 2R Esport, who's going to be content with the 4 points that come with that 3rd place finish. In the meantime, Tweed is just managing this gap and bringing the car home, although he was weaving over the track and then some. A 0.468, strong time for the Slovak player.
Back to back to back for Tween here, and just great times all along. Consistent performance, up to 86 points. That is so impressive for Tween. Keep in mind, he lost, or like he got 2nd in the winner bracket final against the likes of Mime.
Yeah, indeed, as we're going to be moving on to a map that will probably favor Mime. It is Galve from Clear Vision in Tunis, and I say that because looking at the stats, Mime is the top dog. Highest performance rating, highest consistency rating, highest pace rating, a median of a 56.158, and a best in match of a 55.905, which is still the tournament record. And out of 16 rounds reported that he played on this map, 9 of them were won by Mime.
Wow, that is so impressive from Mime. Over 50% win rate for him. And, well, this could really be the comeback arch for him, because he right now is a bit further behind. This map was picked by Roadtrex, so could also be a map where he can finally pick up some momentum, even though he plays a very solid grand final for a first one on stage.
Yeah, first one on stage, and first one on stage at an international event. It must be said, as Roadtrex, of course, went to the grand finals of Insalan back in March of this year and ended up winning the grand final of Insalan against the likes of Feed and Nyko, 2 very stout players in the French scene that are absolutely nothing to scoff at. So Roadtrex is very much the real deal. A very talented guy at 18 years old.
Yeah, I agree. Nyko was almost here as well, but he said that he wanted to focus on the Elite Cup, which is another competition where he got 3rd position in yesterday, so setting in stone that he makes it to the Esports World Cup. So also congratulations from my side to Nyko. He set good priorities there and qualified to a competition which has a prize pool of €500,000.
Well, whilst we kind of look forward to EWC, let's get back to business, down to brass tacks with the grand final of Con Baltics, as map number 4 is now underway. Everybody clearing the first ice slide nice and clean. It will be between Elcon and Roadtrex in a tightly knit group in the top 3, and Mime just a little bit behind, waiting to bounce.
Yeah, Mime is behind here indeed by quite a lot, actually, 0.15 of a second, but now the no grip ice slide comes into play here, and Mime will go very aggressive on that. Overtakes 1, maybe 2, 1 from that exit. Has good speed though, so he's not too far behind, but Tween and Elcon playing a great round here. As you can see, Tween finding himself a lead, but Elcon is fighting back here. This is the great ending.
Oh, Elcon looking very close to the outside wall on the way downhill. Mime making it a 3-way fight, maybe a 4-way fight. No, Roadtrex is a little bit too far out of it. Tween versus Elcon. It's down to the line, and Tween snipes Elcon by 28 milliseconds, and he drives into the 55s on the .987.
It just seems like Tween cannot lose right now. He wins the 4th consecutive round in a row, up to 96 points, completely dominating. Elcon, of course, still with that overtaking Mime, but the man of the last 5 minutes is definitely the player from Slovakia.
He's definitely looking to be on his A game and on his heyday. Like, it feels like watching Gamers Assembly 24 all over again, where he has been such a dominant player in there. It was such a sight to behold to see him win his 2nd Gamers Assembly 10 years after his first win on the textile. He won it on the mixed in 2024, of course, with the change of meta. As we go into the 2nd round here on Galve, it will be Mime making a little bit of a fight against Tween, giving him a run for his money along with Roadtrex.
Yeah, another very close round, and look at the ice slide there from Mime. Beautifully executed. Tween with a good line as well. Roadtrex not too far behind either, actually overtaking Mime here for the lead. lead. Look at that here. Tween also coming into play. This is a great ending. Tween not clipping there as well. Has a lot of speed. Will make the transition very nicely here as well. But who's going to get second position? First will go to Mime, but second will go to France. And Roadtrex with PB getting second. But what a great round that was. Elcon, who has been falling behind very early on, still fighting for his life.
I gotta say though, Mime pulling a little bit of his own strat, letting the car dive a little bit low as he hit the top of the rim of the hole to shoot the car downwards into the finish trigger. It might, most of the time it works well, but there's been one time where Mime has missed the shot, and it was with catastrophic results.
Yeah, and that is something that you can't just avoid by just tightly releasing or just, you know, taking a slight different approach in there. But we have seen Mime indeed clipping the top of the hole, and then there's a finish gate that you just missed because you're just gonna drop down like a fly.
Indeed, as we go on to the next round, Mime versus Tween. Tween looking to try and dislodge the map from Na'Vi. Meanwhile, Roadtrex will be languishing at the bottom of the leaderboard, finishing in 4th currently. That first half of the map, quarter of a second down as Elcon gets away without clipping at the apex of that second ice slide somehow.
I don't know how he got away with that, but it is Mime versus Tween. Mime very wide. They will have a lot of exit speed that makes his turns so hard to control. It's Tween versus Mime for the enemy, and also Elcon with overspeed coming into play here. But I think the positions are set in stone. Tween will get first, Mime in second, and Elcon in third. But what a great performance yet again. Another 56 low here, and Tween up to 110 points, only 30 points away of reaching finalist mode. And look at this gap here, 22 points. And then also Mime is 8 points clear of Elcon. So it seems like it's the old pattern, just that Tween and Mime have swapped position.
This feels weird to say at this point, but this is the first off-pace with big air quotes rounds that we had. We've been in the point nines on round 1 and round 2. This was the first round that we saw in the 56s. So maybe a little bit of a slump, big air quotes in pace, because everything is still very much looking very fast, except for Elcon, who slid out midway through the first ice slide.
Yeah, Elcon is out here on that very last round on Gal there. Nice map from Clear Vision and Thune, and Roadtrex now with a great start, finding himself so far ahead, but he bleeds a bit of time there, so Mime will come closer. But let's go with Elcon's POV. Oh, just a bit behind, of course. Never mind, it was Tween who was in the mix, but also Mime clipping on the inside.
Went a bit too early at the apex and hit the apex with the right front, but now Roadtrex is not out of the woods just yet. He has to fight against Tween, who goes for a bit more of a direct line at the exit of the third turn. He will be side by side almost, going to the finish line. Roadtrex will be able to fend off the attacks of the Slovak veteran and move on to 77 points with a 56.204. Compared to what we've seen early on, now we've really fallen off pace, but given the attrition that we've seen in this round, it's kind of par for the course.
Yeah, it is, and also Roadtrex now up to 77 points, so it's just very good to see that we have a match and a grand final where no one is falling majorly behind from each other. 77 points is definitely something that you can still work with.
Yeah, indeed, as we are now going on to Amber Arena, the final map of the map rotation, which means we're guaranteed to see Festival and likely also Game Breaker and potentially Throwback, given that we're playing until the first 3 players win their final stages. Plus the 140, there's a lot of rounds still to be played. And Elcon chose this map as the final map of the rotation, looking to potentially stage a comeback where, remember, in the upper bracket final, he was looking a lot shakier. Third place, second place, was never able to get round wins. Then, in the consolidation final, he completely swept that map.
He did, and Elcon's win rate on this map is 64.5%. Like, that is something to really look out for, and a map where he can come back into this particular match. But maybe it's too late, because he is 33 points behind the leader right now, who is Tween.
33 points behind the leader, but Tween is still 24 points away from finalist status. There's still there's a little bit more room for play here in the standings for thinking about. And as I like to say every so often, anything in Trackmania can happen, and it usually does. So we're not really safe from seeing Tween suffer a couple of very heavy setbacks here in the upcoming 4 rounds on Amber Arena.
Definitely, and Carl Jr. also always wins. That's
true.
That's also...
That's a good rule of thumb to follow as well here on Trackmania.
But since Carl Jr. is not playing in this match, well, we don't know just yet who's going to win as we go into the last map of the rotation, Amber Arena, and Mime and everybody else getting a great start.
So far, everybody managing to clear the start, although we did see almost Roadtrex getting a little bit of airtime as he went wide on that transition from the penalty grass back to the road and off the camber. Now we see Mime sliding out in the footbath section, same for Tween actually, and now the door is wide open for both Roadtrex and Elcon. Elkon to make some big points.
Could be the second win in a row for Roadtrex here, and that would be very nice to see. So both players with the least amount of points finding themselves in the battle for a valuable 10-pointer on this opening round on Amber Arena. But let's follow Elkon for the underwater sector.
Here comes maybe the no slide travel. Yeah, there you go. He gets the release, gets the proper setup for the turn, gets a little bit more speed on the second half of the turn compared to Roadtrex. Does not get the flotation moment that he had early on, but this time it looks as though the gaps might be set in stone unless he gets a nice nose dive through into the discus. He barely clips the pole. He barely clips even the wall before the finish. Roadtrex takes the 10-pointer.
But also good risk there from Elkon, because he had nothing to lose there. He would still get second position if he finishes with a respawn, since it were Mime and Tween, both multiple seconds behind.
Indeed, and also, may I point out, a PB for Roadtrex, 59.9.
The momentum is there.
The momentum is there, and that's something worthy of celebrating, dipping into the 59-second range for the first time of the weekend. As we go on to round number 2 here on Amber Arena, everybody manages to get the start clean. Elkon will be leading that pack, but for how long will that remain true?
Yeah, just a great performance from Roadtrex, but there is another slide out, and I was talking about a Tween. You know, I thought, yeah, he will be finalist, but with that, he will only get 6 or maybe 7 points in this very first round, so in Amber Arena, and it is Mime now in the lead, so the gap could really shrink in the next couple of rounds if Tween continues to play like this.
Yeah, indeed, as Mime looks to be dead set on making it into the triple-digit zone, going into the underwater part. Roadtrex going for the conventional slide line, whereas Mime and Elkon go for the no slide line. It will be the man from Navi and the man from Nemesis in first and second position, and now Elkon making the move, trying to sound the charge against his former teammate, but he slides into the dirt, and it will be granting Navi's Mime into the 10-pointer and a .798 to boot.
Wow, what a time for Mime. Those are usually times that Elkon does set on this map, but this time it is Mime up to 105 points. And all of a sudden, it doesn't look that clear anymore. It is 18 points between first and second. And this really looks like a map that is not really in favor for the Slovakian player.
Yeah, it looks as though Tween might have found a little bit of a bit of turbulence patch here. He just needs to ride this out until we circle back to Festival, which will be the next map upcoming. And then Tween, he was sliding out in the previous round here, and here he clipped on the plastic before that footbath section.
Yeah, he is definitely out in this round, as well as Elkon, who has also been making a mistake. So it's between Roadtrex and Mime. Mime has gotten some significant points in the last couple of rounds, and Roadtrex with the clip on the inside initiates the drift a bit too early. The dagger for Roadtrex, but he's still on second position.
Yeah, a lot of attrition actually on that round as Elkon finds himself a second behind Mime, and now he manages to make the junction to Roadtrex again with that no slide line, paying a lot of dividends for the man from Nemesis. He moves up to second and will thus try to make himself onto 101 points. Mime will be moving on to 115 and getting closer to the lead as he takes the checkered flag with a new tournament record. Roadtrex forced to respawn after he backflipped to the discus. Roadtrex down to fourth, Tween in third, .628. New tournament record for Mime.
But the world record is a .2. That's incredible.
This gives me the feeling that the world record uses an unfathomably stupid strat that you cannot possibly pull off Regu in rounds.
And probably in the underwater section where you can get a ridiculous amount of speed. You have seen how much speed Elkon had there in this previous round, and I think even more is possible there. And it really feels like a lot of players are losing time there. Still very, very hard to drive underwater, especially with reactor boost attached, of course, because other than that, you will have no speed as Roadtrex now slides out, and Tween also out. Tween will only get 13 points on this map.
This has been quite the journey for Tween so far, and this is a map that he will likely want to forget and likely will be happy that he may not have to see ever again unless things get drawn out. If Roadtrex is able to catch back up, but this time in the round, it will be the Frenchman confined to last place. Elkon trying to show himself in the perspective of Mime. Mime still holding onto the lead by a quarter of a second, and the man from Navi will be moving on to 125 in a few seconds and slash the gap down to just 6 points between himself and the leader, and with another back-to-back tournament record of the .532. Just how far will he go?
Yeah, sadly, this was the last round on Amber Arena, and we see a DNF from Roadtrex as well. He did not finish this round, so he gives 1 more point to Tween, who's at 131 points. He's only in need of 1 more first position.
And the thing is, we've already talked about this earlier on during the stage matches, a 0-point finish in cup mode, especially in this late stage of the game, that could very well be a death sentence if you're aspiring to finish even on the podium or even second place.
Yeah, 94, 97 points is a huge difference, and maybe it comes into play again. So you really want to make sure, if you fail, to not fail again. And we now circle back to map number 1, which is Festival. This map has been picked by Tween, and well, this one has been a banger. It was Tween playing really good on this one. I think he had 30 points after it, or was that mine? I think it was Tween, right?
I think it might have been Tween indeed. It's kind of a blur whenever the rounds are this close, so make sure to bear with us. But yeah, Tween was definitely among the top performers in there, and Elcon was one of those that were having a little bit of a rocky start, but actually Elcon was able to get some solid round wins, and Roadtrex also made some very interesting round finishes happen on this opening map as well.
Yeah, I do remember that it was very close after the first 3 rounds. It was only 4 points between the players.
The gaps were really close in the points. Of course, things have somewhat evolved. The plans have shifted, as some would say, in terms of the point standings, but I reckon we could still be in for a treat on this second rotation.
I do think so as well. Let's take a look if we're gonna see the Con Baltics 2026 winner on Festival or not.
That's going to be an interesting one to see, as we are now back into the game. Quick score recap, you can see it on the left-hand side of the screen. 131 for Tween. He needs to win the round at all costs if he wants to get finalist status by the end of that round. Mime has a bit of gap to clear, 125 points, needs 15 points. We see Elcon 33 points away from finalist, and Roadtrex yet to break into the triple digits.
Yeah, and of course that no finish from the previous round will not help him, because he at least needs second position in order to reach or surpass this 100-point barrier. But right now he doesn't get a great start. Look at Tween and Mime fighting it out. Mime going too far outside on the third turn, and Elcon also still in there. How did he survive that?
Roadtrex nearly following the footsteps of Mime, but how on earth did Roadtrex survive that? He was nearly a couple of pixels away from brushing the wall in the same style that the map from Navi did. Right now, Roadtrex is in third, and he's making it a 3-way fight for the lead, as Tween and Elcon are right within his basically front view. They're right in his sights. They're all regrouped within 53 milliseconds. Elcon into the lead. Tween in second place, clips the island, promotes Roadtrex to second, and even Mime up to third. Elcon takes the 10-pointer to move on to 117, 90 milliseconds ahead of Roadtrex, who made a great final sector.
Yeah, he did, but also Tween with the mistake that he was in the lead, but he could not close it out and reach finalist mode. He's up to 134 points still, of course, coming closer towards that finalist mode, but also Mime at 129 points. Of course, he would have loved to be at 130, then we could have maybe seen a double final situation after the second round here on Festival. But also Roadtrex up to 100 points, so this is really a close grand final.
A very, very encouraging performance in the grand final for Roadtrex again. As we go into the next round, it will be Elcon almost going a bit into the wall, so going a bit sideways through that chicane, trying to keep it on the gray stuff and avoiding contact with the walls at all costs. This time Roadtrex will not be able to keep the car contained under the dirt, and he will be falling perennially down the fourth.
Yeah, he is out of the race. He also Mime with a different line in comparison to Elcon. Lands a bit earlier, eats a bit of the penalty surface, but still getting the all speed out. And look at the jump here from Elcon from third to first. What a line was that from the Team Nemesis driver here. That was absolutely bonkers, but he's still battling it out with Tween. Tween only need of a second position, but look at Mime going for the attack. He wants to deny the finalist mode towards Tween, and I think he's going to do it, but Elcon with a monstrous ending will win the round with a 101.248.
And thus, Tween finds himself on 138, which means he just needs to reach the finish line, and that's it. He will be the first player confirmed into finalist status, but Elcon completely making the junction. 127, just 8 points behind Mime.
But what a performance from both Mime and Elcon. I really have to stress this one. It was so crazy how they cleared that ending sector, and Tween is still not finalist.
Tween absolutely not finalist. He will be at the end of this round no matter what happens. Mime does need to get second place at the very least if he wants to make it a double at the end of this round. Otherwise, he will be stuck on 139 at the very most, or 138 at the very least if he finishes third or fourth. Currently, Tween will be leading at the end of the first sector.
And currently, Mime is also on third position, so he needs to push a bit more, and he clips the outside, so he will be out of the conversation. Also, Tween slowing down. This is not really significant. He only needs to get a finish done, but also Elcon, if he wins this round, he only needs to finish the next round. Elcon again, what a diagonal setup. He has a good line here, but will it be enough to get first position?
Oh, currently, well, Elcon going too far over the hole and clips the rim of the hole, and now Rodrex wants to have a little bit of an argument of the point there. He takes the lead into the plastic before the final 2 checkpoints, and the man from 2R Esports moves on to 113 with a .388. It's not that insignificant of a round for Tween, though, because ultimately, even though he reaches finalist, he wants to deny points to others. He failed to do so with Rodrex, and with that, the Frenchman is still in with a very distant shout of potentially scrambling up the leaderboard once more.
Yeah, again, he's not falling behind, he's not giving up. He set a very, very far-fetched goal against those like incredibly fast players with his 4th LAN appearance this year. Of course, he has been gaining a lot of momentum, but guys, Tween is in finalist.
Tween is in finalist, and Elcon, Tween clipping the edge of the hole with the reactor block. I don't think it was intended, though. Elcon clipping the edge of the platform before that penalty grass section, and it will be a 3-way fight for the lead.
How poetic would that be, that if Tween wins this round now with an excellent clip with his former teammate using that line, and Tween is in close proximity here, and Rotex could win this round. Rotex needs to deny, Elcon is behind, but take a look here onto the speed from Tween. We go into the last sector. Will Tween win it here or not?
Who gets the best low jump? It will be Tween looking to continue eking out the advantage. Rotex now is under hot pressure until Tween clips the wall. Now it's down to Mai to potentially deny Rotex a 10 pointer, but he crashes himself into the pole before the final plastic part. Rotex will inherit a free win and thus move on to 123 points with a new personal best as well of a .282. Stout times. Elcon, not finalist yet. He's on 137. Mime makes it into double finalist.
It was so close there for Tween that he has been making that mistake, but eventually, well, he has made it, and we have a double final situation, but Rodrex, he's not out. Like, I did not expect
Absolutely
that.
Not.
Maybe like a second place that he could have gotten in this with a finalist attempt, but he's at 123 points, and 2 wins means that we could have a 4-way final situation. Imagine that.
Praise for quad finalists. It's every time there's a possibility it happens, we have to pray for it because it's such a special occasion to see
so rare.
All 4 with the red trigram on their car, with the red F next to their name, battling it out for ultimate glory here at the Con Baltics. Quick score recap for those of you joining us. Mine and Tween, both in finalists, both need to win a round if they want to claim the title of 2026 Con Baltics Trackmania champion. Elcon just 3 points away from finalist, and Rodrex on 123 still in to play a bit of a spoiler role.
Oh yeah, this will be so exciting, and Game Breaker will be played for that one. We have seen so many close rounds here that have been decided by just slight mistakes, and I think none other better map could have been
Honestly, I'll be bluntly honest, this map will break more than the game. If I am honest, there's going to be more than just software that might just be left in tatters, given how much spectacle this map has delivered over the weekend. As we now are getting ready for the final 10 seconds of warm-up. Are you good to go, Con Baltics? You'll love to hear it, and it's time to go racing once again on Game Breaker. Satel's masterpiece plays host to potentially the crowning of the 2026 champion.
And we have Mime and Tween both being in finalist mode. Elcon is 1 finish away, but of course he wants to deny the others and make it a triple final situation. Rodrex at 123 points. And look at the start here from Tween. He finds himself in the lead, but everybody's actually in there. No one is falling behind.
No one falling behind. Everybody's still within each other's ghost pretty much. Less than a tenth between first and last 67 milliseconds. But separating first through fourth as we see Tween go way high before the jump into the Sonic rings. It will be the 2 finalists side by side with Rodrex sandwiched in between them until the freshman clips before the Tetris blocks. It's all down to Elcon to keep the dream alive and turn it into a triple. Tween makes the job easier. Only Mime, the final hurdle to clear.
After 2022, he has been not winning this tournament. He can do it now, but look at this. Elcon is coming closer here, but not having a lot of speed. Mime only has 7 more jumps to do. 7 more jumps to victory. It has not been this year for him, but he can now redeem himself, and he wins Con Baltics 2026.
his first LAN win under the Into the Breach banner came here in 2022 in a different hall, but 4 years later, under one of the most prestigious jerseys in esports, he takes the title again, defeating his former teammate and two-time champion Elcon. Roadtrex has taken a few points from there as well on 127, but Elcon now has a shot of denying Tween the second place.
Yeah, Elcon is now in finals as well. Roadtrex at 127 points. And let's take a look who's gonna take it home here. So Mime still wins this match, even though he has been falling a bit behind. Tween really lost control, but maybe he can still get that second position. But look at the line from Elcon here.
Elcon going way high, same for Tween. Roadtrex a bit more conservative on this approach. It looks to be in a bit of a remote shot until Tween pulls the same mistake that Roadtrex did in the previous round over the Tetris blocks. And now the Frenchman's made the junction more or less to Elcon. Elcon looking to press B for boost as we go into Sector 3.
We go into Sector 3 here, and Elcon is still leading it by 0.1 of a second. Roadtrex trying to go for the attack, has great speed here, and Roadtrex could deny Elcon.
Roadtrex could deny Elcon. He only has a 10th to work with, though. 10th and a half there, thereabouts. All can come unraveling so quickly in the plastic. He looks to lose a lot more speed compared to Elcon. To the line! Elcon snipes Roadtrex by 33 milliseconds and thus finishes the runner-up of the 2026 Con Baltics. Roadtrex, oh, this has got to be the worst case scenario. Win or bust, and if he gets second, 139 would be the score next to his name.
I think we have another Snipe of the Year nominee here, guys. That was absolutely incredible from Elcon. Marius, write that one down. And it is Roadtrex who needs to win this round. Tween is still in finalist mode. It is do or die for both of them. 800 euro for third position, and Roadtrex goes into the wall. But what an amazing performance it has been from the young Frenchman.
Absolutely nothing to scoff at. It's just a shame that that final round might have been cut just a little bit short with that early touch on the outside of the dirt from Roadtrex. And Tween, who has been the first finalist for so long, is just the perfect picture example of going to finalist is one thing in cup mode, getting to conclude in finalist status is another whole different ball game, and Tween has paid the price dearly. He's been on the short end of the stick many times, and this year is no exception.
Yeah, and he has a gap of 0.6 of a second here, so Tween is not losing those rounds. Just a couple of more jumps left here for Tween, and Tween will take home the bronze medal. But what a final that has been, but give it up for Tween.
And also, beyond just Tween, Mime, and Elcon, give a round of applause for Roadtrex as well, who has performed absurdly perfectly, almost perfectly, in his first international LAN event final on stage here in Vilnius. His first time in Lithuania as well. Honestly, a supreme performance. Personally, my favorite performance of the whole weekend there.
Yeah, definitely. It was absolutely great to see him making it to the final. I know he looks a bit disappointed, but he should not be. That was amazing. He grabbed for the stars, and he exceeded, for me, the expectations that I had onto him. It was an absolutely amazing performance. Really, really good to see that, and it was not enough to beat it.
Early on, we were talking about him in the booth during the Saturday matches. He won his very first LAN event just 2 months ago. That's a big weight lifted off of his shoulders right there that I think really helped him greatly. And honestly, it still deserves to be praised for such a great performance against very heavy hitters here on Trackmania.
Yeah, and well, we have our winner set in stone. So Geek, what does that mean?
I mean, that means it's time for the award ceremony. Heku, take it away.
When it comes to this grand final, there have been like such moments like where you just had no idea who's gonna take the first place. But let's maybe start with the fourth place with a player who actually does not have that much experience when it comes to playing on international stage, and I think he showed like a really good result.
Exactly. So, Rex, where are you at? Come over here. Come over here. There we go. Oh, Rex. Oh, Rex.
Roadtrex, as we understand, you don't have a lot of experience of playing on international stage. So far, how was it?
It was insane. Like, it's an honor to play against these pro players. It's my goal, and I am entering this grand final. I was completely normal. I played like normal in training, but even if I am not stressed at all, there is time you can't make their time. They are too fast. Like even without stress, they are beating my PB. But yeah, I'm really happy. Not finalist, 1 point, but yeah, I'm happy.
Great.
Great. So I only have one more question. Will we see you next year?
I mean, of course, I will try to do the same.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you very much, and congratulations too.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I just want to shake your hand.
You also get a handshake from Cam, which is really, really important.
Yeah, the sexy man is just takes me away every time.
Merci beaucoup. When it comes to our third place, it is a player who has such a rich history. And there was the moment when I was already hoping that maybe he will get through the finish line and he'll get to lift the trophy, but unfortunately, today he plays as third.
Yeah. Well, Tween! Come over here, my man!
You have like a smile of a person who just won, but I guess you're just like happy like, to be a part of this whole thing.
I mean, that's pretty much it, yeah. Like.
I have one extra question here. Do you think this LAN made you grow as a player here, as a competitor?
Definitely. This is honestly some of the best match I've played in years now, so I'm very happy that I got to do it, and I got to do it on a stage like this. It's a bit unfortunate with how it ended for me, but like, what can you do? It's you live and you learn, as they say.
True, true.
Nice words.
And is there a chance we might see you again next year?
I mean, that's pretty much a given, right?
Thank you very much, Keith. When it comes to our second place, well, for a really long time, we could kind of call him the king of the Con Baltics Trackmania, but today...
No longer.
No longer. Who is it?
Alcon! Get yourself over here.
Alcon, you've had like so many first places here at Con Baltics. This time, it kind of slipped away. What do you think happened?
I think I wasn't just feeling it today. After the first match on stage, I really just stuck there, to be honest. I kind of got back my confidence in the second one, in the lower final. But it just wasn't enough. I feel like mine played really well today, and I was just a tiny bit too short.
Tiny bit too short, all right.
No problem, but I have a question as well. So, will we see you hunting for revenge next year?
Definitely.
When it comes to our first place, I kind of want to say he's one of the players that pretty much played at almost every Trackmania here at Con Baltics.
Pretty much.
Yeah, he had like a first place, a third place, a second place, and now he's back in the top.
Mime!
Mime, we had the pleasure to have an interview with you today. Is there a chance maybe it was like a bit of a, something that added you like extra motivation to, be interviewed once again?
I think so, yeah. I'm just so happy. Like my start was bad as usually for some reason, but then I just kept playing better and better. I had this fortune of getting my own pick as the last rep. That was basically the decider, which helps a lot in these situations where it's all down to the confidence and the mini details and everything. And yeah, I'm just so happy.
You're so happy, right?
Well, I only have last one question, right? Will we see you defend your title next year?
I hope so.
I'm man of many words here.
Well, you're not the only one who hopes. I think the whole audience, do you want to see mine next year again?
Yep, there we go.
This is yours.
Now, for the trophy, right? It's time to lift it up. Come on, man. Give me that. I'll hold it through. I'll hold it through for you, man.
Mime, thank you very much. I hope this trophy is gonna take like a nice spot on your shelf. Everybody, I hope you enjoyed our adventure here with Trackmania. Our journey here at Con Baltics actually doesn't end right now.
No, it still continues. Street Fighter's on its way, so guys, I don't know what to say. It's been a long day, so a short break, and we'll be right back with more games.
Good late evening, everybody. Yes, that. It has been 3 days, three long days of fighting, striving, 2KOing, fighting who has the iron fist. What did I miss? One more. All right. The best Street Fighter in the world. We need to find out that one. And that is now. And for now to happen, we have top 4. And without any further ado, I want to see Jetstream. Whoop, whoop. Give me a hand. Oh, good hand. Follow up, and it's always this usual suspects coming on the stage. Mr. Kajis. By the way, this is top 4. Everything we're gonna go for the first to 3 victories. Good luck. You set it up. Casters, do the thing.
Thank you. Coming from what? This is interesting, huh? 1-2. I don't think I'm gonna be heard.
Technical issues?
Hi.
Surely.
Do the introductions while I'm talking into the space and doing nothing at the same time.
What is good, Night Owls? People still on the premises, people still tuning into the stream. We have one more matter to resolve until we can all go to bed, get ready for the next week, which is to figure it out on the streets who is the best Street Fighter we have here in the country.
Definitely, and welcome to the Con Baltics 2026. I'm finally being unmuted because I've been talking for quite a while, and now, Happiness, thank you for taking over and introducing. Yes, we have Street Fighter to cover, figure out who's the last champion at this late time of day 3 Con Baltics. You know,
lots of fights happen in the dark on the streets.
Oh, yeah.
We're just LARPing.
We're just LARPing. Yeah. Fight, nobody talks about the Fight Club, you know?
No.
No.
We only talk about the streets.
We only talk about streets, definitely. And we do have our 2 players beginning their, the preparations and whatnot, Kajis and Jetstream. Jetstream, multi-game aficionado, like playing mostly in the Strive, Guilty Gear player, and anime, very strong anime
And yet,
player.
he is a person who really settled into his character archetype. He plays the honest ones, the strike throwers, the I have good buttons and not much else sorts of characters.
Yeah, stale bread.
With a bit of salt on occasion.
With a bit of salt. Well, I mean, fighting games need salt in one way or another. But, on the other hand, he has been proven that with those characters, with those simplicity, with the fundamental ability to play those fighting games, he has proven that he's able to, just pick up a game, learn those, use the fundamentals, and just get all the top 8, top 4s in most of the games, except for Tekken.
Everyone has a weakness.
And the weakness is that he doesn't like the character that's there.
And the weakness of Kajis might be waiting later in the bracket, but he is also a staple within our bracket.
Yes, definitely one of the top, well, I would say Lithuanians' top 2 Street Fighter players currently.
Top 2, top 3, yeah.
Top 2, top 3, yeah. Has been playing Jury since inception of time, to my knowledge.
Give or take, yeah.
Give or take.
Since the fall of the Roman Empire.
Yeah. Since the fall. Okay. Yeah, and following the Empire it is, and Kajis has been, playing this kind of aggressive, mashy way, I would say.
We uncharitably call him a masher within our team.
Yes, definitely. But his mashing has been very effective because he has found the gaps in most of the opponents of offenses and, starting to play his own game. And here we go with his own game, getting challenged by Jetstream, the multi-game, into this main. Kajis on Jury versus Luke with Jetstream as the pilot. That game has been seeing that our friend Jetstream has been taking risks in to get out of the Kajis offense. Unrelenting one already burned out. That was just 20 seconds only happened. But already low on health, and we're looking at a very bad position. Chip damage, burned out. Yes, but here we go. Kajis now burning out, and that might be the chance for Jetstream to get his round back. And he just goes for the drive impact, attempting to pull out the that burnout in a risky position, but now has no health to even attempt it again. Having to play the throw game, Kajas. Oh no! Oh dear! That was a counter.
He did not mean that to hit. But
oh,
just smash, just smash.
Just smash.
It's armor, just smash through it.
I told you, Kajas. That masher. That masher.
That said, he does play the sort of character that benefits a masher. Her buttons are almost universally fantastic.
Universally fantastic indeed, but at the same time, her specials though require an install to be effective as well. So
more so a charge.
Yeah, charge basically. I would say, yeah, charge is a better definition for this. But now
install in first and permanency while the super is rolling in.
Yes, definitely gonna cash out here to end up the round. But if Kajas is not gonna score the finish, that's a huge down on the health and just
the shimmy.
Yep. We're gonna be seeing that shimmy on Kajas getting the first match. By the way, these are first to free. All of them will gonna be first to free. We're not gonna repeat the whole Tekken. You know, what's first to two, one's first to free.
And we'll hopefully get rid of it sooner because people die in the streets far faster than the King of the Iron Fist tournament.
Yep, definitely. But this time we're going to be looking at Jetstream getting nice cross-up attempts to go for an overhead.
None of that.
Yeah, Kajas is definitely not blocking any of those overheads.
Plus.
That berry, putting him into burnout. Now that's pretty bad, but he gets a nice little conversion into level 1.
I'm not sure what Jetstream went for there. Maybe he tried a neutral jump and got caught up on the pre-jump frames? Because there was not a counter hit, but he was not blocking.
Yeah, he was not blocking, interestingly. But let's get back into the game. And here's the perfect parry. The first one of the
I'm going to tickle you menacingly, but she is now in the corner. No, she's not.
She's not, because I told you Kajas is not blocking any of that.
And Jetstream is committed to not blocking a reversal. So, gentleman's agreement?
Gentleman's agreement, yes. We're just luck festing if we really need to.
No. Remember, all skill, no luck.
All skill, no luck.
Especially in throw loops. Which we have not seen so far.
We've seen a few of them on Jetstream's side, but here's the nice little neutral jump. Gonna convert straight into level 3. You're going down to Memphis here.
Is it in CA? Yeah.
Yeah, this is the CA extra damage.
I mean, he has to go for it. He's in the hole.
Problem is, he is in burnout now, and that is looking pretty rough for Jetstream if he wants to do it. And Feng Shui
install.
Yes, Feng Shui
That's an install.
It's kind of dangerous because we are pulling him.
The anticipation. I highly doubt he sincerely just reacted to that. He knew it.
No.
He knew it in his bones.
I think he just mashed that DI there and just worked out because he was in burnout, but it recharged just at the right moment to get back. And now we have
the script writers did a great job. And we have throw loops, baby.
We love throw loops, technically.
Yeah. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Finally.
Here we go, using that DP to get out of that rough position. Oh, here we go.
The knockdown?
Oh, a little knockdown. Anti-airs are still there, trying with the jump shimmies. Well, that's going to be full
that's
conversion.
good, that's good.
Yeah, that's game. Kajas getting those stray hits and converting them to the full damage.
A little bit of danger in the middle there.
Little. It's going to be 2-0 now on the Kajas side. And
he's playing like he has places to be.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he is any percenting, but you have to remember this is a €150 money match.
There is something to play for, indeed.
Yes, the victor guarantees a money prize for him here. You know, given sponsored for us by the Comic Con, and also helped to get by halls. You know,
which I'm sure you got a treat of if you were at the event over the weekend.
Oh yeah, definitely. Here we go. Now we're seeing Jetstream on that burnout, but still, Kajas.
Oh no.
That's gonna be bad right now.
Are we throw looping, gentlemen?
No throw looping. Anti-air. They're still burnout. No.
We're looking for a D. No, we're no longer looking for a DI.
Nope, we are not. Oh. Ooh, rough. Plus frames. Kajas not really, definitely not blocking that. Just mashing out of the position. Looking at the very rough point.
And Jetstream's not really interested in committing. He seems to try to goad Kajas into making a mistake.
Yes,
and he drive rushed in the opponent's face.
I think I just wanted to get the drive gauge from the pairing, because you know pairing hits give you that green bar, which is the lifeline of this game.
It helps you feel good.
It helps you feel good.
And since Kajas has none, now he gets to feel bad.
Oh yeah, burnout is not really great. Here we go. Kajas going to pull out level 3. And
he wants to set up the recovery for his drive meter.
Yes, it is recovering during the animation. That is the main goal of that level 3. But still, Kajas is one round down here. Oh, big drive impact conversion.
It is quite amusing to see such a healthy amount of DIs because at tournament level,
these are very rare.
Indeed. And now we've seen multiple connect from Jetstream.
Maybe just finding that Kajis might be... Oh my god, he's just jumping. The jumper, the Frogger there in...
Bro's playing an SNK game.
Yeah, come on, air footsies. Have you never seen that?
I have.
No, you do.
In the City of the Wolves tournament that took place earlier today.
Sick shell.
Shameless.
Shameless. Oh, level...
Anti-airs.
Whoa.
Oh no!
Level 1 anti-air gonna be trading there, not gonna get the maximum damage. Probably wanted to get something else. Here! Little nice conversion there off of it, but gonna get clipped back for whiffing his buttons. Kajis pulling the level 1, getting some drive gauge damage.
Oh no!
Oh no, the fireball, the could! Still, this is set point.
Sure. Three level 1s in one round.
Why not?
Great
Hey,
use the meter.
He's using the meter and he's gonna get another one, so we're gonna be seeing 4 of them.
Look at it this way. The third one hit in totality. He was learning.
Oh, here we go, some dashing in. Oh, big conversion. Can he kill here? No, just go for Soki. Looking pretty clean for so far.
One hit territory in both of them.
Yeah, drive rush in. We are gonna go for that neutral. Oh, Feng Shui engine in burnout. Now he has to work in out, and that's that DI. Wanted to keep on pressuring to get that drive gauge lowered into the burnout, but it was not enough. Just we found that
it
one
takes
gap.
a driver to use a mechanic the streeters won't.
Oh, definitely. There we go, some damage on the drive gauge, and Kajis has been jumping so freely on just not enough anti-airs, to be honest.
Yeah, the fitting we're on an aircraft carrier because the airspace is uncontested.
No, it is.
Anyway, and Kajis is like, that looks great. I want to do it too.
Yes, definitely. That fireball definitely gets punished for the cancel. Now the chip damage is racking up in burnout, and here's the stun. Kajis.
He should have thrown.
Yeah, he should have thrown. Yeah.
The meter management.
The meter management, indeed. Set point for Kajis again. Oh, gonna
dropping the confirm.
Oh no. Unfortunate guess there for Jetstream. That DP is gonna go wild, and
Guess was wrong on the overhead. Guess was right on the DP though.
Oh, yep.
So he's still in this.
He's still in this. They're still level 3. Great anti-air game now when it's almost too late.
Nice counter hit confirm.
Yeah, some conversion.
The slime.
Hold up.
Of course he's catching it.
We are going to Memphis. That's gonna be so much damage, and he's gonna leave him at one single hit interaction.
Into corner. But he's driveless.
Oh.
So he cannot threaten the DI.
Whoa! Just grab him out. Just grab him out of the overhead. Come on.
Through your overhead, man.
Nah, man. Here we go. Jetstream still alive.
Overheads are dishonest, and Luke is anything but a good Samaritan.
Yes. Ooh, big punish counter there, but too far away for good conversion, unfortunately. Playing the game into the corner. Still, statistically, you know, Jetstream is the underdog here against Kajis, but he's been showing really good plays against him.
He's grown more composed and admittedly a bit luckier.
Finally, anti-air game has been established.
Oh
no. Uh-oh, that is gonna hit level 3 on the reaction. Yes.
It was like 4,000 damage, give or take?
Yep, that's a lot of damage to be. Oh my days, he's fearless. He's fearless, getting the damage. Here's the throw loop. One more mix. Goes for the strike, but gets mashed out on, and Kajis gets his third
He wins on his own terms.
Yes, 3-1. Kajis gonna advance forward, and now he's gonna just chill there, wait for his opponent in the losers finals, because we have to figure out who's going to be the victor next. So, while our players are standing up, not much to say. Besides, I would say Jetstream started getting more composed over.
Oh, for sure.
Over the rounds in general.
He got into a groove about 1.5 rounds too late.
Yeah, definitely.
Because towards the end, we saw the DIs pick up, we saw the confirms reappear, the neutral was solider, so good effort overall.
Definitely, but with that effort, he is out at 4th place, but we're now going to be looking at what's the opponent for Kajis next. Nasas, take it away.
Okay, now I have sound. Okay, we're moving now back to winners final side. Those is yet to taste the defeat. I wanted to say something fancy, but then evening. No. Pills. Good. Back. Winners finals. Momo, get here on the stage. Let me see that grip. That's a good grip. That's a winner's grip. Foreshadowing? No, we'll see. Yet to see. Because we have we have seen him on this stage, but we never seen him on a Street Fighter stage. Torpen! Okay, that's also winner's grip. While they set up, casters, give us a word or two.
So, for those who've been around, whether they are in our events, whether they're watching on stream, whether in Germany watching our stream, we know we have some friends of the server there. You've seen Momas a fair share. He's our crowning champion, maybe the best fighting game player we have in the Baltics in general.
Oh yeah, definitely. Has been proven since Street Fighter 5 times, to be honest, and with Alex no less. And given that Alex is the most recent character that came to Street Fighter 6,
the king is back.
He is definitely back, and I remember in his words, Momo said this was the most fun character he has played in a while. The most fun he had in Street Fighter, which is unrealistic, fictional, by the way, most of the time.
Alex himself is a pretty kooky character in the context of Street Fighter 6. He has a ton of options.
Yes.
He has really context-specific combos.
Yeah.
He has no reversal. And some other things we will not bring up right now.
Yeah, we're not going to bring up because we have to bring up our opponent here, the challenger.
From abroad, our friend Torpen from Sweden.
Yes.
Already having claimed the 2XKO title and the City of the Wolves title earlier.
Definitely very powerful Swedish player coming in here to visit Lithuania and have a good time, but at the same time...
His character is far more familiar, though.
Very, very familiar. He is playing Ken, to his words as well. We've, doing some off-stage interviews, quote-unquote. Community is a thing. He does say that he has played in very early Street Fighter 6 in Season 1 a lot with Ken. And he has been continuing playing Ken, and he hasn't really played as much Street Fighter, but it shows that time put with that character is still there. The fundamentals are still there, and he is such a menace to a lot of our players.
And when you've won 2 tournaments in the span of a weekend, you have that just premium quality. When you're good at something, really good at something even, you can transfer that all over.
Yep.
And now we're in the streets.
Yes, winners final, Torpen on Ken versus Momas Alex. Let's get it going, and Torpen instantly
Average Ken.
Yes, average Ken. No, the thing is, that's not what's average. Torpen is playing a very reactive play and has shown to be very effective to do so.
Because a lot of words to describe an EXDP from a Ken. A shimmy.
Come on, bro. He did it reactively.
Oh.
Let's be real. Oh, here we go. First power bomb of the evening.
Out of many, I assume.
Out of many, indeed. Trying to get the high...
Sure.
Wait, let's go with that. Probably just catching Torpen, trying to jump out of the command grab. Here's the second power bomb. Oh, that's going to be big. Going to pull out. Nice conversion, but unfortunately...
He saw that from a mile away.
The thing is, Momas probably wanted to do some conversion, probably drop there at the end. I have a feeling
and he's like,
But Torpen, he did the fighting game option select. If the combo fails, you just punish it with the XDP. Or it's just Ken.
Even the commentary is a mix-up.
Yeah, indeed.
However, incredible composure from Momas back there. And now he's like, okay, I get to play with the life lead.
Indeed. Playing with those stance options so effectively, keeping Torpen on toes.
Oh,
here's the
perfect parry.
Wait, this perfect parry might be good. Oh, he just goes for a little reset just to get in that command grab. Now this is so dangerous. He's just momoting, man. This is plus frame galore. My guy is just Momas playing his grappler player.
Death through 1,000 power bombs. I love it.
Yep, indeed. Now it's going to be looking on Torpen to figure out what kind
Is he contemplating this a god?
Does he have a Sagat?
He does have a Sagat.
He does have a Sagat. Oh, no. We'll go back.
No.
You know what's kind of funny? I have yet to see the single fireball from our boy Ken.
He's the weakest shooter. He doesn't have one, trust me.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I've never heard that legend.
He only has EX Fireball.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh no, the thing.
Throw loops.
Oh no.
Okay, this time he teched it.
He did it 4 times. Oh no.
Oh, just going for a Tatsu again. One more throw. Very great.
Oh no.
Oh, and gets punished for drive reversal on wake up. And this is a Torpen round if I've ever seen one. Gonna have to tech there. There's still a lot of.
We know he's not dead. Oh. Torpen is mighty though.
No. There is a bit to go. Oh, trying to be cheeky. Oh, goes for Raha overhead. Yeah. Really good clean.
A bit of a case of corner fighter 6, but
you know, come on.
Oh no.
Here's the regular throw. Gonna go for the O'Keefe with the drive rush. Unfortunately, does not get much out of it.
You went for a power bomb again.
I mean, he's cheeky. He's resetting it. The thing is, there is one thing that Momas can have an advantage over Torpen. Remember we said that Torpen has been playing a lot at first season, right? Alex wasn't on first season.
Indeed.
So there might be the case where Torpen has to basically learn the matchup during the play. Oh my days!
It kills. It kills. The animation says it kills.
Oh, damn the brutality here, and it will kill.
This is like I did your mom too.
Whoa. You know how we? No, never. I'll tell that joke later.
I'm teasing. For those who know.
No, nobody knows. This is the original Araya joke that sucks.
And I'm talking about the unoriginal one. Anyway.
Wait, there's an unoriginal one? Oh, man.
Alex's lore. Oh. We'll keep alluding to it until we're forced otherwise.
Definitely.
But are we back to corner fighter 6?
Yes, gonna jump out.
He takes the damage to get out of the corner. Seems like a fair trade to me.
It is.
Plus frames. I don't want that power bomb again. I'll blast through it.
I mean, the Lariat is one of the few plus frame options that Alex has. Oh,
yeah, he has plenty.
No, he has two.
More than most.
Okay, look, all of his normals are mines. Come on. What do you mean?
I will not pretend I know his frame data off the top of my head. But
oh no! Suffering from success there. The hit stun itself gave the throw protection just enough time. And also it was a counter hit on top of it.
Indeed.
The timing was off.
He should have cancelled into literally quite anything else, but
he just went for, a cheap.
When you commit to an option, you commit to it.
Yes.
Consequences be damned.
Consequences definitely be damned. Oh! Nice whiff punish there for Momas.
Of course.
Okay, DP. Okay. Yeah, here we go.
Momas had the same idea. Because he stopped.
Okay, gonna side switch. Question mark? Oh, that's still connected from a punish counter so far away. Junrai. Yeah, here we go. That's the option select. You can deal with most of the Jinrai options if you parry. But
unless he's like, oh, I'll throw you instead.
Here's the XDP and now
the plus frames, by the way, my friend.
Plus frames. You love
the
plus
stomp is plus. FYI.
Yeah, +2. Oh, the trade. And that does so much damage to clean it up.
He landed on his knee, bro. That would hurt me too.
Definitely.
Oh no, why did he sweep there?
Gets punished into the corner. And now, here's the frame trap. Okay, here's the loss. We are hearing
the crowd's having a good time.
Yeah, there's Momas cheering coming in. Just trying to keep the Lithuanian spirit alive. Okay. Nice, this time DP ready to clean up the stomp. Okay. Inside. There's a level 3. Okay, no, the stomps are not gonna work out. Torpen, as I said, Torpen is playing such a reactive play, honestly. Oh, you see, again, he was ready to catch that drive rush. Again, this time a trade. That was no, that is death. But we're gonna go into the final round without.
Momas has that cash.
He has the cash and he needs to spend it. But the thing is, I can see that Torpen is starting to make it very difficult to do so. Torpen has been shifting from preemptive play more to the reactive play, and he's been ready to catch most of the Momas options. Okay.
I mean, Momas' playstyle seems to be like force as many interactions as possible. Like, he hasn't had that big, like, 40, 60% combo. He just does a lot of reset power bomb, reset power bomb.
Yeah,
oh,
definitely.
my knee hit, let's go.
Oh no, the
Oh,
shimmy. Having to work it out. Daha tries to go for a jumping shimmy. Oh, drive reversal. Oh, another shimmy. This is not going to kill just yet, but this is looking at a 2 interaction game now. Here's the drive rush. Another one.
Oh.
I like the option there. That's
I
too
don't
far
like
away,
that.
but that's not. Nope, nope, nope. Catches the punish counter at the right position, and Torpen gets the advantageous position over Momas now. 2-1.
And now he's playing for his life.
Now he's playing for his life, and he had the cash, by the way. We haven't seen the cash being pulled out. And as you said, this is mostly because of those little interactions. And the little interactions themselves don't allow him to do so. It has to do, he forces a lot of scrambles, really, and those scrambles are not, you know, helpful for him.
Withdrawal friendly.
Yes. Oh, tries to catch him there. I like the stomp speed now. Wait, Torpen is probably reacting to the position of the stomps as well. Probably Street Fighter 5 times are coming in. Oh, catches his low.
It's when it works, it looks like a menace to play against. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
However, at times it looks like to me Momus' gameplay becomes sort of, I'll just do this.
Oh, another one. Perfect KO.
And in this round, nothing worked.
No, nothing works. Momus is getting rinsed here, man.
Oh dear. Plus. The delay. Oh no.
Punish, but that's too far away for a conversion. Wait, what's happening? Here we go. Gets a tier, unfortunately getting in the corner again. A perfect is getting built here. Oh, the mixing.
I think that house is getting built at this pace.
Yep.
Never mind.
Never mind. Here we go. More drive rush plus frame galore. Oh, this time the correct one. Here's the power.
Well, maybe this will give the momentum. Of course.
Yeah.
He's uninterested in combos. He only wants power bombs. Like, I'm not sure that's entirely all you want to do.
Yeah, but unfortunately for him. Oh, and this time reaction was there. Straight to level 3. Yeah, that's gonna kill. Just enough of a juggle. Torpen sending Momas into the losers to think about what has he done.
Momas in Street Fighter losers.
That is unprecedented in
Quite
this whole time.
literally.
Yeah, look at him. Lost a bit of soul for himself. And Torpen now going to be sitting at that grand finals quite comfortably, to be honest.
He wants that 3-peat.
He wants that 3-peat indeed. Now, Momas sitting still in his place, but we got to introduce our losers finalists. So we're going to be giving it back to Nasos.
Oh my, the events, the tables have turned. Momas, not always we see him in the loser side. We'll see how he goes, how he fares. Kagis, we need you for this piece. Let's see who gets to see the Torpen once again. Set it up. Okay, while they're getting ready, back to commentators.
The El Clasico.
Oh, yes, definitely. We have ourselves a classic matchup, which, by the way, happened before. This is Salty Runback. Did you know?
No.
Yes, in the top 8, Momas and Kagis have fought in the winners' semifinals, and it went 3-0 to Momas. That was a clean rinse, you know? Come on, the washing machine was there. But now it's mostly going to be on Momas to, you know, it's a very...
He's on a bit of a back foot.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate position for him because he had definitely now taken a back seat against Torpen. And Torpen, as I said, he's very reactive, very prepared. And now Momas has to fight Kagis, which is also a very, you know, preemptive player in general. But
it's a matchup he knows better than with his own mother.
Oh, yes. We've been seeing Kagis jury for so long. And Momas just fighting, you know, before it was Jamie. And now Alex?
And then was Blanca, and before that...
Oh, there was a Blanca, right? Wait, he has a Blanca.
He does.
He still has a Blanca.
He does. FYI.
I really hope we don't see the Blanca.
If he grows desperate.
He can do it just fine. But now, our players preparing themselves for the losers finals. Momas and Kagis, who will get that one chance to take Torpen down. And with it, we're starting. Let's go.
Well, starting off good. with a classic. Oh,
wait, hold up. That is a lot of damage into hard knockdown out of it. There you go. Tries to jump around the fireballs, the neutral himself. But yeah, I've noticed that Momus really likes to just use that stomp as a neutral ability. Just, you know,
he's uninterested in drive rushing. Oh my god.
Just enough damage.
Bro, that broke a vertebra. Holy shit.
My goodness. But yeah, looking at it, Momus.
I believe this is his favorite move in the game now.
Oh yeah, but definitely looks. It was the Eagles play before, or was it? How is it called? The knee.
EX knee.
EX knee.
OD knee. But we don't say that.
Oh, we don't say EX anymore? I see.
No. We actually do. Anyway, so we're back to the million little interactions. Kaj is like, I prefer the bigger ones, so he goes for a little combo.
Tries to catch the anti-air with the knee, but gets whiffed into a full punish. No, we're not playing any of that 50-50 shenaniganry yet. Nope. Jumps around the fireball itself. And yeah, you can see how different Momus and Kaj, like Momus Torpant and Momus Kaj's games look. This is a lot more slugfest, a lot more little interactions, and it was...
I believe Kaj is just prone to doing the sorts of mistakes Momus is looking for.
Oh, here's the full conversion, this time into the level 3, and this is the CA version.
He lives.
No, he's not.
Wait. Oh, so it was a CA, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is a CA, man. You lost your points to Seijan. Come on.
I believe he needs to know I exist.
Die.
For me to lose anything to him.
Alright, so let's get it going into 1-0 Momus. Fighting to get his back way to the grand finals, and yeah, punishing it well.
That's a pretty baby combo for the context though.
Okay, playing with the neutral with those buttons as well.
He's playing third strike, bro. Like, where are your combos? I don't think we ever saw one across both games.
That last round, by the way.
2 mediums into an EX?
No, there was a pretty decent combo there. What the hell? I see. Very observant here with my friend. But at the same time, we're going to be looking
I can observe that he died because he did a combo with Drive Rush cancel.
Really? I wouldn't see that. No, I'm blind with one eye.
That's why we're together.
Yes, thank you for helping me out. But at the same time, we're looking at drive reversal getting punished there on the wake-up Momus. Here we go, some anti-air action, not letting it go. Ooh, nice check. This is going to be a side switch command throw. Stands being pretty careful around it, to be honest. Kaj just really wants to interrupt him, but he's cashing out. Yeah. This is going to leave him in the burnout, though. And that's not good for Momus. Momus seems pretty off player today.
Unusually.
My guy's just mashing.
He learned from his enemy.
Learned from his enemy indeed, and now the level 3, stopping the...
He's good.
Yep. Yeah, he's good. He's gonna live. But the burnout is now in the equal timings. They are gonna have their resources at the same time, equivalently. Or he was not ready to drive in back there. Couldn't really look into. But again, we saw the second time that happened.
He got that idea from someplace, didn't he?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Here we go. Here's the plays. Gonna back. No, that's a forward throw. Gonna use the drive rush to get
another power bomb attempt.
Was the attempt, yeah, of all time. Man, this Momus is so aggressive with the wake up options. Really, he's been challenging Kajas so hard, and now he's just challenging Kajas to, meet correctly. Okay, that clipped my toes. Come on.
I'm sure some people are pretty happy about that.
You?
No.
So here we go. Driving rush into clipping Momus at the bad position to 1-1. And now let's get it going to see if this can even it out. Air to air. Power bomb. Catch it. What's the second one?
That's what he looks for. He waits for the big mistake.
Hey, Lapinas, did you see that combo?
Allegedly.
That was a combo.
If I speak big trouble.
If you speak in big trouble. I see. Okay, it's some chip damage and plus galore because of the burnout. Oh, Bonish counter with the...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to kill with the perfect.
Will he play the animation?
Oh, no animation for that. No animation, no animation. So, one round, Momo's getting the perfect to get back that grind final bit by bit. Kajus still has to challenge quite a journey, to be honest. Oh, that's a lot of drive gauge from that little parry interaction. Ooh, full conversion. Level 2 on the board. Now, if Kajus wants to go for Feng Shui, again.
And he just a gentleman's I won't do anything?
I think he just did not decide what he wanted to do. That was, I mean, this was a juicy boot itself, do you think? Oh, level.
Oh, that's gonna teach him.
Damn it. Oh, and killing as well. He was prepared for it, and with it, gonna have ourselves.
I had seen a second combo.
No way, man.
That might have been.
Might have been. Yes, so we're
our scientists are on it, but
level 4. Match 4. Gonna be looking now at Momas at a very good position. Here's catching the parry itself. Now the burnout.
That's a very early.
Wait, that is a free burnout, honestly, because there is no
way
super meter as well. Oh no! I mean, that was free because Kajus did not have any super meters.
As dead as you can get without being dead yet in Street Fighter 6. Next thing is getting clicked by a medium kick slimer.
Yeah. Looking at now position. Ooh, little conversion.
Kajus is looking to return the favor.
But the
no.
But the favor is pretty rough, to be honest, because there is a burnout.
The raw overhead.
That still is there. Now Momas playing the burnout game. Getting some chip. No, the shimmy. Gonna try to get that.
Feel the corner.
Power bomb out of the drive rush. That's gonna be quite a bit.
They both have cash, by the way.
Yeah, plus frame galore. Here's the drive reversal. Does not want to deal with, but the DI. And it will pass. Kajus spending it all just to get one more breathing moment for himself. Level 3 to kill. Now a round for each. Again, now let's see if Momo's going to be cashing out something.
Because last time he never got the opportunity.
He never got the opportunity. Ooh, elbowing in and just pressing a minus. Ooh, no, this is... Now this is going to be pretty interesting because you have to play...
And Kajus is burnt out. Kajus the legend.
He's just that good,
The
man.
prodigy, I'm sorry.
Oh, the prodigy. Okay, burning out, and now you're going to have to deal with this whole round in the burnout, plus frame galore. Also, the trade combos, plus frame. Come on, there's only mids and throws, my guy. Playing around the neutral itself. Oh, the challenge into a full conversion, but he drops the super just to finish it up, but it does not matter.
He stalled for those 3 extra seconds of content, if not 2, and he is back.
He is definitely back. Gonna eliminate Kajus at 3rd place. They're talking with each other right now. There's some like baby coaching in general.
Bro, stop those DPs is what
No.
Momas is saying.
Yes. It's coaching, okay? Remember, fighting game has a C, in FGC has a C there for a reason. It's for community, and we need that community to help us out, because in the grand finals, we're gonna have Momas to challenge back what he has lost. Nasos.
Grand finals are here! Momo seems to be in a hot seat, literally. Doing good? Good. Very professional, very powerful nod. Mr. Torpan, we require your presence right now. We remind you, this is grand finals. If we want to see Momo as a champion, he needs to win 6 times. For Torpan, it's only 3. That. Torpan, we're a little bit based. Just a little bit. It's fine. It's beautiful. Let the show go on. Commentators, do your thing.
My friend or I,
Yes,
have
my
you
friend.
heard the gospel of the Street Fighter?
No, could you tell me that?
I've been a failure, I've been a success.
Yes.
The latter, Momus has seen plenty, the most successful Street Fighter in our nation.
Definitely.
But now, he's been a bit of a failure.
Oh yeah, he has.
If only briefly.
If only briefly indeed. He has been challenged, and that challenger, Torpen, definitely showed that he has him in control. Coming right from the winner's side in the grand finals, in a comfortable position in general.
Especially since he has a life.
Yes, yes.
For those who don't know.
Momus.
Yeah, go on. In Street Fighter Grand Finals, the person who's coming from winner's side still has a life to give. So Momus has to win 2 first to 3s with the character that, honestly, he struggled in the first matchup they had.
Yeah, definitely. It was not even this character itself. It was Ken. But now, enough analysis. It is gaming time. Grand finals of Street Fighter 6 at Con Baltics 2026. Make some noise for our players!
I love those who are still here. Genuinely.
Thank you. But now let's get into Momus. Kind of losing a lot of health there. Getting checked in such weak positions in general. Oh no, we're not dealing with plus frames here. DP out of here. Corner situation. Nice little conversion of that crouch medium kick. Okay,
you know what? I like that corner. I'll moonwalk back into it.
Yeah. Here we go, parrying the Jinrai kicks, getting it.
Oh, that's what he was looking for.
Yes, now gonna have to deal with plus frames. Oh, just walks in for throw.
That's mighty brave of him.
Yes.
And he knows that power bomb, he can smell it.
Tries to attempt to shimmy there, but now no more meter. Here we go. Tries to get the whiff punish. That was so close for Momus.
Like, why does this feel like a one-touch situation?
Yeah, it is.
No! No!
Gets mashed up.
He's alive.
He's still alive.
Whoa.
No! He's so brave there. Tried to go for the hit into, like, a reset of the hit into the command grab, but the thing is, Torpen was, he knew it, he read it. He went for the mash there at the right moment.
He caught the smell of the game.
He caught the smell of the game.
It smelled like a power bomb.
Oh, tries to challenge the trade position. Here's the anti-air set. Torpen is such an impenetrable fortress here, man, with the defense and reactive play.
Like, what? It's clear. We saw in the previous set, Momus wants a specific reaction. When he gets them, it's a one-way street. Kajis had such a tough game, and Torpen's like, I won't bite.
Yeah, now this is looking pretty rough in the corner with the burnout. Oh, jumps out. Oh, tries to go for the throw, but just whiffs a smidge away from the walk away. First match going to Torpen.
Which is quite curious since Momus himself really likes the walkaways in those situations. So, a bit of a thing.
Oh, man, why are you trash talking Momus, bro?
Yeah, he'd get it. I'm his coach, remember?
Oh yeah, what are you doing here? You need to coach him there.
I won't backseat him. He can get out of that corner.
Oh my days, again.
Oh,
the
no.
throw loops.
The throw fighter. Oh, no, and they do the shimmy. Like,
Gentleman's perfect. Gentleman's perfect.
As a textbook Street Fighter 6 situation you can get.
Yeah, almost. Very.
And he's cornered again.
Again.
The weakest Shoto is he's a post office worker. He just gets you there.
Can we just talk about the fact that Ken still has a massive amount of what the mashes? We haven't seen a single power bomb just yet. Torpen has been challenging these positions so much. See again, challenging it at top those.
Like, why wouldn't you challenge it? You have a life lead. And he's dead. And he's dead.
He's dead. Yeah, Momus. Such a bad position. He's just caught in... Let's be real. For Momus, it is mostly...
The monkey?
Oh wait, are we seeing this? Are we definitely? Because it is not working out. This Alex, this Alex thing is not working out.
He's thinking about it.
He's thinking about it.
Or he's teasing us.
He's probably teasing us.
A little bit of both.
Or he's just taking the time to, you know, to rest up. No, wait. Oh, we are seeing Blanca. All right.
He does not want to credit the L to Alex. He's doing his boy justice.
Nah, he's out there not for Cloud. He's out there now to win.
He's out there for violence.
Yeah, Blanca is gonna
There
be
we go.
different show. But oh, misses the charge just a bit. Okay, tries to get the turn back out there to punish it. Here we go, another one with punishes. This time they are so effective, too far away. Probably he should have switched it off way earlier, in my opinion, because it definitely is now getting a bit clipped around. Okay.
Oh no, he's dead.
Oh.
Close to it.
Yeah, close. Having to go for a jump shimmy in that kind of position. Again, Torpen with all of those.
Yeah.
Oh, that almost side switched out of it, but now it's Torpen.
Tournament point?
Tournament
Torpen
point.
and point.
Torpen and point, yes.
Oh no.
Oh, the slide. That Torpen looks so ready, so prepared.
Strange move against the player who hasn't thrown a fireball this whole set.
Yes.
And that's what this fight is for, but it's fun time. The level 2 of Blanca that lets him do whatever the hell.
Very dangerous position, and Torpen again mashing due
Could be
to
good.
those. Yeah, this move good. These at Moma still alive. One more round in. Having to work in such a huge play.
Spent his salary though, and without it, we saw he ultimately. Oh no.
Oh no, this is going to be a nice little punish counter into hard knockdown to get some space into the next corner.
Space.
Yeah. Again, so ready.
He never misses those.
We have yet to see a fireball, my man. There is nothing to jump. Oh, punishing the Jinrai.
The check.
The check. He's been checking so much. Here's the drive rush.
He's anti-airing. He's a machine. And he's a beast.
He's a beast.
Momo's that is.
Momo's very careful, trying to. Oh, by the way, fireballs are starting to happen at the last round. You know, potentially
For
round
legal
one.
reasons.
For illegal reasons, indeed.
Oh no.
Oh, gets shimmied but does not get punished. Oh, almost.
He got
Drive
opportunity.
impacting. Opportunity has been working in now.
He has the cash. He has the cash.
Oh no. That's going to be a little Blanca ball combo into the corner. You go. Okay, level 2. Having to deal with this. Yeah, tries to catch the parry. Here's the throw to punish it.
Oh no.
This guy has been pressing so much. This is not CA level just yet. Wait.
Close.
This is going to be looking very close. Yeah, that is enough to kill. Torpen controlling the beast. Momas taking the win. Proving that we might be free at Street Fighter. We gotta work. We gotta, you know, get it back, bro. Next year.
There's a difference between free and slacking. But granted, full credit to Torpen. Some beautiful Street Fighter 6.
Yes, some beautiful Street Fighter 6, but with that, the tournament is over a bit quick, to be honest, when you think about it. But at the same time, that is how the play just goes. Torpen 3-0. Winning, and we're gonna soon give it to Nasos. We're just gonna say goodbye as commentators because it is us, Riot, with Lapinas here, and we wish you a great time. Thank you, Con Baltics, Baltics Gaming Expo, halls as well for us to be here and give you all these plays. Any words?
See you next year.
I'll see you next year. Take it away, Nasos.
And there you have it. A new champion has been elected in Street Fighter 6 Comic-Con 2026. Before you get your shiny things, let's get other people. 4th place, Jetstream. Congratulations. Third place, Mr. Kajis. Unexpected, maybe expected, who knows? The man, the legend, Momo! It's heavy, here. An even heavier check. And now, the grand champion, the best of the best, Mr. Torben! And no, you have to lift it. You have to lift it. New champion, Torben! Don't forget your beautiful check. And with this, we will be concluding all the fighting games that we had, all the Comic-Con we had, and so much fun we did have. Driving, shooting, and it's in all fighting games, all movies, comics, everything ends in a fight. And we had such a beautiful, beautiful things to observe and witness. We're now part of the legends. To everybody who's been here, to everybody who's been there, who watched, I say adieu, but see you soon on the next one on September. I'll be waiting. Bye-bye.
Test, test. Sure.
Everybody, I hope you enjoyed our journey here at Comic-Con Baltics. Mark, what was your highlight of the whole tournament?
Honestly, casting Rocket League was probably my biggest highlight. Watching CS and then a little bit of the Lithuanian boys taking it home for League of Legends, that was just my proudest moment overall, Heku.
For me, I might be a little bit biased because I got to enjoy Trackmania like yesterday, like their whole like the atmosphere, like and they were like fighting against each other in order to get to the stage, and also they had like such a nice community that ended up just sitting here and supporting them until the end. But unfortunately, this is where our tournament and like our whole expo ends.
Exactly. It is time to say our goodbyes. But you know, technically, it's not a goodbye, actually. It's more of a see you next year.
See you in September. Bye-bye.